Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We were with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We had a ton to get to today, man. There's a lot of meat on the bone. I'm excited for 7 o'clock today because you went and got a ton of audio from the Combine yesterday from GMs not named Nick Caserio. We're going to hear from Nick in just a minute here, but I'm very excited, man. We got a lot of stuff to dig into.
A lot of titillating things
very
from
titillating,
the Combine and a lot of these GMs.
Yes.
And some that we hate, some that I think that you will love, and there we go.
I can't wait. How you feeling this morning,
I feel good. I feel so many activities. It's crazy how the NFL has done this. It really, they've created what we all know.
A monster.
It's 365 days a year, other than
Yes.
July. July's the only dead time right now. And I used to fight against all the Combine chatter and everything because I thought, all right, it's guys running around in their pajamas, all that. But it really isn't as much about the workouts.
It's a summit meeting is what it is.
You've got all these GMs and coaches there, many of them speaking on a national stage for the first time since they were dumped from the playoffs or had an unceremonious end of the regular season, and it's interesting.
Yeah. So we'll get into some of what the GMs around the league had to say at 7 o'clock today. So the big thing yesterday, and this was happening probably about an hour after we went off the air, Nick Caserio did annually at the Combine, obviously Nick gets up and does a press conference with the assembled media at the Combine, so that'll include some national people and some local people, but before he does that, I forgot about this. Before he does that, he does a little scrum with just the Houston media, kind of behind a curtain, sort of off to the side, about 15 minutes before he gets up to the big podium there. And it was in that local media scrum that he said the thing yesterday, Seth, that probably got the most traction. This is what turned into a headline on ESPN. This is what was flooding my timeline after he said it. He was asked about C.J. Stroud and the trade chatter out there about C.J., and he called it moronic.
It's moronic. We're not trading the guy. He's a quarterback. So he's going to be playing quarterback for the Houston Texans in 2026. So anything beyond that, again, that's your world. You guys can speculate on that, but we're not trading C.J. Stroud.
Okay, so the audio quality not great on the local scrum. The audio quality on Nick's other appearances yesterday, much better, and we'll get to another cut in just a second here. But he says it right at the beginning of that cut. If you listen closely, he's like, moronic. It's moronic. Yeah.
I think that when you try to parse things out here and what can you and can you not believe in terms of what GMs say, there's a couple things that we can discuss today. One is, okay, he flat out calls it moronic, the notion that they would trade C.J. Stroud. I agree with him. And very few people were talking about that seriously. There was a lot of clickbaity type stuff. Most of what we discussed was how stupid it was that people were suggesting that the Texans were going to trade C.J. Stroud. Now, at the same time, he said some positive things about the offensive line yesterday, and and at one point said that he must be watching different film than a lot of these other guys, people that are down on the offensive line. He was very protective of the offensive line last year as well.
Yeah, what happened?
After which he promptly dumped 3 of his starting offensive linemen.
And fired the coach.
Yeah, and I would say actually this year he did just acknowledge, hey, yeah, we're going to probably try to add some guys.
Yeah.
And, very, very clearly said that Jake Andrews basically is in a position where he's going to be competing for a spot. So last year it was frustrating because him and D'Amico were making comments that made it sound like there was no problem with the offensive line at all.
Yeah.
This year, I think they've said, hey, they've made progress, but yeah, there's definitely going to be some new faces.
Yeah. And Jake, and you're right. And I think it was Landry who asked him directly about Jake Andrews in the mini scrum there before the big podium. So you and I were talking at the end of the show yesterday. Let's play one more from Nick about CJ here real quick. This was we heard him tell the local media it's moronic to think we would trade him. He's our quarterback for 2026. He said anything beyond that, that's a you guy department kind of thing. It's up to you guys. So he did say he is our quarterback for 2026, which makes the follow-up questions that we have about the whole situation kind of interesting. But here was Caserio when he was asked about C.J. Stroud in the big podium that he did shortly after the local scrum.
Yeah, he's our quarterback. He ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that D'Amico and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them. And this league's about ups and downs. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there was no team that was undefeated unless I missed something this year. So that's not going to happen. You know, by and large, we're probably going to lose 5 or 6 games. There's going to be some margin on either side. You're going to have some good plays, you're going to have some bad plays, you're going to have some good games, you're going to have some bad games. Okay, how do you bounce back? How do you handle that? So it's just, I mean, this league is a one game at a time proposition, and how you handle it, every situation, ultimately is going to determine your success and your longevity. So no loss. I mean, look, the stock market's been going down for 5 days, so everybody's probably panic selling. So, you know, really what you're doing is you're investing more. So, but anyways, we have a lot of confidence in CJ. We got a lot of confidence in our players, and I'm glad he's our quarterback.
Okay, nice little stock tip in there from Nick in the middle of all that.
He's a market timer.
Yeah.
He's not a buy and hold guy.
No.
He's an active trader. Shouldn't surprise anybody.
No. Market back up yesterday, by the way. Good job, Nick. Yeah. Way to point out it was down 5 days
yesterday.
That's right. The market
probably
was
after all the irrational enthusiasm stoked by his comments there.
Yeah, that's right.
Wall Street all got notifications on their phone
about Nick talking about the stock market being down, and then it was everybody should buy, and now yada yada yada. It was up 300 points.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I think two things on that, Seth, on what Nick just said. One, I think all that stuff about you're going to lose 5 or 6 games, a play here, a play there, I think that's a long Nick Caserio way of saying small sample size. It's just a couple of games in the playoffs, and we're not going to eject on C.J. Stroud after a couple of bad games. Specifically, the New England game was the worst of it in the playoffs.
I know some people were agitated by the comment that, hey, you're going to lose 6 games. And that falls into the category of things that coaches or GMs who have won a Super Bowl can say, or especially if they've won multiple Super Bowls. Yeah. You can find Mike Krzyzewski, John Wooden, championship winners, Bill Belichick, making comments basically along those lines of that you can only control so much, and that there's people that think about it and aren't just putting motivational stuff up on the wall know that there's very little difference usually between a 14-win team and an 11-win team.
Right.
Sometimes it's just dumb luck.
Yeah.
So you kind of go into a season knowing, all right, it's very, 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 very few teams are going to win all. One team has won all their games in the history of the NFL.
That's right.
And that was back when they played 3 fewer games or at least in the Super Bowl era, than they do right now. People got agitated. They're saying, "Look, oh, there goes Nick, saying we're going to lose 6 games."
He's conceding 5 of the games already. Yeah. Already.
He's speaking a little too honestly about the way coaches and GMs approach.
Well, and how math works too. I mean, he's right. Hey, like the fact of the matter. Hey, I like that better than O'Brien's whole thing. It's an 8-8 league. I'd rather my GM get up there and say we're 12-5, 11-6, and tell me it's an 8-8 league.
Yeah.
So there's that. I get what he was saying there. The other thing. Hey, Ben, play the beginning of that. Just start it from the beginning one more time. The Caserio Combine cut 11 right there.
He's our quarterback. He ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that D'Amico and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them.
Okay, right there. I think that was interesting, too. We're going to support our players, do everything we can to help them. I think, Nick's never going to say we draft for need. We know how he feels about that phrase even being uttered. I don't even know what that means, he said last year. I do think that gives maybe a window, the whole we're going to support our players, we're going to give them everything we need, maybe a window into the sense of urgency that they have on the offensive side of the ball, either via free agency, well, probably both via free agency and the draft. That this might be another offseason where they accentuate that side of the ball.
Yeah, if you go and you listen to all his clips from the local scrum, from at the podium, everything that I've listened to, I think he has been more forthcoming about basically saying we need to address the offensive line, or it sounded to me like he was just acknowledging they're going to bring some people in.
Yes.
And that's where I am. Last year, I really just kept clenching my teeth and saying, okay, I appreciate the patient approach. You don't want to make drastic moves if you can build from the ground up. I've lost all that patience this year, especially after watching and seeing what the Bears did last year. Very aggressive before the draft and bolstering their offensive line. in trading for veterans and bringing in free agents, et cetera.
Yeah.
And it worked out by and large. They got a better performance out of their quarterback. It looked like a better version of Caleb Williams.
They ran the ball, too.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
That's a big one right there.
With Monungai and with DeAndre Swift, both had really nice seasons for them.
Yeah, it's just enough is enough.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you're trying to teach your kids how to tie their shoes, but at a certain point, you got to get to the assembly on time. Right. So, like, all right, okay, good job, but I'm going to tie your shoes for you. That's what we're doing with the offensive line.
Or get some Velcro. Really quick fix.
No, that's the problem. That's quitting on it completely. It's just
That's signing Linderbaum, trading for a elite left tackle. That's the shortcut for everything, man.
Linderbaum, it sounds like the Ravens, according to their GM, is already the center for the Ravens has already received, according to the GM, a league-setting offer. Okay. So that means more than $18 million per year.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's 20 plus.
My bully tactic for Tyler Linderbaum is for everybody in Houston to go at him on whichever social media platforms he is or is not on, and say that you're selfish, and you owe it to the rest of the league.
It's a good suggestion, Seth.
To go to free agency. Mm-hmm. You owe it to other centers, your brethren, to set the market as high as possible. And if you don't do that, you're selfish.
If this were baseball, that actually would be a thing.
I know, the Players Association would be telling them that.
Got to go take the best offer, man. The other thing that Caserio said, and I believe this was in the local scrum as well, just based on audio quality, was about Joe Mixon and his surgery. And I know you either texted me or tweeted, I can't remember which, about this is one of the wilder things I've heard a GM say.
I just finished watching season 4 of True Detective, and this is weirder than True Detective season 4. I'm expecting a supernatural polar bear to just walk into my room at some point.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is the latest. This is the most recent time now, yesterday, that Nick Caserio has been asked about Joe Mixon's mysterious injury that forced him to miss the entirety of last season.
I mean, we've talked to Joe and his representative, so honestly, it's day to day. So like, we've had conversations, trying to get a little bit more information. I think he had a surgery here this off season in some capacity, so trying to get some follow-up after that. So again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's a moving target, so we'll kind of see what the availability is going to be, what the prognosis is for the season, and then ultimately try to figure out what makes sense for everybody involved.
All right.
I think he had a surgery this offseason.
Of some kind.
Of some kind.
Of some kind.
We don't even know if it was on his foot.
Could have been
LASIK.
tonsillitis. It could have been LASIK. Mixon's been seeing 2050 lately. He's back to 2020.
When he says, I'm not trying to be evasive, it's not like he's even saying that he wouldn't be evasive if he could.
Right.
He can't even be evasive.
Right.
He might as well say, I would love to be evasive on this. But I don't have enough information to be evasive.
To be evasive, there needs to be something to evade. And I have nothing to evade right now.
I wish I had something to hide, but I don't.
I would love to juke you right now, yes.
Standing here, palms open, chest exposed.
With you.
I have nothing.
I have nothing. We are all on the same team here.
I think he had a surgery of some sort.
That is one of the strangest things I've heard a GM say.
I think it paints a picture of just how vague and uncertain the situation is.
Well, he's gone. My reaction to that is when you have the GM going, I think he had a surgery. Now, maybe that is Nick being a little evasive about. Maybe he caught himself in the middle of saying that. Yeah. He's about to say Joe had a surgery. A lot of guys have surgeries that nobody finds out. Never sees the light of day in the off season. So maybe Nick caught himself mid-sentence. Violating HIPAA or something like that. But let's take it at face value. I take the GM saying he had a surgery, I think, this offseason, tells me that the team is very detached from this situation right now.
Just real quick, because I know people always get triggered by that. There is no HIPAA with coaches and GMs.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
for doctors and medical. I know you know.
Yeah.
But we always get 7 texts on the line about HIPAAs after that. I think this is where I would be with it. Mm-hmm. The fact that he doesn't exactly know what's going on doesn't mean that Joe Mixon can't play this year.
Sure.
But he's also in a position where he just has no solid foundation on which to make a decision.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it this way. If at some point Joe Mixon's $8 million that you could save by cutting him?
8. Yeah, 8
If by some stretch, maybe the Texans, maybe a Danielle Hunter type situation pops up from a couple years ago in free agency where they realize they've got a crack at a guy that wants some guy that just an older guy that only wants a 1-year deal or something, and you could actually really use that space. Then you might say, all right, well, then we got to get rid of him. Until you get to that point where you're uncomfortable with the cap for some reason, I think maybe you just try to kick the can down the road, but you have to operate in free agency and in the draft like Joe Mixon's not coming back.
That's the big thing, man. For whatever front-facing things they're saying or leaving open the possibility of Joe Mixon playing for this team again, which, may or may not be anywhere near the truth. It very well could be that behind the scenes, Nick and D'Amico have been ready to cut Joe Mixon for a long time now because of this injury. If it's still a mysterious thing where on February 24th, Nick Caserio is giving that answer, March 9th is going to be here before we know it. That's when free agency begins. The sand is almost out of the hourglass here. You've got to make decisions that have nothing to do with the salary cap with Joe Mixon. You've got decisions to make. And I think you framed it perfectly. Yeah, maybe they've got the cap space to let him sit there and hang around, and maybe a miracle happens. And now all of a sudden you got Joe Mixon to add to what would be a loaded backfield because they're going to make moves at running back. That was the other thing Nick did in that local scrum yesterday that was a little harrowing is he's like, well, Chubb's the free agent, and this guy's gone, and that guy's gone, so our room is down to Woody Marks, British Brooks, and Jawar Jordan. And you go, holy smokes. They need a couple of running backs in that room right now.
We're all intrigued by Jawar Jordan and British Brooks, but I don't think any of us really feel like, you got to go in with the plan being Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan for the entire season. God, you go. We're intrigued by those young guys, but they need to be still developmental guys that contribute on special teams,
I'm open. If those are the three you got in the room right now, I am open to them signing one, a good one, and drafting a running back in the first 2 or 3 rounds. I think, man, let's all of a sudden – make that room something. You were on a ledge the entire season in that running back room. If something happened to Woody Marks that put him out of multiple games, you were screwed at running back.
I love I wish Nick had just left it. Why? If somebody just asked, what do you know about Joe Mixon right now, and didn't even mean about his injury status,
just in general,
you'd be like, Nick, I don't know. I think he had a surgery or something.
Yeah.
I think he's in the United States.
Yeah.
I heard he was in Guam for a while for some reason.
I don't know. I heard he got married. Yeah.
He had a face tattoo, maybe.
Right.
I don't know if I could tell. The Zoom was real sketchy when he was. Yeah. When he was he zooming me from Tibet?
Yes.
I don't know though. Really. You remember when Kerry Collins showed up in the offseason of that picture of him hiking in Tibet, and he looked like. He looked like he'd been on a psychedelic journey or something. Yeah,
I do.
That's what I feel like Joe Mixon is on right now.
All right, we'll hear from a little more from Nick Caserio in the next segment. He was asked about the contracts for C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Was asked about tackling too, and I thought gave huge props to a current Houston Texan. And what matters at the Combine? We know Nick hates the drills. What does matter this week as we're following the Combine, which is going to be going on all the way through this weekend. So we'll keep you in tune with that here on Sports Radio 610. So a little more Caserio coming up. Headlines a little later on in the hour. Stay there.
One thing we do have clarity on, you can make picks and win money right now in Texas on
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's keep it moving with Nick Caserio from the Combine yesterday. I wasn't super confident we were going to get any more insight on the contract situations for Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud than we got when Seth and I asked him about it a couple of weeks ago at the Super Bowl. But nevertheless, it was the first question off the top, which I thought was interesting, given the National Assembly of Media there, that was the first question about contract extensions for Will Anderson Jr. and C.J. Stroud. Here's what Nick had to say.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't typically talked publicly about contracts in anybody's particular situation. I would say those two players are really good players. They've helped our program win a number of football games. So we'll kind of take it one day at a time and just try to piece the team together and, try to do ultimately what we feel makes the most sense for our team and the organization. So no timetable on anything, but we'll kind of handle business as business is being done.
Like literally almost the same transcript as the answer he gave to me and you a few weeks ago. And and what I believe to be the case, and this is based on no information, no inside information, this is just based on prior behavior by this particular franchise and GM, is that Will Anderson Jr. is going to get paid a near or actual market-setting contract early in the league year like Stingley did last year. And the C.J. Stroud thing is a total mystery to me right now. I have no idea what to expect. Even after yesterday, Seth, I mean, we didn't take that angle with it in the open to the show, but Nick Caserio said to the local media in the answer where he called the C.J. Stroud trade smoke moronic, he said right after that, he's our quarterback for 2026, and anything beyond that, that's for us, talk radio and so forth to speculate about. So I don't know what to think. I don't have any big takeaway from the things that Nick said yesterday about CJ's situation long term. He'll be under center in week 1 for the Texans this year. Of that, I'm certain, barring injury or a really, really horrific training camp. But I have no idea what to think long term. I don't think Nick gave us any window into what to think long term about CJ, other than just he's not going anywhere this year. That's all.
No, and it is interesting if you think about the timeline of Deshaun Watson and CJ Stroud. Deshaun got a contract after his 3rd season.
Yeah, right before the season started in 2020.
In 2020,
so it went all summer long.
Press conference, and it was a moving moment. And I think by and large, the majority of Texans fans were very positive about that.
Oh, yeah.
And excited about it.
Yes.
And, the win-loss record and everything, Deshaun hadn't, his first year obviously didn't play the whole season. The win-loss record wasn't as impressive, but then went on to win 11 games in 10 games or whatever it was.
He won 11. He won 11 in 2018, and he won 10 in 2019.
Yeah. And then, his...
Well, and even his rookie year, I think he went 3-3 in his starts that year.
Yeah.
And then the bottom fell out of the team. Like he was propping that team up. They finished 4-12.
And in the playoffs, remember they beat the Bills at home in the 2019 playoffs.
Yeah.
But then he didn't have a good performance against Kansas City.
No.
It was it's just kind of strange, I guess, because the bar was set so high for CJ. We're now in a position where, despite him having more impressive playoff victories than Deshaun did at that point, it's not nearly the same feeling or sentiment about whether or not he deserves an extension.
I'll give you another reason why, and tell me if you agree on this one. I think another reason why is I don't think in their heart of hearts Texan fans had Super Bowl aspirations for a Bill O'Brien coach Texans team. I think the feeling with Texan fans about this particular postseason and C.J. Stroud's performance, more specifically in the New England game, because that was just such a travesty with the 4 interceptions and a half. I think people feel like C.J. Stroud ruined a potential Super Bowl season for the Texans.
That was the limiting factor, whereas Deshaun Watson was still looked at as a guy that was, wow, if you can build around him and if you could support this guy, he's got what it takes.
He was the reason that you were in those games in the first place.
And where you meet somewhere in the middle, I think, is that C.J. Stroud this year, I think, did a good job of managing the circumstances where they didn't look. He doesn't have a great offensive line in front of him. He didn't have a good running back in the backfield, or at least he had Woody Marks, who was injured just about every game, and a recovering, aging Nick Chubb.
Yeah,
those were his running backs. He didn't have a run game, and those things made it look like a more lackluster version of C.J. Stroud, obviously. But he also, look, he collapsed in the playoffs, just as Deshaun Watson in that offense had collapsed in the playoffs against Kansas City.
Sure.
The Kansas City loss was just as equally devastating to your psyche as that New England Patriots loss was.
Well, one thing CJ hasn't done is lose a home playoff game, and Deshaun did that in 2018 in a game where the offense was abjectly terrible against the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah.
So
So, I mean, I'm trying to frame it, and obviously Nick Caserio wasn't the GM who extended Deshaun Watson.
Correct, yeah.
That was a tandem of Jack Easterby and Bill O'Brien.
That's right.
I don't know how Caserio would have handled that situation back then.
Yeah.
We can't say that he would have done the exact same thing, but he worked with David Mulligetta. The Texans with Deshaun Watson worked with David Mulligetta to get Deshaun an extension going into that season.
Yep.
And then he promptly, 6 months later, asked for a trade.
Asked for a trade, exactly.
And then a couple of months after that, he got into a whole bunch of other issues.
Trouble, yeah. And now here we are. He's competing for his job with the Cleveland Browns this coming season in 2026, 6 years later. My God. This was I love this cut here from Nick Caserio yesterday. This was from his press conference at the Combine. He was asked by a media member about how you go about evaluating tackling when you're looking at prospects.
I'll give you one illustrative example. So when we drafted Petrie in 22, really good player. So his rookie year, it wasn't great, and he'll tell you that. I think he led the league in missed tackles. He had 150-some-odd tackles, but he also led the league in missed tackles. I'd say fast forward here, he's probably one of the best tacklers that we have on a team. So it's a skill that you can improve. I think it goes back to coaching. Our defensive staff does a great job of focusing on certain fundamentals and techniques, and then you see that transfer over into our play. So it absolutely is a skill that you can improve. Tackling is really about a mindset, and there's certain tackling can be taught a lot of different ways. You can approach a ball carrier, break down, you can shoot your shot, go to the near hip. I mean, it all depends on what your philosophy is, but as long as you have the right mentality and the right mindset, you can improve any skill that you're deficient in, which I would say tackling certainly qualifies.
You've talked about that with your career, Seth.
Oh, yeah, no. It's one of the skills that's weird. It's one of the most fundamental skills on defense that also is the least well taught by football coaches. And a lot of football coaches just kind of talk about mindset or just give a smattering of attention to it, but don't really pay attention to detail because it takes time. It slows things down to teach it and to work on it. When you're not allowed to tackle to the ground, it's hard to do. And people don't like doing what's hard. They like looking at the whiteboard and being the whiteboard geniuses. Mm-hmm. So I think that with Petrie, the funny thing there is after Petrie's rookie year, if you tried to point out all of his missed tackles, people would get furious. People would get so angry with me pointing out that Jalen Petrie had a lot of work to do. And because he also set a record for rookie tackles or something.
Yeah.
It got to the point the next year where he got benched in his first year with D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
And it has not been a long straight line upwards with Jalen Petrie. He had to learn how to refine his game a lot, and credit to him, he's really gotten there. But I think part of it is I think D'Amico had to change his strategy too. D'Amico's gone from openly saying that they didn't worry about missed tackles because apparently the swarm was supposed to take care of it all.
If 4 guys are missing it, but there's a 5th guy there, that's great.
D'Amico realized somewhere, I can't remember if it was early this season or late last season, where he started talking about how they got to do something about these missed tackles. Mm-hmm. And they've become a better tackling team because of it. So I'll credit D'Amico for that also, and Matt Burke and setting the tone and actually working on it, because it shows up. If you work on it, it shows up. Those Legion of Boom defenses were consistently the best tackling defenses in the league, and it would frustrate me because people want to act like that's just something you're born with. You're a good tackler, or you're a bad tackler. No, they had Seattle had a tackling coach. They had a specific tackling coach. That's how much they worked at it.
Yeah, I wonder why more teams don't do that.
Because football coaches, a lot of them are dumb.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yep.
I can tell you that right now. I know from experience. A lot of them are dumb, or a lot of them are just ignorant, and they don't understand how to coach tackling.
Right.
I didn't learn how to tackle properly until my 5th year in the NFL.
Yeah.
That's how little proper tackling instruction I got in my entire football career.
Here's Nick Caserio talking about what they look for at the Combine. We know he's not a huge fan. He doesn't put a lot of stock in the drills, and he'll cite Kamari Lassiter's name till the cows come home about how, 4.65. Cool story, bro, at the 40. That guy doesn't play at a 4.65 speed. Here's Caserio on what they do look for and what they do like about the combine.
I say specific for the Texans, we try to maximize our opportunity to kind of spend one-on-one time with the player. A lot of times it's our first introduction with the player, meeting them on a personal level. We're trying to get to know them personally, and then the more time, the more touch points that we have for them, it's just going to help us make a good decision. So I think every team has to go about their business however they see fit, and you certainly understand why some teams are here, why some teams are not here. In the end, you got to do what they feel, is best for themselves. We try to be as efficient with our time and resources as possible, which is why D'Amico and I are here. I'll speak for both of us. None of us are going to be here starting, Friday when a workouts actually start. So, we can watch them on TV and kind of go into the question a little bit earlier. If we watch them, we watch them. If we don't, we don't. Eventually going to get the information. But I think that interpersonal element, I'd say that's a big thing for us here over these next 3 to 4 days.
Yeah, I almost feel like, and he's alluding to teams like Jacksonville there in the middle of that cut where he's like, some teams are here, some teams aren't. Jacksonville's not sending their head coach, nor are they sending their GM. You have to have boots on the ground there when you vet players for what the Texans are vetting, I think, Seth.
Where for the actual interview part of
it. You're trying. The Texans are, I think, skewed to the far end of the spectrum on teams that buy into what guys are like as a person. Mm-hmm. An actual person off the field and a football person. And I think their desire is that those two people, the on the field and off the field, are very, very different from one another.
Yeah.
That they're gentlemanly off the field and that they're savages on the field.
I wonder, too, though, when the workouts begin, because the players arrive in a staggered schedule. And I wonder if D'Amico's – we've heard varying reports. Some people told us that D'Amico's only going to be there for like 24 hours. And he's there for partly to do the rules committee meetings and everything. And then he's going to be back in Houston. So I don't know if he'll be actually there when he could be interviewing everybody, like the offensive linemen and everything. But they're just – like the Jaguars aren't sending their GM or their head coach at all. And then I guess they don't do their top 30s. I read in one article that they're not going to do their top 30.
I read the same thing. Yeah, I read the same thing.
So the thinking is, and I can appreciate this, that, all right, sometimes maybe you get a chance to interview some guys and you don't get a chance to interview other guys. Do you start to have a bias towards the guys that you've met face-to-face and everything?
Yep.
And I think with the Texans, Nick will be very open about always trying to find your blind spots. They might have done a bunch of studies to realize, like, okay, there's certain times where if we try to interview half of the guys here, but we don't get to the other half, we're kind of making some mistakes, or we're showing a favoritism towards the guys that we met in person, or maybe we're missing out. So maybe they've changed their process a little bit, and I'm cool with that. I know a lot of people are up in arms whether if a coach doesn't go or doesn't go the whole time or anything. To me, it's always evidence that it's a team that at the very least is really looking at their process and also evaluating the mistakes they've made.
Yep. We'll have more Nick Caserio a little later on in the show. Top of the hour, we'll go back out to the Combine. What are other GMs saying around the league, including things about the Texans? So we've got that coming at 7 o'clock. I'm looking forward to that. Headlines are coming up next. Astros yesterday at spring training. Development not great for one of the more popular players on the team last year. Rockets back in action tonight. A big franchise tag, too, in the NFL that affects the Houston Texans. We'll have all of that coming up next in Headlines. Stay there.
Hey, you want a good process in your football coaching?
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Nick Caserio met with the media yesterday at the Combine and met with the local media off to the side, the Houston media, and then shortly thereafter did a national podium scrum with everybody. In the local media scrum, he said that the C.J. Stroud trade chatter is moronic, that he will be the Texans quarterback in 2026. Asked about it again moments later. Here's what else he had to say about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, he's our quarterback. He ain't going anywhere. We have a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. I mean, I'd say the philosophy that D'Amico and I have, we're going to support our players and do everything we can to kind of help them. And this league's about ups and downs. I mean, nothing's perfect. I mean, there's no team that's undefeated unless I miss something this year. So that's not going to happen. You know, by and large, we're probably going to lose 5 or 6 games. Going to be some margin on either side. You're going to have some good plays, you're going to have some bad plays, you're going to have some good games, you're going to have some bad games. Okay, how do you bounce back? How do you handle that? So it's just, I mean, this league is a one game at a time proposition, and how you handle it, every situation, ultimately is going to determine your success and your longevity. So no loss. I mean, look, the stock market's been going down for 5 days, so everybody's probably panic selling. So, you know, really what you're doing is you're investing more. So, but anyways, we have a lot of confidence in CJ. We got a lot of confidence in our players, and I'm glad he's our quarterback.
All right, so there you go. Stock market back up yesterday, and C.J. Stroud is the quarterback of the Houston Texans this coming season.
Yeah.
And we'll see where it goes from there. But that you and I were talking yesterday at the end of the show, like what are the various things that we could hear from Nick Caserio when he's inevitably asked about C.J. Stroud? And the one option that I thought was kind of underratedly best for content would be what exactly he did yesterday, which is come out about as strong. That's about as strong as you're going to hear Nick Caserio come out in support of any one player. And quarterback is obviously a different position than any other on the field. And CJ had a performance in the playoffs that was cataclysmically bad. There's some extenuating circumstances with the CJ thing. But I thought, like, man, it'd be great if he just came out and said, he's our quarterback and he's our guy. Man, he not only did that, he went after the people that were saying that they should take trade calls for him.
Okay, yeah, he did do that, but he also said he's our quarterback for 2026.
Right, which made it even more interesting. So
right.
It's not.
It wasn't like an undying, hey, this is our guy and we want him to be here forever or anything. It was he's our quarterback for 2026, which frames it kind of exactly the way we feel it should be, which is, or at least you and I feel it should be, which is unless you show me a better option, the upside of C.J. Stroud is what you need to explore and find out about this year.
Yep.
And I don't know, after those comments and the way he framed them, reading way too much into it, knowing this wasn't a prepared statement or anything, I would say that it looks like they're looking at this as a, hey, we're going to put more support around CJ and see what he does. But if I had to handicap it right now, I would say I don't think they give him an extension before this season. I think this is somewhat of a prove it year for him.
Yeah, I think so too. I have no strong feeling on that, on whether or not he gets an extension, because an extension could look any number of ways. So I don't know. If I had to bet, I'm on your side of it that he probably doesn't. So we'll circle back to more Combine at the top of the hour here. Astros yesterday. The Astros finished in a 6-6 tie with the Mets. If there's storylines you're looking to pull from this game, it's that Jason Alexander, who at one point was, along with Hunter Brown, propping up the entire starting rotation last year. There was a stretch where Jason Alexander was a really, really good, solid starting pitcher. Yesterday was not that day. Gave up a couple of home runs. He didn't even get out of the first inning. 2/3 of an inning, 4 earned runs, gave up 5 hits, walked the guy, gave up 2 home runs. Not good, for a guy who's competing for one of those couple of available spots in the starting rotation.
But it's also spring training.
Jason Alexander's not a guy who can fart around with pitches in spring training.
Yeah, I know. But it's great. It wasn't a great showing for him, but it's one showing in spring training. So I don't have him on my list of your top 6 starters right now.
No, I don't either. It's just interesting that he was he was your second best starter for a big chunk of last year. That's what's wild about that. So there's that. Hey, by the way, hey Ben, can you give me a quick acknowledgement? I want to acknowledge somebody by the name of Mitch Tresiak.
Acknowledge me.
You are acknowledged for being an umpire who, in the Pirates-Red Sox game yesterday, Seth, had 5 straight pitches overturned by ABS computerized challenges.
What a loser.
5 straight. Think about that. 5 straight. And they weren't all hitter or all pitcher and catcher. Like, they were, the Pirates had issues with him and the Red Sox had. He was just bad.
There was one yesterday in the Astros where Unruh was up for the Astros, and he challenged a pitch, and it was because it had been ruled a strike, and it was ruled a ball by 0.1 inches. I mean, when you look at the graphic, it looks like it's just right up there against the line of the box, less than 0.1 inches.
You can't argue. If you're the other side of that, you can't argue it. It's the computer.
No.
Like, you're not allowed to argue it, man.
Mets fans weren't super stoked about it,
I'll bet.
Judging by the audio. But, I mean, that one, I almost wonder, though, too, when you're talking to Unruh about that, it's like, all right, listen, dude, are you going to tell me that you knew it was a ball by less than 0.1 of an inch?
If you're Unruh, you got to stick to it. Like, that's how good my eye
that's
is.
exactly what I knew when it happened.
You have to ride that into the ground, man.
Yeah.
Got it right. Scoreboard.
Yeah, you got it right.
Scoreboard Unruh, man.
I don't trust that his eye is that good, especially at the bottom. It's at the bottom of the zone. It's not whether it was inside or outside or anything. It was at the bottom of the zone by less than 0.1 inch.
Especially because I'd never heard of him until you just brought up his name.
Yeah.
Unruh. Who the hell is Unruh? Yeah, okay. Rockets host the Sacramento Kings tonight. Amen Thompson will miss this game with a quad injury. This may just be a case of, I hope this is just a case of, hey, it's the Kings, and we can probably win this without Amen Thompson, and hopefully this isn't anything serious. I'm anxious to see what Twitter looks like if Reed Shepherd's not starting in his place, if it's Josh Okogie or somebody else. Or God forbid Dorian Finney-Smith gets slid into the starting lineup. Reed Shepherd needs to be in the starting lineup. Breece Hall is going to get a franchise tag, it looks like, Seth.
He must be so excited.
Dude.
So many funny gifs yesterday and memes about Riley, about Breece Hall being stuck in New York for one more year at least.
Yeah.
A lot of people are speculating, okay, well, the Jets might be thinking about trying to trade him or something. That's possible.
Yeah.
But I also think, I don't know, the Jets kind of you would think the Jets want to hold on for dear life for all of their good football players, but they did trade away 2 of the best players in the NFL last year in the middle of the season.
Which makes this
who
super
are under
weird.
contract.
Yeah. Which makes and that's, you know what, and that's what would lead you to believe that they're doing this so they can at least get something out of it.
Yeah.
They may not have any designs on keeping him on the team and paying him $11 million.
If you're going to trade away one of the best defensive backs and one of the best defensive tackles in the league that you had under contract and under control, then why are you going to hang on? You're going to pay the franchise tag to Breece Hall? No.
To a running back.
They're probably going to try to trade him.
Yeah, to that of all positions there. So, all right, those are your headlines here on Payne and Pendergast, brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. All right, we're going to get to audio from the Combine yesterday. GMs around the league. There's an AFC South coach that knows exactly what's coming when he plays the Texans. This is going to get you very excited for what the opposition, we'll reveal who the coach is as well, what he's saying about your Houston Texans coming up next. But first, let's get you guys into a new luxury vehicle, and let's send you out to
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to it. Seth, this is your buffet right here that you put together for sound from around the combine yesterday. Man, there's some stuff I cannot wait to listen to in this.
I spent too much. Yeah, this is like almost going to be a Ben Johnson segment, and I'm excited about how much you're going to love Ben Johnson, the coach of the Cowboys. But the first one, Robert Saleh, new coach in the AFC South, was asked by Landry Locker about the identity of the teams in the AFC South.
In the AFC South, is there an identity? How would you assess the challenges in it?
I know Houston's going to punch you in the mouth. I know Jacksonville's playing with a lot of confidence, and they've got a head coach, an offense, and a defense that, and a special teams unit that complements each other very, very well. And I know Indianapolis, before the injuries, was probably the bell was running the division there for a minute. So it is an ultra competitive. Three tremendous head coaches, three tremendous staffs. So we're looking forward to getting our opportunity to compete.
Yeah.
I thought the highest actual praise there was for the Texans.
Yes.
It makes sense that Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans have their history together.
Punch you in the mouth.
Robert Saleh, a mentor to D'Amico Ryans. We'll call him that.
That's right.
Even though when Robert Saleh got his start, he was just a lowly quality control guy, as D'Amico Ryans was a draft pick for the defensive rookie of the year for the Texans. They were on the Texans together. But, going to punch you in the mouth. I think that there's definitely a respect between Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
As far as the praise that he gave for the Jaguars, they have a lot of confidence. And there's pretty much, I feel like that was a little tussle of the hair of the Jaguars.
Do you? Because I don't know. They have a lot of confidence. Like Liam Cohen, for a guy who doesn't know how to say Duval.
No. But Robert Saleh and Liam Cohen, Liam Cohen hates Robert Saleh.
They got chippy last year.
Yeah. Oh,
tell the audience why, for those who don't remember.
Because Robert Saleh, before the 49ers played the Jaguars, said, hey, the Jaguars have a very good legal sign-stealing scheme.
Yep.
And went on to explain how good the Jaguars are at the very legal sign-stealing that they do on their offense reading the team's defense. And Robert Saleh got all huffy about it. It told Robert Saleh after the game.
Liam Cohen
got all huffy about it and took it like it was an insult or something.
Right.
And after the game, told Robert Saleh, keep my name out of your mouth, all that.
Yeah.
And Robert Saleh's looking at him like, what the hell are you PO'd about? I was giving you a compliment, idiot.
That's right.
Oh, good. Oh, I've never been a bigger Titans fan than I am twice this year when the Titans play the Jaguars.
And that's going to hurt, too. Really, actually rooting for. But I'm with you. And that was a game the Jags won, by the way. That was in week 4 last year. The Jags went to San Francisco and beat the 49ers.
Liam Cohen does this annoying but very effective thing where he takes something that's not an insult at all and turns it into an insult and uses it as a chip on his shoulder. He did it with Sean Payton. You know, Sean Payton was making a point. He wasn't all that eloquent with it, but he was making a point before the Broncos played the Jaguars that they probably don't get the attention they should because they're a small market team.
Yeah.
After the Jaguars won that game, Liam Cohen is acting like Peyton saying that was a huge insult.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty good for a small market team.
Yeah.
Looks like even small market teams could win.
Yeah.
He was complimenting you.
Yep.
You sensitive bitch. Excuse my language.
Kids, don't go to school today and call anybody.
I don't know. If you give one of your teachers a compliment and they take it as an insult, go for it.
You know what? Carte blanche. Yeah, there you go.
Call him a Liam Cohen.
Sorry, parents.
Just say you're no better than Liam Cohen.
That's it. Call him a Liam Cohen. Yeah, there you go. So that was a good one. I like that. Saleh with a nice compliment for the Texans. And he's obviously paying high as he should, coaching the team that's in last place in the AFC South. He's giving high praise to the other three teams. This division's not a pushover anymore. And I think Robert Saleh going to the Titans is part of that. The Colts were one of the best teams in football for a while until their quarterback started backsliding, and then they lost him altogether. The Jags and the Texans are both really good football teams. By where they sit in the NFL. When I say really, I know there's going to be Texan fans going, "What are you talking about? We got knocked out in the divisional round again." They're one of the last 8 teams standing in the NFL again this year. You're a good football team if you're in the divisional round of the playoffs. Ask the other ask the other 18 non-playoff teams if the Texans are a good football team.
Right.
So Saleh on the Texans in the AFC South getting punched in the mouth. What else you got there?
Sean Payton on the status of the tush push.
Ooh.
I think if that ever goes away, it's not a health and safety thing, right? We discussed that last year for 2 hours, and we just adopted 1,000 more kick returns. Which play do you think is more of a health risk? 1,000 more kick returns. So I think if we choose to ever move on from that, it won't be because of health and safety. It will just be like we don't like it, which is okay.
I agree with him 100%, and I think bringing up the kickoff rule and the number of kickoffs that it creates as opposed to touchbacks is the perfect counterpoint to anybody who says, no, it's about safety. If we
Right. Well, that was the dumbest thing. That was the dumbest thing the people who wanted to ban the tush push did last year was they tried to make it a health and safety issue. And pretty much anybody with a thinking brain would say, based on the people who presented it as a safety issue, put out, acknowledge that the stats don't show that it's a safety issue at all.
Right.
It's just their disingenuousness about it, I think it was off-putting to a lot of people who were probably voting on it. Mm-hmm. I think that I agree with everything Peyton said right there, which is if they do ban it, it's just because people don't like the play.
Right.
And that's fine, too. I'm cool with them banning it if they just think it's a boring play.
You know my feeling on this about the vote last year is that if you were going to vote against the tush push last year, the best reason to do it was that Jeffrey Lurie, the owner of the Eagles, got up and did a 1-hour presentation. I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah, 1 hour is too long.
1 hour is too long for
Who
any
do you
presentation,
think you are?
especially one that's as self-serving as let's keep the tush push in.
My reason for not wanting to ban it last year was just because it felt unsportsmanlike, if it's not a health and safety issue, to ban it when the Super Bowl winning team was the bread and butter of your Super Bowl winning team. That just felt like, okay, you're just trying to slice the Achilles of your most dangerous foe. Now that the Eagles came back down to earth a little bit, I would feel cool with banning it this year.
Yeah, well, and the Eagles came back down to earth, and other teams have started to use it pretty effectively, get a little creative off of it as well. I don't think it's nearly the blight that a lot of people thought it was. I'm with you. The part I agree with you on is I just don't like the aesthetics of the play. I think it's a boring, stupid play.
And you just do it over and over again. You can almost anticipate, okay, here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, it's interesting. We'll get to the next cut here in a second. The big Sean Payton news that I was seeing yesterday is that he is ceding play calling duties to his new hire, Davis Webb.
Oh, yeah.
Davis Webb is going to be calling plays for the Broncos, which makes me root really hard for the Broncos to collapse offensively so I can see Peyton take play calling duties back in like week 6 or something like that. Because I was seeing a lot of this stuff like, well, if you're going to give play calling duties to anybody, it should be to Davis, like Davis Webb is like the next huge thing or something like that. You know how I feel about that.
Yeah.
When someone gets prematurely propped up as the next big thing, there's nothing more that I like seeing than their equally premature demise.
The Davis Webb was involved in some kind of Texans discussion at one point, but I don't remember what it was.
Well, they were doing a lot of hiring a few years ago.
Yeah, so. They didn't. Whenever it was in 2023, it might have been in 2023. I think that's what it was because Davis Webb was going to transition into coaching, and maybe people. I don't think D'Amico interviewed him, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, he is a Texas Tech guy, so there's that.
So next one.
Yeah.
Guy that we love to hate, Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Bears.
Yeah.
I got to give him credit here.
I do too.
All of a sudden, backup quarterback Tyson Bagent is a topic of trade discussions.
Man.
Here's Ryan Poles on claiming that Tyson Bagent is generating interest.
That someone like Tyson's going to get some, interest. We've gotten a few calls there. Obviously, the tough thing is with, what Ben thinks about Tyson, what I think about Tyson, what our locker room thinks about Tyson. That's a really tough decision for us. But for Tyson as well, I think he would have an opportunity to go and perform for our team and do some really good things. But again, you got to weigh the short term and long term. So now, what's the cost of replacement, right? To get someone like Tyson, we spent a lot of time developing him. Ben spent a lot of time developing him. So you got to replace that as well. So interesting dynamic there that we're gonna have to work through.
This feels very Carnival Barkish right now.
This feels very like the Patriots with Ryan Mallett.
Yeah.
When they tried to trade him, remember they almost traded him to the Texans. And they wanted a What they want, a second-round pick?
I don't know. I
something?
forget. Eventually, they did trade him to the Texans for a hell of a lot less.
Right. There was one offseason where everybody on the Patriots was pushing this narrative that, boy, Ryan Mallett is just destroying people out there. Man, it's like nothing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Belichick was granting interviews with people to talk about Ryan Mallett, and they thought that they were going to try to trade Ryan Mallett away. So I appreciate, and who knows how close they came to actually trading him that first time to the Texans. I think that's what Ryan Poles is doing here. I don't know. The tell
drumming
is,
up
said,
interest.
He said, I think he's going to get some interest. We've gotten a couple calls on him. Well, which is it? You
right.
think there's going to be interest?
Right.
Because you said it, but then you said you've gotten a couple calls on him.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I think maybe it means there's going to be more interest. Who knows? But, yeah, Tyson, that was a lot about that. That was more than I expected to hear about Tyson Bagent this morning.
I watched him in the preseason last year, and I was impressed with him
in
one of his preseason games.
You know who else was impressive in the preseason last year? Graham Mertz.
Graham Mertz?
Yeah.
Why didn't anybody ask about Graham Mertz?
Why did Nick not get up there yesterday and talk about all the interest there's going to be in Graham Mertz?
We need to start building it now.
Missed opportunity by the Texans GM yesterday.
He can do it. Just sprinkle his name in here and there.
Yeah.
And, maybe Graham Mertz gets a nice, tidy little package at some point.
This is the part I've been looking forward to because you've been telling me you've been out on the corner here shouting the virtues of Ben Johnson, much like Poles is doing it for Tyson Bagent right now.
Yeah, so Ryan Poles, the GM, loves the media attention, and it gets annoying. I feel like Ben Johnson, I don't know if he loves the media attention or not, but, man, he's just fun. And there's a WWE element to him in the way he thinks that fans should view the game. Here is Ben Johnson, I believe, being asked by Mike Florio about the Packers rivalry.
Watch any Seinfeld growing up?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Well, because I'm going to ask you a question the way Jerry Seinfeld would. What is the deal with the Packers?
Who likes the Packers?
How much of that is leaning fully into your job as Bears coach, and how much of it is how you truly feel?
Yeah, I mean, the Bears and the Packers, they should not like each other. I think it's as simple as that, and I think that's going to make this rivalry, this game, something that people are going to watch here going forward.
Have you talked to Matt LaFleur at all? Because I feel like he gets confused. Like, what did I do? Do you have any relationship with him? Have you heard from him? Has he called you up and he said, what's the deal? Like anything like that?
No, we don't talk.
Okay. Do you want it that way?
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Has he tried to reach out to you?
No.
The league is going to love this guy, man.
He leans into it hardcore, and the funniest thing about this is every time I've ever read any descriptions of Matt LaFleur's personality, it almost sounds like he's neurotic, just kind of, just not like the alpha male type necessarily.
I can tell you right now, he does not want any of this smoke now.
No, he doesn't want to play along with the WWE.
God no.
But Ben Johnson just leans into it.
Oh, I love it.
I mean, this is something this is Lane Kiffin-like.
Yeah, very much so.
I mean, he just flat out takes shot after shot. Remember, he was bleep the Bears after bleep the Packers after they beat him in the playoffs.
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I do. And you know who's buying into it? His locker room. Mm-hmm. They love him, and he rips his shirt off after games. And they when they're doing the locker room scrum and doing his speech and everything. He's awesome, man.
I thought this was an interesting exchange with Ben Johnson, who's famous now for going for it on fourth down a lot, to the point where I think even analytics types sometimes feel like they've shown their bloomers. Oh no, sir, I'm not ready for this.
Yep.
This is Pete Prisco, who's not a fan of analytics and overly aggressive fourth down behavior, asking Ben Johnson about his overly aggressive fourth down behavior.
Here we go. Fourth down. Yep. I know you tend to go for it a lot. Is that something that's going to stay with you, or do you think as you get older and become more of an established coach that maybe you'll change your philosophy a little bit?
No, I think we're going to convert more fourth downs next year, and I think we'll get you more on our side of it.
I don't think I'm ever getting to that side. I don't think so.
That's all right.
It's hard. It's hard for me. I watch it all over the league. It's not just you. Just everybody. Yeah. I think there's some situations where it calls for it, but other situations I sit there and say, well.
Yeah, it's rare. I'll be honest with you. It's rare when over the course of the season that I felt like we were wrong with when we went for it on fourth down. That's just me. That's our approach. Like I said, we need to convert more than what we did a year ago, and that'll be a point of emphasis for us going forward.
Yeah, and then he had a couple good explanations about his process for it. He's got his analytics guy that he talks to a lot. A lot of times it comes down to just a 50-50 decision. But I liked that he said that the plan was, no, we're going to convert more of the fourth downs next year. Yeah. I also like that Prisco kind of, gave him a little bit of an insult there, or it could be perceived as an insult with when he said, you think you'll change as you get more established and older? As if to say that this is the folly of youth or something.
Right.
Or that it's an insecurity or something like that.
Yes.
Ben Johnson didn't take the bait at all. And
Basically, what he said is, as you get older, are you going to be thinking more like I think, which is the right way?
As you get older, you're gonna start to think more and more like an aging columnist and radio host.
Yeah.
Is that?
Or are you going to keep being a head football coach with some bravado?
We need to start asking coaches that. Hey, when you get to be, when you start to think a little bit more like a 50-year-old sports radio host, do you think you're going to be a better coach because of it?
That's when your life's going to get a whole lot better, man. I'm telling you.
I don't know. Do you ever think you'll get to Mike Francesa level of wisdom in your football coaching?
Oh, God. We're punting every time.
I'm sorry to beat you over the head with Ben Johnson this morning, but he was really interesting yesterday.
That's cool. I like those two. We got one more, don't we?
Caleb Williams was atrocious, apparently, in the three-point shooting contest at the All-Star game.
Oh, really?
I guess, yeah.
I didn't see it.
I only know about it because Ben Johnson had texted him about it. Ben Johnson told a story about texting Caleb Williams before that atrocious performance.
Did you see the three-point contest?
Yeah, did you feel better? Were you worried?
Well, I sent him a meme of a guy just missing left and right, like before, and then when it actually happened, I felt bad. I was like, whoops, spoke that one into existence, didn't I?
Ooh, that's evil. Sending it to him right before. I'll tell you what, that would affect my evaluation of Caleb Williams. He got rattled. He got rattled by the meme that Ben Johnson sent to him before the three-point contest.
Yeah, that's it's a sign right there that
I'd be 7% less likely to give him a contract extension after next year.
I like that. My old strategy with long snappers was always to try to point out that wow, the grass is kind of slick today, or just did the ball feel sticky to you? I just try to put something into their brain.
Get in their heads, man. Yeah.
About just something, when you're throwing darts and and it just all of a sudden it feels a little different in your hand.
Yeah.
And just like sometimes it's because you've had 3 pitchers of beer.
Sure.
Sometimes things are just off. Yeah.
Yep. You're just aiming it a little bit.
I use my extensive experience as a horrible darts
drunk dart player
to try to affect world-class long snappers.
To psych out long snappers. That's smart. All right. What else we got here? We got a few more from the combine yesterday.
Okay. A couple here from Andrew Berry, the GM of the Browns, about Deshaun Watson and Shedeur Sanders. This is the first one. A lot of people wondering, okay, is Deshaun really in the plans for this season? What's the deal with him? This is Andrew Berry on Deshaun's offseason.
First, I'll say we're very pleased with how Deshaun went through and attacked his rehab this past year, how he engaged with the team, what he did in the meeting rooms. Very pleased with the progress that he made in that regard. Look, I can never predict the future, but right now we do anticipate him being on the 2026 team. But we have a long way to go before, we get to that point with any player.
So impressed with his offseason. We'll see. It's going to be a long way to go. And then somebody asked specifically about Deshaun and Shedeur and their statuses.
Any player that we have in that room, we would expect to compete to earn a role. Those two would be no different.
So this is notable only because I found it interesting that Browns fans found it so notable.
Yeah.
That was really, if I had listened to both of those together, I would think, okay, sure. It makes sense. They're on the roster. Barry didn't say anything above and beyond. But I think people in Cleveland are so thirsty for either naming Shedeur the starter or getting rid of Shedeur. I talked to Figgy about this.
Okay.
Figgy, a Cleveland native. He said in his neighborhood, it's just about split. I like split down the middle of people that like or people that hate Shedeur Sanders. So the Browns fans in general, there's some that love Shedeur, there's some that want him gone. But then others that also want to maybe see if there's some kind of way out of – I think the reason that these quotes got a lot of traction was they want to see if there's some kind of movement or way out of the Deshaun Watson situation. Or there's some that probably love Deshaun or want to try Deshaun.
That's the thing. The Deshaun angle is the interesting one to me because the Shedeur thing just feels so it feels like such a dead horse that's been beaten. And anytime any opportunity the Shedeur people have to point out to you how wronged he was by falling to the 5th round, they'll take it. I'll point to this week with Fernando Mendoza not throwing at the combine. All of a sudden, this is some sort of thing where, well, Mendoza better fall to the 5th round like Shedeur did when he didn't throw and everybody got mad at him last year. The Deshaun thing is interesting to me because, as you know, Seth, I dip in on Cleveland radio probably more than most people do here in Houston. And the guys I listen to there, and it drifts into their callers as well, they just dread having to endure another Deshaun season.
Yeah.
They're so out on Deshaun up there, and I guess it's understandable, but on the flip side is like, okay, well, you're paying him already. He's on the cap for jillions of dollars. He's been attacking his rehab. We saw him on the sidelines late last season, kind of mentoring Shedeur through his starts. So at least outwardly, and according to Andrew Berry, he's doing all the right things in the building there now, which I don't know if that was always the case. It's a really weird thing with Deshaun where he seems more like he wants to be a Cleveland Brown now than when he was actually a healthy Cleveland Browns starting quarterback.
Well, it's almost, he's been knocked down a few pegs, you know, and it might be as simple as that.
Yep.
It's like Jaime Lannister in Game of Thrones, you know? When you're the prince and you're the chosen one and everything, and everything's gone great for you, then you can be a cocky, just, carefree individual. Yeah. You spend a year or two chained to a post in the mud in your own filth.
With no hand.
Things change you.
With your hand chopped off.
He's got that part. Deshaun basically has been throwing the football like he doesn't have a hand.
That's true.
But
the analogy holds up, yeah.
Yeah. I get it. I go back to, I remember talking to Albert Breer after the Texans game where Deshaun made his debut in Houston.
Yeah.
And I was talking to Breer we were walking out to the parking lot together, and I think he had come to the game just to cover that aspect of it.
Yeah.
And he had said, I was really surprised that there just wasn't more emotion from Texans fans, negatively or positively, just whatever, about Deshaun. And I said that I think really, if I had to sum up what I felt like the fan base felt like at that moment, is that we were tired of being a spectacle.
Yeah.
That it was just, it had been such a long ordeal. Everybody was emotionally exhausted from it. And I don't think really a lot of Texans fans really we weren't eager to boo Deshaun or anything. We just wanted to be done with it all, and I would imagine that's how Browns fans are now feeling about the whole situation.
I would imagine. I would imagine that as well. So, but here's the thing too, and I don't want to go too deep on the Cleveland Browns, but I think they're in a sort of an analogous situation that the Texans are in, which is if they get just decent quarterback play, that defense is good enough to go win way more games than people expect them to be able to win. That's a good defense that they've got there in Cleveland, and so if they just get marginal, slightly below average quarterback play, they're, assuming they can run the football, they need a few more weapons, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see. All right, we got one more here. Let's go.
This is an interesting one because it's Jeff Hafley, new coach of the Dolphins, who signed Kevin Patullo, former offensive coordinator for the Eagles.
Oh, they did not like him in Philly, I tell you.
Reviled in Philadelphia.
Yes.
This is Jeff Hafley just gushing about Kevin Patullo, who will be replacing Bobby Slowick as the Dolphins passing game coordinator.
When I interviewed him, I was blown away. The knowledge that he has, the football experience that he has, what he did for that entire organization. Don't forget, he won a Super Bowl. And behind the scenes, what he did with that offense and with that whole team and listening to him talk and his football knowledge, and not just about offense, but about game management, about situational football. I got off the Zoom and I said to Bobby, we got to try to hire this guy. And he had other opportunities and other options. I think he's going to be a huge asset to what we do. And I think often it's unfair to judge anybody off of one single year.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you pointed out he's replacing Bobby Slowick because Slowick is getting promoted to offensive
coordinator. So now they have two guys. They have the offensive coordinator and Bobby Slowick, who I don't think reviled is the right word, but not thought highly of in Houston as an offensive coordinator. And now Kevin Patullo, who's reviled in Philadelphia. Because look, let's be honest, Philadelphians revile more things than the average person.
That's fair.
If Bobby Slowick had done the exact same thing in Philadelphia, he would be reviled, not just disliked.
Big time. But it's just funny to listen to that cut like, ooh, all these things he told me about how awesome he is. It's just You know what he is? He's awesome. Yeah.
Don't forget, he won a Super Bowl.
He won a Super Bowl.
But not as the offensive coordinator.
No!
They won a Super Bowl as the pass game coordinator, and then the next year when he was the offensive coordinator, they were an extreme disappointment.
He was in the building for a Super Bowl. He didn't win us. He was in the building for a Super Bowl.
A lot of Eagles fans were like, boy, I hope Jalen Waddle runs a good hitch. Yeah, this is
well, I am already on under for the Dolphins this year for their win total. As low as it is, they have the lowest in the NFL at 4.5. This feels like a team, especially if they trade away Tua or move on from Tua, cut him, whatever they decide to do with him, and you're just going to throw Quinn Ewers out there for a season.
Yeah,
that feels like 2-15 coming in Miami. We'll see. Payne and Pendergast with you. That was good stuff, man. A little trip around the combine yesterday, hitting all the topics from around the league.
I had like 15 more clips. There's just so much interesting stuff out there.
Guess what?
Right
we
now.
got 2 more days this week, man.
Okay.
Thursday and Friday.
We've still got more Nick Caserio audio to get to that we haven't been able to listen from the GM show last night.
Yeah, and we'll get to that as well. I want to circle back to this. We touched on it in headlines, but I think this is important for the Texans. There are options that are coming off the board now at the running back position. I think it's safe to say most Texan fans feel that if you're to power rank the most important positions for the Texans to address this offseason, it's either interior offensive line or running back. Those feel like they're the top 2. There are others that they need to build some depth, but these are positions where they need to build some, the front lines. Nick Caserio said to the media yesterday, he was asked in the mini scrum that he did before the big press conference about the running back position, and he said, well, we've got Woody Marks, and we've got Jawar Jordan, and we've got British Brooks. So basically they got a guy who's a rookie last year and 2 guys who didn't touch the football until late in the season last year.
Yeah.
Is their running back room. Breece Hall is coming off the board. He is going to get, if they don't agree to a long-term deal, he's going to get the franchise tag from the New York Jets, which means that he can sit out. He doesn't have to go to training camp. I don't know if he wants to be a Jet long term. I wouldn't want to be if I were him. I think that's the one position, Seth, where if you're a guy who's going to be one of the top free agents on the market, running back is a position where you try to dig in as much as you can to hit the market so you can maximize your years and your guaranteed money, because that is a position that is undervalued and is a position where it has a very specific odometer where your game is going to start to dip here in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And you got to get while the getting's good. And I don't know that the $13 million or whatever the franchise tag is for the running back position is enough for Breece Hall to say, oh, yeah, I'm back, Jets. Here we go. I guess he's going to not sign it, and he's going to sit out, and he's going to try to force them to move him somewhere that will give him that deal that he's looking for.
I can't remember. Did he comment publicly at the time approaching the trade deadline or anything?
Good question.
About it? I don't recall hearing him kind of pulling an A.J. Brown or anything.
No, I don't
about
either.
Just or even close to just trying to push his way out or anything.
Yep.
That'd be interesting. That'd be this might be an interesting test too about just maybe Aaron Glenn's influence and how if he can coax Breece Hall into actually wanting to be there for the turnaround and all of that. That's something that could be a factor. We just wouldn't know.
Okay, so I just Googled, did Breece Hall agitate for a trade? Here's what Google says. Is Gemini Google's AI a little sidecar there? I think it is.
Is Gemini Google? Yeah, Gemini.
Yeah, so this is Gemini.
Yeah, but when you Google it, it's not as good as Gemini. But yeah.
Based on reports surrounding the trade deadline last season, Breece Hall expressed significant frustration with the New York Jets, and according to insiders like Jordan Schultz of the Sporting News, wanted to be out of New York. While he did not publicly demand a trade, his actions, including a cryptic Instagram post and reports of discontent, suggested a desire for a change. So this would feel, and I'm guessing there's nothing that happened in the second half of the season for the Jets that would suggest like, now I want to be a New York Jet.
Right.
If anything, it got worse.
Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad I asked that question.
Yeah. So this would seem to be. We had a listener ask earlier, do you guys think he signs the tag? I don't know. Based on what I just Googled, I would say no. And I think just based on the behavior of running backs in general and what we just said about the running back market, I would say no.
Yeah, posting a series of photos on Instagram with a hashtag free20 feels like
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes, that's what.
320. His jersey number for those.
Bears
who don't
trade
know.
rumors ignite after running back Breece Hall's cryptic post.
Yeah.
Yes.
I guess so. I guess the question then becomes.
His number's 20 for
Yeah.
the listeners.
Yeah. The question then becomes, if you're the Texans, are you willing to trade a draft pick for the right to pay Breece Hall?
Right. Which last year it seemed like it was about a third-round pick.
Yes.
Might have been the going price. And nobody wanted to pony that up, and the Jets stood firm,
Yeah.
to which most of us said, like, really, Jets? Really? But if their plan, that
was
makes
to
me
use the
feel like,
franchise tag.
look, they traded away two really good players who are making a lot more money than Breece Hall.
Yeah.
But the franchise tag is a lot of money, too. I think that, especially if Breece Hall is putting hashtag free 20 out there during the season, that this is they're willing to use the tag as they attempt to look for a trade.
So would you trade the 69th overall pick in the draft, if you're the Texans, for the right to give Breece Hall, I think the estimate that I saw, he's the top back on the market.
Yeah.
The estimate I saw was like 4 years, 50-some-odd million. So
Yeah,
we're
I'd do
talking
it.
12. You would do that, huh?
Yeah.
You would trade a third-round pick for the right to pay.
I'm free and loose with my third-rounders, Sean.
Yeah,
I know
I
the
can
hit
tell.
rate on third-rounders.
I can tell.
You got about a one-third chance of a third-rounder becoming a bona fide starter. So I'm willing to do that.
Yeah. No, I'm. Again, it's the double whammy that's the thing for me.
Right, right.
Yeah, it's the double whammy. Of the draft pick plus Nick's been pretty good in the third round. He's found some guys in the third round. Like he's had pretty good success drafting there. I would not do it. And yet I would do that thing that if they were to do it, Seth, I would come in the next day very excited to have Breece Hall on my football team. I wouldn't be a Debbie Downer about it. I don't think it's an insane thing to do.
Look, this is where what did Nick say yesterday? Talking about basically alluding to putting a good supporting cast around CJ or putting guys on offense out there. I'm done with patience. It's put up or shut up time.
Yeah.
You gotta this. They haven't had a good rushing attack the entire time CJ Stroud's been here. So. Yeah, I'll give CJ the benefit of the doubt, partly based on the fact that there's nothing that helps out. The two things that help out a young a young quarterback by far the most are a good defense and a good rushing attack.
Yeah.
That makes it easy for young quarterbacks.
Yep.
Russell Wilson had a good rushing attack his rookie year. Tom Brady had a good rushing attack
Yep.
his rookie year. Ben Roethlisberger had a good rushing attack his second year. Like all those guys, or I guess Tom Brady in his second year, all those guys as young quarterbacks, they had good rushing attacks. They had good defenses on the other side. Russell Wilson had one of the best defenses in the league. So CJ's got that. He's got a good defense, but he hasn't had a good rushing attack the entire time.
No, and I would be just as the player goes. I'm not talking about the contract or what you'd have to give up. And again, we're assuming the Jets are going to franchise tag Breece Hall, and I don't know that the Texans have the stomach to trade picks for the right to pay a guy because he's going to want to get paid.
Yeah.
I would be more excited about the player Breece Hall than I was Joe Mixon a few years ago.
Damn it, you make a good point about Nick actually being good in the third round.
Are you looking
annoying.
at the list?
Yeah, it's annoying me because I was even trying to, in my mind, think of the bad third-round picks that Nick has had.
Dude, Nico, Tank.
Okay, yeah, we'll go start in 2021. Nico and Davis.
Yep.
Davis is a third-round pick. If you want a guy that can win games as a backup quarterback, that's a good use of a third-round pick.
That's a successful pick, Davis
Nico
Mills.
Collins obviously was a good pick.
Yeah.
Christian Harris, I think, was a good pick. It's this medical mystery.
Yep.
He's not been the same guy since he had that calf issue.
Correct.
So I would say that was a good pick.
Yep.
Tank Dell, the question about Tank Dell will end up being, all right, if he ends up being injury-prone his entire career and it's because he's small, should you have seen that coming? I would say that's the very concern about Tank Dell that knocked him down into the third round.
Yeah.
But as far as actual performance on the field, yeah, I'll call that a good pick.
Dude, we know what the ceiling looks like with Tank Dell. That's the thing. We've seen
Kalen
it.
Bullock. I'm not leaving any out here, everybody.
Yeah.
This is just Kalen Bullock, third-round pick. And then last year's Jalen Smith, Jalen Noel, we'll see over the next couple of years.
Yeah.
That's given that previously the Texans had been atrocious at third-round picks.
Yeah.
They wasted so many third-round. You're right. I got to change my my currency equivalency there.
Yeah.
My exchange rate on third-round picks.
Yeah.
All right.
Hell, I'd be more inclined to trade a second-rounder because Nick's been better in the third round than the second rounder.
We need to trade every pick for third round. I want nothing
but third
rounders. I
rounders.
want 17 third-round picks in this
Nick
draft.
is nails in the third round of the draft.
Are you even paying attention, Nick?
I would say this. Here was Nick yesterday with the local media on the current Joe Mixon situation?
I mean, we've talked to Joe and his representative, so honestly, it's day to day. So like, we've had conversations, trying to get a little bit more information. I think he had a surgery here this off season in some capacity, so trying to get some follow-up after that. So again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's a moving target, so we'll kind of see what the availability is going to be, what the prognosis is for the season, and then ultimately try to figure out like what makes sense for everybody involved.
Yeah, so that's where they're at with Mixon. Aaron Wilson had reports yesterday that they're going to move on from Joe Mixon, according to sources. They're going to be. Aaron Wilson also said, Seth, the Texans are expected to explore the high-end free agent running back market. Kenneth Walker's name came up yesterday across the Twitter sphere about a guy that the Texans would be interested in, which jives with what we've heard DeMeco Ryans thinks about Kenneth Walker.
Yeah.
So March 11th or March 9th, really, because that's when legal tampering begins, gets really interesting for the Texans. It's just that it's starting to dwindle. And if Seattle all of a sudden decides to franchise tag Kenneth Walker, well, now you're talking about who? Like Rico Dowdle being the number one running back out there? Because we know Javonte Williams is off the market. He's signed.
What about Etienne is still?
Etienne would be another one that would be out there still potentially. That would excite me because that would damage the Jags while improving your team.
The one that 2 years ago I would have been so excited about is Pacheco from the Chiefs, but he's been just kind of banged up and rattled around the last couple of years.
And he's got a running style that lends itself to that too.
Yeah.
He's very physical.
Which is why I like him. He's a swarmy type of runner.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna be the idiot that takes an injury prone running back and gives him a chunk of money.
Chunk of money's the
big
thing.
Now if they did sign him, I would get really excited about it because I love the way he's got that Sonic the Hedgehog style of running. Awesome.
What if it was 1 year, $4 million or something?
Oh yeah,
like
yeah.
Like there's a chance that that's his market. He's a banged up running back.
At some point later in the show, can I
yes,
take you through the dark ages of the third round picks.
From the Rick Smith
stretch.
era?
Earl Mitchell in 2010 was a good third round pick.
Yeah.
And then there was a dark era after that. My God, I'm just looking at it. How many of these guys just flat out stopped playing football because they didn't like football? It was bad.
Oh, yeah.
It was so bad.
We got pro wrestlers in there. We got guys that got cut for smoking something at the hotel. We got all kinds of stuff.
We got guys whose college coach wondered why he's playing outside linebacker. All kinds of stuff.
The answer is yes. We'll do it in the 9 o'clock hour, and I'm writing it down right now on my sheet of paper. Third round recap in the 9 o'clock hour. All right, mock draft injection time. The godfather of the mock draft put one out yesterday. Mel Kiper Jr. I am a big fan of this mock draft for the Texans. A big fan. We will have that for you coming up next. Also a big fan of Prize Picks. And I know football is over. We were talking a couple weeks
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get right to it. It is the daily mock draft injection time. It is draft season. The combine is here. Soon enough, the draft itself will be here in late April. And there's so many mock drafts out there, we can guarantee there's a new one every day, at least. And one of the biggest ones that we look forward to, and I know one of the biggest ones that ESPN likes to put out there because of the clicks, is Mel Kiper Jr., who I think is he, along with the late Joel Bushbaum, probably considered the patriarchs, the godfathers of
people are talking about
coverage.
This stuff. They were just guys doing it like nerds in their moms, not even their mom's basement, because their moms didn't even own a basement.
That's right.
It's like in their mom's sewing room.
Yeah.
And somehow it all blew up.
Files and folders and stacks of paper that probably meant nothing, but it made it look like they were into it, man, and they are into it. So Mel Kiper Jr., ESPN.com, put his latest mock draft out yesterday, so let's get right to it. We lead off, as always, with the 28th overall pick. And with the 28th pick, the Houston Texans select. It's a nice little segue from what we were just talking about, Seth, the running back position. Jadarian Price, running back, Notre Dame.
You're so happy.
I'm happy about this. Now, Jeremiah Love is my dream scenario that he would fall far enough to get to a spot where the Texans could trade up for him, because there's a -% chance he gets to 28. He's going, for what it's worth, he's going 9th to the Chiefs in this particular draft. We'll get to that in a second. Here's what Kiper says about Price. Per ESPN research, this would be the 4th time 2 running backs from the same school went in the first round. The last time it happened was in 2008. Darren McFadden and Felix Jones went in the first round. Just because Price was second on the depth chart at Notre Dame doesn't mean he can't be an RB1 in the NFL. He's a powerful runner who plays a one-cut-and-go brand of football. There are ball security concerns. He lost 4 fumbles over 3 years. That doesn't sound like that many, but okay. And we haven't seen a ton from him as a pass catcher. That is true. But he is dynamic. He ran for 11 touchdowns, caught 2 TD passes. This is a big one, too.
Yeah.
He returned 2 kicks for touchdowns last year. He returned another one against USC the year before. He's really good in the return game, and I don't know what their plans are for Jalen Noel in the kickoff return game.
Well, in the NFL, in the kickoff return, it is a lot more of a running back driven affair now.
Yeah, it's almost like there's a line of scrimmage.
It's like a run play. Yeah. So that is intriguing.
Yep.
So then you'd have 2 young guys that might be good as returners. I guess for me at this point right now, this still feels like too high for. It is a too high a spot to be drafting Jadarian Price. I think most places he's going in the second round, right?
Yeah.
He's not in the first round a whole bunch.
John Harris is the only mock draft I've seen that had him in the first round, and that was with the last pick of the first round.
Yeah. I guess if Woody Marks didn't exist, I'd also be a little bit more concerned that Price doesn't really impress you all that much as a receiver. But I would love there to be a dynamic this year where they can use Woody Marks as a receiver more than they did this year.
Yeah, and Price frees you up to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a little bit of it's not as scintillating a running back prospect to be taken with their first round pick if the Texans do indeed draft in the first round.
I'll be totally transparent here. My excitement over this has a lot to do with Notre Dame.
Right, yeah, and and he's going to be running behind. It's the cruel twist of fate here, Sean, is that you would like him because he's from Notre Dame, but it also means that it's at a spot in the draft where there's a real good chance there's still going to be some very good offensive line prospects there. So by drafting him, you miss out on one of those O-line prospects that potentially the Texans are interested in.
I guess the question would be, because that's fair, and in this particular mock draft, there's a bunch of O-linemen that go right before the Texans are picking at 28, and we don't know who they like and who they don't like for sure yet. I guess the question would be, if you went into the draft thinking that, okay, with 28 and 38, because they have the 38th pick as well, we'd love to come away with an O-lineman and a running back with those 2 picks. And I guess the question would be, depending on how the board unfolds and how they're rating these guys, do they feel like there's a better chance that Jadarian Price or one of those offensive linemen they like would be there at 38? So then you use 28 on Price, knowing that, well, there's like 5 guys, because you talk about that all the time. Like the Texans trade into windows sometimes.
Yeah, they don't try to in the whole debate about drafting for need or drafting best player available, it feels like the Texans try to have their cake and eat it too.
Right.
They'll move into if they want to draft an offensive lineman, they're not going to draft a guy at 28 just because they want to draft an offensive lineman. They'll be like, all right, well, there's a few guys that we think are worth a 34th or 35th overall, so we're going to move down.
Right. So if they've got Love number 1 with a bullet on their board, which I can almost guarantee they do at a running back, and then they've got Price, and then there's a big drop-off after Price, which there may very well be, then I could see them going 28 with Price and go, look, there's 5 linemen we like. Either one of them's going to be there at 38, or we can duke someone a 6th-round pick and move up to 34 or something like that.
Yeah.
That would be the only thing I would say that, because I agree with you, maybe drafting him 28th is higher than he would be on a big board, but some of it just comes down to, as the draft unfolds, what's the scarcity at that position. So we'll see. I like it because it's a Notre Dame guy. Now, here is Daniel Jeremiah on Jeremiah Love. If you've got any designs on the Texans being able to somehow move up and get him, the best running back, maybe the best player in this draft, Daniel Jeremiah pours cold water on that.
Dude, he's so fun to watch. Like my favorite thing about Jeremiah Love is, we use terms in scouting, like you're elusive, you've got make, miss, and space. And for most players, when you're going to make somebody miss, you have to gather. You have to kind of come to balance. You'll stop. Think about if you're watching a basketball game, you kind of come to balance, and then you might cross somebody over. He makes guys miss on the dead run. Like, he does not break down. You'll see him in the pit game. He's running full speed, and you'll see him spin in the open field, and it's like he was just like running a 40 and just kind of mixes in a spin, makes you miss, and he's gone. And you've got the ability to run all the routes out of the backfield. You can line him up in the formation, let him run wide receiver routes. You'll see one-handed catches. Like, he's a really dynamic athlete. So he would be in that playmaker category where you're talking about running backs going up there in the top 10. You like to say he's more than just a runner. Some of the, think about the McCaffreys and the Bijans and all the different things, Saquon. These guys that can do all these different things. He's a different build, maybe a little more narrow, maybe looks so physically a little different, but someone that can impact the game big time, both as a runner and a receiver.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean, I'm going to make you feel better about this.
Okay.
This is what might happen. This is what might happen with Jeremiah Love. He's too athletic for his own good. He's one of these running backs that's so explosive and can change direction so quickly that the joints can't handle it.
Oh, okay.
Like Fred Taylor, I felt like was like that until he really learned how to take care of himself. Really, well, with Fred, it was more that when he got to split time with Maurice Jones-Drew, he was able to stay healthy. Yes, he's too good to be trusted to have on your football team. That's the problem with Jeremiah Love.
Okay.
He's too incredibly athletic, explosive, and awesome. You don't want guys like that, okay?
He did have some knee issues.
He's going to be a walking injury basket.
Yeah, he did have some knee issues. Now that you mention
Christian
it.
McCaffrey?
Yeah.
Now
that you mention it.
You really want somebody who moves so much more athletically and explosively and powerfully
know that I do.
than other football players?
Now that you mention it, I'm not sure that I do. Oh,
dodgy, boot-wearing, boring running backs. That's what we want here.
That's what we want. Like this texter who says, I don't think the tush push is boring at all. There's a texter who said that. That texter would like the running back you're describing.
Yeah.
Non-twitchy, bull in a china shop.
I don't think that, honestly, I would be curious about that texter. I'm not even being argumentative here. I'm wondering, like, how much Eagles football he's actually watched.
Yeah.
Because I've watched a good chunk of Eagles games, and there's times where it just I get annoyed. I just get annoyed at it's almost like the steady procession down the field of tush pushes, and it becomes boring almost in its effectiveness as well. And I know that you might think that that's a stupid reason to ban a play. Okay, great. That's subjective. If I were on the rules committee, I would say, you know what? That bores me.
Yeah.
Be gone with you.
Follow up from that texter. Vanilla milkshakes and missionary. That's my thing. That's not true.
You guys are acting like saltines are some trash cracker when everybody knows nothing's more exciting than a saltine cracker. Low sodium, preferably.
Let's reset. Let's reset. Yeah, let's make.
Yeah, that guy's over. He's scraping the salt off his saltine cracker.
As if it's making a saltine
as he
boring.
dips it in watered down tomato soup.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, generic tomato soup.
Watered down green tomato soup.
That's it. That's it. All right, let's reset here. The big story of the day was Nick Caserio at the Combine yesterday talking about C.J. Stroud. Took a kind of a nice little, I'd say, good-natured swipe at the media, but also made it clear C.J. Stroud is the Texans' quarterback this season. Let's dig into that element of it coming up next.
This season in car buying and leasing, you should go to Easy Honda because right now,
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the big quote that got a lot of attention yesterday from Nick Caserio was trading C.J. Stroud would be moronic. Here's the audio with a preface that it's not great audio quality. Nick was doing a media scrum with a handful of Houston media members before he did his big national podium. So the moronic part gets expressed at the very, very beginning of this cut. Take a listen.
It's moronic. Like, we're not trading the guy. He's a rookie. So he's going to be playing quarterback for the Houston Texans in 2026. So anything beyond that, I mean, again, like, that's your world. You guys can speculate on that, but we're not trading C.J. Stroud.
Okay, so that's a short cut, but the moronic part, I think, gets a lot of attention just because it's fun. And it's calling media members morons.
But it's also, I think, where we're all reading too much into everything every GM and coach says at this thing. That's a given.
Yeah.
I do think that it's one thing when a GM just gives the GM speak about how, well, we're evaluating everything, or no, he's our quarterback, we're not trading him. To call it moronic, that's pretty emphatic, and it's not like Nick goes necessarily that route in trying to get people off the trail or anything, or to drive a price high. That part of it feels emphatic enough. Well, at the same time, pointing out that, okay, he's our quarterback for 2026.
Yeah. That's where I was going with it.
Yeah.
That's where I was going to say was that the moronic part, I think, grabs attention because it's a word a GM doesn't use very often. The 2026 part is the much more salient part of this whole thing, which is, okay, how do you really feel about C.J. Stroud big picture?
Yeah.
Because that's quite honestly, even with the bad playoff performance, it's an easy decision to make C.J. Stroud your starting quarterback in 2026. That's not a hard decision to make. The hard decision to make is to make him your starting quarterback in 2029 and 2030. And I think that's where, to me, that quote opens up that question is, okay, but where really are you with C.J. Stroud?
Right, and that's where, I don't know, at some point, I guess, who makes the call? Is it Mulligetta at some point calling the Texans and saying, hey, seriously, guys, what are we thinking about this?
Who calls
do you
first?
think? Yeah, I feel like they're in a situation where Mulligetta calls first. And that's an unfair way to put it, because usually how these things happen is the Texans are going to talk to Mulligetta they're going to talk to Mulligetta at some point this week about one of Mulligetta's draft prospect clients or something.
Sure.
And it comes up in conversation organically, or you try to make it look organic. So, but if it were a situation where somebody had to make a call, who do you think makes the call?
Well, if you're asking, basically, it's like asking who's more motivated to do it. And I think CJ's side is that's where the motivation lies right now. I don't know if the Texans are hyper motivated to fork over $220 million to CJ Stroud right now.
You know what? No, I think most teams in most situations like this would prefer. They would love it if the quarterback just, wanted to wait until you'd franchise tag them in his 6th year or something, that you could kick the can down the road until you feel really good about it. I think with quarterbacks, it's pretty obvious over the course of the history of the NFL, it's really hard to know what you have in a quarterback in year 3.
Yeah.
It's really hard sometimes to know what you have a quarterback in year 5.
No doubt.
And I think that's where they are right now. They probably feel like we're right at that point where we've seen CJ do some really good things as a young quarterback. We've seen him struggle as a young quarterback.
Yeah.
And we don't know exactly who he is or necessarily what his realistic ceiling is yet. And yet there's this precedent now where all these guys, or so many of these guys, are getting deals after their 3rd year.
That's a great way to frame it. Like teams don't even know, some of teams don't even know what they have in year 5. I'll just use an example of a quarterback who got paid after 3 years that weren't as good as CJ's first 3 years, but got paid premium market prices in both guaranteed money and average annual value, and he's in the division, and it's Trevor Lawrence. And I know Trevor Lawrence had a dynamite second half of the season this past year. I know he finished 5th in the MVP voting. Do you think deep down that Liam Cohen and James Gladstone feel confident that Trevor Lawrence in year 6 is going to look like the Trevor Lawrence of the last 8 games of 2025?
I think they feel that appropriate amount of delusional optimism, where you're like, yep, believe the best in this, want to see it happen, but they also know the rational side of their brains are that you just never know. If you're in the league for any amount of time, you just really don't know until you actually see it.
You're that guy. He's so up and down.
Yeah, they're optimistic about it, I think. But, yeah, I could guarantee you that Liam Cohen still thinks that Trevor Lawrence has a lot of work to do.
Absolutely.
He's certainly not a finished product in where he wants him to be. Yeah. But he's probably optimistic about it. But if you could get him completely honest after 6 or 7 beers or something, I don't think he's going to claim he knows as a fact that he's going to be the guy.
Yep.
I would say even, I would go to, like Pat Mahomes after his third year, he still wasn't. You didn't know exactly what he was going to be as a quarterback. He still had to go through that first year that he didn't have Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
To where he kind of had to change as a quarterback and learn how to be more conservative at times, and you can't always be pushing the ball down the field deep and all that.
Yeah.
So, you knew he was a really, really good quarterback, but he still wasn't a fully developed quarterback.
No, he wasn't fully developed, but when you're winning MVPs and Super Bowl MVPs, people will be like, all right, you are.
I'm not trying to make a direct comparison to CJ's situation whatsoever.
Right.
But I think it's just an example that even Pat Mahomes,
quarterback is a complicated position.
He wasn't a fully developed NFL quarterback after his third season.
That's fair.
There were still some steps he had to take.
Who are the morons that Nick is calling out? I've got 3.
Good.
Yeah. So Nick is saying that C.J. Stroud trade speculation is moronic. Here is we'll determine. Are these 3 people?
To be clear, I think he's saying that the thought that he would trade C.J. Stroud is moronic.
Okay.
I think that's important. That's important if we're going to judge who the actual morons are.
Okay. Well, let's
checking
judge
ourselves here.
Is Albert Breer a moron?
I think some of these teams out here are going to quietly take big swings at quarterback and call teams you wouldn't think that you'd be able to call. And I think that's going to be a big piece. Now, we're going to have like the reclamation.
Would you take a swing at Joe Burrow?
I would call. And that's sort of what I'm getting at, Like, I think teams are going to call Cincinnati on Joe Burrow. I think teams are going to call Houston on C.J. Stroud. Now, please don't aggregate this and say anyone is shopping anyone, because that's not what this is.
Good luck with that.
That's not what this is. But when you look at the makeup of where we are, right, and look, Fernando Mendoza, fit him in silver and black right now. He's going to be a Las Vegas Raider. There's a massive drop-off. There's not another quarterback that people are excited about in this year's class.
Yeah.
Albert Breer, that was from the Dan Patrick Show.
Yeah.
Is that moronic?
I would say he's not a moron.
Okay.
He very specifically painted this as, hey, teams are going to make big, unrealistic swings. They're going to make calls, and that he's not. He specifically said that doesn't mean that C.J. Stroud is on the on the board, and the Texans are interested in moving on from him.
The most moronic thing Albert Breer did in that 50 seconds of audio or whatever it was ask people to not aggregate it.
Yeah, please don't aggregate this.
Yeah, like how
please don't act like please don't act like vulture human beings that aggregators are, and do what you do.
You just increase your chances.
Shirley Dove Kleeman, if you're listening, I trust that you'll treat this with the utmost
ML
respect and nuance that it requires.
We know that ML football is going to frame this perfectly.
Dove Kleeman or ML football is your ambassador,
right?
It's like your ambassador to Iran.
Oh, my God. Yes, that's exactly right.
I've got a very sensitive message that I need you to deliver to leadership. Dove Kleeman to the Iranian.
Oh, my God. All right, so we're evaluating, are these statements about C.J. Stroud trade talk the moronic conjecture that Nick Caserio is referring to? Is Todd McShay a moron?
C.J. Stroud's a name. Does he need a new scenery? Joe Burrow's a long shot. No one thinks it's going to happen, but I'm just getting out ahead of, you're going to hear some information, whether it's at the forefront, like on the ticker, or some whispers and rumors that, someone allegedly threw a lot of money and a lot of picks and a lot of compensation offers in a package to try to get Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati. So be prepared for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he makes a little Burrow talk in there, too.
This veers a little bit more towards idiocy or more moronicness.
Moronicity? Do I
couple
sound like
of
a
really
moron?
smart guys
Yeah.
trying to figure out the word moron.
Well, how do you turn a noun like moron into more of a movement? You know, like moronicity. Hey, Chat GPT. Chat GTP. How do you make a moron sound like a part of like a big group of morons?
So he veers a little bit more towards moron, only because the change of scenery part I found interesting. Because if you interpret that as, hey, maybe the Texans think what C.J. Stroud needs is a change of scenery, that would be moronic.
Yes.
If Nick Caserio were to say, you know what, I don't know if we've provided him what he needs, so what we should do is go and see if he can flourish elsewhere. Instead of actually trying to provide him actually what he needs, we need to just, let's give him a chance to go and spread his wings somewhere else.
And then someone's getting at Nick and explaining to him, Nick, it's not an exchange student program. He's not coming back.
Yeah.
He's not. You're not
It's like
sending
you're
him off
to a 6-week dog training
right.
program.
You're not sending him off to McVeigh school and then bringing him back. Like he's not going. He's not studying abroad for a year.
So I would say no. This doesn't classify as morons. Now the people who aggregated that clip and who gave headlines, there were a lot of headlines based on those two clips we just played, where they're very much talking about teams potentially calling the Texans. Yeah. That got aggregated into stories about how the Texans might be interested in trading C.J. Stroud. Yeah.
All right, so we're trying to evaluate this audio and see.
Also, I want to just take this moment to acknowledge where we've come as a franchise. That 2 or 3 years ago, it would have been, this is the organization that traded DeAndre Hopkins for a bag of peanuts.
Yep.
This is the team that had the whole Deshaun Watson situation. Who would have ever predicted that? Now, that's not – the Texans weren't morons for trading him, but it was something you never could have predicted.
Yeah. I
feel like I haven't seen that enter. I haven't seen anybody say, well, of course the Texans, they're idiots. They're going to trade him. So they've come a long way.
Yeah. I think D'Amico arriving almost drove that odor out of the building, you know, and that's not – and that doesn't mean that Nick was doing dumb things for 2 years as the GM. He just happened to be the GM for a team where Jack Easterby's still in the building.
Yeah.
And you're forced to still make – you're not a place anybody – it was not a destination location for anybody. So you couldn't sign anybody good, all that stuff.
They've gone the Virginia Slims route. They've come a long way.
Yeah.
That's good. The Virginia Slimification of the Houston Texans.
Now that works. Moronicity, I'm not quite sure.
Kids, there was a time in America where cigarette ads were like at the vanguard of creativity.
Oh, yeah.
In both print and I think television, right? You could advertise it on TV.
Good question. I don't remember.
I think you could. Well, way back, they used to have doctors in white coats telling you about the health benefits of cigarettes.
These are the healthiest cigarettes right here.
Yes.
Well, we know you could do smokeless tobacco because Earl Campbell had those Skoal commercials, which were amazing.
I don't even remember.
Oh,
yeah,
dude.
You're right.
Iconic.
Yeah.
He's on a beach walking with a really hot-looking chick, and he kind of turns around to the camera, and he's like, Skoal, brother. I'm like, you're the coolest guy ever.
Oh, my testosterone levels just spiked.
I know.
Those big thighs of his.
Yeah.
In
dude. He had on, like, tight swim trunks and a no shirt, and the thighs the size of a ham hock.
That is a man.
That's right. Skoal, brother. All right, last one. Ryan Fitzpatrick. Is this
Texans legend
Ryan Fitzpatrick? Is he a moron?
If you're C.J. Stroud's agent, you're going in there and saying, look, all the other big-time quarterbacks, they got paid after their third year, and we want $60 million a year. I just think that the people in that building that are around him every day, C.J. Stroud, they're the ones that are going to have to make a decision on this guy. Is this guy we want leading our building? Who knows what C.J. Stroud does? I mean, if they don't give him the contract, is he going to sit and wait and say, guys, I'm not showing up until you pay me? Because that's probably the advice that his agent is going to give him. And so you look at their year overall, Davis Mills steps in, does a great job, placeholder for CJ when he was out with a concussion for those weeks. Did it feel like it was a huge drop-off when Davis Mills was in?
No.
I just think that this is one to keep an eye on because I think it could get ugly this offseason. But if you have hesitations about CJ being the face of your franchise, this is me not knowing anything. I think there's a chance maybe you trade him this offseason.
I think that one, that's the closest one to moron. Harvard-trained quarterback.
Yeah. Irony, thy name is Fitzy. Yeah.
Now, part of it, too, is that Fitz had at least a couple of these where he kept pushing. He wasn't just pushing CJ's. This is the problem with it, this is why it approaches moronicity. It's that he's painting Davis Mills as obviously just as good. Hey, you've got Davis Mills in the building. Why would you cling on to CJ Stroud?
Right.
That's the part that I think
getting aggressive. He's making the Texans the aggressor in the trade talks here.
Yeah.
He's making the Texans sound like they should be shopping CJ Stroud.
Yeah. I think Nick Caserio just called Harvard-trained quarterback Ryan Fitzpatrick a moron.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think he did. He just called a Harvard graduate quarterback a moron.
Mm-hmm.
You, sir,
perfect
are
score on the Wonderlic or something.
Moron. That's right, didn't he?
Real high.
Yeah, real high. Ironically, Ryan Fitzpatrick, the moron that Nick Caserio is referring. He's the moron that we needed.
Look,
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I can paint you to any number of U.S. presidents who are Harvard grads and tell you, morons do come out of Harvard,
They do.
Or any financial crisis you want to look at. How many Harvardites were at the root of all of those?
That's right. God, I hope my daughter's listening right now.
No, I'm not saying she's one of them.
No, I know. Just hearing her school get, those graduates dragged through the mud. She might enjoy it, actually.
Idiots abound.
No. She herself calls herself a meathead. So she was an athlete there, She did good, but she was an athlete there.
It's one thing I've learned about any organization anywhere in the world at any point in history is that all of them, as long as there's a sizable amount of people in it, there's a bunch of idiots and a bunch of geniuses.
Yes.
Whether you're talking about a community college or Harvard,
any of them.
There's geniuses and idiots at the community colleges. There's like more geniuses at Harvard, but also a healthy amount of idiots.
1,000%. All right. The annoying topics that people are conflating when it comes to the Rockets, and it has to do with Kevin Durant. These two things are not connected to each other, and I think people are connecting them way too much. We'll have that for you coming up next. I'll tell you where I'm connected to, the Men's Tea Clinic. 6 years now.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, next segment, there's something new to Houston that I'm curious, are people going to take advantage of it?
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get to that at 8:43 or 8:45.
We'll get to it whenever the hell we feel like
That's
it.
true. Yeah, it's our show, damn it. Our name's on the marquee. There's a lot of this going on right now, Seth, with the Rockets kind of teetering a little bit in the eyes of Rocket fans. And look, I know they're still in line to have a home playoff series to open the playoffs, and they've got Kevin Durant on the team. They pretty much beat bad teams into oblivion for the most part, and when they play good teams, they actually play pretty good basketball for big chunks of the game and then are prone to giving up leads in the fourth quarter, and they need a point guard, all that stuff. There's a lot of people asking, was the Durant trade worth it? And then they're using the second question I see a lot of as a reason to justify or not justify the Durant trade, which is, are the Rockets actually a better team than they were a year ago? In other words, the people who are saying, no, I don't like the Durant trade, are people who are going, well, look, the Rockets are probably not as good a basketball team right now as they were this time of year. I mean, the record's about the same.
Right.
But they're just not playing as consistent a style of basketball as they kind of found their way to last year. I mean, they ended up the 2 seed in the West last year. They were objectively a good regular season team last year, and it just feels like the lack of a point guard this year and the lack of a killer instinct on defense and all those things have the Rockets fans out there feeling maybe a little bit sour about the team, but not to the extent where I'm going to say I wouldn't have made the Kevin Durant trade. Like, the Kevin Durant trade has been objectively and subjectively a very good trade for this. He's an MVP candidate right now.
Right. I think that making the Kevin Durant trade is only bad at this moment if somehow you could go back in time and say, hey, by the way, Fred VanVleet's totally going to tear his ACL.
That's right.
Right before the season begins. Because I think sometimes maybe it's people would feel like it's an oversimplification to frame it that way, to talk about the absence of Fred VanVleet. But if you're talking about, would this team be a better team than it was last year, which had a team that had Fred VanVleet on it, would they be a better team than last year's team if Fred VanVleet was on it right now? I think yes, 100%. You would be getting a better version of Amen Thompson. You'd be getting a better version of Şengün. You'd be getting a better version of pretty much all of your younger core, and you'd also be getting a better version of Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
And Kevin Durant's been just fine, obviously, but you'd be getting a better version of all those guys because this is why point guards matter.
Yep.
It's a big deal. Even if he's not a top 10 point guard, the complete absence of a viable point guard, you're getting the worst version of all those players. So the trade was made when Fred VanVleet was going to be the point guard.
Yeah.
And so no, I can't say it was a bad trade.
No, I can't either. Because the VanVleet injury is too big a variable. Let's pretend VanVleet gets injured either way, whether Durant's here or not. And so what you're telling me is that this team without Fred VanVleet, that Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, and whoever they would have taken with the 10th pick makes this a better basketball team than having Kevin Durant on this team? And the answer to me just is flat out no. And however you feel about what this team looks like this year compared to last year, to me that doesn't factor into the answer to the question, would I do the Durant trade, or was the Durant trade a good trade? Yeah, it was a good trade. I mean, if you don't have Kevin Durant on this team and you've got no Fred VanVleet and no Steven Adams and you're running out there with Dylan Brooks, who, by the way, just broke his hand. He's out for like a month for the Suns. But with Jalen Green out there, like Jalen Green's your go-to bucket guy, that ain't working.
And it does. The worst trade they made was the no trade at the trade deadline.
Right.
That ultimately becomes, whatever they felt about Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd's development, it's that they either expected those guys to make huge leaps in their ability to play point guard in the second half of the season, or they genuinely punted on a season in which they had traded for Kevin Durant.
Yes.
That's the part that's tough.
Yep.
It's that really the criticism all needs to be about how have they managed the team since Fred VanVleet got injured, and are they delusional about Reed Shepherd? Are they delusional about Amen Thompson? Is Rafael Stone on a different page than Ime Udoka when it comes to the usage of those point guards or how they're using them and all of that. This becomes a lot more about roster building after the Van Vliet injury, and then also Ime Udoka's perhaps inadequacies as an offensive-minded coach.
Yeah, or at some point you have to mix Aaron Holiday in because he's an actual point guard instead of having him be a coach's decision DMP every night. I don't know. Now, your folks over at Underdog, Seth, had an interesting post yesterday, and it's funny because it's a picture of Jabari Smith, just out there on the court with just standing out there on the court, and a picture of Kevin Durant during the introductions at the All-Star game where he's looking directly into the camera with this look on his face like, because the caption is Jabari Smith's per-game averages since the Durant burner DMs leaked.
Oh, yeah.
Jabari Smith has turned into an all-star, basically, since the burner account of Kevin, alleged burner account, leaked the messages, including some insults or criticism of Jabari Smith. 22.3 points per game, 6.7 rebounds, and he's shooting 68.4. That must be his true field goal percentage, and then he's shooting over 50% from three-point range since then.
Yeah.
He's been unbelievable from distance.
Embarrassment is a hell of a motivator.
Yeah.
Fear, greed, embarrassment.
Those are the big
fear and greed are probably right up there near the top.
Yeah.
Embarrassment and trying to come back from embarrassment, that is a very powerful motivator.
Big time.
Or even if it's not embarrassment, if it's just grudgery.
Yeah.
If he's just got a grudge and he's got a chip on his shoulder and he wants to prove it again to Durant that he shouldn't have said that about him. Like, okay, cool.
Yep. Whatever.
Maybe that's what it is. Very small sample size.
Whatever it is. Yeah, we'll hold our breath, but whatever works. The other thing, Rocket-wise, that I saw yesterday, Tari Eason is catching some from people on the play. We'll have the play-by-play for it right here. But if you watch the game against Utah the other night, this was in the first half while the game was still close. And Tari Eason is running down on the wing. Josh Okogie, I believe, just stole the ball. And they're coming down on a two-on-2 that became a 2-on-1 because Tari Eason bumped Vince Williams Jr. to the floor. And in the process, Vince Williams Jr. suffered a nasty, nasty knee injury.
There you go. Okogie with the steal. Okogie with the drive. Goes back to Tari Eason, and he dumps it in.
That's the energy that Josh Okogie brings, man. He's one of the best defenders I've seen at getting beat and catching up.
We got a Jazz player down and hurt right in front of their own bench, and it looks like it's Vince Williams Jr. After the Okogie steal, a little bit of a chuck there by Tari Eason, then he kind of stepped on his foot, planted, and his leg buckled. That did not look good.
Prayers for Vince Williams, man.
Dude, it was nasty. There's one particular angle of it where it's just it's hard to watch.
Yeah.
Your guy, Dr. Chow, there's two people that chimed in on Twitter about this that I think are worth reading here. The first one is Dr. Chow, at Pro Football Doc, 6score.com, former team doctor for the Chargers, who looks at some of these videos and then gives his sort of video diagnosis of it. He says horrible hyperextension, knee subluxation, dislocation, multiple ligament tear with ACL plus, surgery, and season over, next season impacted. It's about as bad as it gets. So this was a nasty injury that a lot of the basketball community, Seth, is looking at Tari Eason as, man, this was a dirty play. Like he pushed, for no reason. You can watch from the angle from behind the basket where the players are oncoming.
Yeah.
You can see Tari Eason veers and goes out of his way to make contact with Vince Williams.
But it's not like it was the dirtiest play that ever was or anything. Whatever Jocelyn they've been doing earlier in the game where he felt like he had to take a little bit of shot at him. He didn't blindside him.
Well, the end result is driving the dirty evaluation of the knee injury is what's
right. The end result is what's making people say that it's dirty. Yeah. I don't know. It's like if every now and then, like maybe you just want to playfully throw a Tide Pod at your co-host, and it accidentally hits him in the eye. Is it really that great of a crime just because the Tide Pod hit your co-host in the eye?
I'm Vince Williams, everybody, in this analogy.
I would argue that most people would say no. It was just a bit of tomfoolery gone awry.
That is what most people said afterwards.
Now, if you had lost your eye.
Right. Then it's
what are people
dirty.
saying about it then?
They're saying you're a horrible person. That was dirty pool. You were aiming for his eye, which is
yeah, I know.
There's a 0 chance that was the case.
There's a 0 chance that because you know how it was a 0% chance of that happening. It's because if I were aiming for the eye, there's no way in hell I would have hit your eye.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly. That was my favorite part of you apologizing to me. He's like, Sean, I totally didn't mean to hit your eye. I'm like, I know that.
Yeah, so bad.
Yeah,
I did. I really wanted to, but it was a moment of passion.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I totally aimed at your eye.
Here's the other tweeter, poster on social media, and that would be, if it involves Tari Eason, who it's going to be, Seth. The momster.
Yeah.
The momster, Tari Eason's mom, Taroya Eason, retweeted the video of the injury and said, Vince Williams, to you and your family, I'm so sorry. To some of you Twitter bans, and I don't know what that stands for. Help me out on that. Woke up this morning with...
Oh, I know what it means.
Okay. Yeah.
It's 2 words that I should not definitely be saying. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
On the radio. Well, one I said earlier, the B word.
Yep.
I said that earlier. I shouldn't be saying
the other one you and I are not
And that other
allowed to
one
say.
that we definitely should
you
never
and I
say
cannot
ever.
say it, yeah.
Yeah.
Woke up this morning with BA intentions. Tweeting BA bleep. We don't do BA bleep. We do real bleep. If you've watched my son's past injuries, I like how she capitalizes the M and the S in my son's. Also, almost like you do with God.
Yeah.
I mean, she made her son a proper noun. You would know how many men run into him at full speed. That wasn't a dirty play. That was basketball. How can you shove someone in the shoulder and tear their ACL? That was rhetorical unless you're a doctor. Dirty plays are premeditated, sought after, even in split seconds. Highlight reels are for gamblers. Start watching basketball. Ooh, I feel like that's a shot at me right there.
The biggest thing about this was, I would say, there's two I don't like it when people combine 2 tweets into one.
Mm-hmm.
That you say you're sorry to Vince, yet at the same time you start trashing and tearing down a bunch of other people.
Right.
It makes it hard for it makes it hard for the person you're being nice to respond in a way where you're not also kind of maybe just selling out people who are defending you or whatever.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. Boy, You bands out there got under the momster's skin, man. I'm telling you that right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. There is something starting up here in Houston, brand new. We've seen it in other cities. Are you going to use this? And are there things that you now use or things you do that you never would have thought 5, 10, 20 years ago that you would be doing? Text those in to the Base Power text line. 713-572-4610. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, Trajan Wealth. This is who you need to call. If you
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. All right, I'm looking at an article, Seth. You sent this to me yesterday, I believe. The headline is Houston ready? Waymo officially launches driverless ride service in Houston. So it is here. I downloaded the Waymo app yesterday. I think I'm going to take a Waymo at some point in the next few days.
Where is it in Houston that you can ride, where you can actually take a ride?
I have none of the details yet. I mean, are the details here's what the article says.
I sent you the article.
Well,
I didn't read it.
Yeah.
I used it it gave me an idea for something else, but yeah.
Yeah, no, here's what it says. Waymo officially launched services in 4 new markets, including Houston, bringing the fully autonomous ride-hailing vehicles to the Bayou City streets. The other cities are Dallas, San Antonio, and Orlando. Mm-hmm. So if you download the Waymo app, before the vehicle even begins to drive, you notice something different, the hum of the sensors, the subtle movements. Have you ever been in a Waymo before, Seth?
I have not.
Okay.
I meant to when I was in San Francisco.
Same.
And I was going to take one to the airport, but I could have taken it to the rental car facility.
Okay.
Problem is I didn't have a rental car. So I didn't know. It was like, okay, is it going to look weird me getting out of a Waymo and then jumping on the rental car bus?
No,
and getting
I don't think it would have at all. I think if your whole thing was you wanted to if someone looked at you getting out of a Waymo and getting onto their rental car bus and they asked, what are you doing? I would have said, I've never taken a Waymo before.
I was on too tight a timeline to take that chance. But I say all that to say this. I had zero qualms about doing it. I know that it's safer than riding with any other human driver. So, yeah, I'd be totally cool with it. I would 100% be fine with it, and I will take it. Oh, yeah, the area in Houston, it's a good, I would say about 50% of the inner loop
coverage.
The 610 loop is going to be covered, yeah.
Okay. And I live inside the 610 loop. I'll have to take a look at it. Figgy just texted us. He's listening. The guys, I forgot about that. The guys on In the Loop took a Waymo.
Oh. Wait, and I apologize. I was looking at 59 instead of 610. So it's basically from where our studio is on Wesleyan.
Yep.
In 59 there. So from 59 up towards 610.
Okay.
So the Heights and all that area, I think, might be in it.
I live in that. I could take a Waymo home today if I wanted to. It sounds like
possibly. I don't know.
Yeah, I could. Well, and if it turns out I can't, then I've got my truck here. It's okay. The vehicle is equipped with 29 cameras, multiple radars, LiDAR, and other sensors. The technology, Waymo says, allows the car to see Houston in real time. Requesting a ride, no one's in the driver's seat, so all that stuff. A voice greets the passengers, and with one tap on the screen, Seth, the ride begins. So that's kind of how it works. The article talks about safety concerns. Like when I texted Amy, I said, Amy, we should take a Waymo on Saturday for our anniversary. It's our anniversary on Saturday. And she texted back, no. And I said, good dad joke, Amy. Nice job.
Okay, so no, I don't know if it goes to our studio or not. This map isn't that detailed. Upper Kirby, where you live, is included.
Yep.
Montrose, Midtown, downtown, up through Rice Military, and then up into the Houston Heights.
It looks like our studios might be on the very border of where
you could totally walk to that. It looks like maybe the Lakewood might be the corner.
Yep.
So yeah, you could totally get into the zone and then take one home.
Oh yeah, I mean, and this is the part. Like this is a part of Houston. Like it's down. Like this is part of Houston we hang out in. So I could definitely. You know what? That's my commitment for this weekend. I'm gonna take a Waymo and do a Payne and Pendergast Yelp review.
If you had asked me 10 years ago, if I would do it, I don't think I would.
I don't think I would have done it a year ago. I'm just so much more confident in like all this technology that we've got these days.
I remember thinking about self-driving cars one day, and it would have been. I remember it was when I lived in League City. It must have been like 2018, and I remember thinking about it because I was using GPS. I used to use, when I lived in League City, I'd use GPS every day to try to avoid traffic. And at one point when my GPS told me to exit into a concrete barrier, I'm like, nope. I don't trust self-driving cars. I do not. If this is what's gonna, obviously it's way more advanced than that. And the thing that's paved the way for this also is, we started thinking about things that 20 or 30 years ago you never thought you would do, like the concept of an Uber. You're getting into a car. If you think about getting into a car with somebody who's not a taxi driver or anything, and is just somebody that's signed on to offer to give people rides for money, at the time felt a little bit weird.
Yeah.
And it feels weird to even say that it felt a little bit weird.
Yeah.
But now it's become very, very common.
It's become almost essential for a lot of people.
Yeah, and then I think that with me, any of my vehicles with all the safety features for lane guidance and collision avoidance and everything, I realize how much better the computer is at driving than I am.
Yep.
Because it's gotten me out of a couple of potential pickles at times. And I totally. And the stats on the Waymo safety and everything are immaculate.
Yes.
It's way safer than riding in a car with a random person.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, there's because the random person, the car doesn't have any emotions or ill will towards you, presumably.
Yeah.
Unless it's got AI that I can annoy somehow in there.
The car also isn't on a conversation with his bookie about what action he wants tonight and everything. Yeah.
That's my kind of driver, actually. Yeah. What else? What else is on the list? Things that we do now that are just second nature.
Or things that
Never
30 years ago you would have thought like no way in hell.
Yeah.
For one, honestly, in most major cities now, walking around at 10 a.m. on a weekday and smelling pot smoke. The fragrance of marijuana on the streets of like so many major cities, and it not being that big of a deal.
No,
that used to be something that was reserved for music festivals, college dorms, or fraternities more so than dorms, and like a few other places, but definitely not out in public on the streets at any given time.
What are these people doing? They're going to get arrested.
Oh, you know what else I would add to that?
What?
Being able to walk into a restaurant and not smell cigarette smoke.
That's nice. Yeah.
Remember what it was like sitting in the non-smoking section, which was separated from the smoking section by a 3-foot partition?
By a rib-high barricade.
I'm sitting in the non-smoking section in a booth that's directly next to 4 chain smokers.
Like the smoke has a mind of its own. Like the smoke gets to the barricades like, oh, no, we got to run back over here.
And especially in bars. I remember my brother lived in California at the time.
Yeah.
It would have been like the early 2000s, 2002 or 2003. And I remember going to a bar with my brother, and after about 15 minutes being like, what is so different and refreshing about this bar? And I realized, there's no cigarette smoke in here.
No.
It's awesome.
Hotel rooms also along those lines?
Oh, the smell. You walk into a hotel room and you see, so the presence of the smell of pot and the absence of the smell of, and the actual cigarette smoke.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. We're getting people texting in. Someone says a small disc-shaped object vacuuming my entire apartment.
Yeah.
And that's not something you would have had trepidation of using. You'd have used it back in the day, but it's a great invention.
It's a great invention. I'll tell you this, it's one of those things that's annoyingly to me not as advanced as it should be yet. I get frustrated with those thingamajiggers pretty frequently.
I do too, because they get caught. We have like not full carpet in our apartment. We got like a throw carpet for where the coffee table is, and it always gets caught on that. There was a video yesterday that I saw, Seth, of somebody who had they're called Roombas for those who don't have them, had a Roomba that they had going while they were gone. So there was a security camera filming it.
Yeah, I saw this.
The dog pooped in the middle of the living room, and the Roomba caught it and was just smearing dog poop everywhere.
It was a pretty pattern that it was making.
It was. It'll make pretty patterns. I mean, it's a circle that's got a method to its madness. But yeah.
No, we used the whatever the mopping version of it was. I got to the point where I got so frustrated with it that I
started mopping. That's exercise,
Good exercise.
Yeah.
It just took too long.
Online dating.
Yeah. Online dating used to be something that, even aside from online dating, just the what were they called? The pages with the personals.
The personals.
The personal ads.
Oh.
That was kind of something that you wouldn't confess to.
Right.
In online dating, same thing. You might not confess to it.
Yep.
To now, if you would have told me, no, that's actually going to be the standard way or the most common way that people meet these days, I really wouldn't have believed that.
Yep. I'll give you another one that applies to I'll give you two that apply to me. One, doing live reads for an ED chewable.
Oh, yeah.
When you get into radio, like when it was back, 2007, 2008 wasn't a time and place where you were really, open about that kind of thing.
You know what, though? Okay, to stick on that for 1 second.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I think people, because I've forgotten about it, people don't realize what a big deal ED used to be.
Right.
I mean, because it would be, people would have surgeries.
Yeah.
People would have implantable pumps and stuff. It was something that was very common with men. And you talk about how that affects people and how they age and everything.
Yeah, man.
There'd be a lot of people that, like, from the time they were in their 30s, they just had to give up on having normal sexual relations.
No intimacy. Yeah. So there's that. The other one is Cameo. Remember when Cameo started? Cameo, for those who don't know, is celebrities. You can go online and pay them X amount of dollars to shoot a quick video for you on your birthday or somebody else's birthday or a special occasion. Cameo used to be, if you were a celebrity on Cameo, that was the last stop on the Bleepbird Express.
It was like, oh, this guy's a poor guy.
He needs
poor guy
money.
Didn't save his money, and
Now you got Kevin from The Office making literally 7 figures a year on Cameo doing videos for people.
You know what? Also, kind of along those same lines, because people on Cameo usually just do a selfie video.
Yeah.
The concept of a selfie. I mean, God help you if you got caught dead taking a picture of yourself, you egotistical prick.
Well, even just
when people talk about main character syndrome these days, they have no idea.
Yeah.
By 1995 standards, everybody has main character syndrome.
Yes.
Like the fact that you're are you honestly taking multiple photos of yourself and posing in front and trying to get the lighting right and everything?
That is.
Oh my God. Who do you think you are?
That is a great one. All right, let's head into the 9 o'clock hour here. Nick Caserio was asked about C.J. Stroud by the national media and the local media yesterday. He was also on Texans All Access. We're going to get a little bit meta here. What does it feel like for Nick to get getting asked about C.J. Stroud by Mark and John? We've got other Caserio with that coming up next. Stay there. But first, Texas sinus and snoring. Man.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Hey, a big day today. I'm looking forward to it. This afternoon, Seth. Thank you. The Texans are having a little media gathering out at the new Toro District. Yeah.
Toro District.
Yeah. So that should be. I'll be interested to see. They're doing a press conference. I'm sure the McNairs will be there, and Mike Tolman will probably be there, I would imagine. So we'll get it. We'll at least get a look at where it's going to be. I've never been to the Bridgeland part of town before. So
You know what? I hope as part of this, because they're building it in a master plan community.
That's right.
I hope there's condos or something out there. Just so I will, out of spite, buy a condo in Toro District.
Okay.
Because I've so long wanted this long ago promised Astropolis that Jim Crane was going to build down near the baseball stadium.
Yes.
Where there was going to be retail and residential and all this other stuff. I wanted to put my deposit down that day.
You were ready, man.
It's been like 5 or 6 years.
You were ready.
Where's my Astropolis? I came up with the name
You did.
Astropolis and told them, on the advice of my lawyer, that I wouldn't even try to bill them for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're probably delaying it just because they don't want to have to use somebody else's idea for the name. They're like, God, it's such a good name.
Yeah.
Seth's idea.
It's the best name
for
awesome anything ever.
It is.
The Astropolis.
It is phenomenal. No, I'm not even blowing smoke. Like, that is a great name. So this is the Toro District. Are you disappointed that it's not the Texopolis?
No. But
Astropolis flows a little bit better.
The one thing that might keep me from actually buying a condo up there is that I would buy a condo by the Astropolis just because, oh, wow, it's a nice little walk to the baseball park. Right. And that's the big thing.
Yeah.
I can go watch baseball. I can go watch 81 baseball games a year, plus playoffs.
Yep.
Eventually.
We hope.
And it's not going to be the same up there at the Texopolis.
No, you're right. That's just everything but the games.
It's like, I'm not going to buy a condo just so I can be closer to training camp for a couple of weeks a year.
Right. Might be a good investment, thow, man.
Might be a good investment, and it might also just be because of all the retail. I love these city center type of things.
Oh, yeah.
I love just being able to walk out into a bunch of different restaurants or retail shops.
You would get out more if you lived in a situation like that, I think.
I would get out in public more. Yeah.
That's what I mean. That's.
I don't know. I don't know. When I live out in wide open spaces, I get out in nature a lot more.
No, I mean, like, get out in public. So
I would get out and around other people more.
That's what I mean. You talked
now
about
I'm out around a lot of squirrels.
You're right. Yeah. No, you talked about it yesterday. You and Brandy are kind of homebodies.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you had bars and restaurants right there, who knows what could happen?
Yeah, you're talking me out of it. Yeah. There's a lot of people
I'm talking
there.
myself into it.
There's a lot of people around
I
there.
know, dude. I'm talking. I'm sitting here projecting what I like about it onto you, and you're like, yeah, I don't know, Sean. That's
how I am with country clubs. I'm kind of like, every time I go to a country club, I'm like, God, it's so beautiful here. It's so peaceful and everything. But there's all these people.
Yeah. Yep.
Hey, they've got an incredible fitness center. Are there people in it?
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's very true. All right, here was Nick Caserio. This is on Texans All Access. So we played plenty of Nick today talking about C.J. Stroud with the local media. Yes, yesterday, when I say local, the Houston media that's in Indianapolis for the Combine, he did a little private press conference with them. Said that the C.J. Stroud trade talk is moronic. He's going to be the Texans quarterback in 2026. Doubled down on that again in his big press conference where he said C.J. Stroud's our quarterback. He just completely dismissed trade talk with him, talked about how much they love C.J. Stroud. Here was Nick on Texans All Access with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer, who are also in Indianapolis for the Combine. They asked him, hey, man, you've been asked about C.J. Stroud a whole bunch today. How's that going?
Yeah, I mean, he's our quarterback. Glad he's our quarterback. I mean, all of us have areas and things that we can improve on individually, collectively, as a team, and that's what the offseason is about. So C.J.'s played a lot of good football. He's had a positive influence and impact on the program. There's always things that all of us can do better, and I'm sure when we kind of take a step back, you want to look at what we accomplished during the year. What are some areas that, we've
did well? What are some of the things that we did well? What are some of the areas we need to improve? And that's what the offseason is about. It's about improvement. You want to reflect on what happened, but you can't spend too much time on what happened because we kind of have to prepare for what's in front of us.
Okay, so I would say really just maybe a little more enhanced answer of what he's been giving the media over the last
Sean,
24 hours.
Let's see. How did they frame that question about what's it like to be asked about? What's it like?
All I saw was I didn't hear the question, Seth, because I haven't watched the full video. The caption on the soundbite is about being asked numerous times about Stroud today. Thoughts on CJ?
Ask me a question. Ask me how I feel about my wife.
Seth, how do you feel about your wife, Brandy?
Well, she's been my wife. She is my wife. Like anything, people can improve on things. It's something you got to think about.
We all make mistakes
this time of year. Yeah, we all make mistakes, but she's done some good things in the past. And there's a time of year that we'll kind of figure out. Take a look at some of the things we've accomplished and what we want to do in the future, and see what we can do about it. Yeah. Do you think one of Ross Tucker's writers would write that if I did the myfrontpagestory.com?
Can you imagine? Hey man,
Seth Payne
garbage in,
spoke
garbage
of his
out.
wife. Yeah, she's currently my wife. She's been my wife. Like anything, things can always be improved. Yeah.
You get your My Front Page story back, and it's just a gigantic picture of a shrug emoji like this. Like, I don't know. She's my wife.
So I think. Look, I'm not asking Nick to come out and profess his undying and everlasting love for C.J. Stroud.
No, but I do think there are probably people out there, and I'm going to go the opposite direction. There are probably people out there that I know there's people out there that are out on C.J. right now because we get them texting in every day anytime we bring up his name. Now there's plenty that are in on him too. I still think there's people that would like in that situation Nick to bring up the negative, like what exactly it is that he needs to improve on, and bring up the turnovers in the New England game.
Yeah.
What I would say to those people is he's done that already without saying CJ stunk in that game. Like,
yeah, I think that
he brought up the turnovers. You can't turn the ball over 5 times in a playoff game. He said it multiple times.
And I think he's been pretty straightforward without being over the top or vicious about it. I think he's been pretty straightforward in saying that, A, he's our quarterback for 2026, but B, spread out across multiple interviews, there's certain things that he can't do in playoff games, but that he's also done some really good things over the course of the last 3 years. Yeah. And there's things that he needs to improve on. And going back to, they're committed to him for 2026. And what does that mean in terms of a contract or anything else? You have to remember, there's potentially a negotiation going on right now, and is he going to profess his undying and, never-ending love for him? Well, he might also be in a contract negotiation. Who knows?
You know what would have been a good follow-up to that? Are you going to pick up his 5th-year option?
Oh, yeah.
Because I think the
answer's still going to be.
I think it's an equal no-brainer, well, I think he could say yes to that right now, and that wouldn't surprise. I think he can answer yes to that right now. Maybe he's not allowed to because I don't know if we're inside that window. Although I've heard other teams talking
about your own player, you can say whatever you want.
Probably right, yeah. So I would say that even the most staunch anti-CJ Stroud people would realize that them picking up the 5th-year option is, in this day and age,
it's a
no-brainer bet.
It's a hedge. It's a very reasonable hedge. It's $26 or $27 million.
That's right.
You lock him in for $26 or $27 million in the 5th year. So if you're still, even if you're looking at 2026 with a skeptical eye towards C.J. Stroud, let's say that Caserio's actually pessimistic about him, hypothetically, but there's a reason that we're definitely going to have him start this year. We've got to see what we get out of him. Hypothetically, you would still pick up that option, I think,
100%.
because it's a quarterback for $26 million a year.
Yes,
which is on what at that point would be a 1-year deal.
That's right.
It's almost like buying insurance a little bit.
I'm with you. You and I are on equal. We have equal view on the no-brainerness of that. It would have been interesting to see how Nick answered that question. You know, if somebody posed that when he says he's our quarterback in 2026, like, all right, well, at least in a matter of days here, whenever the start date is for 5th-year options, maybe it's here already, you're going to have a chance to say how you feel about him for 2027 potentially. Here's one more from Nick Caserio on C.J. Stroud and the improvement that he's made.
You don't want to take one game and say that's the whole season, right? Because we were going over some of the numbers of the season. You improved greatly at the quarterback position from 24 to 25 in so many key statistical categories, Nick. Even over 23 in some cases, like sack percentage, interception rate, all those things.
You said it, Mark. And honestly, we probably, after about 4 weeks from that point on, we played pretty good football offensively and played pretty good football as a team, and we won 9 games or 10 games in a row, whatever it was. So I think the big thing is, all right, trying to figure out what are some of the things that we can build on and improve. I mean, taking care of the football is of the utmost importance, not only for us, but when you look around the league. So that's always going to be a focus, and the quarterback's involved in that. So whether it's Davis, whether it's CJ, whether it's Graham Mertz, or whomever else is here, playing quarterback.
And again, the 2026 is really going to be a story about how aggressively the Texans try to improve the offense and what does C.J. Stroud do with it. And so there's 2 parties involved there. The big one being Nick Caserio and C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you've got to be more aggressive in improving the offensive line than you were last year. Cool. If he does that, great. But then we got to wait and see if those improvements are actually improvements or not.
Yeah.
And the running back, you can't go into a season with a rookie running back, a rookie 4th-round running back, and an aging running back coming off a horrific knee injury is your main go-tos at running back. Like they've got to have every assurance that they're more stocked on offense going into this season.
Yeah, Barnwell did his thing. We talked about the offensive line part of this yesterday. Bill Barnwell of ESPN did his breakdown in tiers of the various position groups in free agency on the offensive side of the ball. And depending on how you feel about Barnwell's opinion, he watches a ton of football, obviously. His tier 1 is franchise players. On the offensive line, he's only got one player in that tier, and it's Tyler Linderbaum, who has played his entire career for the Ravens, whose GM yesterday said that we made him a market-setting offer at that position, which likely means $20 million or more, because right now the highest-paid center is Creed Humphrey of Kansas City at $18 million a year. Here's the thing about the Texans and the offensive line as far as the free agency goes, is that Tyler Linderbaum is the only one in Tier 1. Great. He'd be an awesome fit. I doubt he's going to become a Houston Texan. There's nobody in Tier 2, which is Pro Bowl caliber starters. So we're talking about Tier 3 then being the area that you're shopping in, which has a lot more guys that are, probably skew closer to the guys the Texans have been trotting out there last year.
Yeah, that's where I guess, without throwing all caution to the wind, I'm just not in the mood for maybe this guy works out anymore on the offensive line.
Yeah.
I would say that I've long said that, like a lot of people believe, hey, if you have 5 average offensive linemen, you can have a really good offensive line.
Sure.
There's so much of offensive line play is about how those guys all work together, and then your weakest link is sometimes makes your offensive line a lot worse than the sum total of whatever their PFF scores are. So if you had 5 average guys, you can be a really good offensive line.
Sure.
Problem is, like last year, what you ended up with was you ended up with an offensive line that at times was, hey, you know what? This guy could be a capable starter in the NFL. Hey, maybe it works out with Cam Robinson. Hey, maybe Jake Andrews is going to be okay. All right, cool. What happens when you have injuries to a bunch of guys that are bubble type of actual starters in the NFL, and then you get injuries? Like, no, now you've got guys that shouldn't be on the field out there at times.
Right.
And that also you have, you've got, the ceiling is so much lower.
Yeah.
I'd swing for the fences with Tyler Linderbaum or any of these other guys. And if they don't work out, like if Tyler Linderbaum ended up being a disappointing free agency signing, you know what it would mean? It would mean that, he's, for whatever reason, he's not one of the best centers in the NFL, but he's still going to be way better than what you had there before.
Yeah, unless there's a health issue we don't know
and then
about.
If Tyler Linderbaum gets injured, then Jake Andrews is your starter.
That's right.
You can make a case for any of these guys who are backups, like Drew Scruggs or Jarrett Patterson or Jake Andrews, you can get by with them as your starters. But then if one of those guys get injured, you're back to a backup to Juice Scruggs or Laken Tomlinson or Jarrett Patterson or whatever it is.
Yeah, no, totally. The tier 3 on this Barnwell exercise is labeled capable starters. So he's got a ton of interior offensive linemen and tackles and he's got 11 free agents in the capable starter realm. So if you were to go, hey Sean, do you want Jake Andrews on this team next year? I would say yeah. Backing up Connor McGovern.
Right.
Connor McGovern's in that capable starter tier right now.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. The bona fide capable starter that if he goes down, all right, cool. You've got guys like Jarrett, an improved Jarrett Patterson or an improved Juice Scruggs or whoever it might be. I still don't feel great about that necessarily.
Yep.
But it's just got to be a higher bar that you're shooting for.
For sure. Is there one position that is thinning out too rapidly right now for the Texans? I'm looking at Barnwell's thing here. We'll hit that position coming up next.
Nick Caserio shut down any rumors about the Texans trading C.J. Stroud this offseason. Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I have a new favorite head coach, aside from D'Amico Ryans, of course, and that's from the exercise we did at 7 a.m. Seth went and got a bunch of audio from coaches and GMs at the Combine yesterday that was outstanding. I'll reveal who that is in the final segment of the show.
Oh, okay.
It's not Robert Saleh. Let me just
It's not
say
Robert
that.
Saleh. You and I were discussing Robert Saleh during the break and how Robert Saleh has, he's now been the head coach, he has now been the head coach of two of the most least respected organizations in football.
Yeah, I think depending on what your criteria is, I think it's hard to find a criteria that wouldn't have the Titans and the Jets among the worst organizations in football.
The Titans have accomplished more as of late in the last decade than the Jets did, obviously. But they're looked at an organization that's kind of in a shambles in terms of, all right, how are you guys actually operating things here?
Right.
And I thought to myself, well, usually, I never recommended that somebody make decisions on just, grabbing a paycheck or something. Robert Saleh does have 8 kids.
He's got a bunch of kids, man. Like when
that
someone
adds up
starts
fast,
waving that head coach money in front of you.
Yeah.
8
kids is a lot.
It's a lot.
That's a lot of kids.
Dude.
That's a lot of expense. Any of you out there that have a bunch of kids, God bless you.
3 is a lot. It was a lot for me. I know that.
I know there's economies of scale involved.
Yeah.
You got hand-me-downs with the clothes and everything.
Yeah.
But at a certain point, it gets pricey. It adds up.
8 is definitely above the number. I don't know what the number is, and I think it depends on who the parents are and whatnot, how much they can handle and what their resources are. I don't know what the number is for Robert Saleh specifically. I just know 8 is above the number where I go, what the hell are you doing, man? It's a different number for everybody.
I don't know, man. I think that whenever I see families with large numbers of children, I'm usually amazed at how well behaved the children are.
Oh, dude.
Credit to the parents, but then there's also got to be a dynamic there where, for one, the kids aren't going to necessarily think that. Each one of them doesn't think like, I'm the unique and special child in this universe and everything. Their egos get pounded down a little bit. But they also, if you do a good job with the first and second children, it kind of paves the way for the copycat behavior.
Yeah. I told you the time Amy and I went over to Cecil's house, Cecil Shorts' house. This was right after his last 3 were born.
Yeah.
They were infants, so we were just bringing dinner over for them. Holy cow. These are like the 7 best behaved kids I've ever seen. They're sitting doing their homework.
Yeah.
And the ones that weren't doing their homework were not being agitators at all.
I would guess, having no experience in the matter, that the key is to pit them against each other. Extreme competitiveness amongst them to be the favorite child.
To be the best at being calm.
And then be diabolical in the way you manage it. At various times, wink at one of them and say, you're actually my favorite.
You're the best.
And then a week later, be like, you lost the status. You dropped in the power rankings.
Keep
incentive. Them desperate. Yeah.
Little incentive.
Yeah. That's the healthiest way. You could read it in Psychology Today.
Or we watched Miracle last night, because we're still into this hockey thing that's been going on. We watched Miracle starring Kurt Russell where he played Herb Brooks. Or you could do what he did and just get all the kids out there on an ice rink and skate them until their legs are practically falling off.
Get them tired, yeah.
That'll teach you not to tie Norway in an exhibition game, you bastards. Yeah. Here was Nick Caserio yesterday with the Houston media that's up in Indianapolis giving the latest on the Joe Mixon situation.
We've talked to Joe and his representative, so honestly, it's day to day. So we've had conversations, trying to get a little bit more information. I think he had a surgery here this offseason in some capacity, so trying to get some follow-up after that. So again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's a moving target, so we'll kind of see what the availability is going to be, what the prognosis is for the season, and then ultimately try to figure out what makes sense for everybody involved.
Okay, so we all acknowledge that it's a little strange to hear. I think he has surgery this offseason.
Joe Mixon is vague posting Nick Caserio. This is the guy, he doesn't know what Caserio, I think, genuinely doesn't know what's going on with Joe Mixon. I don't know if Joe Mixon knows what's going on with Joe Mixon medically. And I don't know if Nick was misspeaking or not, but saying I think he had a surgery, of some type.
That might have just been Nick being casual, Nick.
It might have been him being casual, or just it's a slip of the tongue, whatever it might be. But it wouldn't surprise me. When Nick says he's not trying to be evasive, it's not like he's saying he wouldn't be evasive if he could be. He's incapable of being evasive because I don't think he really knows what's going on with Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
And he says it's a day-to-day situation. Could there be anything more frustrating than being in a day-to-day situation while at the same time incredibly uninformed about what the situation is?
For damn near a year now. I mean,
ask a general in a war. They're like, it's a day-to-day situation.
Yeah.
Well, where are your troops? Yeah. We're not really sure.
I don't know. I think one of them dropped a bomb a couple days ago.
I sent them off to Thermopylae, and we're hoping for the best.
I think I think they attacked. I think. I'm not totally sure. So
you get a report from one of your colonels.
Yeah.
They're like, not really sure how we're doing, General. Yeah. But, I just, it's weird.
Wish I could tell you more. It's day to day.
Wish I could tell you more. It's
day to day. I'm not being evasive. It's just day to day right now. So Bill Barnwell has the tiers of offensive players for free agency. We talked about the offensive line in the previous segment. This is a good chance to talk about the running back position. We just played the Caserio audio of Mixon. And Aaron, we should add, Aaron Wilson is reporting, Aaron Wilson of KPRC2, is reporting the Texans are expected to explore the high-end free agent running back market per sources. Nick Caserio discloses Joe Mixon offseason surgery. The Texans are expected to ultimately part ways with Mixon and release him from his 3-year, $27 million contract. So he signed that deal right after he got traded here back in 2024. And so if they're going to shop at the high end of the running back market, the opportunities and the caliber of player is dwindling. This is how Barnwell frames it. He's got no franchise running backs in this free agency class. Nobody in the vein of Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey in this free agency class. He does have in Tier 2 Pro Bowl caliber starters Breece Hall. The expectation, as Seth and I have talked about multiple times today, is that Breece Hall is going to get a franchise tag from the Jets. Doesn't mean the Texans can't get him. It just means the price of poker goes up because you got to trade to get him and then give him a big contract.
Breece Hall is intriguing for all of the opposite reasons that Kenneth Walker is intriguing. That Breece Hall is intriguing because he's done some really good things playing on a team that at times has a quarterback who's not physically capable of throwing the football. Mm-hmm. Talking about Justin Fields.
Yes.
That he's been in just about as horrendous a situation as you could be as a running back for the last few years, and he still put some good stuff on film. Kenneth Walker, I'm not saying he's in the ideal situation, but he has that Super Bowl glow-up right now.
Oh, yeah.
What I would worry about with Kenneth Walker is that I know you'd love to think that all these GMs are out there making super rational and analytical decisions, but it's real. The Super Bowl glow-up, it spikes. All it takes is one or two teams to look at a guy and say, wow, that's the kind of guy, because I've been watching him in the playoffs, scoring touchdowns all over the place in the playoffs. Obviously a key part of that Super Bowl victory as the MVP. And I think the price might get too high for him because all it takes is a couple of amped up GMs that convince themselves that Breece Hall is the missing element.
Or Kenneth Walker, you mean?
Yes. What did I say?
You said Breece Hall. Yeah.
Kenneth Walker.
I'm assuming that's
details, Sean.
Yeah.
Details.
But I'm glad you brought up Kenneth Walker. The next tier for Barnwell is capable starters.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 in this tier. Like this running back free agency class it's not flush with opportunities here. Now, there may be some cuts coming. Josh Jacobs, there's talk he could get cut in Green Bay. He's still got something left in the tank. Travis Etienne and Kenneth Walker III are the only ones in the capable starter tier. The Super Bowl glow-up is interesting to me, Seth, because Nick Caserio has yet to win a Super Bowl here, obviously, but he was part of 6 Super Bowls in New England. So do you feel like a general manager who has a Super Bowl pedigree, I'll call it, he's been around a lot of Super Bowls, is he more or less likely to get caught up in the Super Bowl glow-up than one who hasn't been part of a Super Bowl?
I think less likely,
yeah.
And if only because of this. We've moved beyond, comparing everything Nick Caserio does to what they've done in New England over the, during the Belichick
We
era.
have. I don't know that everybody has.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I think most people that pay attention know that, okay, Caserio does some things that are similar to the way they operate in New England.
Yeah, yeah.
He does other things that are completely opposite.
Totally, yep.
I do think that, and I think this is a valid opinion, I think that he's looked at running back the same way, or he did. Maybe when he got here, he might have looked at running back the same way they did in New England, which is, look, we're going to get the best out of guys who are relatively nondescript because Tom Brady is so good at orchestrating this offense, and it turns guys into, like Rex Burkhead, into more of what they actually are.
Yeah.
I think that Nick felt that more, and then a couple years ago, he traded for Joe Mixon, and he gave him a big contract, or a big extension.
Yeah.
I think he's somewhere in between. I think he understands the value of having a platoon of running backs, and that you can have a good rushing attack without having a top-tier running back.
Yeah.
But he also understands the value of just having a hoss back there.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially if you still got a young quarterback. Like, C.J. Stroud is not at Tom Brady level yet. I don't know if that's news to anybody out there. Tom Brady in his third year was not at peak Tom Brady level.
No, he's
yet.
on really good teams. Yeah.
Right. So I think that I think he's somewhere where he's going to be wary of overvaluing Kenneth Walker, but he totally – it's just by virtue of the Joe Mixon trade, he totally sees the value in getting a running back and paying for a running back.
Well, and I would add to this, I'll go down to Tier 4, borderline starters, high-end backups. There are 6 free agent names in this tier. Now, so we're at a stage with running backs where the only ones that Barnwell has as even available to the Texans to this point are Walker and Etienne. So now you get to Tier 4. There's 6 free agents in Tier 4. And I'm going to tell you right now, if they sign any of these 6 guys in March, in the heavy free agency period, they still need to draft a running back. If the signing is Tyler Algier, J.K. Dobbins, Rico Dowdle, Kenneth Gainwell, Brian Robinson Jr., or Rachaad White from the Buccaneers, you still have needs in the running back room if you want that to be at a level that's going to help C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think you go get Kenneth Walker, you get Travis Etienne. I'll go, okay, draft another running back. You can wait till the 5th or 6th round. They sign any of these other guys, I'm still not feeling great about that running back room.
Gainwell in Pittsburgh this year was interesting. And, in watching, I was impressed with both those guys when I was getting ready for the Steelers game. You looked at Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell, and they both run like with the style that I think D'Amico talked about how impressed he was with their physicality. They're both lower shoulder. They're both. I had a hard time. Sometimes I had a little bit of Warren and Gainwell dyslexia because they both have some impressively physical plays.
Yeah.
So Gainwell would be intriguing as a guy that works in tandem with Woody Marks. It's not your dream scenario. I don't know though if would I be comfortable going into the season with those two guys? I don't think so. I think I want more of I want Woody Marks to be a complement to somebody who's more like Joe Mixon.
Yeah, if they went Gainwell and then they drafted Jadarian Price in the 2nd round,
oh yeah,
all of a sudden I feel like that. Well, right. I mean, I know are there enough carries to go around? Are there enough touches to go around? This I know there will be injuries, and you're going to need guys, and it can't be like last year where the next guy up is Dario Gumbawale.
Okay, let me see. Can you envision any of these cap casualties in a Texans uniform?
Yeah.
Devin Singletary. Photoshop Devin Singletary.
That's an easy one. Yes, I can do that. Yeah.
Joe Mixon.
That's another easy one. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other one he lists is Antonio Gibson of the Patriots.
He just got cut. He is a
cap.
He is a he just got cut, so he's out there. Sure. I haven't watched. Look, he was buried at the end of the year. I don't know. He might have even been injured. Like, it was all Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson for the Patriots at the end of the year. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
You know what? It's always when you draft a guy in the 1st round to replace this guy, is this the guy that I don't feel as good about him.
Right. Yep. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the fellas got going on In the Loop. I mentioned this earlier. Seth went and got audio from the Combine yesterday from various coaches and GMs. I've got a new favorite. I don't know how I feel about this guy being my favorite either, but boy, I like this guy. He's my 2nd favorite behind D'Amico Ryans. We will tell you who it is, and we'll play the audio as to why, and we'll do that coming up in the final segment of the show. Oh, but first, I got to tell you about my friends over at Houston Powder Coaters. I was just
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Final segment of the show. Find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today. Figgy's back.
Yay!
Figgy's back today, so it was good to see Figgy in the hallway. Good to have him back. So welcome back, Figgy, and we'll talk to John and Reggie. Find out what they got going on the show today here on Sports Radio 610. Nick Caserio gave plenty to all the shows and all the media outlets to use yesterday, I would say.
Yeah, as did the GMs and head coaches across the league, other than the ones who didn't attend the Combine or the ones who didn't speak to the assembled media at the Combine. D'Amico Ryans did not. D'Amico's there for a short amount of time.
Yeah.
To interview some players and then also just to participate in the rules committee.
Yeah, competition.
I hope there's some report that comes out about D'Amico Ryans proposing that they get rid of unnecessary roughness or something.
Oh, that would be awesome. I stood on the table to make sure it was less safe for quarterbacks out there. Yes.
If D'Amico were really interested at all in like trying to become more popular or something, which I don't think is He's not that kind of guy.
No.
Yeah, if he wanted to win over a huge portion of football fans, he would get up in front of the podium and say, "We're going to get rid of this wimpified version of football, and we're going to take it back to like it was back whenever you guys were kids. And football is a real man sport. And then that way, everybody listening can be like, "Oh yeah, when I was a kid, that was when we really played football tough."
Or if he stood on the table and did that, but he sensed a few people had some trepidation about it, he would do what the favorite thing on this show is to do: get right in their face and go, "Are you yella?"
Yeah. What are you, yella?
He would. What are you, yella? Yeah, drop that on him. I like that. All right, so DeMeco Ryans still my favorite head coach, but this Ben Johnson from Chicago, I tell you, this kid's got something. It's a kid, like 50 probably.
He's interesting because he actually had a few really entertaining clips from yesterday, and I didn't realize I've seen he went viral for a few different things that he said this year. A lot of them when he was throwing shade at Green Bay, but also he was very blunt in the way he talked about Caleb Williams. He just flat out said at one point, "We're winning in spite of our passing game, not because of it."
He's got no filter.
And, Caleb Williams has talked about how, man, what did he say at first? I just thought he hated me. And then Caleb Williams got used to just how blunt Ben Johnson is. And he says a lot of interesting stuff.
No doubt.
And it seems like Caleb Williams really likes him now.
Yes. So this was with Mike Florio, I believe, right, Seth? This Packers cut. So Ben Johnson sat down with Mike Florio at the Combine, and Mike Florio basically said, because he's asked, Ben Johnson has said, for those of you who don't know, he's really just openly talked smack about the Packers and Matt LaFleur. Said he looked forward to beating the snot out of Matt LaFleur a couple times a year, all that. He said he screamed F the Packers after they beat him in the playoffs this year in the locker room. So do
you know that wasn't popular with Packers fans?
That's what I heard. What I heard. I find that hard to believe.
It feels so sensitive.
Yeah, what the hell, man? SAWFT. So this is Mike Florio asking Ben Johnson, man, what's up with the Packers thing?
Watch any Seinfeld growing up?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Well, because I'm going to ask you a question the way Jerry Seinfeld would. What is the deal with the Packers?
Who likes the Packers?
How much of that is leaning fully into your job as Bears coach, and how much of it is how you truly feel?
Yeah, I mean, the Bears and the Packers, they should not like each other. I think it's as simple as that, and I think that's going to make this rivalry, this game, something that people are going to watch here going forward.
Have you talked to Matt LaFleur at all? Because I feel like he gets confused. Like, what did I do? Do you have any relationship with him? Have you heard from him? Has he called you up and he said, "What's the deal?" Anything like that?
No, we don't talk.
Okay. Do you want it that way?
I'm good with it.
Has he tried to reach out to you?
No.
No. You know what? Ben Johnson likes being the big personality in one of the biggest rivalries in the sport.
That's the thing that's interesting about it, though, is that he doesn't really seem like he's a big personality guy. He just seems like he's really blunt. Like, he doesn't do it. He says a lot of these things, and it doesn't quite feel like Lane Johnson. Like Lane, you just
Lane Kiffin.
Lane Kiffin. Yeah, it's been a rough day for me.
Yeah,
retract all my dings.
But
Lane Kiffin.
But but every single time I've known exactly who you're talking about. It's been a good day for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I was not talking about the offensive tackle. I was talking about so Lane Kiffin. So Lane's got that kind of smirk to him where I mean Lane just loves mixing it up.
All the smoke. Yes.
His mom called him a helicopter growing up because it was just like whenever he entered a room or anything, everything just goes flying around. Like he wants to create chaos everywhere he is.
That is a compliment.
Yeah, but he's leaned into it and in a way that very few NFL coaches are willing to do.
I just asked AI if Ben Johnson is a WWE fan. There's no evidence of that. However, Seth Rollins, who's one of the biggest stars in WWE, is a huge Bears fan, so I wonder if maybe there's been some, maybe
he's had conversations with Seth Rollins about just how to stir things up, keep things interesting,
hone his promo cutting game. Here's one more from Ben Johnson. This was kind of diabolical, actually. Caleb Williams, his quarterback, was part of the three-point shooting contest, the celebrity three-point shooting contest at NBA All-Star Weekend, and this is what Ben Johnson decided to do.
Did you see the three-point contest?
Yeah, did you feel better? Were you worried?
Well, I sent him a meme of a guy just missing left and right, like before, and then when it actually happened, I felt bad. I was like, whoops, spoke that one into existence, didn't I?
I got to go back and watch that. I haven't seen how bad Caleb Williams was at the 3-point
I want to know what
contest.
meme he sent him. You know what the meme? You know what's
it might have been you know what it might have been was the one the old NFL player, the defensive tackle from the Bears. I'm blanking on his name.
The refrigerator?
No. He's a guy that does a bunch of hilarious videos. And he's got one where he's like wearing tight basketball shorts and a tight jersey. He's an old defensive tackle. He's just throwing up bricks.
This is a total guess. Is it Henry Melton by any chance?
No, it's not.
Okay,
it's you wouldn't think of it other than if you had seen him on social media.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah,
he's the one. Have you ever seen the gif of the guy getting out of a vehicle and he's wearing like a super smooth 70s leisure suit type? He sticks his leg out and yeah.
I probably have. I'm thinking the meme might have been Michael Scott had that episode where they were playing basketball down in the warehouse and all of his shots were terrible. Like he missed everything.
Spice Adams.
Spice Adams, okay.
Spice Adams is the guy. Yeah, and he was a Bears player.
Yeah.
I wonder if he sent him the Spice Adams buckets. What was he? He goes, Swishers. he's wearing like the super tight from like Will Ferrell in semi-pro type,
Jackie Moon. Jackie Moon. All right, so there you go. Hey, one more. So that was Ben Johnson. This was the other one. This actually involves the Texans. This was Robert Saleh getting asked about the AFC South, how tough the AFC South is.
In the AFC South, is there an identity? How would you assess the challenges in it?
I know Houston's going to punch you in the mouth. I know Jacksonville's playing with a lot of confidence, and they've got a head coach, an offense, and a defense that, and a special teams unit that complements each other very, very well. And I know Indianapolis, before the injuries, was probably was running the division there for a minute. So it is an ultra competitive. 3 tremendous head coaches, 3 tremendous staffs. So we're looking forward to getting our opportunity to compete.
Yeah. Punch in the mouth,
Punch you in the mouth.
Yep.
No, and where'd D'Amico learn that style of play? And Robert Saleh could say, under me.
Right, he created a monster.
He was my linebackers coach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, Robert Saleh, you created a Frankenstein that's going to beat you twice every year.
He should have pulled a Correa. And like Correa kind of almost like sometimes when he talks about Pena, it's like he discovered Pena. Robert Saleh should act like D'Amico Ryan's never thought of hitting anybody hard in his life until he met me.
Dude,
when I was a quality control guy back there in Houston, and they drafted D'Amico Ryan.
That's right.
He was just a timid little boy, and I got a hold of him and taught him how to be a man.
Right, and now he punches everybody in the mouth. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they are in the loop. They are here. Gentlemen.
Howdy. I would like to be that guy. Frankenstein's monster.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And then
Frankenstein was the name of the scientist.
The doctor, yes, absolutely. Was he a doctor? I don't recall. But he was definitely a scientist.
Yeah,
so you are right in that. And then also, Cream Biggums is the name of the character that Spice Adams plays. And
there you go.
It's the most hilarious thing.
What's that? Oh, he's got a name for the character?
Yes, Cream Biggums. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Only reason I say that is I'm hoping that you go and do even more deep diving.
Kareem or Cream?
Cream.
Like CREAM?
That is correct.
As in ice.
Cream Biggins. Cream Biggins?
Yes, it is. It is
John,
very fun.
He's one of the most hilarious people, just with body, with the physical comedy and everything.
Yeah.
He's awesome. He like inhabits these different roles of like guys that you know.
You just sent it to me, and now I've got the first thing I'm going to watch when I sit down and eat my omelet in about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes, nice. How we feeling, fellas?
Feeling pretty good.
Fantastic.
I'm feeling great personally because I've got the whole crew back together.
Yeah, it's nice having Figgy back, man. It's good to see.
The band is back together.
Good to see Figgy. I'm sure Colin did a great job.
He absolutely did.
Good to see Figgy.
Appreciation to B. Scott for stepping in at points, to Paul Gallant. But it's nice to be back in the confines.
Especially for you. Yeah, you were missing this guy for like a week and a half.
Not anymore.
No.
We have beef
now. It's already settled down with Lopez. But yeah, definitely with Figgy. By the way, you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station, as long as that's on my mind. Crosstalk is also brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What did you guys think of, it probably came down right in the middle of your show yesterday. Nick Caserio calling the media moron. Well, at least the media that thinks they should be entertaining C.J. Stroud trade talk moronic.
Yeah, well, I guess he called the trade talk moronic.
Right.
Yeah, basically. But, I mean, he came in strong. It's funny, though. You sleep on things and you start listening again and re-listening, and then he's on Texans All Access, and then he's, doing this aside from the podium talks. The more I thought about it, he kind of he was very adamant not going to be traded this year.
Right.
And then what? I think there's something there.
Oh, there's definitely something there.
You didn't say, or at least he said he's our quarterback this year.
Yes.
That's it. Yeah, and he just, we talked a lot about that. That it's not like he said that. Oh yeah, no, we're committed to CJ for the rest of his life or anything. I think this is it's a prove it year for it's a prove it year for CJ, but it's also a prove it year for the organization and actually putting a solid, not just a solid offensive line. I want an actual impactful offensive line. We've gotten beaten down into being such eunuchs over this that the thought of, wow, an offensive line that actually imposes its will and have an offensive line that you can actually point to as a strength of your team, I feel like we've all but given up on that and we're just waiting for meager scraps. No, I want an imposing offensive line. Let's see I want, at the end of the season, I want people saying, well, sure, CJ had a good year, but look at the offensive line he's playing it behind.
Here's my question, mostly for you, John Lopez. If Nick Caserio doesn't make a big signing on the offensive line on the first day of free agency, are you gonna do what you did a few years ago and question the sense of urgency of the team?
Well, here's the thing. First of all, Seth is speaking my language.
I knew that. That's what made me think of it.
That's
what
absolutely.
made me think of it.
I've said it multiple times. Fans, they all seem like they're afraid to really demand more. No, it's okay to demand more.
Right.
It is okay as a fan to demand more. So that's why I'm with Seth on this. And the other thing is the window open or not? Is it open or not? Because if it's open, you got to make moves like that. So as far as like the first day of free agency, I mean, I thought it was 2 years ago, I believe.
It was 2 years ago. It was the Danielle Hunter. It was when they signed Danielle Hunter on the second or third day, and the Texans could go, see, John Lopez went on, got like the fifth best edge rusher
I
in
would
football.
be more than happy for the same thing to happen, but the difference is I think the offensive linemen are going to be getting those deals.
No, I think so, too.
quickly.
It's not a deep free agency class. They may have to shop on that day one aisle that they have been remiss to shop on, for sure.
And that would also be nice considering he was quick to utilize the Chicago Bears to kind of defend himself in talking about the growth that this offensive line showed year over year. He was like, you're second only to the Bears in growth year over year. Well, yeah, that's because you started from absolutely putrid. And you went about it a lot differently than the Chicago Bears. If you want to have that similar kind of growth, I think
they did.
You should maybe utilize some of that.
Yeah, no, the difference there is purely subjective, where you just go, okay, you're invoking the Bears. Do the Bears have a good offensive line? I think most people would say, yeah. No. Do the Texans have a good offensive line? I think most people would say, no, not good. I mean, it's better than it was, but it's and to Seth's original point, we got to stop settling. We need
equivocating.
We need dudes equivocating. Yes, thank you. All right. Someone's asking, did John ever catch his marlin? As a reminder, people don't listen every day.
No, they don't. I'll say it again real quick.
Oh, why?
I did not. We spent 10 solid hours on the water the last day looking for one fish. Had some looks, as they like to say, but never caught the marlin. But one of the best trips of my life. You
love the trip.
It was one of the best trips of my life, and it gives me an excuse to go back.
Did you see a marlin at all? Are you able to see in the water?
We saw them breaking the water and attacking the teasers, which are the big baits that kind of bring them in that you set out.
Oh, okay.
But never really hit the hook.
You got excited when they hit those teasers, though.
Get excited.
Yeah. I get excited when I hit a teaser.
You like to say teasers.
Yeah, I do. Well, the kind of teaser I hit is where you're getting 6 extra points on 4 plays and try to win some money.
Yeah.
What's the question of the day, boys?
All right, so did you see these UFL rules?
Yes.
Just real quick, my opinion on these rules. Outside of the 4-point 60-yard field goal, I think they're all not just good. I think they're great.
Really? Okay.
They're great. The 60-yard field goal, 4 points, I don't like that because I think there's going to be too many field goals. People just kind of settling. Hey, I got a great kicker.
Ken Little's heirs would love that.
Yeah, but
like
I mean,
$15 million player.
They'll be more conservative on offense and all that. Hey, we still get 4 points. So I don't like that one. But 1 foot inbounds is a catch.
You like that? You like making it easier to get a catch.
Good for the offense.
Yeah, it is good for the offense.
Red zone penalties go to half the distance to the goal. I like that.
Okay.
No tush push. I'm not crazy. I can go either way on that, but I like it. No punting inside the opponent's 50-yard line.
Okay, yeah. Parker told me about that one yesterday. Yeah. That one. Actually,
I like it.
Well, it would be super controversial, for lack of a better word, like 10 years ago, before everybody started going for it on fourth down, anywhere inside, anywhere on the other side of the opponent's
teams.
50.
You pointed this out yesterday, Sean. It also opens up the door to there's going to be teams intentionally taking a loss. If they're on the opponent's 47-yard line and they really want to punt, they're going to be like, all right, I'm just going to run back 5 and take a knee.
Right. And
on third down so they can punt.
And it probably have to be like 3rd and 23 or something.
Yeah.
I think that would happen. Absolutely.
If you're trying to protect the lead or something.
Sure. Yeah, maybe.
So the question of the day is, what are some out there rules that you want to see implemented in life?
In society?
In life. And I'll give you one example because this is more about you guys.
Yeah.
No more than 3 pillows on a made bed.
We've got
no more than 3 pillows on a made bed.
Okay. I kind of take pride now in my ability. It took like 17 years or so to figure out exactly.
I toss them all over the room.
Yeah.
So
I put them there like it's my version of perfect. It's still not up to her standards, but they're there.
How many do we have? 7 pillows.
We have 7 or 8.
Yeah, we have 7 pillows.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 of them are decorative.
No, of course.
Yeah. That's.
Oh yeah, I wasn't even counting the. Yeah, I guess we have 7 too.
Yeah,
5 decorative.
We have
and 2,
7.
Yeah.
We have 7 or 8 decorative.
You're a bachelor, Reggie.
2.
2.
Mm-hmm.
2. And their
One
memory
for you?
foam.
So you would fall in line. No more than 3.
That's right.
I wonder if that's okay. If a young woman comes over to Reginald's house, or an old woman, whatever.
Like the way you
that
think.
seems the kind of thing. Women tend to like to have the pillows on the bed and everything. And they would like for us men to be more cleaner than we typically are on average. But I feel like most women, if they went to a bachelor's house and they saw that he himself had pillows arranged, she might not think that's the coolest thing in the world.
That's true.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Who has been here? This is evidence of someone being here.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah.
I will
He's definitely got another one on
exactly.
the side.
I will say I do cover myself in glory in this way because although they are 2 pillows, they are supportive pillows. They're relatively new pillows, not like you, John Lopez, and satin lined.
That's pretty good.
So that they're good for the ladies' hair.
Is your bachelor pad acceptable for a normal? What is a normal woman's level of cleanliness for their?
Yeah, it's acceptable. It can get a little untidy, but it's never dirty, right? I think that's the big distinction.
Clean the bathroom, clean the sinks.
Yeah.
So what's yours?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was talking to you.
Just finish up your thought. Yeah.
My thought? I have thought?
Yeah, the thing you were about to say?
I do thinking? I was about to say. No, I was about to give advice to the young men out there, but I feel like because of social media, young men get this kind of advice all the time. But maybe it needs reinforcement. You have no idea how many deals you may have broken by your apartment being too dirty.
Yeah.
It's just what an extreme turnoff it is to women when they come over and your place is a sty. Just either plunk down some money to have somebody do it professionally or just spend an hour cleaning your place every now and then.
I had a tweet saved forever on the rundown that we just never got to, and eventually I just deleted it. But somebody I think it was a woman, put out there, the term red flag. That's a red flag.
Yeah.
This was a bunch of green flags. So if the guy does this, it does these 10 things. Like, boy, he's a keeper, that guy. So I had that. We never got to it, but that would be a green flag.
Send that to me, because frankly, Brandy's been giving me the side eye about a lot of things lately. I got to up my game a little bit.
Yeah, I got to save your marriage.
At some point during the summer, we just need to have our crosstalks be like, let's do a week of green flags and just go through.
I feel like that's what it is oftentimes. So your question, John, what's my thing, my rule? I'll tell you what it is, and this is a rule that I would like turned into a law. Oh. If you're one of these people that when the plane lands thinks that your schedule is more important than everybody else's and you walk up the aisle and just stand there like that guy did on our flight back from Super Bowl.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I was pissed.
Yeah, it's one thing if you got a connecting flight, but you can tell when they don't have a connecting flight.
Figgy videoed me this. I was livid at this guy.
The worst, though, this is where I've actually elbowed people. When they give you a dirty look, when they're about to come out, like it's your turn to get off.
Yeah.
And they start walking, and you get out, and they give you a dirty look, like you interrupted their path. Yeah,
that person should be treated like a terrorist. They should be on the no-fly list.
Well, that's another one of mine.
The software that recognizes their retinas should be installed everywhere in the airport, and they should not even be allowed in the airport.
I'm serious.
They are aisle terrorists.
About this other one I have. Anyone who drives less than 70 miles an hour on the far left lane, should spend 1 night in jail.
1 night in jail?
1 night in
Hold on,
jail.
drive 70
That'll
miles?
stop it.
Yeah. You're saying the people that just get in the left lane and you're like, this is the passing lane.
Yes.
That's a good
You're talking
one
about like
too,
on a
John.
65-mile-per-hour
Yeah,
highway.
yeah, like on a 5-lane, on a 4-lane, 5-lane.
I meant
You're
on
not
a
talking
country
about, you're not
road.
talking about up Wesleyan.
No.
That's what I meant.
If you're on the left lane, if you say you do that and you get caught, you're going to spend a night in jail.
A night in jail?
A night in jail. It'll stop.
Oh, yeah.
I know this one. Sean, I'm
If you
glad
start
you brought.
cutting off limbs, that behavior will stop.
I'm
No
glad you
more
brought up
moronicity out there.
I'm glad you brought up the flying because I guess this isn't a rule, but this is something that I would like. I wish there was some kind of way to give, let's just say, even positive feedback on flight attendants. Because you think about it, they're in this service industry and they're walking up and down, but nobody's actually really watching to see how they're doing or anything. And there's times where I feel like, man, like this person's a really good flight attendant, but I don't know, what do I do? Go into the app and find some way to leave feedback about a person? I want the flight attendants to have QR codes that I can just scan. And, okay, that might look creepy. Never mind. But their badge that I can just go into the app and be like, I was on this flight and my flight attendant was really good.
Yeah.
So they can reward and incentivize some of that good behavior.
I don't think that's weird at all. I think that would be one of those things that you and I were talking about earlier, Steph. Like, what's one of the things now that's just human nature that felt weird? Or, I mean, our question was framed a little bit differently because we were talking about Waymo, but that, that's a really good idea, actually. Like, I want to give good feedback on this person.
Yeah.
Boom, on my phone right
It's
there.
easy to get, it's most, because I have so many times when I travel,
idea,
I'm
actually.
blown away, honestly, by so many people in the airline industry who have been helpful to me.
Yeah.
And I feel like at times I have gone and sought out how to give them a compliment and everything.
Yeah.
I would love if I just had it on the United app to be able to this is their employee number. Boom.
I'm going to get a sweatshirt made with a QR code for me on it, and it's going to say acknowledge me at the bottom of it. Yeah, I just want to get acknowledged. That's all.
That's good.
I know it's totally going to turn into 20 texts like, Seth, it's right there on the first page of the United app.
I haven't seen that yet.
Selfish idiot. Yeah.
I don't want to steal from you guys, but there is a listener. Oh, Reggie, it looks like you replied to him already. Y'all talking about a 3-pillow max. I'm here sleeping every night with 10 pillows, and I'm a single dude. 0 are decorative. So he's just got stacks of regular pillows.
That's for body support. That guy's sleeping. You know what? That guy's arm has never fallen asleep.
Never fallen asleep.
Probably got his arm up, propped up on one side and everything.
Between his legs to keep the lower back situated.
He's like a husky sleeping under the snow. Like everything is just completely formed to his body.
Yeah. At what point do you wonder if the pillows are are not doing their job well enough?
Oh, those will do it. Those will do it.
Right? Because I feel like once you need 10 of them, at least 4 of them are not doing the job properly.
This is the longest we've ever eaten into your show, and this is the most inane topic ever, and I've had a blast.
I'm glad.
I've had a good time.
I guess we should talk about football or stuff.
Probably. I mean, I would recommend it. We'll see. Gentlemen, enjoyed it as always. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies and a stack of pillows to you, buddy.
Antibodies, you're my favorite stack of 10 pillows.
Thank you.
Is that a compliment?
No, it's definitely not.
Is he making fun of your doughy physique?
Probably.
It's packed into an 8-pillow pillowcase. Yeah.
Oh, I love him so much. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, I guess we're doing a show now eventually. I thought we were just going to roll with them for 4 hours.
Pillow talk.
I got to tell
you.
I got to tell you, Seth's analogies are talk about acknowledge me. They're just next level. What did he say? Oh, a wolf in under some eye. What did he say? It's like a husky under some ice.
Incredible stuff. Always appreciate D&M Auto Leasing and the crosstalk that we get a chance to do. Somebody said pause on set. All right, okay. Let's get going here on this Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, where I believe Thin Lizzy once said the boys are back in town.
How about that? The boys are back. The boys are back.
That's right.
Yeah.
Spread the word around. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig back in the saddle, baby.
Yeah, let's go. And he avoided the old nor'easter.
That's right. That's right. We got him out of Cleveland. He's back in the great city of Houston. All is right with the world, so let's have a good time on a Wednesday. Join in on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. That's where you talk back to us. Also, we appreciate the Mo Karam and Drew Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. We're going to be buzzing all week about, combine stuff, but we're getting conversations from today. We're having a lot of players at podiums and everything. We'll get testing starting tomorrow, so we'll be able to at least admire the freaks that are putting up interesting numbers. But I think that maybe the most important thing for the Texans is getting a better idea of how Nick Caserio sees things, which we were able to get yesterday through a few various things, right? Him being on the podium and answering questions generally, then going off to the side talking to local media specifically, which I thought had some really interesting things.
Yeah.
And then also Texas All Access with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. I thought that we got a really interesting landscape of stuff, so we'll be talking about that all day. But obviously the big thing, and we talked about this yesterday, but it's worth returning to, was his pretty patent dismissal of C.J. Stroud trade rumors and just the idea that he would not be the quarterback for this team this year.
Well, the term Easter eggs has been used a lot out there, just in pop culture and society. An Easter egg is, dropping some sort of a hint, some sort of a precursor of what may be to come. And I kind of felt that. I don't know if you did, Figgy did, or listeners did, because you're right. I mean, you use the term moronic. That's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
That's pretty emphatic. The whole trade rumor thing about C.J. Stroud is silly. But when you listen to the audio, it always comes back to he's our quarterback now. There was no C.J. Stroud is our quarterback moving forward. We envision him being this or that, for our franchise. It was always for now, and I think Figgy has some of this for us.
Yeah, let's actually hear a little bit. This was him with Mark and John on Texas All Access. Him being Nick Caserio, the general manager of this team. He was clearly asked a number of times about C.J. Stroud. Thoughts on C.J. and where things are at this moment?
Yeah, I mean, he's our quarterback. Glad he's our quarterback. I mean, all of us have areas and things that we can improve on individually, collectively, as a team, and that's what the offseason is about. So CJ's played a lot of good football. He's had a positive influence and impact on the program. There's always things that all of us can do better, and I'm sure when we kind of take a step back, you want to look at what we accomplished during the year. What are some areas that, we did well? What are some of the things that we did well? What are some of the areas that need to improve? And that's what the offseason is about. It's about improvement. You want to reflect on what happened, but you can't spend too much time on what happened because we kind of have to prepare for what's in front of us.
And he just kept going back to it. He went to it 3 times at least about things you need to improve on. We all need to get better at certain things, et cetera. And it kind of felt like that little Easter egg thing. Like, yes, he's our quarterback. It's moronic. But he's putting it on CJ. Like, we need you to be better. We need you to fit in. We need you to be surrounded by the right people, and that's Nick Caserio's job. But there was no adamant, statement about this is stupid. He's going to be our guy, hell or high water.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was maybe one time where he's like, no, I mean, we support him. We believe in his capabilities. Mm-hmm. But you're right. They did not let him off the hook for clearly the performance in the playoffs. And just generally, right? We talked about this yesterday in hearing some of the things that he said specifically on the podium there at the Combine, where, they still, have some, we know, we've seen him do good things, and if you play well, right, things go well, things to that nature. There was still an understanding that C.J. Stroud needs to deliver. Mm-hmm. You had some questions, though, that jumped out off of this, right?
Yes. And the first one, I think a lot of fans might be wondering this. He clearly was emphatic. Is it justified to have CJ's back so emphatically, given how it ended?
I think so. Mm-hmm. Even though I understand how it ended. I see it on the YouTube page. CJ is the reason we lost. You can't ignore that with that Patriots game. But also, there was a lot of winning that you did during the season that you can absolutely say, attribute to C.J. Stroud holding down the way and style that they wanted you to play football. It's one of the reasons why it was so frustrating at the end is because he seemed to deviate from what had been working in the ways in which he had been making really good decisions in handling the way things go. We've seen the high water mark of CJ. We played Bryce Young's audio. Was that last week? Mm-hmm. What he said when he was sitting down with the Pivot podcast. And yes, I understand he's not going to trash CJ, but he's like, it's the same thing that we've heard from everybody. We've seen it. We've seen the product of CJ Stroud being a really good quarterback in this league.
But it's cutting time in the playoffs.
That makes sense.
Yes. And it wasn't just the Patriots game. And so that's why I'm saying, is it justified? Another question, we might circle back around on this too, but this is the one that I keep going back to. Are they being too forgiving for that postseason collapse?
Have you read them being forgiving with the postseason collapse? Because I found it very interesting in the ways that they've just kind of been like, CJ's our quarterback, but they haven't done the full-throated that we can see at times with quarterbacks where we have no doubts and all those things. They stopped short of that. And I think that is intentional. And I say that the context of that is we've heard this Texans team talk about various different players and the ways in which they go. We have, in essence, right, because I'm not quoting directly, 100% believe all of this. They have not done that in this recent stretch with CJ Stroud. But I think that their MO is wanting to protect their guy, and I think that it means something that they have protected him without going all the way to the place where they absolutely absolve the way that he played.
Here's the counterpoint. Is it a little too kid-glovey compared to other things? Nick Caserio himself, and we won't play the audio here, but himself said he was asked about in another instance with Texans All Access about defining a players, if there's a deal breaker, so to speak, on players that can't be Texans. And he said, if you're not team first, if you're not, tough and they believe in you, then you might as well not even think about being a Texan. He said that about all positions in general. And yet here we are like, well, kind of kid-glovey. You know what I mean? And maybe it's because it's the quarterback.
I hear you. Maybe it's because it's the quarterback. Also, one of the things that can frustrate us, and when I say us, I mean me and you specifically, John, here on this program, is the ways in which at times they'll get up in public forums and not even intimate in some ways the I guess, quote unquote, accountability that we want to see to some players. But we are assured time and time again that in that building, the accountability shows up.
Sure.
So in this instance, it would fit within their MO that they're going to protect him. And even that they're not doing as full-throatedly as I think they have a possibility to. I can only imagine what those meetings sound like and the conversations sound like. I think that is where they might not be as kid-glovey, and that's one of the things that we have to try and balance. I don't know how much we like that as Texans fans, paying attention to the Texans, where it feels like, hey, you're handling this really lightly. We are assured time and time again that when they actually have those conversations, remember Azeez Al-Shaair has talked about it. DeMeco Ryans is actually really tough when he's coaching those guys internally. The expectations are high. I think that this might be one of those places where I have no choice but to look at it and say, I hope that is the case, because otherwise I understand your frustration.
Right.
All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Wednesday here in the Loop. Coming up next, and we will obviously return to a number of the things and the ways in which it's got us thinking from the Combine, as it's Combine week in Indianapolis. But coming up next, I do want to talk about the Astros. Happy Hunter Brown Day to you, as Hunter Brown will get going in his spring training and Grapefruit League debut for this season. Have the Astros lost their superpower pursuant to pitching? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see? energized by base power on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide?
Oh, God, that made me Kiki. I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No, it's
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, here with you. We were just talking about C.J. Stroud, and obviously we're going to be talking about C.J. Stroud as a staff record label and a crew for a number of
His
months.
haircut looked good too, man. I saw him on that red carpet.
I'm sure y'all did, but we didn't even really talk about that.
Yeah, you seen him on that red carpet with his mom. Haircut looked good,
Haircut
man.
looked
strong.
good.
Looks 12 years old.
The conversation that he's had, especially at that humanitarian awards, was very interesting. We might have to dig into that at some point. But obviously, the way that Nick Caserio kind of talked about him at when it comes to being at the combine, I found it to be very interesting, and it's obviously. I think that there's a level of establishing your priors that continues within this, because there's people here on the text line for the 713. Can you find me one example last year where C.J. Stroud put the team on his back and carried to a win? You can find examples where he kept them from winning, I'm guessing. I think that there's also an acknowledgement that teams are trying to do this a little bit differently. I think there's a level of honest conversation to be had about the trends that are happening in quarterbacking generally. And there's also a conversation to be had about C.J. Stroud not having his absolute best year without making it as if he was a terrible quarterback. But all of that requires a level of nuance that we're going to have to find and I'm sure that it seems like they're trying to operate with as they go about this. So we'll talk more about C.J. because we have to. He's the quarterback of this team, as was established yesterday by Nick Caserio, or confirmed.
Confirmed.
We knew that was the case. Speaking of trends. Let's talk about the Astros. Still in West Palm Beach for spring training. In fact, I think they tied in 10 innings with the Mets yesterday. Mets
love
yesterday.
those. Let's get out of here.
Gotta love it, right? Hey, we're done.
Yeah.
We had 10 frames. We're done here.
Yeah.
Go to the showers. But let's talk about the team at large, because we've talked about various portions here and there. Obviously, the infield logjam. But is it possible that the Astros might have lost their superpower, or do you still have belief? Because, and that is the starting rotation and really just pitching in general.
Yeah.
This has been the thing that when the Astros have been good over the last decade, they've been able to pitch. They've been able to throw the baseball.
Even when they were, a team that just absolute mashed, and then they had, all the big bats up and down the lineup, or they had two closers that could close games, or, they had just a bullpen that was nails. It always came back to the starting pitching was just remarkable, really. And, you go 4, 5 deep. I mean, that's unheard of in Major League Baseball, to have, to go your number 3 guy and it's Zach Greinke, or even more recently, you go to
Sorry, it just hit. You know how you know a thing, but it just hits you again?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, man,
Yeah.
all right, we made it through the first 2. Zach Greinke!
Exactly.
What?
But even more recently, getting a lot out of guys like, Kikuchi.
Absolutely. And you say Kikuchi. I mean, the way that went, I think that was more worth it than we even gave credit for, because now it seems like this may endear you to more Japanese players than you previously had, and now we're cooking with grease,
right.
or cooking with gas. I guess is the more accurate way of saying that. So you had fantastic
or
results
just as recently as a couple of years ago, you're talking about 3 and 4 guys that would go out there and be parts of no hitters and such. Their superpower was starting pitching. Do you still believe that that's going to be the superpower? A couple things, kind of got me thinking about this. Obviously, Hunter Brown, stud. So then, don't worry about that. He pitches today, by the way, right?
Yes.
Tatsuya Imai, stud.
You feel confident in that?
I think he's going to be a gem.
His first start is tomorrow.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, though, it's not televised. Our next televised Grapefruit League game is Saturday.
Yeah.
But I'm just excited to start seeing him, because There is a little question on just where he is. I have a level of belief, but I don't know how much of that is just regular optimism or how much of that is hopium.
Let's start there then. Because I think he's going to be a gem, but I think it's fair to say, let's wait and see, And that was never.
That's the smart way to go about this.
Yeah, there was never a question about the number 1 or number 2 and oftentimes number 3 guy in this rotation. So you could start there if you want. I was going to start at 3.
Are we sure he's going to be the 2? I think that
maybe
in an
not.
Optimal situation, he's the 3.
Yeah.
And you know who the 2 is, right?
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, you've got all kinds of guys coming back, whether it's Javier
That's the guy.
or
Don't say like some colors.
Arrighetti. But that's my point. The superpower has always been you got these guys. Now you have questions on all these guys. You got Burrows coming in, Weiss coming in. I mentioned Arrighetti. I call those guys asterisk arms. You have to put an asterisk on it. I don't know what all was to expect out of Arrighetti. Weiss, there's some questions of he's going to get over here and be able to produce at that level.
I think he might be a bullpen guy.
Maybe
Ryan Weiss,
Burrows, as well.
I actually feel good about Mike Burrows, but Mike Burrows to me feels like a floor guy more than a ceiling guy.
There you go.
In that I know that Mike Burrows. I was talking with Colin about this before one of the shows. I don't know if it was last week. That's just a dude who you look at and you go, all right, these pitches they're not going to have a crazy amount of movement, but he's going to throw them for strikes. And that's gonna work. Now I wonder what the Astros car wash will ultimately do, if there's some level of elevation that shows up within that as well. But it feels like, all right, you got a really good number 4 starter, number 5 starter that I feel confident about in Mike Burrows. But I mean, I'm looking at the starting pitchers, the most common starting pitchers over the last few years. I mean, as recently as 24, right? You had Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, guaranteed. Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, Verlander, right? 2023, or actually not Verlander there. That's interesting. 23, Brown, Valdez, Javier, France, Bielak, right? You can go through these years and look at them and go, all right, you had, to go to the Spades context, 2, 3 impossibles.
Yeah.
This year, I think the only one that you can count as a book that you're absolutely going to pick up to torture the Spades metaphor here is Hunter Brown.
Right.
There's the questions on Imai coming, and it's always the thing when you have someone coming from Japan over is how is this going to translate in the way that you hope it does? I think we're both confident, but can you say that absolutely? I don't think you can. Christian Javier, we've seen the high level. Is that going to be what he looks like when he comes back?
Right.
I don't know. What is the Mike Burrows experience? Is Arrighetti healed up? And even with Arrighetti, when he was healthy, there was a little bit of he's pretty good, but depending, right?
Yeah.
And then who is your 5th and 6th starters, right? These are questions that you ask. I don't know that the superpower is dead by any means, but it's one of those things that I cannot say for certain that you're going into the season.
Right, because you have the asterisk arms, as I said, but you also have the coming back from injury arms.
And you saw how that played out last year.
Exactly. Yeah. So obviously, I'm going to have to mention the name Lance McCullers Jr. But then you got Blanco, you got Wisniewski. You've got guys that
Wisniewski. I'm not doing the thing. I think last year absolutely beat me. It beat the optimism out me on he should be back by All-Star break, and then we'll go and we'll be off to the races.
Yeah.
That one beat me dead last year.
And then put on top of that, new pitching coaches, new coaches on the staff. The whole car wash, as you like to call it. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I've never been cautiously optimistic in the last decade. It's something. And then there's this, and I just want to go ahead.
No.
I just want to throw this out there. Then I saw CBS Sports come out with its top 10 starting pitching rotations in Major League Baseball. 6 of them were in the American League. 2 of them are in your division. 2 of the top 10. So it's also the competition aspect of the Rangers and the Mariners.
Do you think the Astros going to miss Framber?
That's a loaded question, man.
I mean, there's going to be moments
because he was an ace. Or
he could be.
Yeah, it could be. That was a whole discussion, but he's gone now.
Day starter, how many years in a row, right?
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, because I feel like we kind of took that for granted because how it ended last year. But I feel like that was a big loss, man.
Yeah, it was on the field.
And I'm not as comfortable as I was last year.
This is how I'll put it. On the field at his best, you absolutely are going to miss that.
Because that would have been 1-2. Right,
that's why we're having this discussion.
Hell, even while we were trying to get through what Framber Valdez are, the idea of taking the bad with the good is because the good was so damn good.
Yeah.
So actually, because I see you on the text line 832 saying, I think they'll be fine. We had some bad luck last year. Boy, did they.
Yeah.
And we're still in it till the end, until Hader went down, and then that was the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that perspective, and I'm largely with you. I don't think that it'll be an absolute mess. But the question is using your pitching as a superpower.
Yeah.
And I think that you're out of the realm of it being a superpower.
Yeah, that's what
It can be a good rotation. I don't know if this is going to be one of those things where you go, oh, we're mowing dudes down because of our pitching. Hopefully, I would love to be wrong.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to be wrong.
It made me think, I'm like, that's the one thing, whether they're mashing, whether they're, just a decent offensive team, which they've been better than decent most years than not, or they have their, then you got to put Hader into the equation. Just because, you got to get to that guy,
Yeah, but I actually feel good about Hader if and when he is healthy.
Mm-hmm.
We just have this thing where it's like, hey, he's dealing with a little injury right now, and he's throwing off. He's playing toss, but he is not actually throwing off a mound. For the point being, yeah, we'll see what that looks like. But I think that this is a fair point to make here, Lopez. I believe that they can and probably will be a good rotation. I think that we might be gone from the days of having a superpower in the pitching. When it comes to the Astros.
Yeah.
We'll see Hunter Brown on the mound today in their Grapefruit League game, and we'll see how the numbers show up because, unfortunately, it's not televised. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. The UFL saw the NFL not banning the tush push and was like, we'll do that and more. They got a lot of wacky rules, so that got us thinking. What are some of the wacky rules, the out there rules that you think should be implemented in general life? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya? Switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, it's a White Boy Wednesday. Y'all forgot? I had.
Yes.
I had.
Yes.
It is a White Boy Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Fig with you.
Well, that's a good one.
I'm glad you heard this song and said, "Oh yeah, it's a White Boy
I had
Wednesday."
completely forgotten. I was like, "What is Figgy doing right now?"
I mean, how could you not? How could you not?
Hear this song, you think of White Boy Wednesday.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, all right, let's get to the question of the day here as I was completely thrown off my game by music. What are some out there rules that you think should be implemented in general life? 713-572-4610, because this is a week in which the NFL's competition committee gets together and, kind of thinks on things. One of the big things is the possibility of having more of officiating go from the centralized place in New York, where they can maybe have some of those flags thrown from the command center there, which I find to be interesting, and I wonder if that might be leading to some level of a referee strike of sorts.
I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah. I was like, when is their CBA up? Because I wonder how much that has to do with this. But the UFL jumped on and like, we got some rules that we would like to change, and so that got us thinking, what are the rules that you'd like to implement?
Yeah.
You seem to really like the UFL rules that they're throwing up.
Outside of one of the rules they're going to have, it's done, by the way, is any field goal more than 60 yards is going to be 4 points. I don't like that one simply because I think you tend to settle for field goals a lot easier, especially in this town. They love them some field goals as we.
You think the gamblers just going to start kicking a whole bunch of 60-yarders?
But some of the other ones, I like the 1 foot in bounds for a catch rule.
Bring the college rule?
Yes, because, I mean, it's more offense. It keeps the ball moving. Obviously, this was a very defense-oriented year. And
you were like, and we can't abide by that.
We can't have that. We can't help the defense too much. I get it, but whatever. Red zone penalties, half the distance to the goal. I like that. No punting inside the opponent's 50-yard line, which I think a lot of people are going to be doing that anyway, and to just make it, make the decision for them, kind of thing. And the overtime. At first, I didn't like it, but then I was like, yeah, we got to get this thing done. 3 alternating attempts from the 5-yard line for each team.
We're just going college rules?
Why not? It's safer, and they're always about safety and stuff like that. But it did get me thinking.
I mean, you know me, I'm all about overtime in regulation. Let's get this game over with.
Yeah,
that's what overtime is for.
Get it over with.
Overtime is for finding a winner as opposed to, continuing the game, in my opinion.
You'll get it over with that.
Yeah, you will. Exactly. It's kind of like the 3-on-3 in hockey, which we saw during the Olympics. Let's make it exciting and quick. All right, so the question of the day is, what are some out there rules like these that should be implemented in life? Already,
we're going to move past the 1 foot. I don't like the 1 foot inbounds rule at the professional level.
Yeah.
Now, UFL is a place where if I'm going to use baseball parlance, they feel like quad A. This is also a weird place where they're in between the level of college football and obviously NFL football. And it's one of the reasons why I don't like some of these rule changes. I do like some, right, that you could be a little bit of a testing ground. I think that UFL is best suited by trying to set themselves a little bit of a niche of we're helping players get to the NFL. And I think the more changes that they make, the more that you pull yourself away from the gameplay, especially one the 1 foot in bounds.
But they're also selling a product.
They are, and that is a fair point, right? You want to make yourself viable unto yourself as opposed to pledging fealty to the NFL.
Right. And keep in mind the new NFL kickoff rule started out in the XFL.
It did.
Yeah,
it did.
So that's one of the. All right. So real life out there rules that should be implemented, and the one that is we're still getting videos from Sean Pendergast, which God bless your soul. God bless your soul. He's got 2 bedrooms with 17 pillows combined on those. One of mine is no more. It should be a rule. No more than 3 pillows on any made bed.
I think we should push that
for 2 couples. Include 2 couples,
single, married,
like you and your wife. It's only 3 pillows.
I think we should push that to 4 because some people like using 2 pillows.
That's why I was saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think I got 4.
Okay.
Me and my wife got 2 each.
He's got 9 on one bed, including the decorative.
That brother
pillows.
Sleeping on heaven, pretty much.
No, the thing I hate about the decorative pillows is you toss them all aside when you go to bed.
Also, who are these people that you expect to just be like, Hey, welcome to our home. I'm running to the bedroom.
Yeah.
And how does this look? Is it nice?
Another one for me. Actually, I got two, and then I'll toss it to you guys. But the penalty, and I'm serious on this because it would stop overnight. It would stop overnight. The penalty for driving under 70 miles an hour on the far left lane of an expressway, freeway, should be 1 night in jail if you get caught. That nothing infuriates me more. Some bozo driving 60 miles an hour on a 5-lane freeway on the left lane. That one should be 1 night in jail if they get you. And then the other one, this is a pet peeve of mine because they're just doing their job, but it irritates me. Waiters and waitresses have to be honest about what's good and what's not good on the menu. Like you ask them. So
I feel like you're not being fair here.
Yeah, well, what's good? And they'll go, they'll kind of compliment every plate.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, to me, I like that they do that because that kind of shows it's a red flag.
Yeah.
If a waiter is like, oh, yeah, I like everything.
Yeah, I hate that.
I'm like, all right.
Yeah, just hit me with the
But
truth.
some people be like, nah, don't get the mac and cheese. It ain't that good to me.
Yeah,
try this.
John, I feel like you making your issue their problem here because I think what it should be is it's incumbent upon us to ask the right questions.
But just be honest. You know what? The mac and cheese is not that good.
They at work, my boy.
But
what happens if they say that and their manager's over their shoulder and now it's a problem?
I would go with the mashed potatoes. I would do that.
How would you feel if the waiter said, I can't lie to you. I never tried anything here.
I'd feel better.
Also, that feels like code. That feels like, hey, man, this is what I got. I don't eat here.
I've been through that a couple times where you're just like, yeah, I never tried that. I went through like 3 different entrees. I never tried that. I'm like, all right.
The question that I do try to ask is, what's your favorite thing on the menu? Because I feel like you're getting to the heart of what you were looking for, while also, not putting them in a bad place here to talk bad about their work.
I don't know. Sometimes when I hear them say that, I'm thinking they're just trying to push a particular thing. They've got a lot of fillets and not as many, whatever ribeyes that they need to push on you.
It's a possibility.
Yeah,
it's a possibility.
Yeah.
From the 409, stupid lawsuits like the Buffalo Wild Wings one needs to pass a review panel of normal people before going to court.
Which one is
so
that?
So you're going to put it into court before it goes into court? Oh, you guys missed it this week.
Yeah.
I forgot. You guys have not been in. Buffalo Wild Wings was sued by a gentleman back in 2023. It finally reached a federal judge.
Oh, God.
Who ruled that Buffalo Wild Wings and anywhere else can indeed call their boneless wings, as opposed to chicken poppers or chicken chunks or whatever, sauce nuggets or whatever. They said that there's a reasonable expectation that people have when you say boneless wings, they know what they're
wasted
getting.
a lot of money on that.
I thought I appreciate the principle of the matter.
Yeah.
Call a thing what it is and do not call a thing what it is not. I appreciate the lawsuit, and I think that our legal system failed in this moment.
So what are y'all's out there rules that should be implemented?
Yeah, so I'm kind of with Sean Pendergast a little bit about the standing up on the plane as soon as it lands and not just standing up, because I understand people want to stretch and all that stuff, but standing up, grabbing your carry-on and trying to walk down the aisle, I think I don't think they should be considered terrorists or anything, but you should make them get off last. They should be the very last person to get off the plane if they do that. And I think you should line them up in the back if that happens.
Line them up. I like that.
Yeah, that should happen. Another one is driving. You kind of made me think of this, Lopez. Driving, you stop somewhere and there's somebody trying to get out of a plaza or something like that. Yeah. You should have one person max.
Oh, you got a zipper. You got a zipper.
Yes. No, sometimes people be letting the whole crew out. I'm like, yo. Nah, you should have one person max let out and then you could go.
I call them nice holes.
Oh, okay.
They're like nice holes.
Tonight.
Yeah,
ruining the traffic of what we're doing here.
Yeah, and then I got one last one. So I'm sure Reggie kind of go through this with getting a haircut and hair done. Some people be strict on their time. Like, if you're 10 minutes late, that's $20 extra. If you're 15 minutes late, I'm canceling and block you. Cool, I'm cool with that. If you're late, it should be a free haircut.
Yes.
It should be a free haircut.
It works both ways, buddy.
Because those same people that be doing that, they be late.
Yeah.
They be late. So I'm like, I got
things to do too.
Yeah, I went through that so many times where I ended up late somewhere because that person coming in 20 minutes late.
That's a great one.
Yeah, it should be a free haircut.
No, I'm with you on all of that. I don't know. I'm just stuck on the catch the 2-foot catch. Somebody on the text line said that they've said for years that NFL and college needs to be on the same page. Doesn't matter which, whether it's 1 foot in or 2 feet in. I kind of like the distinction for the reason of there's more talent at the NFL level, so expecting them to do more is a fair thing that happens, but I kind of appreciate having it at the college level.
I like the 2 feet catch, though, man, because you see some amazing catches. Because there's times where you be like, oh, he didn't get that second foot down. You're like, wow, he got that that toe, those 2 toes down.
You'll still have toe taps. It'll just be 1 foot.
It would, because I feel like
that's not as fun.
I feel like it haven't been a lot of situations where it was like, oh, that 1 toe, he didn't get it, and that's the game. I think you had this Isaiah Likely situation.
Yeah.
But outside of that, man, I felt like that wasn't a cause of a lot of games.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Keep sending those in. It seems like there's some real airing of grievances that are happening on the text line, the base power text line, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, Fig, I'm glad you mentioned the Isaiah Likely situation because apparently the NFL has made some admissions about the way that particular Week 18 game was officiated. How do you feel about this news? We'll talk about that and more next.
It's that time of year again. The Houston. Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And NFL Scouting Combine underway. We've had general managers, coaches talking, and we've gotten a lot of kind of conversation out of that. Now we're seeing prospects talk today at what is essentially the NFL's biggest convention of sorts. One of the interesting things, and I'll just run through things here periodically and see how interesting they are to you, and we can stop down or we can move on.
I'll be the judge of that?
Yeah, I'll let you be the judge of it, right?
Yeah.
So I'll throw something up there, and if you want to talk about it, cool, and if you don't, we can move along to another thing. How does that sound fine?
We should do this
That
every
sounds like a
segment.
hell of a show.
We should do this nope, not today.
No, I don't want to talk about that.
No, because this one specifically, like, there's all sorts of different headlines popping out, and sometimes it's like, this could be something that you find interesting or that people generally find interesting, or this could just be a thing where you go, okay, noted, and moving on. Like something like Sean Payton, who is the head coach of the Denver Broncos. Remember, they got rid of their previous OC in order to maintain Davis Webb there, who had previously been the quarterback coach and is now the offensive coordinator. Well, not only is that the case, Sean Payton is giving up play calling duties to Davis Webb.
Love it, and very interesting. I think this is relevant for the Texans, relevant in terms of with the AFC pecking order, relevant in terms of when did the Texans really start to take off defensively? When DeMeco Ryans wasn't just calling plays. I think he still has an influence. I think Sean Payton will still have an influence. Hey, let's do this. Hey, I really want to see this. And that's what a head coach should do. He shouldn't have his nose in the play sheet. Look, Sean Payton is brilliant. I mean, the job he's done, I don't think he's gotten enough credit, particularly what he inherited. And the job he's done has just been, cap-wise and otherwise, pretty spectacular job that Sean Payton has done in Denver. And now I think he feels like his feet are on the ground, a little more entrenched, and obviously has a lot of confidence in Davis Webb.
That was the thing. Davis Webb obviously got a lot of looks at head coach. It felt wild to me personally to look at the quarterback coach and go like, yeah, we're gonna really look at him intently for one of these jobs. Maybe I'm hating in this instance. It's possible. But then the Broncos made it very clear how they viewed him. They made sure to not only open up a space for him, but clearly they gave him more responsibility, not just being an offensive coordinator, a nominal offensive coordinator like we've seen around the league. And we've seen dudes get jobs off of that, but no, actually handing a dude who notoriously loves having this responsibility, handing that off. It feels like something. I don't know exactly what to make of it.
But it ties with DeMeco, too. He notoriously loved having that responsibility.
Yeah, that's true.
Matt
Burke is very different than Davis Webb.
Well, he is. He has more experience, but I think Davis Webb is equally as respected in that building and otherwise as Matt Burke has been.
But the idea that a dude of relatively youth like that, who's pretty early into his actual coaching tenure, gets to that place. I found that to be interesting. Some other things. Fig, we were talking about this, that week 14 game between the Ravens and Steelers. Obviously, they rematched it again in week 18, but it had a number of mistakes by NFL officials that the NFL has actually alluded to and admitted. For one, the league admitted that the game, there was an unnecessary roughness penalty that was called on a defensive tackle. And they said, nope, that actually wasn't a foul. we called that, and now we've replayed it, and that was an error.
That's my bad, y'all. That's my bad.
I know. I don't understand. It doesn't make anybody feel better when you do that.
Yeah. More importantly, there was an Isaiah Likely touchdown that was overturned into an incompletion, and this matters because that would have been, that probably would have changed that game to the point where the Ravens are in the playoffs as opposed to the Steelers, which I'm sure here locally I think we feel better about because that's a game in which your quarterback played so poorly and you were still able to get over it. I don't know if that's the case against the Ravens, even though they weren't incredible this year. There was a number of Ravens that responded to that and were very upset. Lamar Jackson clearly jumped on Twitter, said, quote, "So technically we won 10-7, first offseason win ever," is what he put up there. Kyle Van Noy also said, "Have we ever seen the NFL come out months after a game has been played and admit that they didn't get one huge critical call in the biggest NFL rivalry game right?"
It's almost
there's two of them in this game.
It's really kind of inexcusable. And maybe this has something to do, although it's not necessarily apples to apples, but maybe it has something to do with the other rule that is being discussed and perhaps implemented, where you can get that flag thrown from the booth.
Yeah.
It might be like, hey man, we got to be able to say, because it's so quick. They can do it so quickly now. In terms of like making a call right,
and also just helping those guys on the field where you're keeping track of 22 guys and trying to view for all things, and sometimes it can be something out of your view that gets thrown or something that you don't have an angle on. I like having, with all of the cameras that we have, could that help them get the call right? But then just using the phrase "get the call right," I had a visceral reaction, because how many times have we talked about that and seeing the actual implementation of the corrective measure not actually correct the thing that we want but cause more strife? That's the only thing I worry about. But you want to avoid these moments as much as possible, the NFL does, and here you are with a very big one that changed kind of the landscape of the season in some way.
Well, I believe that they knew those calls were wrong within seconds of those calls being made, and they couldn't do anything about it. So I think that's where I kind of encouraged this,
Yeah. Some other things around the NFL, again, at the Combine, Nick Sirianni said that he can't guarantee, quote unquote, that A.J. Brown will be with the Eagles in 2026, which is as far as you'll hear a coach go in a with the dude who is contractually on the team when it comes to a player. And so with that being the case, first and foremost, do you believe that he will remain in the Eagles, who, mind you, are the betting odds favorite to retain his services? And if not, where could A.J. Brown go? Because that's a big-time receiver in this league that could find his way to another team, and that feels like that could change the dynamic of an offense.
Oh, it would change the arc of a team. He can be that explosive if he goes to the right one. I look, that's about as close to saying nope as you can get. I mean, because that's when you say I can't guarantee it. That's pretty much saying.
It make you appreciate Nick Caserio, what he said about CJ.
It kind of does. It kind of does. Yeah.
Because he could easily say, I can't guarantee that.
Guarantee it. But no, when you say that's pretty much all you need to hear from A.J. Brown's perspective, and more importantly, from other teams' perspective. Now the phones are ringing.
Yeah, late first-round pick is what the thought on what he might be worth. I just want to run through the teams who have late first-round picks, and you tell me if this feels like a team that should give up a pick. The Patriots at 30 with the 31st overall.
Ooh, it's a good number, isn't it? 31's a good number to give up for A.J. Brown. And I think he'll end up going for a second.
Okay.
I think it'll be a second. So I would say 31 and down. Patriots might fit that.
The Broncos have the 30th.
Oh, my Lord.
Ooh, man.
Oh, my Lord.
Do they need a receiver?
That's
it is A.J. Brown.
Yeah, I could talk you into the Patriots maybe needing one, because they have guys, but none of them were like of the caliber of A.J. Brown. That's one of those, hey, I could like that upgrade.
Yeah, 100%.
The Broncos, they do have Cortland Sutton. I could swing myself to it, but maybe they don't need it.
Yeah.
I think the Texans, clearly we have 28, but I don't know that anybody would be super happy about giving up that pick for a wide receiver, even of A.J. Brown's caliber. The Buffalo Bills have 26.
There you go. That might be worth going into the first round.
Doesn't it? It doesn't feel like that, right? Like that was a wide receiver core that just did not have much. And that feels like that could be the way that this goes.
Yeah.
That would be very, very frustrating for me to see the Buffalo Bills get an A.J.
Another
Brown.
AFC team, too.
Right. That's exactly the point.
That's the thing.
Yep. 8-3-2. The Bills be a good fit for A.J. And please, dear God, no, please don't do that. I don't want to have to deal with that by any means. All right. Some other things around the NFL. I've been holding on to this one just because I didn't know what to do with it. Did you see that Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce have been sued?
I did see that.
These gentlemen were sued along with their restaurant partners for allegedly trademark infringing. There's a complaint that centers on their use of numbers specific to the 1587 Prime, which is the name of their restaurant. Apparently, there's a company called 1587 Sneakers that says that they're infringed on that copyright. One, do you care at all about this?
I keep wanting to say to use that trump card of let's not talk about this. But I like this, and the reason.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna be like, here's the first time I will cash in.
Boom! I'm gonna cash in. Let's move on. No, the reason I like this, I think the 1587 sneakers is going about this all wrong. They should embrace this. Like if you got 1587 Prime and it's Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, that's gonna help you. That will help you as this. Have you ever heard of 1587 sneakers?
No.
Now you have.
No.
Now you have.
Yeah. So you thinking they did go about it the right way by at least doing this lawsuit?
Well, okay, you know what? In that regard, yes.
Because I feel like that just blew them out the way.
But what I'm saying is they shouldn't want this to go away.
Yeah,
because it's helping them.
I mean, I don't know how much they trying to get out of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's millions of dollars or anything, but I would try to come up with some type of partnership or something.
Yeah, get a little piece of
like
the
I don't
action.
want that much.
A little something for the effort, as Bill Murray said.
Maybe that's what they're suing for.
Yeah.
We're suing for y'all to put us on your social media.
Yeah,
so people
or come by, come by here,
stop by, help us, please.
Yeah.
But I have not thought as much about how many athletes are getting into business deals and how their names are going to pop up in places that you don't typically think of athletes' names popping up, just because this is an endeavor that they lend their names to, right? Maybe they invest in and they see the returns on, and now ESPN got to write up the fact that there's some people suing them because the restaurant is named what it is.
You might get some people out here that's just trying to let's trademark this just in case.
I think a lot of people
a hard time.
Yeah, a lot of people try to do that
because I think Lamar Jackson went through that with Air 8 or something like that.
With 8,
was it Troy Aikman?
Yeah, but I think that was within sports because Troy Aikman was like, "Hey, nah, I'm number 8," which is funny that we're doing any of this with numbers because there's a number 8 on a lot a teams,
exactly.
right? How does it get to a point?
He ain't
where it
the
becomes
first
trademark?
number 8, number 8.
That's right.
And now we have to do the thing like we do kind of tongue in cheek about who is the real Cam Smith, right? Who is the real number 8? Yeah. And I feel like Sean Pendergast should be the judge that litigates that, just power ranking who are the most important number 8s so that we can figure out who gets the trademark or what have you.
I think Troy Aikman still got Lamar Jackson.
Oh yeah, Troy, without question.
So
Absolutely the case there. All right, some other things around the NFL here. The general manager of the Arizona Cardinals, his name again is Monty Ossenfort.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he's talked with Kyler Murray to discuss how last season unfolded and so on and so forth. Yesterday, Kyler Murray was asked about this. He said that he has not talked to Ossenfort. He said, I've always Ossenfort had said I always have a good dialogue with Kyler, so on and so forth. Yeah, this has been, knocked down by Kyler Murray.
Would you call this, Lopez?
There's no
Lion
chance.
Season.
Lying season.
There's no chance that they're staying together, right?
That's right. We are entering lying season.
It's lying season.
Yeah, we're entering lying season right now. This is the first one. Somebody's lying, and I think it's Ossenfort. I really do.
Why do you think that you tell that?
Because it makes him look good. Of course, our quarterback, our franchise quarterback, we always have dialogue.
Well, he's not the franchise quarterback.
Well,
and it feels evident that he's going to be on the trading block.
But,
this doesn't feel like a useful maneuvering to help you move on from Kyler Murray.
GMs are like everybody else. They want to make themselves look good.
But see, y'all talked about it yesterday with Nick Caserio and the Joe Mixon thing. It would look bad if you say, I haven't talked to Kyler Murray. Even regardless how you feel about the relationship.
Right.
It's just like, dog, you the GM. You ain't talking to the quarterback?
Everyone has egos. Everyone is looking out for number one. And that's what he's doing here. But I'm with you. I think Kyler Murray. The second part of that is I think Kyler Murray's gone. Where would he go? Who has to have Kyler Murray?
Yeah, it's rough because
I need that guy.
Yeah, I'm thinking of somebody that won't have a chance to get like a quarterback, a franchise quarterback.
Like somebody who's hurt a lot, has been okay, only been to the playoffs once.
I was thinking about the Jets.
Yeah,
that's the first.
It's got to be somebody like
the
that.
Jets, the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking about little teams like that.
Because Tua's kind of out there too.
Yeah, the Dolphins could be one of those teams, but that's one of those where the Dolphins just eating the Tua money would make it interesting on trying to go get Kyler Murray. But that is a fair point if you think that the Bobby Slowick system works with him. The Cleveland Browns, depending, because I don't know how strongly they want to go in on that. Yeah, there's some names that you could throw out there to possibly look at. The Minnesota Vikings feels like a really good one.
Oh, they're in the market
because the Minnesota Vikings they actually talked about this this week. The idea that they are They are looking.
So you say everything's on the table?
Everything's on the table to bring someone in.
Damn.
They totally screwed all of that up, man.
Damn.
I think that Kyler Murray might actually be the perfect guy to go get, where it's an upside guy, where if for some reason you get advancement on J.J. McCarthy and he's better, I don't think Kyler Murray is stopping no show.
Yeah.
But also I think Kyler Murray is the type of depressed asset that if you get him in there, maybe you can make some shake, especially with a notoriously good offensive coordinator for quarterbacks in Kevin O'Connell. I think that might be the perfect addition to add. I think the Vikings would be the best.
Yeah, they could be trying to do another Sam Darnold type thing. Maybe they can resurrect another quarterback.
Yeah, maybe so. I think that'd be the place to go. I don't get why also for this is the thing that very much you can get called down on very quickly. And I feel like those are the type of lies that irk me the most, the ones that could very easily be checked on.
Yeah.
There's some lies where I go, you've got plausible deniability, you can make that one walk.
Reporters is going to ask Kyler Murray.
Right. Maybe he thought Kyler would just play along. Maybe that's what it was.
This ain't no family thing where you say, hey, how your aunt doing? Oh, she doing good. And you ain't talked to her in 20 years.
Yeah.
Like, ain't nobody going to check that.
Yeah, they're going to call your auntie.
These reporters are going to go from you to him.
Yes.
And, hey, he said y'all talked.
Yeah.
Did y'all talk?
Nope.
They know what they doing.
Yeah.
Real quick before we go, I know you love finding out what's happening with the international games as the NFL tries to push that further and further.
I actually do.
The Jags are going to, that's no surprise to anybody because they are basically London's team. They'll have a couple of London games. They'll have back-to-back weeks. And the NFL announced that the Jags and the Commanders will take part in the London game. So the Washington Commanders also being sent overseas. Does this feel like just because the Jags are better, it feels a lot better than what we had felt, I don't know, handful of years ago when we looked at international games. Like, damn, why are we sending these games? It feels like there will be better games just by the strength of one. The Jaguars are there, and I'm interested in what the Commanders look like because they had that breakout year where they clearly spent a lot in free agency to be better, and then they had this backsliding of a year. Obviously, the injuries to Jaden Daniels didn't help. I wonder what that one looks like for them.
I do. Did you also see the Lions are going to Germany?
Yes, I did see that. Thank you for adding that as well.
Yeah, I like that, Lions in Germany.
They do feel like, I don't know why. I can't pinpoint it, but they feel like a German team. I don't know. That's just the thought that I had when I saw that, and I was like, why is that? And I don't have a good answer for it.
It's their head coach. He looks like a big old German dude.
Dan Campbell looked like a dude who likes some schnitzel.
He probably got some German in him.
Doesn't he look like just a big old German dude?
He looked like he likes some schnitzel. Yeah, I don't know what it is about it, but they will. You know what? Maybe it's the Lions because I think that
Lions.
Yeah, I feel like that's just a generally Bavarian type thing. I don't know. But yes, we're getting a little bit of an idea into some of the games that will be international.
Yeah.
Still no Texans name have popped up, but it feels like this might be the year. We've been just counting down the days in which you see the Texans playing in one of these international series. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Rockets back in action tonight.
Nope, we're not doing that.
What?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, I was like, did I miss something? Did the game get canceled? No,
they are to pull that card once.
They are playing. They are playing the Kings. No, that was only for around the NFL. You did not use it, and you cannot roll that over like singular. No, the Rockets playing tonight, playing against the Kings, but no Amen Thompson with tendonitis. Does this injury for Amen trouble you at all? 713-572-4610, because I think it might for me. Next.
Nick Caserio shut.
Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
There you go, White Boy Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The vibes all the way right. As
I don't have the hair to do this.
John Lopez headbanging, Figgy Fig. Taking us through all the small things here on this program. Appreciate you rocking with us on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. A lot of good interaction happening there, so I quite enjoy that. Someone talking about the pillows conversation that apparently is just going to stick with us. Just from the 617, they said, as a bachelor, just keep your bathroom clean and you're golden. And really, I think the bar for women really is that low at this point.
Bathroom is key.
Don't be a slob, and the bathroom in particular. If you can keep that clean, if she likes you, you can make it work.
Sometimes women judge you if your house is too clean, though.
Somebody said
that.
but
if somebody's going to judge you for your house being too clean,
they might think you got another chick.
Yeah, but I think you might be
playing a different playground or something.
You might be escaping some problems if she comes in and she's like, "This is too clean."
No, exactly.
You might be escaping issues.
We had a texter we didn't read earlier. He said he keeps pillows on his bed in his house or apartment or whatever real clean, and he had a lady over that kept swearing that he must have been divorced. No way you did this yourself.
Yeah.
Also, if you're going to throw at the allegation, divorced being the first one, that makes me go,
yeah.
What baggage are you bringing to this, lady?
Yeah.
Why did you go to divorced immediately? Let's break that down. Let's talk through this, if you don't mind. But yeah, appreciate you rocking with us. The Rockets back in action tonight after a really big win versus the Knicks, one in which they didn't have to play all their guys in the fourth quarter. There was a point in this game though where Amen Thompson kind of comes up a little gimp, and you can see him turn towards the bench and ask out, and eventually go to the locker room. We found out he has tendonitis in his left quadriceps, which is actually a diagnosis that I'm a little familiar with. How concerning for you is this injury, if at all? 713-572-4610.
Well, I mean, any injury like that, you always talk about, lingering issues, especially soft tissue.
Yes.
We talk about it all the time. Usually quad tendonitis is not something I've been real familiar. We've seen a lot familiar with, but you don't really see a lot. You see, elbow, knee. Well, when the Astros say elbow, it's Tommy John, but that's a different story.
Wow. I can't wait till the Astros, the new Astros medical staff makes fools of us all and are just fantastic.
I hope so.
That'd be such a great. I would love to put those jokes to bed.
Oh, they run into you in the grocery store, man.
Please
they
do that.
They gonna pull you to the side. Like, what you say?
Yeah, I hope they do. But quad tendonitis is not something that you see a lot, but it's still a soft tissue injury. Yeah. And so you still have to, at least in the back of your mind, my gut feeling says probably not that big of a deal, but in the back of your mind, you kind of keep it there.
And let me preface this by saying I am nobody's athlete, especially not the elite athlete that Amen Thompson is. Very, very different people. But I actually deal with quadricep tendonitis in my right quad, and this is it's an overuse injury, tendonitis. Yeah. This is from when I was in college, and when I worked, I stood all the time, probably wasn't standing properly, and added, an undue amount of, I guess, stress on that quadricep.
Yeah.
And it's something that I manage, and obviously with the right strength training and everything, it rarely comes up for me. But if I end up in a place where I'm overusing that quad again,
there it goes.
It becomes that.
Yeah.
And the word overuse in particular jumps up with me because, again, this is something that lingers, that you kind of just manage. It's not a devastating injury by any means, but you have to manage it. Amen Thompson has a lot of use.
Yeah.
Like, he plays a lot. He's 23 years old. That is something that pops
on hard
up.
surfaces.
Yeah, that is something that I wonder, like, how much does this mitigate the effect, the athleticism, not necessarily the athleticism itself, but the effect of his athleticism over time if he's having to manage this, if this lingers. And for a team and a roster with Ime Udoka who hasn't been really good at managing minutes. We talk about this at the very top end with Kevin Durant, but we haven't taled about this with Amen Thompson, and here
Who's
you go.
second on the team in minutes
Yes,
played.
he's top. He's also
I think he's
top
right behind. I think he's right behind Kevin Durant. If I remember it correctly, Kevin Durant has the third most minutes played, which is incredible, by the way, of any player in the NBA. I think Amen Thompson's fourth.
Yeah, he's in the league, mind you. When I say that, it's top 5 in the league. And yes, I did say Knicks. I meant Jazz. I appreciate you there. Was the last game. But this is something that I would be lying if I said there was no concern. I do think that, again, I'm not trying to make it seem like, oh, man, he's not going to be the Amen Thompson that we've previously seen. No, it's not going to be that. And the medicine that he has available to him is significantly better than whatever I was dealing with. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
But it does make me think, hey, is Amen going to have games periodically where this is going to flare up and now this will be an issue? And what does this say about, one, Ime and his rotation and his minutes, but then two, in the immediate term, with him not playing and forever, however long it is, where are you going to? Because not that Jayshawn Tate is on the same level, but you already have Jayshawn Tate out for a little bit, and we're trying to find what works with this team. What are your thoughts immediately when we talk about these things?
Well, that is the big question, but my thoughts are this. This is the easiest answer ever. I just think they're going to make it complicated. I think this is a layup. This is a bunny, whatever you want to call it. You get Reed Sheppard in there and you go. But I don't know if that's what they're going to do.
And that would be a starting lineup.
Go ahead.
Reed Sheppard, Tari Eason, Kevin Durant, Jabari Smith Jr., and Alperen Sengun. That would be your starting lineup. And I like that. The only thing I wonder is, because Reed Sheppard, absolutely, he just handles the ball at this point. And yes, there's going to be some defensive issues, but that's where I start popping up. Amen Thompson is still one of your better, if not your best, perimeter defenders, or just maybe defenders in general.
Yeah.
You don't have the number of minutes that you have allocated to him. On top of that, he has been the answer to we don't have Steven Adams. It's something that we haven't talked about a lot, but it's absolutely been the case. Putting him in the dunker spot, down near the rim, his athleticism, his ability to go up and add in rebounding the basketball has helped them keep that.
Sure.
And that's still a portion of what this team is in whatever semblance of identity they have. Now, it's a one-game thing right now. I'm not trying to make it a bigger deal, but if this is something that consists and that eventually, pops up more, that is something that I actually wonder about. Because yes, you could put Reed in to handle the ball a little bit. I don't know that you have somebody that does a lot of the same cutting things and does a lot of the same rebounding things. Maybe the closest you have is Tari, but I think that you've already had him in tandem with him.
I mean, the reality is you don't have that. Jabari, which, obviously, kudos to Jabari. He's been playing pretty damn good basketball lately. I don't know what you're going to have in terms of, like you said, the dunker position, which I kind of like that term. But you don't. But that being said, a good offensive-minded coach will be able to use that as an advantage in order to change your entire approach on the offensive side. Are they going to do that? More pick and rolls, more, dish the ball to one wing, 145-degree angle, and then pitch it to the other side and be able to get the defense moving. I don't know if that's what the Rockets are going to do, but I think that's where they're at their best right now.
I think right now it's not an extended enough stretch, but I kind of like what you're saying there. Could this be something of a catalyst to make them do some different stuff?
Right.
The Reed Sheppard, he currently already has, 25 minutes per game on average? Amen is 37 minutes per game. There's a lot of minutes to fill in there. I think you're definitely going to see more Aaron Holiday. And I wonder, maybe those minutes get split to Aaron Holiday. Maybe you get some more Dorian Finney-Smith, which I don't know how much I'm excited about that right now. This feels like a swing and a miss DFS. Do you get more Josh Okogie? Maybe you just take Tari Eason's 26.
You will get Okogie, right?
Maybe Tari Eason goes from about 26 minutes to getting more like 30, 35 minutes in the game. I'm very intrigued to see what it is, and I don't think I would have said that about a Kings game at any other point coming into the season.
Is Okogie going to start?
I hope not. I really and truly hope he doesn't. And I say that
wasn't the question.
That's my Nigeria. And that's the undercurrent of all this, right?
Yeah.
Is where are you with your trust of Ime Udoka to navigate things like this? Like your number 1 minutes per game guy being out for even if a game, how does he navigate this? And is he innovative enough to do things that get you to right spaces? I think that is the biggest hit of any of the hits that you've taken this year. That's been the biggest hit in the consciousness of Rockets fans is, how much do I actually trust my coach right now?
That is the story of the season offensively. That's why I say, the easy answer is right in front of you. You get Reed Sheppard in there. You run a Reed Sheppard type offense where he excels. I've been really – I think he's improved a lot. I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but he's really improved on the pick and roll. I mean, he is really good at that.
He's making way better decisions.
Yes, and you should
for
do
periods
that.
of time.
You should do that more, and maybe that's what kind of forces your hand here.
I'm excited. I'm actually excited to see this. Weirdly enough, this injury, which again I would have preferred if it's not an injury in this game, is one that isn't all that interesting to me.
Yeah.
This game has become a lot more interesting to me just because Min Thompson is not playing for the reasons that we laid out and some more as well. But I don't know. I guess I asked this is, does it trouble you? In a little bit of a way, yes, but hopefully, honestly, not in a big way, and hopefully it remains that way. And this is a one-off thing. They manage it, and we don't really talk about this very much moving forward.
Yeah.
I'm scared, though, that this is going to be a nagging thing on top of a lot of nagging things that we have to consider for Rockets moving forward. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, and I really want to talk about promotions and giveaways because we have the promotions list for the Astros this season. Which of the giveaways are you most interested in? We'll talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast. 822-2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's talk about what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about the Rockets. They will be in action tonight versus the Sacramento Kings. No Amen Thompson is the news that is very interesting. Your minutes leader. He's kind of been one of your lead ball handlers in a weird way, as much as you could say anybody is a lead ball handler. And he's your kind of do everything guy that ends up being a little bit of the glue of what happens here. I'm very intrigued to see what happens when the Kings come into town. 7 p.m. tonight is when that game will be played. A Space City home network. Now, of course, the Rockets are still prohibitive favorites, right? This, I think it's a minus 13.5 in favor of the Rockets. Is
that what it is?
Yeah.
God, dog.
It's a 13-win Kings team.
Oh,
man.
I know, but
it's a bad Kings team. But no Amen Thompson. It's going to be one that they can get by, but I'm very interested to see how they play in this game because of that.
How, as in not just are they good or not, but how they approach it.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Those are the things that I'm looking forward to there. Also, happy Hunter Brown Day because he gets going in Grapefruit League play when the Astros play today. I believe 12:10 is when first pitch, so that's right around the corner. Who they're playing again? I forget because that's what happens. That's what happens when it comes to Grapefruit League play is that sometimes I forget who they're playing, but it's the Marlins. 12:10 is the first pitch. You're going to have Jake Myers, Taylor Trammell. You'll get Yainer Diaz, who is a DHing, so I think that's his first time.
Oh, that's good.
Out today, and then a little bit of Walter Yannick as well. I know that's your guy that you're hoping to see what his bat produces because the defense is at a major league level. The question for him continues to be how far along is the bat and where does he look like?
Yeah, I just kind of came across a couple of people in the game. Down from his neck of the woods. He's actually from the Corpus Christi area.
Yes.
And started following him and then followed up with some guys in baseball. And he's a shooting star. He's a shooting star. He won't get there this year, I don't think. Maybe late in the year, but his defense is exactly what this team has been missing.
Yeah. But the bat has to be at the right place. Yeah. The question I feel like we're trying to answer for him in spring is, does he start at Corpus or does he start at Sugar Land?
Yeah.
What level does he show up there? So that's going to be interesting to watch. I say watch metaphorically or just in theory because I don't think that we have any more televised broadcasts until Saturday with Grapefruit League, but we'll be watching some of the numbers. We do have StatCast, so if you want to see some of those types of things, like I'll be sicko watching some of the stats. What's the movement look like on Hunter Brown's pitches right now? Those are the things that I'll have. I'll try and do that. But yeah, a little bit more baseball there as we're trying to get ready for the season. But the thing that I think is more important Astros wise, we have clubhouse hats.
We have some cool stuff.
You think it's cool? All right, I'm not very fond of the spring training cap. I think I figured out why, mind you.
Why is that?
It feels like it's too red, the orange. The orange that they used, because, orange, in theory, a little bit of a mix of red and yellow. Some oranges are a little too bright. Some oranges are a little too... This one felt a little too red in its constitution. I think that was what got me.
But we're talking about the clubhouse hat.
Now they have the clubhouse hat, and it feels like it's in the style that we saw in the NFL, where they had just the patch. They had just a pretty unremarkable hat, and then just a patch with the logo on it. And that's what we have with these clubhouse hats, and I got to admit, I don't like it.
You don't like it?
I don't.
Did you see it, Figgy?
I didn't see it. Let me check it out.
It's black with I'm hoping it's like a leather square. It might not be leather, but if it's leather, it'd be sweet. With the dark black Astros logo in the middle. You know why I like it? You can wear it in any context. It's not just like a wear it to the game cap.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I could wear that to work, with jeans and a T-shirt or whatever, or a fishing shirt. And I think I like hats like that you can just wear any given day.
But I hear that, and I absolutely get the thought.
Yeah.
But if you have a hat for a team, don't you want it to be evident that it's for the team?
Well, it becomes evident. It's just not in your face, bright orange with the stripes and everything.
See, I'm not too mad at that. This is something because it's not their official hat.
Yeah.
Like, you still going to see the normal Astros hat. To me, this is kind of just coloring outside the lines.
How you wear this to work?
Yeah.
You know, I like it.
I'm not mad at this.
Yeah. No.
It's a little uninspiring, I'm being honest. Which is funny because I kind of like the NFL hats, but it's because it's a Navy cap. If obviously radio is a visual medium, it's not.
Yeah.
It's a Navy cap, all Navy.
Black, Navy
The brim itself also is Navy. So like it's just really dark blue, and then there's a little patch, not very big, on the front of the hat that is kind of orange.
Yeah.
And then there's a Navy logo that has the H and the star that fades together. Like it does not, you do not see the orange star on Navy H or vice versa. It just kind of is flat there. So
yeah, I'm not too mad at it because I think it's hard to top the regular hats in the MLB.
Yeah.
Like those are, all of them are classic. I just think this one, if I seen somebody walking down the street with it, I'd be like, oh, is that an Astro? Okay.
Yeah.
That's something different.
I like it better than some of the other efforts that baseball has put up to try and create a secondary hat with ones where they had, you remember the ones where they had like the logo slightly off to the side mirrored in itself?
Oh, yeah.
They've done some really weird ones. So this one
kind of hipsterish too a little bit.
Yeah, maybe that
it looked like it could be a corduroy hat.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
it does. So maybe that's one that you want to get the Astros with their new stuff, and then maybe you just want to pick up some of these things because we've got promotions from the Astros for the season. I kind of tried to select some of the ones that I think might be the best. Which ones of these appeal to you? March 28th, they've got a Jordan basketball jersey in the style of the City Connect. April 17th, there's just the regular Correa City Connect jersey.
Yeah.
May 15th, you just get a straight up Hunter Brown orange jersey. I think that might be the best one. May 29th, they have a City Connect Hawaiian shirt, which I felt like you might be in on.
Yeah.
The 30th, the next day, they have a City Connect gym bag. There's a Jose Altuve soccer jersey on June 19th. And then there's a bobblehead. I think the only one that I saw, maybe there's some other ones, but the only bobblehead I saw, June 20th, Carlos Correa bobblehead. Any of those appeal to you, or were you like, I need the Hello Kitty hat or whatever?
No, man. That Jose Altuve soccer jersey. Did you see it?
It is pretty cool.
It is badass.
But I also wonder with the ones where they switch,
and right in the middle of June when the World Cup is here.
That's true. Maybe that's why they really get into it. But they did the Jordan basketball jersey too.
Yeah.
I always wonder who are the people that are wearing that outside of a Astros game. Like the jersey that is not of the sport, but is of the team?
Well, the dominant color is white, so it kind of can fit that same thing that I was talking about. You can wear it in different scenarios. That one to me would be the best one. You're right. I saw the Carlos Correa. They're going to have Barbie night again. They're going to have Peanuts night, which is going to be pretty interesting.
As in the Charlie Brown's night?
All the Charlie Brown characters. They're going to have Princess Day and City Connect Princess Tiara night separately. They're going to have really... teams are really good at this, just to promote themselves and get the, get a lot of themes out there. They have Cowboy Baseball Hat Night, which I was kind of excited about it, but then I saw the picture and I'm like, whatever. Care Bears Night. They're just so good at
they leaning into the kids.
They just so good at
family part
like that. Yeah. And then a regular thing is going to be the first Bud Friday. Did you see that?
No, I missed that one.
They're going to have, I guess it's promoted by Budweiser. I hope it's not the other kind of Bud.
I mean, some people would be in on that. I don't know.
They might be taking, they have a concert T-shirt, but the first Bud Fridays are always enormous for the Astros because fireworks at the end, and now you got I guess it's a promotion for the Budweiser beer and all. The teams in general and the Astros in particular are really. Oh, they have Star Wars night again. You can count on that. Really, really good at this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. And something else.
SpongeBob night.
Yes, I'll be in on that. A couple more things here. One thing that the Astros have been good out early on in spring training and Grapefruit League play, 29 walks in their 3 Grapefruit League games, which has been something that they've been paying attention to. 6 for 6 on ABS challenges yesterday. So they're hitting some of the early things that Joe Espada wants of them. Obviously early. I don't know how much it means, but at least you start out hitting the goal that you set out for yourself.
It's the same goal they had last season. This is a classic. Let's see how it plays out in the regular season.
Without question.
They went into last season. We're going to be more patient. We're going to work on being more patient. We're going to try to work the counts, et cetera, which I'm a big fan of. I'm a big fan of station-to-station baseball in certain situations. Obviously, we all like the big crooked number innings, but in certain situations, let's just see how this translates to the regular season.
NFL Combine, obviously in Indianapolis. We talked about, yesterday, Nick Caserio saying that C.J. Stroud is not being traded. He's absolutely the guy here this year. And I felt like saying this year because that was kind of the tone and tenor that he took to seemingly keep a little bit of, pressure, for lack of a better term.
No, that's it.
On C.J. Stroud. Yeah. He also talked about, and we'll have time to talk about this. I still can't shake the idea that he basically said, I think Joe Mixon had surgery.
Oh, man. This is...
They are not operating with the level of certainty around the Joe Mixon. Apparently, they've talked to Joe Mixon, but they're not certain if he had surgery, and it still feels like at the Combine that this is in the air to some degree, how they're working with Joe Mixon. It just I am hard-pressed to think that they're going to go into next year with Joe Mixon being the plan for running back number one. It just can't be the case.
All general managers like to have complete control of, inside the building and the messaging. And this is really one of the few, if only, examples where it's very clear Nick Caserio doesn't really know. He doesn't have control of the situation. So that alone tells you that the whole Joe Mixon thing has got to be incredibly frustrating in that building.
That's lack of communication, man. Like anybody,
I think he had surgery.
Yeah,
of some kind.
Yeah, the communication is off somewhere. Yes. I don't know if it's Joe Mixon. It sounds like it's more Joe Mixon. Maybe he's not telling them a lot of things, but not at that point. I can't. It's hard to work with somebody if they're not communicating.
I mean, it's crazy. Nick Caserio loves to have we always talk about how tight the vault is over there. Nothing gets out, and he has control over all these things, which is good. I'm not criticizing. I mean, that's his job, and he's out here saying, "I think he had surgery of some type." Man.
Yeah, I will say Nick Caserio has seemed a little bit frustrated, and maybe I'm just reading too deep into this.
I don't think you are.
He seemed a little frustrated about not, Mixon not doing whatever he needs to do to get himself ready with the team. I know that he's given that deference of, it's guys' prerogatives to not do that with the team, but they seem to really like guys being under their watchful eye when they do things like Tank Dell has done, right? Just been very much around the team, done rehabilitation with and around the team.
Yeah.
They seem to really like that. They praise him a lot in doing that in his spirits. I do think that this causes some of the frustration if it is indeed there with Joe Mixon.
They go out of their way to praise players and in fact he did it yesterday, and I think it was on Texans All Access. Hey, Jalen Noel, he was here the day after the season ended or whatever, the week after. We've had several guys that are here, working already on next season. They go out of their way to have the guys in the building doing their thing, and he's out here, like I said, not sure about Joe Mixon at all.
And he's still protecting them, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I know he said that little part.
He is.
Yeah, he could have easily been like, man, you got to ask him.
Yeah.
Like, go find him and ask him, I don't know. And he's still protecting them.
Yeah.
We'll talk about more of that, mind you. One more thing, salute to the people who are out in Indianapolis covering this from a Houston lens. I've seen a number of players who have been on podiums asked if they have talked to the Texans. You'll find it interesting. Lee Hunter, defensive tackle for the Raiders, for Texas Tech, rather. And I want to make it clear, this is not exhaustive. I think people are going to start putting together some of these, and we could start evaluating who these conversations are. But I found it interesting. Dom Orange, Iowa State defensive tackle, both of them said that they've talked to the Texans, amongst others. Like, we've seen some interior defensive linemen who have confirmed that the Texans have talked to them. That doesn't mean too much at this moment.
Yeah.
But the Texans definitely doing their due diligence at defensive tackle, a place that felt like this is going to get addressed this year. So there you go. That's some of the things that are popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we were just talking about this Joe Mixon thing. Let's dig deeper into this, because you think that not only could Kenneth Walker be a Texans, that he absolutely should, and it makes sense in a few ways. I'll let you explain, John, how you view it to make sense next.
Yep, and I got to tell you guys about a bunch of events going on in Houston's Figgy Fig holding it down. Cook-off is tomorrow. You got rodeo right around the corner. Don't pay a bunch of money to park around the corner. Take the Metro. It's so much easier with the new Ride Metro fare system. All you got to do is just tap your Ride Metro card, or you can scan the mobile app before boarding. It works across buses, Metro rails, and parking ride routes. By the way, they use Apple Pay, Google Pay, debit, credit for all my cashless people out there like myself. Man, don't sit in traffic and hurry up, pay all this money to park. Get started today, man. Take the Metro. You could get started today at ridemetro.org/fare system. That's ridemetro.org/fare system. Ride smart, ride Metro.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see? to Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
A fantastic White Boy Wednesday selection here from one Figgy Fig making his return to the program. Happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. OG John Lopez. To my right, I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig in his Rough Riders jersey here on this Wednesday. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line if you want to get involved with the show. We were just talking about one of the more frustrating, is that the right word to use, things that happened yesterday in Nick Caserio talking in various different mediums. This one particularly was off to the side. So there's three different mediums. There was one, the podium, the official podium during the availability for general managers, in this case Nick Caserio. There was that. We played that in full yesterday, thankfully, at the 1 o'clock hour. Yeah. There's also Texas All Access, which we're thankful to be able to get a chance to check out with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They do a good job there. And then there was, after that podium time, off to the side, Houston-specific media got a chance to talk to Nick Caserio, and they had some conversations, and he was asked about the running back situation, about Joe Mixon. And this was actually in yesterday's folder, Fig. I don't know if you saw it in there. But he was asked about Joe Mixon, and it was really wild to hear him basically talk about Joe Mixon as if he was a distant relative that you don't talk to all that much. Do we have the audio here?
That aunt that Figgy was talking about earlier?
Yeah, like just an aunt that you haven't talked to in a little bit. Do we happen to have this audio?
I think this is it. This is him mentioning the surgery. He think he has surgery.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've talked to Joe and his representative, so honestly, it's day to day. So like we've had conversations, trying to get a little bit more information. I think he had a surgery here this off season in some capacity. So trying to get some follow up after that. So again, I've said this multiple times. I'm not trying to be evasive. It's a moving target, so we'll kind of see what the availability is going to be, what the prognosis is for the season, and then ultimately try to figure out what makes sense for everybody involved.
Trying to get information. I think he had surgery in some capacity. That to me was the big walk away.
To me, it sounded like he was talking about an old friend that he don't really talk to like that, and people don't know it. So like, hey, how he doing?
Yeah.
Oh, he cool. Yeah, I think he just doing his thing, man.
Last I heard.
Yeah, I think he working, taking care of the family. Ain't nothing special.
Yeah,
he cool.
So with that in mind, we've talked about this, by itself and how the lack of control that he wants and doesn't have in this situation.
Can I ask you something about this before we move on? Because somebody did send in on the text line. Again, base power text line. We always appreciate when you do this. From the 713, am I the only one getting Easterby levels of incompetence over there off Kirby that has been accentuated by the Mixon news?
That was some fighting words.
Yeah, I was like, hey, man.
Hey, what you call me?
You might be.
Hey, yo, come here, man. What you call me?
You might actually be the only one. I think we might.
Yes, you are.
God bless us that we can get to a place where someone can send that in, because that means that things have gotten so much better that we have forgotten what the Easterby years were like.
But see, the thing is, I don't think anybody is faulting Nick Caserio over this. I think we kind of looking at Joe Mixon at this point.
Well, okay, so look, you are the only one that thinks that's getting Easterby vibes.
Yeah, they're not fully incompetent in that way.
That's where I was going. That's what I was going to say.
This is one weird situation with a
there's
player.
a couple weird situations here and there, but
my thing is Nick Caserio is incredibly competent, incredibly good at so many things. We've talked about the things that are blind spots, and I think that it's fair to say that they're blind spots until they're proved otherwise. The one thing that I think Nick Caserio has, and it's not an Easterby thing as much as it's a Patriots thing and a Nick Caserio thing, he does put his stamp and his influence, on the offensive side in particular. Like he's sort of manipulating, maybe.
That feels conniving in a way that I don't know that you want it to be. But yeah,
we kind. But see, we kind of.
Does puppeteering feel better? Because that feels kind of bad as well.
That doesn't feel that much better.
Okay, all right. I'll thumb through my
put it this way real quick.
We look at the GM over this offense.
Yeah, he is the GM over the offense.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like manipulating and puppeteering has rightfully some bad connotations to it. It's not altogether bad all the time. And I don't know what it is in this case. I've talked about, the John Carroll, stuff, the Patriot stuff that are just taking over the offensive staff. That's puppeteering. That's manipulating because,
or at the very least, putting your fingerprint on. I'm just trying to find what's the nicer way to get this one done.
Influence
713-572-4610.
But that's not anywhere in the same hemisphere as Jack Easterby. No. He just has that characteristic of, well, I'm gonna try to work things, my way.
They were talking bad about us, man.
Yeah.
You remember that? They were talking, and when I say they, I mean everyone in the football world. They were talking crazy about us.
But that's the only thing I'll say. He does have that trait, and I think it's pretty obvious. But here's the point I want to make. Nick Caserio is so good at so many things, and this is where we're going to get to the Kenneth Walker discussion for me. He's so good at so many things. He has his blind spots, but one thing that I think he needs to kind of get over, or at least change in this case, he's great at working the margins. And that's working the margins in the draft.
Yeah.
Whether it's the accumulation of 5th and 6th round picks and 7th round picks and using them to make this team better, and working in the margins in free agency. And this is where it led me to the Kenneth Walker, I guess it's a rumor. Aaron Wilson put it out there that they're going to be a player at the highest level in the running back market.
Yes, KPRC too.
And Kenneth Walker was a name that he named specifically. And that's where I am. The time for margins is over when it comes to the running back position. Yes, you still do your thing, Nick. Whether it's maybe a guard here or whatever there. But the window's open, and it's time to go for it on the offensive line and certainly at the running back position. And here's why I think the Mixon commentary and the Kenneth Walker discussion comes into play. By cutting Joe Mixon, the Texans are going to save $8.5 million. Well, there's a big chunk of the money you're going to need to spend on Kenneth Walker. I mean, it's right there in front of you. It's $8.5 million in cap space because I think it's a guarantee or something for 2026.
Yeah, his cap number would be $10 million, and you would save, if you do it pre-June 1, it'd be $8 million of savings.
Yeah.
Actually, either way.
I saw 8.5, but either way, $8.5 million.
That's per over the cap, which is a pretty trustworthy site to utilize for these things.
So you don't know about Joe Mixon. I think most of us would say he's not going to be a Texan next year. If you cut him, you save $8 or $8.5 million toward the cap. Well, there's a big chunk of the 12 or whatever it might be, 13 that you can spend on Kenneth Walker. This is not a hard decision to make for me. It's just not. I mean, you got a great, I say great. You got a very good running back that could be something, in Woody Marks. And now you can bring in this dude?
Do you feel, let's say Kenneth Walker was gone, let's say he was off the market, do you still feel comfortable that they have to cut Mixon to save that money and move on? Or
I think they're going to. I don't know about if I'm comfortable, if you're comfortable.
Because I'm totally totally down. If we could get Kenneth Walker, I'm totally down with that.
And there's the pathway. It's right there in front of you.
Yeah.
And I mean,
I'm just wondering if they moving on regardless of.
I think they are, but that's just my opinion.
Even if they don't get a big star running back in free agency, is they just done with Joe Mixon?
Yeah.
It just feels like you should be, because you're 2 years removed from what that was with Joe Mixon, where he also had an injury, which was a hip drop tackle. Obviously, I'm not trying to blame him for that, but.
What's the other injury?
He's had all the carries. I don't know what the other injury is. That was exactly my next point. We don't know what this injury is that kept him out for an entirety of a season.
That was a good line.
Whatever that other injury is, assuming that is actually an injury, because I imagine that it'd have to be an injury.
I'm dead ass because I want to know how serious it is.
Yeah. Right. And is it something that you come back slowly from? Is a question that also because
we know that.
Right. Well, yeah, I guess. But then how slowly? Is that something where even if you have him next year, he won't be effective until week 8, right? Like, what are we dealing with here? And again, he's up there in usage and years. So it just feels like, especially unless you have a really high certainty. And I don't want to put a percentage because I always feel silly putting percentages on things that aren't actually numbers based. Unless you have an 80% certainty, whatever. But you get what I mean. Unless you feel incredibly confident that he is ready. And the way that they're talking right now does not give me anywhere near that. You have decision-making points here in a few weeks when it comes to free agency. Here in a few more weeks after that, maybe a month plus when we get to the draft. if you are in this place where you're like, maybe we're kind of talking to him and hopefully we'll see, you can't work off of that over the next month and change. Because if you miss those points, those opportunities to address, and then it does not come around, you will be wasting another season. I was telling you that when Nick Caserio was on Texans All Access, he said something about this offense being pretty good last year after the first 4 weeks of the season, and that hit me. I felt some type of way hearing that. I think we all did because we had frustrations with this offense. Buddy, I want to check the numbers. Wasn't lying. Like, he wasn't lying, but in this particular way. This offense, and I'll use DVOA because it's kind of an all-encompassing kind of metric. But you'll get the general idea when we're talking about where they place amongst the league. DVOA in the entire offense was 19th after week 4. And you go, Reggie, that's not good. The passing offense was 11th from week 4 to the end of the regular season. That's not bad by any means.
Right at the top
especially considering this was a passing offense that was limited, that tried to get the ball out quickly, right? Because they were trying to protect their offensive line. With all of those caveats, it was 11th passing wide with a backup quarterback for 3 weeks in the course of that.
Yeah.
Now the rushing defense, 4th worst in the league, 29th in DVOA from week 4.
Rushing offense.
Or rushing offense, rather. Thank you. I apologize. 4th worst from week 4 to the end of the season. It's reasonable to say that, one, if there's any level of getting better on the passing offense, that you just need to be an average defense or rushing offense, and boom, now you're cooking with gas.
Yeah.
And so, yes, offensive line is something that they need to address clearly, but having a running back that is capable of making more than what is made for him by the offensive line, by the system, would be imperative to make this offense meet what your defense was.
Yeah, the time for playing in the margins is over. It hasn't worked by and large. No more Laken Tomlinsons and even Ed Ingram, who's largely okay, but not great, and some of these other, even Nick Chubb. You can talk about that deal. The time for playing in the margins. If you are a real window is open, we have to go for it. We have a Super Bowl caliber defense, general manager. That's why I think whether it's Kenneth Walker or someone else. And by the way, the list of top-tier running backs is dwindling. When the Cowboys signed
Javonte Williams, he's off the
Breece
market.
Hall.
Breece Hall will be tagged, is what we heard. Reporting, or actually, that's not reporting. That was the general manager basically saying, we're going to put the tag on him if we can't get something done by the end of free agency or once we get to that place. Those are two of the guys that are out of here. I like Bill Barnwell putting together tiers for running backs, and when it came down to it, the tier that he set up for the free agency, he put Pro Bowl caliber starters as Breece Hall. That's not in the offing.
No.
Capable starters, Kenneth Walker and Travis Etienne. Both of those guys are there.
Yeah.
You could get into a market there. The guys that he lists as borderline starters are high-end backups. You start getting Enrico Dowdle, Tyler Algier, Kenneth Gainwell, Brian Robinson Jr., J.K. Dobbins, who I might be a little hesitant on because of the injury factor with him. Rashad White. There's some names out there, but those last ones that I put in there, you have a couple of them that I go, okay, that could be serviceable. Maybe if you have a tandem with Woody Marks, you can hit something, and I'm cool. But I think I'm with you on the idea of, hey, the ETN, the Walker, let's hit hard with this and not be kind of. I feel pretty good. I want to be confident in the same way that you were when you acquired Joe Mixon, and that Joe Mixon was supposed to be for you.
Correct.
If you move on from Joe Mixon, I want a Joe Mixon-like talent.
Yeah. The path to getting it done is there, as we just laid out with the Cap and Joe Mixon. The ability to quote go for it. The time for the margins on the offensive line and running back, that time has passed. You have to make bigger swings. And then there's this. We were just talking about A.J. Brown. What's one of the teams that's really looking for him, looking at him perhaps? The Buffalo Bills. Maybe
arms race.
Maybe the Denver Broncos. You know who's in the market, or reportedly in the market for Kenneth Walker? The Broncos and the Chiefs. The Chiefs? Can you imagine the Chiefs getting Kenneth Walker?
So they might not need to do that because they might end up with Jeremiah Love at 9.
But
they might get both.
But those are teams.
Don't do that to me. You son of a gun. Go back to where you were because I didn't need you to remind me of the possibility of that happening.
I said that during the season.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, they might have the 9th overall pick.
But that's my point. I mean, these are teams that the window they believe is open. They're finding a way to afford it. They're in the market they're taking the big swing, etc. The Texans need to take that big swing on the offensive line and at running back. I usually you say, hey, the Texans are associated or rumored to be interested in this, and you're like, whatever, maybe, maybe not. No, I think they need to be. I think they need to be.
I think I'm there with you, especially, and it was solidified when I got into them numbers. You know that I can be a number sicko, and I got deep into them, like the different circumstances in which those passing, because the passing numbers of being 11th best in the league passing the football from week 4 on was like, ooh, that does that feel right? But because of how poor the running game was, even if you didn't love the passing offense, it just made it so that this was largely untenable. That running offense has got to be significantly better. And one of the big differences, obviously offensive line, but one of the biggest differences was year over year, you had a bad offensive line in 2024. Yeah. That was clear. But you were still able to make some stuff happen because of that high-level talent. You need that again. Don't get me wrong. My first and foremost focus is the offensive line and making that better.
Sure.
But I think that you still need that additional talent behind the offensive line to make that running game significantly better, because you have expectations, and as you mentioned, there are other people gunning for what you're gunning for as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on this Wednesday. That's the day that it is. It is a Wednesday.
White Boy Wednesday.
It is a White Boy Wednesday. I should say that properly. I appreciate you. Coming up next, I don't know if White Boy Wednesday comes into this, but we will give our lunchtime confessions.
All right, right now, how about Synergen X and Low T Center? You probably
Energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, back on In the Loop. Reggie, Attitula, Figgy Fig, and myself, John Lopez. You guys, I mean, it's a given. You guys know. I mean, you don't even think about it. You know how much I love you two.
Going to get to the confession, man. We about to light your ass up.
Look at him trying to butter us up.
Go ahead. We about to light your ass up. Go ahead.
That's how you know somebody's about to hit you with. You know I love you, right?
Yeah, go
Have I
ahead.
ever told you how much I like your sense of style?
Go on and get it out, man.
Well, I'll make it a question. Do you guys know how much I love you?
No.
I bet.
Go ahead and show me how much.
Go ahead, man. Get it out.
Show me how much.
This really hurts me more than it hurts you.
Oh, you jerk.
I can't believe this.
It really does. Like, to my core, it hurts me. Y'all remember when we were talking about the barbecue cook-off?
Yes.
Yeah.
On the air.
I haven't stopped thinking about it.
I brought it up last year.
Oh, yeah, you did. Because I went on Saturday. I like to go in the afternoon because I know a lot of the pit masters, just from, the OG sauce and being in that game a little bit. And, it was incredible. The afternoon's the time to go. You get into these tents, you get the food, you get all.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me like that?
No, I love all the things you're saying. I would love to be able to partake in this. I've been looking forward to the possibility of doing this.
I think on this very segment, I brought it up.
Yes.
That I wanted to go with you. Me and Reggie wanted to go with you next year.
Yeah.
Which is starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, yo, we gonna pull up at your house. We're going with you.
Yeah, and I was ready.
I said it on these airways, so everybody, all the millions of listeners can hear.
And what did I say? Hell yeah, let's do it. It's gonna be a blast. It's the best time to go.
Then what happened?
To the point. To the point. Even on my vacation in Costa Rica, I was texting some pit masters that I know.
Look at this dude, man.
I was texting some pit masters like, hey. Want to see about running by there.
I got your $20. It's at the house. No, but I did. I went to the ATM and I got it. It's at the house.
Go
it's
ahead,
right
get
there.
to it, man.
It's right there, right next to the stove. I see it.
So, I'll get to it. I can't go.
You jerk.
I can't.
Jerk.
I can't take you guys.
All right, cool. What about us?
I can't take you guys.
My man canceled the whole reservation because he couldn't go.
So hear me out on this. This is one of those things that completely, there's nothing you can do. First of all,
I don't believe this.
I want you to look at that face.
No, don't be.
Look at that face right there.
All right, so if you were just listening,
that's a beautiful face right there.
Gorgeous.
Figgy is
that's a cutie pie right there.
John is showing us a picture of his daughter as he hides behind his granddaughter. Yeah. He's hiding behind his granddaughter right now. The cuteness of a 3-year-old, or 4-year-old at this point.
My granddaughter has been asking about going fishing with Hoppa for more than a month. Hoppa, can we go fishing? I said, well, the weather's, whatever.
Just a month?
More than a month.
Fee, when'd you talk about this? Was that 2 months ago?
In June. I think I might have brought it up in June, man.
Okay. How many months is that, Lopez? I'm not really good at math.
I said, let me get this out early. Because I don't want to be that person last minute. I'm hitting you up for tickets. I'm like, let me get this out early.
And I was all in. But my beautiful granddaughter finally is going to be able to go fishing with Hawpaw this weekend.
I just say fishing, man. FCC purposes.
You know what he's doing right now.
Yes.
He's trying to hide behind cuteness to make it seem like he's not being a jerk right now.
And so I've got to take her. I've got to take her down to
No, you don't.
This is the only week they got fishing, huh?
But the weather is perfect, 70 degrees, light winds. The weather, as you know, has been horrible for more than a month, and I was out of town. And so she keeps asking, and so got the go-ahead.
She's 4, she gonna forget.
Man, let me talk to her. Let me talk to her.
That sound like a threat.
No, I ain't gonna do nothing. Hey, little Natalie.
So y'all are actually like,
yes.
Let's go fishing in 2 weeks, all right? Paw gonna take you fishing in 2 weeks, all right? And you want some candy? I'll get you some candy too.
Wow, he's doing that.
I'll get you some candy. She would be fine with that.
She's still at the age where you can say tomorrow and then they just don't know what that means.
Yeah.
That's right.
Just know tomorrow.
Yeah, you ain't gotta keep your word with her.
I really feel horrible.
No, you don't.
I really do.
Dog, I can't believe this, man. I ain't even got no damn confession for today. We could just stay on this. I'm so pissed off, man.
I am too.
I was just telling my wife yesterday because she had something planned for Saturday.
Yeah.
I'm like, nah, babe, I can't go.
Yeah.
I got a work event I got to go to with Lopez and Reggie.
Yeah.
And no, you can't come. It's just us three. It's a work event.
It would have been a blast.
Oh, man.
It would have been.
Man, how you gonna cancel the whole reservation? You could at least pass the torch.
Did you see her face?
Hey, Fig. Mm-hmm. What did Lopez try and call us for over a year? Didn't he try and call us his black sons?
Yes.
I'm not feeling the fatherly love right now.
I'm feeling no love.
Yeah, not at all. Why don't he want me, man? Is how I feel right now.
I would have been like, yo, let me hit up Pinkertons. Let me hit up Ronnie Killen.
Yeah,
hey, yo, here, get in touch with him. He gonna look out for you.
Dude, he didn't set the table for us.
Nope.
He didn't throw no alley-oops. It's not like I can't be there, but I made it so that just go. Talk to so and so.
But the thing is,
they're gonna take care of you.
He said no cook off for nobody.
This is like the access from my
no
friends.
ribs, no champagne. You can't eat nothing.
I was texting Tyler Gurney. He's a champion in the rodeo.
And look, now
there's more people that we can't see.
Look, now he about to rattle off every name in the book that we can't link up with.
But it's just okay. I want the grandparents in the audience to weigh in. Like I've been doing it. We're trying to get her down there. She's been begging. Finally can go. She asked me this week, about finally going, fishing with me. Go out on the boat real fast.
How long is fishing season?
Year round, pretty much.
Interesting.
Except for this weekend.
Honestly, I would be more okay if Lopez went and took more days off later on during the week to go fishing. Because this is the thing. There are other days that you can go fishing. There will be other days that are perfect. There is one day to have the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo world famous cook-off. There's one.
Yes.
There's one. And you were like, sorry, have to. Yeah, no, I see you, 832. We are getting treated like the redheaded stepchildren. That's what's happening right now.
The thing is, we got to wait till next year. We got to wait till 2027. I don't even know if I'm going to be alive in 2027, man.
Facts.
Like, I can't plan for 2027 right now.
Y'all are throwing a 4-year-old, just under 4-year-old, beautiful little girl.
She ain't even 4 yet. She only have a 4 complete years.
This ain't even got nothing to do with her.
Yes, it does.
It's with you, buddy.
What am I supposed to do? Say no, like the 832 says, John, I have a 4-year-old daughter I could have lined up. And if she says she wants to come over that day, she's all things are off.
But see, if it was a Bite Me podcast event, he'd be like, nah, I can't do it.
No, I would not.
Yeah.
Not with her.
He'd be like, nope.
Not with my grandkids.
If we was out there talking fishing, that brother cut everybody off for that.
I love this.
You need to boycott the podcast for at least a day, man.
I love what's happened here is that we've created factions from the 832. I hope it rains and you catch no fish.
It better storm.
Again,
too.
you're taking
I
out
hope
on a
everybody
little
safe.
beautiful little granddaughter.
See, it didn't have to be a us versus her situation. You created this.
Yeah, you
created
bailed
this.
out.
You created this.
Yeah, man. Nah, man, I'm pissed off, man. I can't believe this.
See, if there was a day we can make this up, I'd be like, it's cool. There isn't. There is no other day to do this.
That's what sucks about it, right?
Yes. It's not like you could go next week or anything
and that's
like
why,
that.
And that's why I said I feel really, really horrible.
Yeah, look. Not only are you see, this is the thing is now we have to be in all reality. We have to be honest with ourselves. You're not just taking away an experience from me and Figgy, who you purport to love. From the 713, guess I have to adjust my expectations for Monday. Was hoping to be highly entertained with cook-off stories. Oh well, I guess I'll just settle for more Texas talk. See, you're taking away experiences from the people.
Yeah. If y'all support me and Reggie on this, do me a favor, and I don't want to get in trouble with Parker or anything, but don't listen to Sports Radio 610 on Thursday. Thursday, was it 4 to 6?
Nah, you can't
don't
say
listen
that.
to Sports Radio 610.
You can't say that.
Just, or at least just 4 to 5. 4 to 5. Don't listen to the first hour.
You can't say that.
Yeah, you got to help us out.
It's a great show.
Stand with us on that one.
It's a great.
Yeah, just stand with us. Just boycott 1 hour on Thursday, 4 a.m. to 5 a.m.
Don't do that. Don't listen to Figgy.
Support us.
I'm telling you, my heart bleeds for you guys.
No, I don't.
It really does.
It really don't.
Yeah, right.
I mean, she just came up and like, please, Hoppa. What am I supposed to do?
She's been saying it for a month.
And this
so
is
now
the first weekend she can go.
Oh, get out.
So the absolute first weekend, huh?
Yes.
You not willing to make any adjustments for the people who your heart bleeds for?
You know, part of me feels like y'all are legitimately.
Yes.
What
gave you the idea?
Like this is legitimately cutting a swath through.
I mentioned this back in May.
You said June. Now it's May.
I think it was spring training when I mentioned this, man. I'm like, let me get ahead of this because I know a lot of people hit people up last minute about tickets and all this other stuff. Let me get ahead of it. I just want to roll with you.
My heart was in the right place. I was texting dudes. I was trying to figure stuff out, but what are you going to do?
I'm not going to lie. I was already thinking of what gift do I get for John Lopez to appreciate him taking us around and allowing us to ride his coattails at this cook-off. And now, look.
I got another favor for everybody, man. Do me a favor. Just go to ogsauce.com. Just write a bad review on it.
No!
Just write a couple.
Can't do that
just write a couple bad reviews on there.
What is wrong with you?
In support of me and Reggie.
Let me fix this. All right? I
don't think you can.
I think I can.
There's one way you can fix it.
Yeah, you got to go. You got to go Michael Jordan.
No, let me fix this.
Bleep them kids.
We've got thousands, tens, hundreds of thousands of people listening to us. We need wristbands for Figgy, and we need.
It's not the wristbands. I can pay for the wristbands. We need
some wristbands you can't pay for.
This is what you got to do, man. You got to call up Pinkerton. Like, I got my boys right here. I can't make it. I wish I could make it, but my boys gonna come in. Figgy, he's the best at shooting content and all that stuff, man. Let them come through and check you out. And then you got to call Ronnie, like, Ronnie Killing, yo, what's up, man? Let my boys come through. I can't make it. Just look out for them one time.
I will do that. I will do that here in this next break. I'll see what I can do. But I know we have listeners that have those private wristbands.
Yeah.
You got to take care of my guys. You got to take care of that way. It's a win-win for everyone.
Look at you,
yeah,
telling people to do your light work. Y'all take care of it. I just want you to, one message. Can you pass on one message for me, John?
Yes.
I want you to tell Natalie that Rosie is very mad with Hop.
She even loves you. She calls you Rosie.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. And look at that. You just.
Yeah, Rosie's gonna give her some candy, man.
Yeah.
Just wait one more week.
Granddaughter first. Tell those whiny babies to hush up. How about that?
Hey, you can bleep off, sir.
That's right,
man.
He not even on. The computer not even on.
Yeah, tell him or her to bleep off.
It's a blank screen.
Yeah, man.
I don't see him.
Figgy's out here
man.
saying put bad reviews.
If Lopez come through with us, write all good reviews. Right. I take all that back.
All right.
Somebody said tell OG to just adopt the Nick-isms when fans are disappointed. Process over results. Yeah, man, this is real nasty business.
People are writing reviews on the text board. OG sauce, Walmart barbecue sauce is better.
Oh, man. All right. We appreciate you rocking with us. Only the ones that side with me and Figgy. The rest of y'all, you can go die.
Yeah. Go hang with y'all granddaughters. Don't worry about this granddaughter over here.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said, oh, all right, I'm not doing that. Coming up next, I don't know if we can trust this judge, but we
might have to change this segment.
Yeah, we might need to change.
I'll say it. I don't care. If y'all were white, Lopez would have taken you.
Look, I'm not saying. All I can say right now is that we currently are black men that he is not taking the cook-off. That's all I can say. I cannot extrapolate further. All right, coming up next, I don't know if we could trust him. However, we're going to put the decision-making into his hands when we go into the court of Judge John Lopez next.
It's that time of year again. 881-222-2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hold on. Before we get into the courtroom.
Hear ye, hear ye.
This is a great text from the 713.
The court of the very, 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 very honorable.
Formerly honorable
John Lopez.
But before we get there, this text. Reggie and Figgy, you got to do the end around on OG. Hit up his favorite son, yes, BG, and have him take y'all to cook off. Let's do that. Let's get BG and let's go to cook off.
I'm working on
BG.
it. It's all about make good, baby. It's all about make good.
No points for you. We gonna hang out with your favorite son on Saturday.
All right, let's get to these cases here in the very, very, very honorable John Lopez court. Did you see this from Carmelo Anthony? Made the rounds a few days ago.
Houston Rockets legend, Carmelo Anthony.
Somewhat, except when he's not. So he was asked about the Darren Peterson situation. We all know what that is. If you don't, basically, they don't know what to do with him. He doesn't seem to know what to do with himself. And, kind of whatever, begging out of games sometimes not, all that stuff. Quote from Carmelo. This is why I say just let these guys come out of high school. Save a lot of headaches, a lot of coaches and colleges headaches. Now I can start building back my program because I'm not getting these one-and-done guys. Let these guys come out of high school, and he went on after that. So the case before us today is yay or nay. I even used court words there. Yay or nay. You should allow players to, once again, go straight from high school to the NBA. Figgy, what side do you take?
Yes, Your Honor. Just want to say real quick, I just purchased some OG sauce.
Wow.
I left a great review on the website, ogsauce.com. Just
it's
making
like
sure.
That thing? Just turning that quick?
Just making sure. I just want to throw that out there.
All right, well, you win.
Anyway, Your Honor, I'm gonna go with nay. I don't think players should go right from high school to the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, it's because it's already a way where you don't have to go to college. They do have like some of the teams you could play for. We seen it with Jalen Green. We see them with Thompson and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't go to a college, but they still kind of had that experience where, it wasn't too bad of a way to go to the NBA. Because I still think it's you got a lot of kids coming out of high school just jumping right to the NBA, and I felt like it didn't really pan out like everybody thought. I mean, of course, you had the Dwight Howards of the world, the Kevin Garnett's, the Kobe's, and the LeBrons and all that stuff. But you also had some really bad picks just from kids coming out of high school, just super green and all that.
Yeah,
I think the way it is right now is totally fine. And I don't think they should go back to the old way of just going straight from high school to the NBA.
Yeah. All right, Reggie?
Well, I want to start by saying, first and foremost, that I don't know that what Carmelo Anthony is proposing actually has anything to do with Darren Peterson. Darren Peterson, it seems like there's injuries here. I did wonder, and it still kind of sits with me, how much him fighting through some of this stuff is a thing that he could do. But I think Ron has made some good points as somebody who watches Kansas more frequently about there's places where he's playing through tough games and playing all the way to the end of really tough games where if he was not trying, or if he was like trying to not play, that it wouldn't logically make sense for him to push through. You know, so
but that was the impetus of the
right.
whole
No, I just wanted to make sure that I addressed that. When it comes down to just whether or not players should be able to go to the NBA, I think that they should, as evidenced by the likes of Darren Peterson and AJ DeBonsa and even Kingston Flemings. You're seeing, because I think you're right in talking about some of the prep to pro guys that have happened in years past, and they've been more anomalies than anything else. And honestly, I think the NBA also can filter out when they're not anomalies. We're getting more and more talent that's developed and ready to go, where this 1 year stop in college is a just a pit stop. And as much as there is a lot of NIL money,
I think you honestly have to be concerned to some degree that you're going to have some of your talent just kind of find their place in college and get comfortable, right? Like get them in and, put them into this place where you have dudes that are already talented enough. You have your opportunity to just grab onto them. You don't need to use college as your development landscape because you're getting more and more talented dudes that really could jump right into the pro level.
Yeah, as I'm looking at both sides here, I'm kind of thinking, the one and done is really not that far removed from high school. Yes, you're playing at a higher level with college, but we've got guys like Con Knippel, Cooper Flagg, the guys that played 1 year. Well, Cooper Flagg played 1 year, and they're great players already.
And Cooper Flagg had reclassified.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
If Cooper Flagg had stayed on his regular track,
he would be a first-year player out of high school now.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I think the NBA landscape. You both made really strong cases, but I think the NBA landscape has changed too. It's a lot younger. It's not a lot of 10 and 12-year guys that are just brute forces. The game has changed. It's not just pounding. Guys, inside the lane and all that other stuff.
That's a good point. The physicality is a lot
the physicality is less. So as much as you both make good points, I think the landscape is different. And therefore, I will, as much as I appreciate your purchase, Figgy, I will have to
negative review coming soon.
I will have to side with Reggie on this one.
Can I say though, I do think when you bring up, you said something there that actually would have made me side with Fig, which is that the league is getting younger, and bringing in an 18-year-old is a lot less tenable when you don't have vets around him to keep him straight. And there's a lot
the physical
fewer,
nature of the game is different.
I know, but there's a lot fewer of because it's one of those things I look at now where they bring in some of these young cats, and I'm like, it's just a team full of young dudes because everybody's trying to keep the money low or whatever, and you just go, damn, where are the OGs on the team like a Jeff Green to kind of hip guys game and this is what you need to do? There's fewer of those roster spots dedicated to that. So you bring an 18-year-old and he's just got, you look at the rest of the roster, it's the 18-year-old, it's the 22-year-old, it's the 23-year-old, and you go, where are the adults to keep everybody together? I do think that we have less of that now than we did when Kobe and Kevin Garnett are coming into the league.
Yeah, I was more thinking, it wasn't even about the physical player or anything of an 18-year-old or 19-year-old. It was just more of, I felt like they got rid of the whole high school to the NBA just to kind of, I guess, get a little bit more experience, not even just the physical part of it. And I feel like you can skip out on college.
Yeah.
Like, it's other options.
Yeah.
College ain't the only way to go to get to the NBA.
Two really good sides.
So I understand why to go back to the straight from high school to the NBA. I think it's fine now.
Yeah. I do want to get to this case because I think it's a very interesting one as well. Next on the docket, there's not a free agent. There's a player in the NFL that is going to certainly be the highest paid player at his position. And they're talking about a $10 million a year contract. That player, though, is kicker Brandon Aubrey of the Dallas Cowboys. Should a kicker, right now, Harrison Butker is the highest paid kicker at $6.4 million. Brandon Aubrey, whose agent is Todd France, also Dak Prescott's agent, they're talking about $10 million a year for a kicker. Figgy, what side do you want to take on this?
Yeah, so, Your Honor, before I talk about what side I want to take, I understand where people might be kind of like, kicker. Like, I understand people ways when it comes to a running back, like what to pay a running back, what's too much and what's not. In this case, I got to be on his side, man, because he's one of the best kickers. We probably, as far as like leg length or, kicking length, that I've seen. Like this brother, did he kick he almost kicked a
77, right?
Yeah. So I think you just got to pay the man at this point, man. That guy is a weapon.
Yeah.
And you usually don't say that about kickers as much in the NFL because there's so much focus on offense. But that brother that's a weapon at that point, man. You got a game plan for him. Defense. When you get across the 50, you got to start planning on.
Oh, they're doing it at the 40 just to try to keep him away.
Yes, yeah. So I think $10 million, man. I will give him here. Take the $10 million a year.
Yeah.
Like I think that's the one exception. You can't do that with every single kicker, unless they kicking like him. Maybe the guy in Jacksonville can have that same conversation. But you got to pay that dude.
Reggie.
we're talking about a 50% increase of over the previous highest paid in the league at kicker. I get what you're saying, and he is a weapon. How much is that weapon ultimately worth versus your replacement level? And remember, do you know how they found Brandon Aubrey? They didn't draft him. Like, this isn't Bobby Aguayo drafted out of Florida State in the second round. They signed him when I think they moved on from whoever was their kicker at that time. Was it Dan Bailey or whatever?
Yeah.
And then they signed some dudes in a competition, and they brought this dude from the UFL.
Yeah.
He had played soccer and then gone to the UFL to try and like find his way back, and they went and found him and they got him. And then he ended up being a dude who was really good for them. There's ways to find kickers, and they play indoors. Like there's things that you can find dudes who are of a relative value that'll get you 75%, 80% that are not going to then take your market. Because if you're paying the kicker,
that sounds like Kurt Warner to me.
At that much more over the spot, like then you start looking around and you go, damn, how are we building this roster? That's a roster, mind you, that needs a lot of talent on defense. And yes, that offense also was very good to the point where I go, how much are you adding? How much does the kicker actually add if you have Dak Prescott slinging this thing up and down? I don't think that's the best uses of the resources. This feels like an unfair thing to do to that level. I mean, they're talking. I think the reporting is that they had already offered him like 7.5.
Yeah.
So they were already offering good, like market setting.
They were making him the highest paid.
I think 10. I think 10 is a bridge too far. With all things considered.
This one is an easy one for yours truly. You earn. You're paid what you earn, and I think the weapon that he is, especially when you consider the context of what the NFL is now, so much defense and so many field goals. Again, just look at the team right here in Houston. I think you can't really put a value on the weapon that is Brandon Aubrey. And imagine a running back that can gain 2,200 yards a year. That's what he is compared to the other running backs. So I'm going to side with Figgy on this one. I think, he is worth every penny and maybe then some.
All right, so there you go. Judge John Lopez, the dishonorable Judge John Lopez here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I'm not done. I'm not over it, John.
I can tell.
I'm not over it.
I can tell.
But I appreciate you guys rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, we heard from Nick Caserio yesterday, but we didn't get a chance to talk about how he's viewing this offensive line. How are the Texans going to handle offensive line? Is it going to be kind of the way that they handled it this year, or do you believe that they're going to push all in the way that we want to? Let's hear from Nick Caserio next.
All right, let's make sure you guys get to
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a White Boy Wednesday. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. I'm sorry. You know I'm going to just...
This is the one.
Yeah, 25 or 64. Oh, no, this isn't. What am I doing? This is Chicago, right? I'm going to say ELO.
Yeah, Chicago.
You know I'm going to be just straight ahead because I'm looking at Mike McDonald right now. And we were just talking about this. There's so many coaches that are just, that feel kind of blah in a weird way. And I wonder how much of that is, are these all the savants that have just dedicated their life to football and never created a personality at large?
That's a Super Bowl winning coach right there.
He is.
Do it look like it.
I like him a lot. Like, I liked his capabilities when he got to Baltimore.
He kind of looked like Jose Altuve a little bit.
You know what?
Yeah, a little bit.
There's a little bit of Jose Altuve in there with Mike McDonald.
He looks like the social studies teacher that teaches coaches ninth grade football.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like straight up jock, which is fine. That's not what you need.
Super Bowl winning head coach.
That's right.
But to your point, there are a lot of. It's the trend. It's one of them. You know.
So the old ball head coach.
These are
going away.
Yeah, these are the savants. Yeah.
You can't say the old bald head coach is going away when you look over at Tennessee and the whole staff is bald. It's just bald heads.
That's
Nothing
true.
but bald heads.
That's true.
We'll see. We'll see if that ends up being something that we can turn into something funny, depending on how the Titans are this year. But we'll see what that looks like.
Did y'all talk about their new logo and all that stuff?
Mm-hmm.
It looks so bad, and I'm not even talking about just them trying to do the old Oilers colors. It just looks bad. It looks poorly designed.
To me, it looked forced.
Yeah,
it looked like they're trying to do that out of spite.
Yeah.
Well, anything that Amy Adams drunk, it does feel like feels like there's a level of spite
Mm-hmm.
involved. All right, let's talk about this Texas team a little bit more. We feel, and Aaron Wilson has also reported that they're going to have a somewhat aggressive approach to free agency when it comes to running back. How do they feel about offensive line? Because that's the one that I actually feel is more important.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that's not to say that I think that the running back portion of this is not important. Far be it for me to say something like that. But I do think that this offensive line thing is something you absolutely have to get better at, right? You were able to kind of patch things together for a year, but I don't think that you, in a journey of 1,000 miles, can walk yourself one or two of them, sit down and say I've arrived. I feel like that would be what it would be like if they weren't aggressive in making sure that they were a significantly better offensive line, one that could be aggressive. And so Nick Caserio was talking at the Combine yesterday to some of the assembled Houston media, and this is a cut 4 here from the Combine, Fig. I just found it interesting, just as a straight-up question, how do you see this offensive line, Nick?
Certainly made some improvements. Probably a little bit better pass protection or in the run game. Run game was a little bit up and down. So if we can improve some areas in the running game, just relative to the overall offensive production, will probably help us. As a free agent, that's probably one of the key guys. As a free agent, transfer free agent, Ed had a really good year. Honestly, had the best year of his career. So, that's a position we're going to probably have to evaluate and kind of see what our options are. Have some players coming back who play pretty good football. Ariante went in there and, probably played as good as any rookie tackle. So, have some good young players, have some veterans in there, have some guys that are free agents. So we're kind of working through that process right now. We'll kind of see where we end up.
Yeah, and what you didn't hear is him defending the offensive line, talking about the improvement from one year to the next and all that, which, it's interesting to keep note of that, to remember that, because last year he somewhat defended the offensive line, and it was atrocious. Talked about it wasn't just them and all this other stuff, if you recall. This year he's talking about, there's some guys that we're looking for improvement, and then he said earlier yesterday, I think it was yesterday, talking about comparing them to the Bears, and how
the improvement that they made year over year.
Yeah, that was second only to the Bears, but it's going to be interesting. Remember all that, because if you think this offensive line, there's free agents and such. But if you think this offensive line is workable and just needs some tweaks and certainly maybe a high draft pick, I think there's going to be maybe 3-4 players gone off of this offensive line, which is going to be the real story of I always say it, watch what they do, not what they say. And I think what they're going to do is just totally refurbish things, which, by the way, real quick, we were talking about, we were talking about Kenneth Walker and the priority of getting that running back, and the window's open, so you need to go big on that. That doesn't mean that that's the number one priority. I think it's just a big priority. The number one priority is the offensive line.
Right, and I wanted to get that cut in here because I was interested to see just like where are they standing, and it seems like they improved, but it did not feel, at least to me, in the way that he was talking about that this is the end all be all, and I sure hope not. Well, in figuring out how you handle this, and this has been something that we've landed on in doing the mental exercises. I thought this was a good question to ask to him. Do you have to establish where you'll play Titus on the offensive line before you make additions?
Yeah, in the end, we're trying to figure out, all right, what are our options? Who are the best 5 guys? They might not be here. And then once we kind of get everybody together, which is kind of how that manifests itself this past season. Like last year, we were sitting here, kind of a bunch of moving targets, added some players, weren't really sure what it was going to look like. And then eventually it kind of evolved into a core group, if you will. So probably going to take a bit of work to get to a similar point. But overall, I mean, that group has certainly improved. There's some more room for improvement. Cole did a really good job. Does a good job coaching that group. So, I'm sure we're going to be adding to that group here as we go.
Not the answer, not an answer.
Yeah, basically a non-answer. But I kind of read that as no. Because if you're going to talk about what they did last year, there was a lot of moving and shaking to find. Because when he starts talking about best 5, that does feel like wherever we need to play Titus to get it done.
Yeah.
Is that encouraging to you? Is that something that you agree with when it comes to the way they address it?
I wouldn't stomp my feet over it because I think it's kind of a luxury to have that in Titus Howard. And if they get to the draft and the board stacks in such a way where it looks more guard than tackle, then you have that option with him at tackle. If it stacks more tackle than guard or center, then you have that option. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad strategy. I mean, Titus Howard is really it's a luxury for them in terms of evaluation.
Yeah. You've heard my take on the Swiss Army knife. It drives me up a wall when people call someone a Swiss Army knife because you are damning them with faint praise.
Yeah.
Right? Have you ever tried to use a Swiss Army knife for any of the tools?
Just a knife.
They all kind of suck. It's not really a great corkscrew. It's really bad.
The little scissors.
They don't really do much. Like maybe the best thing is the nail file because I mean I guess.
Yeah.
But
don't use the Phillips head.
Yeah. None of these things are
doesn't work.
Things are particularly good. It's just you do a lot of these things and not very well is how I hear a Swiss Army knife. Whatever the actual answer is of, hey, this does a lot of things well, I think that's what you have in Titus Howard. And I think you utilize that by saying we're not going to pigeonhole him, even though he was really good at right tackle. I know that that's where he typically is. The payment, the contract that you have on him says that he is a tackle. But I also think that, especially if you're utilizing the draft, well, you're going to have cost-controlled dude coming in that is going to be able to, counteract that, hopefully. So I think that you allow yourself more flexibility, which it seems like Nick Caserio likes, even if you're just working off of the way that they go through trading up and down in the draft.
Yeah.
I think that the opportunity to have flexibility is a good thing. Now, a position that I know that you care a lot about, which is center, and Jake Andrews. Your thought on Jake Andrews has been what?
I think he's something of a teacher's pet of Cole Popovich's, and that gave him the benefit of the doubt a lot because if you look at his entire season, he just was not good. He had some moments. The communication was important. And if you want to point to Jake Andrews as part of the reason that there was some improvement in the offensive line, I get that Jake Andrews probably had a lot to do with that because some of the communication, the whole Jarrett Patterson stuff and all that was bad. It just didn't work. So he had value, but he's not good. Good the way that this team needs to be good.
It seems like the underlying question you're asking is, all right, he was better, but is he actually a starting center? That was a question that was asked of Nick Caserio. This is what he said.
Yeah, well, he started however many games he started this year, so he played at a competitive level. So if we feel that we can upgrade that position, we'll look at it. I think Jake can go out there and be competitive. So, again, trying to create as much competition across the roster as possible. Jake's a good kid. Got a good attitude. Works really hard. He's tough. He's smart. Has familiarity with the system. He's got a year under his belt. So if we can improve, whether his position or somebody else, we'll look at that if we can. Like, he needs to go out there and play competitively. We feel with the group that we have.
It's a little bit hard to hear there, but he said he has started.
Yeah.
Like he started this year, so he has started, which feels like
by definition,
he is a starting center.
Yeah.
But he did go further to say that if we can improve that position, we will. And, of course, he widened it out to in any position, if we can improve him, we will. Yeah, I don't think you're going into wide receiver like, but if we can get a better wide receiver than Nico, I don't know that they're going about it that way.
Yeah.
It does feel like that is a way of him
obviously appreciating what Jake Andrews has been and what he probably can still be, but understanding that being better at that position matters. The only question I have is, what is the path for that? Because it does feel like Tyler Linderbaum likely off the table.
Yeah.
There's only two other centers, at least when it comes to free agency. When you talk about Connor McGovern and Cade Myers. Connor McGovern from the Bills, Cade Myers from the Panthers. And then beyond that, then you're talking about centers in the draft, and I don't know if you have centers that you go, these guys are big, strong, and capable of jumping in, because that's what you're talking about. It's not just that Jake Andrews has the mental portion of it, which is a big part of playing center.
Yeah. That's why he was there.
The thing that concerned me, and I think you, is the physicality of it. Well, I don't know that you have a lot of big physical dudes coming through the draft.
Yeah, because we know Jake Andrews is at his ceiling. I mean, this is as good as it's going to get.
You think so? You think without
yes,
any level of question?
Yeah, I really do. As he even said, well, he's competitive. He's smart, and all that. But I don't think you're going to see any. He's even at the point in his career where you can start saying, yeah, I don't think he's going to get appreciably better. Now, maybe if he's surrounded by better players, he does play a little bit better, but you need a better center. You don't need to be blown up, pretty much at least once every game, right up the middle, which is really one of C.J. Stroud's problems. This is a C.J. Stroud issue up the middle. A lot of times, they're stepping on his feet, they're pushing the pocket back. Maybe he can't, get to where he needs to in the pocket. You can talk all you want about sacks and edge rushers and all that. That pressure up the middle, which Jake Andrews was a big part of, that displaces the entire play.
And defenses have gotten so much better. It's one of the things that I think in the last couple of years has been notable. Defenses have gotten really good at knowing how to pick apart protection plans.
Yes.
We were talking about this. I can't remember who was speaking about it, but that's a thing. I think it was Nate Tice was talking about this, and we played the audio a couple weeks ago. They have gotten, or maybe it was last week, defenses have gotten really good at knowing, hey, I can figure out your protection plan and make it so that I tear it apart. And what that means to me is it's going to be less of a circumstance where I can think, well, if you have good guards next to them, they'll pick it up.
Yeah.
Well, if a defense and a defensive coordinator knows, well, I can do this, this, and this, put guys in these places, play the chess match, and make it so that now your center is head up on one of my guys. Then we get back to what's the physical capability of your center. Yeah. And with Jake Andrews, that's lacking. I think that's there. But again, the question that I have is, what are you going to be able to do to upgrade it? I think I like the likes of either Cade Myers or Connor McGovern. I don't know how much better it is, but I think I'd be willing to try.
I think it's better.
This is why, in a vacuum, I'm with a lot of the people that were like, pay what it's necessary to get Tyler Linderbaum. Did you see that it might be something like $22 million on average annual value?
That's a lot of money.
Did you see
way
that?
Up there.
Yeah. That's not crazy far off of what we're talking about for the top tier of tackles.
He might go to a bad team at this point, a bad team with a lot of money.
Yeah.
No, I think he's staying there. I think they're just going to pony up a good amount of money to keep him in Baltimore.
That's about right, yeah.
But I was like, that one, like, it felt me like I got hit in the stomach. But that speaks to what we're talking about. I think that's why it's important. I hear him, and I actually feel for Nick Cassero here because, as we laid out, I think center it's going to be a little bit more difficult to upgrade than I thought. At the very least, I do think.
But it's more important.
It is more important, and I think that young competition is going to be necessary. If you can't get in on the market of Cade Myers and Connor McGovern, it's going to be important in my mind, in that those top 100 picks, one of those feels like you probably could use like a center to have some competition there. And finally, since we're speaking of free agency, just a straight up question for Nick: is the plan to spend in free agency?
Look, I think we're always going to be smart with the decisions that we make. I think what we've always tried to do is create flexibility and optionality for ourselves. And if there's an opportunity out there that makes sense, then we're going to pursue it. We've shown our ability to do that. I mean, I think the Hunter situation, going back a few years, is probably a good example. So it's always going to be case by case, and it's like, who are we talking about? What's the fit? There's a cost associated with it. Does it make sense? I mean, we're not playing fantasy football, so we're just trying to find guys that we think fit our system, and whatever the cost is, we got to weigh, okay, if we allocate resources in one area, it's probably going to come at the expense of another area.
And that was a patented Nick Cassero answer.
That was, you could have played that in 2023, 2024, 2025, and now 2026. That's what he says. And I don't mind it. I mean, that, you got to kind of play the cards close to the chest a little bit on those things. But the whole part about, the cost, I think the cost is going to have to go up. I mentioned this earlier. The time for the margins it first of all, it didn't work, or didn't work very, very well when he's playing in the margins on the offensive line. We have, all these offensive line free agent signings that just flat out didn't work. We can go down the list. It's time to get more of a sure thing, especially with the window open as wide as it is.
So with that being the case, with what we heard from Nick Caserio there, do you feel like they have, I guess so to say, their heads on straight when it comes to the offensive line? Do you have the feeling that this feels like the right approach, or that they're going to take an approach that feels palatable for you to address this offseason?
This is what I feel when it comes to the offensive line and C.J. Stroud. All the things that he's saying about C.J. Stroud are true to a degree. And we talked about this earlier in the show. Hey, C.J. Stroud's our quarterback. It's moronic. He didn't talk much about beyond, coming into this year. I think they're really having serious discussions about making sure C.J. Stroud comes back and can play and can fit in and all that. I think they're doing the same thing with the offensive line. Hey, this offensive line improved. We maybe do some tweaking here and there. I think behind closed doors, they're probably throwing staplers and tablets and trying to do whatever they can to make sure they make a huge upgrade on the offensive line. And Seth Payne said it this morning right before we came on, and I was just like, preach, man. I was just shaking my fist. You got to go big on this offensive line.
How confident are you that they are really doing that behind the scenes?
That's a great question.
That's the thing.
The easy answer would be, they know.
I think everybody in Houston think they need to upgrade big. But they said a lot of good things about this offensive line getting better and all that stuff.
And their track record.
I'm a little worried that they're going to take the same approach from last year.
Bring in Cam Robinson or Laken Tomlinson.
Maybe get a project or something like that.
We don't need those guys or somebody maybe on the down slide. There's too much at stake right now.
Yeah.
I think I'm with you. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, about that time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Hey, Figgy, what you got for us?
No,
man?
what you got? You doing the mixtape? No, I'm just playing.
But we're going to be looking at each other for a few minutes.
So this edition of the mixtape, man, backs are about to be big. We going to talk about some big back activity that's going on in the city of Houston. And plus, I got to salute somebody at Whataburger.
Okay, let's get the eat on. Let's talk about some food next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Walk across it.
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a White Boy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So before I get started with the Mixtape, I just kind of want to give a shout out to everybody who reached out to me over the past couple weeks. For those who don't know, I was out last week. I was in Cleveland, Ohio the last couple weeks because my mom passed. So, funeral, had to go to her house and, get all the business part together and all that stuff. And appreciate everybody just reaching out, checking in.
Always nice.
So, yeah, just want to give a shout out to everybody for just checking on your boy and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, good to be back. And I'm glad I'm back because I'm kind of right on time for cook-off.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to go Saturday because of
still
somebody.
trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
I've already sent out some texts.
Yes, TBD on that.
You should have done that before you told us. You should see. That's how you do it.
Oh, that's true.
That's how I could tell John was at least is too far away from his mischievous child days. Because as a child, you got to break something and be like, damn, okay, what can I say that's good to be able to?
Yeah, here go $20 right here. By the way, I broke your toy.
I got an A on that test today. And then I got whatever.
I got suspension. I got suspended for fighting. But I did get an A, so the grades are coming up. You see that? See?
Yep. So good to be back in H-Town. And something I missed when I was out was you got some food collabs, man. This is kind of the season of different restaurants locally doing collabs and all that stuff. And let me play this. I ain't played this in a minute, but we got to talk about our backs, man.
Big back, big back, big back, big back. Yeah, my back is loaded up with snacks and different foods. Squeeze into this tiny shirt, my big back has no room. Big back, big back, big back, big back.
Yeah. It's that season, and Trill Burger decided to get in on the big back activity. They did a collab with crawfish and noodles.
Oh, that sounds so good.
That does sound good.
I'm like, dang, I was up.
So this is done? We can't get this?
That's the thing. It's over now.
All right, so
that was last week.
You've watched Uncut Gems, right?
Yes.
Every time that makes me think of Kevin Garnett. Why would you sell me something if I can't have it?
Yep.
That's how I feel right now.
I do want to get y'all opinion on what y'all think about this whole collab. So I think they had 2 days of this. So day one they had the Vietnamese I think it was Cajun crawfish boil.
Okay.
So they had that. They had the crawfish fried rice. They had crawfish gravy loco moco. I have no idea what that is.
But it sounds delicious.
But it sounds great. They had garlic Asian wings, chopped cheese, shrimp po' boy.
Oh my goodness.
Those garlic Asian wings.
Also, I love seeing the Vietnamese po' boy because it feels like those are the two cultures that did the baguette better than the French. Right? So you do the banh mi's and everything for the Vietnamese folks.
Yeah, they to me, I think they make some of the best crawfish, man.
Yes.
Just with the sauce and all that stuff.
And wings.
It's one of the reasons why Houston has a great culinary place is our Vietnamese brethren and sisters.
Yep. So that was day one. Day two, they did scratch-made crawfish, mac and cheese, loaded trill fries.
I'm so hungry.
Yeah, so these was trill fries. They had crawfish mac burger. And then they had the trill-style catfish po' boy.
So they had crawfish mac and cheese on a burger. I need it so bad.
I didn't hear anything you said that would be bad. Everything you said.
I'm in on this crawfish mac burger.
That's what I'm saying.
It looked good. You could probably go to Trill Burger Instagram page.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna hate myself for doing it because I'm just hungry now.
So I'm glad I missed. I'm not glad. I'm mad I missed out on that one. That one is unfortunately over, but you still got some more collabs going on as I continue on. the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. This is another local one. So are you guys familiar with Crave Cupcakes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Crave Cupcakes. They got one, I want to say it's off of Kirby. And then they got one uptown. I guess Uptown Park near the Galleria.
Right.
And they decided to do a collab with Truth Barbecue.
Oh, my guy Leonard Botello.
How did these things
Who,
come
by the way,
together?
Leonard's going to be at the.
Is he going to be there?
We wouldn't know, John.
Yeah.
How are we supposed to know he's going to be out
Too
there?
bad
John?
I ain't going to be able to meet him.
Leonard is the man. One of the best briskets on the planet is Truth Barbecue.
Yeah. So this is their collab. This is what they got going on. They teamed up with True Barbecue to drop the limited edition of the Smoke and Honey Cupcake.
Is it?
So you want? Wait a minute. Let me get to the ingredients.
Yeah, I need to because it feels like that is
You're
savory
already
and
out
sweet.
of it. Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah. So all right, here we go. It got the sweet corn cake.
Okay, I like what we're doing.
With honey barbecue frosting, topped with Truth's smoked brisket and candied jalapenos for the ultimate sweet savory bite.
Dude, I think that would be awesome.
Really? You in on it?
Basically what you're saying is cornbread.
Yes, that's what brought me back.
Cornbread with the
Barbecue
sweet,
sauce,
sweet and spicy. And I'll say this again, and I say this as someone who's eaten a lot of brisket in this town and made a lot of brisket. Leonard makes one hell of a brisket.
I had True Barbecue for the first time a couple months ago. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. I even stood in line for it.
Yeah.
That's how I ain't called. What's his name? Leonard?
Yeah, Leonard Botello.
Yeah, I ain't called Leonard like some people would on this show. I stood in line like a real man.
He's just not gonna let it go.
No, you would have to be happy. You have to count your lucky stars if we stop talking about this come the weekend. You're gonna get this abuse all the way to the weekend and maybe out of the weekend.
Yeah, you definitely gonna get it the rest of the week. So if you're interested in this collab right here between Crave Cupcakes and True Barbecue, this is available February 26th. Is that tomorrow?
That is tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow. It starts tomorrow through the 22nd.
So is this going to be out of cook-off?
Yeah, so this is kind of a rodeo thing.
Oh, perfect.
And you gotta go there though. Is at Crave Cupcakes on Kirby.
Okay.
And Uptown Park, which is near the Galleria.
Yeah.
And this is only from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. or until sold out.
Oh.
Yeah.
So let me just.
Somebody's got to bring it.
Yeah. Man. Hey, we can figure it out.
Yeah.
Hell, you know the guy at True Barbecue. You can have him come up here, bring it.
He's not gonna do nothing like that. All of a sudden, Natalie gonna want to go shopping or something.
Yeah.
And we're not gonna be able to get nothing done around here.
Yeah. Can't depend on that one. Man. I guess this show gonna have to miss out on that one.
Hey, how about a little Uber Eats? Yeah.
They ain't gonna do no Uber Eats for that. All right, as I continue on the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, still a big back activity one right here.
Okay.
Because McDonald's, they decided to get in the game a little bit. McDonald's has unveiled its biggest burger yet. Did you see this?
Bigger than the double quarter pounder?
Apparently. They said this is the biggest burger, and this one called the Big Arch Burger.
Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, so this one comes with, I want to say, Big Arch sauce, which is a perfect balance of mustard, pickle, and sweet tomato flavor. And I guess they come with the toasted sesame and poppy seed coated bun.
Yeah.
And the burger is big in more ways than one. And this features 2 quarter-pounder beef patties, 3 slices of white cheddar cheese, crispy onions, silver raw onions, lettuce, and pickles. And you want to know how much calories this is?
Oh, no.
Boy, kind of know.
I actually don't. I just want to eat it and not think about it.
So the Big Arch weighs in at 1,057 calories. Just for the
just
burger.
The burger.
Yep, just the burger.
1,050. That's not too bad. I can do 2 of those and be done for the day.
That's 3 times the calorie count of the McDonald's cheeseburger, which is at 303.
Dang.
And the double, I want to say about double the count of the Big Mac, which is at 509.
Yeah. Just do 2 of those, and that is my daily intake of calories.
Yeah,
it's just not going to be
pretty much is.
It's not going to be a balanced day of eating, but that's all good. It happens.
Yeah. So this one drops, I want to say next Tuesday throughout the U.S. I think it's going to be everywhere. So this one is also a limited time. So I guess they want to see how it does.
Yeah.
if they want.
You know it's going to be good because they do. You know, it's McDonald's. They do so much focus groups and tests and all that other stuff.
I'm curious to know how much this going to cost because I feel like the price of the brick of burgers went up a lot.
Yeah, it did.
So this one, I wouldn't be surprised if this one's like $12, probably like $10, $12.
Yeah, could
just
be
for the burger alone.
Could be.
Yep. All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. I got to give a salute to my guy, Billy Jones. Are you familiar with Billy Jones?
Billy Jones. No.
You probably not familiar.
Yeah.
I just set it up, but y'all know who he is.
I was like, do I know Billy Jones?
Yeah, so a situation happened at a Whataburger in Paris, Texas.
Oh, I know Billy Jones now.
Yeah, so let's go to KHOU with this story about a viral video in Whataburger.
New at this hour in Paris, Texas, a Whataburger manager fought back when a customer went too far, and he fought back with a trash can.
Yeah, straight up WWF here. The moment it all happened, caught on camera by a man in the restaurant named Billy Jones. Police say it started when the customer got verbally abusive and was asked to leave and came back and punched the manager. And that's when the manager, struck back using a trash can multiple times to subdue him. Police arrived and arrested the customer, identified as 41-year-old Anthony William Newhouse of Spring. He's being charged with assault and public intoxication.
I guess so.
All right.
I guess so.
All right.
Yeah, so if you ain't see this video, just try to search it. He was wailing on this guy with a trash can.
Really?
But it was a trash can. It was like a plastic trash can.
It was like the ones right next to you,
Yes,
Lopez.
that's actually what it was.
It was exactly like that
like
one.
one of those rectangular ones, gray.
He was wailing on this dude.
I don't know how much that would hurt.
Hey, man.
I'm going to be honest.
I
that
never
was the
saw
thought that I had.
The guy was on the ground the whole time.
He was.
And he would, to the point I'm like, who is he hitting?
Yes.
I didn't even see the fella.
And then he threw the trash can at him at the end, which was really, it was real saucy, too.
Yeah, it was really like WWE style, too.
It did.
So what I like to do on these type of videos, just look through the comments and seeing what people were saying.
Yeah.
Somebody said, he got a trash whooping. Yep. Somebody else said, yes, I'll have a number 25. And what a whooping.
What a whooping.
Somebody else said, we need the Whataburger versus Waffle House title match.
See, that's the thing. Well, Waffle House is winning that. Let's be honest. Look, they're not new to this. They are true to this. But I never thought, I never considered Whataburger having having that within just the identity of the Whataburger worker. Like Whataburger workers, typically pretty good. Sometimes the service can be a little slower, but I'm cool with that. I know what I'm here for.
Man, I'm looking at it now.
Yeah. I had never thought
that's two hands over the top.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing I will say, because I did say it is a trash can, and I don't know, it's like one of these plastic ones. I didn't know how much it hurt. Old boy who was swinging this, was it, you say Billy Jones?
Yeah. Billy Jones did the video.
Billy Jones is the guy in the video.
Oh,
the
okay.
guy,
the
manager.
Mr. Jones was swinging that trash can like he wanted it to hurt.
Yes.
He's like, this might not hurt right now, but I'll make it hurt. He was putting his back into that.
Sometimes stuff like that will hurt, though, man.
Of course.
Like, it might not hurt if I said hit me with a trash can.
How about this?
After a while.
He also used a fry basket.
Oh, see, now that's
so if there's hot oil there's still hot oil on that thing.
See, now that's what I'm looking for. There's metal there, possibly hot oil. Now we're doing damage.
Yeah.
And the last comment I saw was Waffle House got 24 hours to respond. And I think they can respond in less than 24 hours. I'm sure something happening right now. But
also,
salute to Billy Jones.
I'm kind of surprised that this doesn't happen a little bit more because, like Waffle House, maybe not exactly like Waffle House, but Waffle House, you end up with people who, have had a little too many. That's kind of the appeal, right? Where is actually open at 2 a.m. when I get out the club or whatever?
Yeah.
Waffle House.
Yeah.
Whataburger does a little bit of that with the places, especially that keep their lobby open. I'm surprised that not as many people break bad in that way. Or maybe it's just because Whataburger is more in Texas, and we understand. You can't break bad everywhere in Texas because people got that Roscoe on.
Yes, they do.
No, that's true. But salute to Billy Jones. And I'll get y'all out of here on this real quick. As I continue on the Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610, got to give a special salute to somebody who's retiring. He's out the game. He held a press conference and all that stuff. I think they're going to hang up his jersey or shirt, whatever he wear. But salute to Mr. Clean. Mr. Clean.
What?
Mr. Clean is retiring.
No more Mr. Clean?
Ball heads down.
He actually held it. He actually held a little press conference, and this is what it sounded like. He walked up to the podium. He had his his shirt, his white clean shirt, framed up and all that stuff. And this is what it said, courtesy of Mr. Clean on Instagram.
It's true. Mr. Clean has announced his retirement. After a career with 0 stains on the record, he's ready for new adventures. But don't worry, his products will continue to be available to support all your cleaning needs. What's next for Mr. Clean?
Yep, salute to Mr. Clean. Maybe you got something else going on, but that brother been in the game for 68 years, man.
What are they going to use? What are they going to do? That's
Howie Mandel.
That's a bold move.
Hey, they say stay tuned. Maybe you got something else going on.
This is he gonna come back.
He's coming back.
Like this is just this is a PR stunt.
Yeah, gotta be right.
Yeah,
maybe.
All right, so if we got rid of Mr. Clean, what is the pop culture reference to talk about somebody who's bald? Because Mr. Clean is the ultimate, right? You just over here looking like Mr. Clean.
Yeah.
Where do we go to if Mr. Clean is out of the game?
The Rock.
Oh, okay. All right.
Nah, you ain't gonna say The Rock because I feel like people use The Rock as if you swole or something like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but who is the next bald-headed man you just point out? Like,
who's the next most promomente bald head? 713-572.
Bald man.
Maybe Michael Jordan.
The Rock came up first.
Really?
Then Vin Diesel, Bruce Willis.
Yeah, none of these are getting the
right.
I ain't about to see a bald dude and say, "Hey, man, you out here looking like The Rock."
Yeah,
I would say that if he was cocky.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see if our text line will help us out here. But there you go. That's the mixtape with Figgy back in the saddle. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig. If you see something mixtape worthy, or if you can actually do something that Lopez can't, which is make sure that we're taken care of at cook-off. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see and
Consult your financial and tax professional.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
We good? We good? You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on.
Had to get to the White Boy Wednesday.
Yeah, man. You did. And we are indeed in that White Boy Wednesday. Been a fun one. Appreciation to Figgy Fig for his White Boy Wednesday selection. Obviously, John Lopez, Reginald Atula. Get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here in a little bit. In the mixtape, we were asking with Mr. Clean, supposedly getting out the game. We'll see if that actually remains the case. Who is now the preeminent bald head that we talk about? A few names that came in. Someone said Stone Cold Steve Austin. We mentioned Steve Harvey.
That's a good one.
Answer. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Ving Rhames was a name that came in. But of course, I have to stump myself and cast my vote for this one that comes in from the 832. Sean T. Pendergast.
Yeah.
It's taquerias around us.
Well, it'd have to be a sales job because he's pretty much just regional. So we need to put him.
You know who would be a good one? I feel like Robert Saleh would be a good one.
Oh yeah,
I think he would.
He kind of resembles Mr. Clean, to be honest.
He really does.
The only thing is that then you're talking about Robert Saleh and the way that you talk about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. I think the characteristic I think of first is all the muscles before I go to that. But he also is,
but not so much like.
But Robert Saleh don't look like a bodybuilder or anything. He's just really you can tell he's jacked. If they did a documentary on Mr. Clean, I would hit a Robert Saleh.
Play Mr. Clean.
Yeah.
How did we end up here?
Mr. Clean head ass.
That's right. Very good. All right, and he's hired a whole bunch of Mr. Cleans. Shout out to Brian Daboll, one of the bald heads in there as well. Somebody said Jack Easterby. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right. Well, this is taking it.
He do got a Mr. Clean head too.
Yes, he does.
You mentioned Robert Saleh though, and this has been one of the fun things about this week is hearing various different coaches as well. And so there was some audio that was kind of floating around about various people. And Robert Saleh, do you have the audio here, Fig? Robert Saleh was actually talking, and well, obviously being out there, but he was talking about the identity of the Texans in the AFC South.
In the AFC South, is there an identity? How would you assess the challenges in it?
I know Houston's going to punch you in the mouth. I know Jacksonville's playing with a lot of confidence, and they've got a head coach, an offense, and a defense that and a special teams unit that complements each other very, very well. And I know Indianapolis, before the injuries, was probably the bell of the was running the division there for a minute. So it is an ultra competitive. 3 tremendous head coaches, 3 tremendous staffs. So we're looking forward to getting our opportunity to compete.
If you're going to get a compliment, punch you in the mouth is about as good as you can get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, I think that would be the compliment that D'Amico Rhymes would appreciate.
And the one he wants.
Right?
Yeah.
The one that would make him the happiest. If he's like, all right, you have a good team. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Hey, man, your team really got after our ass. Yeah. That's exactly what I want.
That's like about as perfect a compliment as they will ever want. They'll punch you in the mouth. Darn right they will.
I do love, though, that when he was talking about the Jags,
that was as complimentary as he could be. He's like, they've got a head coach and an offense and a defense and a special teams.
They're complimentary.
That all are complimentary, which I guess maybe that also does not say a lot because it's not like, hey, they're great. They just work well together.
Yeah.
But it did feel like he made sure to throw head coach in there, if I heard correctly.
They got a head coach I want to fight.
Well, I don't. That's the thing. They got a head coach.
We ain't talking about Jacksonville, man.
They got a head coach that wants to fight me.
Yeah.
Is ultimately what he said, or I imagine. But I found that to be funny. But some other things that coaches had. I take you to Jeff Hafley, the new head coach of the Dolphins, and I think this is a guy that I'm going to pay attention to, if for no other reason than what the offense is there, and obviously who's in charge of it. Bobby Slowick, former offensive coordinator of the Texans. This is what Jeff Hafley had to say about his new OC this week.
So what I went through with the hiring of new offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, Bobby and I were together in San Francisco. Bobby was a defensive quality control coach with me, and we spent a lot of time together. Highly intelligent, really knows football, both sides of the ball. You know the story. Kyle took him on offense and trained him with the pedigree to run his system. Had success in Houston. Him and I kept in touch, interviewed a bunch of guys, and Bobby hit a home run. I trust him as a person, which is huge for me as a developer, because as we build this foundation, we're going to have to develop players. Like, I think that's the thing that people forget. This is about developing whoever we come out of this draft with, right? I think he's unbelievable with that, and I love his scheme.
The whole time I'm just thinking, there's another one of those Mike McDonald kind of guys that just does not look the part.
Who, Jeff Hafley?
Yeah.
Oh, no, Jeff Hafley got the high and tight. Have you seen his hair?
Yeah, but he looks like he's in junior ROTC.
I don't know. I see that high and tight, and I feel like that is a football coach.
Well, sure, but he's kind of
his head is kind of square too.
He plays the bass drum in the band.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Just one of those guys.
You look like he played the bass drum in a police academy band.
Yeah,
yes.
Something like
but
that.
I feel like if you said that to me, man, you look like you play the bass drum in the band. I don't know what that means, but I feel like we have to fight.
It's an insult.
No, I would be offended.
I feel like we have to fight in that
Don't ever
moment.
tell me I look like I play in a band.
Oh, just the band in general?
Just a band in
Oh,
general.
wow. I didn't
man.
realize that was the offense. No. How much?
French horn, Figgy.
Nah, man. You trying to play me.
That takes quite a bit of talent, mind you.
It does.
How did you feel about what he's talking about there with Bobby Slowick? I felt very much like have you ever been in a circumstance where you see an ex with someone else and you go, all right.
Yeah. So that's where you went.
Because he went to a lot of places talking about the scheme, talking about him knowing offense and defense really well. And I'm not here to like bang on Bobby Slowick, but I was just like, that's not the feeling that I got with Bobby Slowick here. And so for him to speak that highly, obviously they have a familiarity, they have a relationship that goes prior to this, this partnership that they have there. But I was like, oh, that is interesting. And it makes me even more intrigued to see, did I miss something or did we just miss out on something with Bobby Slowick there?
That's right, exactly where I was going to go. On both those guys. You played Robert Saleh earlier, and then, right there, Hafley talking about Bobby Slowick. I think Saleh and Slowick, the book has not been written on these guys, by any stretch. We know it was an abject failure here, but it was also, fit and system and personality conflicts, personnel, and I don't think I'm not defending him because he might suck. I mean, he might be really bad, but it's a little early to say pointing and laughing. You got Bobby Slowick. It's a little early for that, I think.
Which of those coaches again that have roundabout ties to the Texans? Obviously, Bobby Slowick was the offensive coordinator here. Robert Saleh has been a coach, that helped bring the other Ryans together.
It's a little early on Robert Saleh.
Which of those guys do you anticipate having a better go of it this year?
Well, I think Robert Saleh.
Interesting.
I think he's a culture changer, and he's the head coach just by default. Because the offensive coordinator is not going to. He's going to have a big impact, but he's not going to have that kind of impact that a head coach will have.
I was going to say that he might be working with a little bit better of a foundation, Bobby Slowick, but that's not the case. They're also turning a lot of things over.
Yeah.
I think not necessarily that I need to put them in conflict with one another, but I'm very intrigued to watch both of those guys this year as well, for obvious reason. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to our friends at D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to cross-talk with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
Yeah, good things pop.
Piqued your interest on my Bobby Slowick take there?
Yeah, I think like when you said abject failure, I can't agree with that. I mean, it
was bad.
I mean, his time here to say was a failure is tough.
maybe the way, the way
you
it
know
ended.
what I mean? Like if you're talking about the way it ended, but if we sit back and look at all right, Bobby Slowick first year coming in with remembering what we thought the Texans were going to be offensively coming in with a rookie quarterback, and C.J. Stroud gets to being a top 8 MVP finisher in year one, and then the next year there was some issues. I don't think Bobby is as bad as
that was my bigger point.
I think there was a lot of stuff going around.
That was my bigger point. Like to sit here and point and laugh, you got Bobby Slowick. I think that's a mistake.
Yeah,
it's way early.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's Sean McVay or anything, but I don't know. I felt like there was a lot more working against him than his poor play calling I think there was a lot working against him. I bet he says to himself, I mean, this average offensive line they had this year, I'd like to see what maybe we could have done.
And to be fair,
part of that's him too.
He really didn't help himself a lot either as things started to unravel, because you could tell he was butting heads and headstrong, and the fit wasn't right and all that. But I think it's too early. I think it's too early to say it was a mistake. I think he's still got something there. Bobby Slowick.
Fellas.
From a football perspective right now, Bobby Slowick, Nick Caley.
Bobby Slowick.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if we're not talking about the personality and how that goes,
wasn't that bad?
No.
I mean he
after seeing them both, you would say Slowick?
Yeah.
Hands down.
I mean, I would too. I'd just make
You know what's funny is maybe I want to bring up these numbers for y'all and see how y'all felt about them. Nick Caserio, when he was on Texans All Access, he said with Mark and John that, hey, the offense after week 4 was actually pretty good. And I was like, let me go look and see if I'm just misremembering. The passing offense was 11th over those from week 4 or week 5 to the end of the regular season. The rushing offense was 29th. Did y'all feel that? And does that all kind of change the way you look at this team right now? What did you think when I give you those numbers?
11th in what capacity?
Well, DVOA, something that's kind of tries to be all encompassing. But top third, just barely in the league, was not necessarily how I felt as I was going through it. But I'm looking at it and I go, I kind of see what's happening here with the inability to run the football in a real tangible way. Did drag down some of what you could do offensively.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, the inconsistent run game. I mean, that's a killer in how they approach offensive football. I mean, if you're not going to put your quarterback in gun, ultimately spread them out and be willing to take some additional risk and let your quarterback spin it around the park and try to be aggressive and apply pressure to a defense. If you're not going to be that by identity, then you need to run the football really well. Period.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's where this thing starts. Now, they'd like for their quarterback maybe to be more consistent and have more command and communicate better, all that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I mean, with what they want to do, whether you're talking about D'Amico Ryan's defensive mind or you're talking about Nick Caley and Nick Caserio's offensive approach, they got to be able to run the football effectively.
Yeah, which it made me wonder, like, how does this at all change the way I look at Nick Caley, where even as it was clear that they had not fully established what they wanted to be as a passing team, and they still had something that, at least statistically, which is, without taking in all the various different aspects of it, was top third. How much more now that it feels like they have a little bit more of an idea of what they're trying to do compared to the run game, which, to be fair, is supposedly the part that Nick Caley was supposed to be pretty good at.
I don't know. I don't know that I ever – it's hard for me to wrap my head around it in just a minute like that. I don't know that I ever viewed it even remotely close to this offense from a passing game perspective as a top third of the league.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know that I ever even I mean, you got in order to accomplish that in this scheme, you have got to. I mean, it's got to be such a well-oiled machine. So yeah, I don't know. That's a tough answer because I would have never thought that they in any form or fashion, other than maybe turnovers or quarterback pressures, because they did a good job of fixing those problems. But
when you talked about those numbers, and I don't know, their offense just never. It always looked either hard and difficult, or they're really good with what they're doing, which is not much.
Yeah.
No, I mean I don't mean that like they're not like they're really good with just the conservative, not turn it over, not make any mistakes, and just bleed the clock out and let our defense
that's what
kick a field goal. That's what and when they weren't, it didn't just seem like easy very much. Now there were some moments that where it happened. Some of the Arizona game, I think maybe
49ers.
Yeah, but even towards the end, late, like when CJ came back, nothing seemed hard. Even like the games they won, right? Like the Kansas City game, like that offense seemed difficult. The Raider game, offense seemed difficult down the stretch. The Charger game, after the first, 2 possessions, it seemed difficult. So it just never looked easy.
It makes me wonder if they aren't doing a little bit of confirmation bias just to be like, all right, well, what we did was working and ignoring the things, or maybe not ignoring, but maybe just not accentuating the things that clearly are things they need to attack. And it feels like at this point in where they are, you can't hide from the things that you need to get better at. Like you just need to attack all those to try and be a championship level team. Anyways, I was going to ask y'all to help me litigate John Lopez flaking on me and Figgy for a cook-off on Saturday, but I don't want to cut too much into y'all's time.
Yeah.
So
I ain't heard nothing about
it. Yeah. Well, we had a good football talk, and I think that's more important. Appreciation to DNM Auto Leasing for a crosstalk. You got saved, Lopez. I'll talk about it tomorrow.
I'm sure it will.
I won't be any happier about it then. But we will do. I'll talk to you tomorrow for Thursday. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is live.
All right, the drive is live. Everybody, take the pants off. That's what we're doing in the first hour. Tyler, get them off. Clint, let's go. Get them off.
Why are we taking pants off?
No mas pantalones.
I can't take mine off, y'all. I ain't got no drawers on, so
I'm wearing my banana hammock today, but
I thought about it today. No, I didn't.
You went banana hammock and you're free balling.
I didn't free ball it. I thought about it.
I'm gonna tell you, I got my old black Nike drawers on. That's just old faithful, man. Got about 10 pairs of them now.
I got the gray Hanes, baby.
Gray Hanes?
Just been through it.
Oh, $3 a pop. I think is what it averaged. I think you get 6 pairs for $18.
Yeah, just had to save the den of thieves. And not ready to pull those
get you
out
some
today.
pair of thieves, man.
What I say, den? I said den. Hell, I don't even know them expensive ass.
I don't even
know what they're called. Is it pair of thieves?
Yeah, pair of thieves.
I think den's better. But you're right. I do got me a couple of pair of thieves, not den of thieves. Maybe mine are.
Where'd you get those at? Who picked those up for you?
I got them at Target.
Oh, you found them?
That's where I buy mine usually.
I'd have bet somebody bought those for you.
Courtney bought them.
Oh, she picked them up. I knew you didn't make that decision.
I got my banana hammock online, if you're wondering.
Did you?
What color is it, Tyler?
Yellow.
Leopard. Like genuine leopard, like the yellowish and with the black spots.
Oh, man.
So stupid.
Steak night, huh? There we go.
Yeah, steak night, baby.
Ocho,
steak
Ron,
night in a hammock now.
Ocho said, Ron, I'm ass naked in the bed, so I'm ready. There you go.
Nice. Appreciate you listening, Bob.
Hell yeah. Don't even put no clothes on, man. The hell with that, man. Shoot. Man, it's a beautiful. It's 80 degrees in Houston, baby. Why not?
Hey, you got to be living right. 2 p.m. You
2 p.m. Butt ass naked.
Bucket naked in the bed, boy.
Hell yeah. That's good, man. Just on a Wednesday, huh?
Must be a good off day, or it was a good noon, or one of the two, man.
Lived in. Got the fan on and everything. Yeah, man. Just letting that roll, man. All right, man. A lot to get to. Big day today.
Good, relaxed afternoon, ain't you?
B. Scott, who maybe he takes his pants off when he gets in today. But B. Scott with us with his Rockets Report 440 coming up. As we'll get to him in the 4 o'clock hour, so stay with us and hang on out with us. We're still looking at things as the combine is on and going here in Indy, and we heard from Nick Caserio yesterday, and kind of got a lot of news on a lot of different things, and I think one thing that maybe concerns you, Clint. May even go past the word concern, but maybe something you may fear just a bit, and that is potentially the thought process of how Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and the Texans are going to go into their thought process of spending on free agents. And here was Nick yesterday. It's a little long, but here was Nick yesterday discussing that thought at the Combine.
Yeah, I think that whole concept gets a little bit overblown. So, I mean, again, everybody everybody's got a salary cap. Everybody has parameters that they have to operate in. You have to look at your team, and you're going to allocate resources across the team. Where's that money going? Some positions are going to have a little bit more money than others, all right? Then eventually it's going to shift to a different position. So, again, I think the most important thing is how do you put together the best team? So, I mean, let's go back and look at the Super Bowl. I would say when you look at the teams that were in the Super Bowl or even the teams kind of in the championship games, and what are the things that stand out? Run defense, taking the ball away, playing good situational football. So, I mean, quarterback's a part of that. So, but okay, I mean, but that's why those teams won, or that's why those teams were in that position. So, again, I think you kind of see different trends throughout the league, and the league kind of goes a little bit in cycles. So, again, I think that whole concept, I think it gets talked about a lot. Honestly, I think it gets overblown because, I mean, I'm not sure any of us really understand what it really means. You draft players, you add them to the team. At some point, you're going to keep certain players. Other players are going to move on. So how do we put together the best team? And the goal is to try to keep it as consistent and competitive as possible over a long period of time so you don't have any lapses.
All right, that's Nick Caserio kind of discussing about, you know, how to put together a team, and in particular around the quarterback, especially the young quarterback on a rookie deal. And this will be another year and the last year, Clint, that they will potentially, with C.J. Stroud, be spending money and having that type of money as on free agents without a quarterback. And it seems like there may be some concern for you with how they approach free agency and spending money.
Yeah, look, the inability to just acknowledge the different phases of your you know, where your team is, if you will, in relation to being able to win a title and being able to operate a certain way. I think that's a concern of mine. Like, I love what Nick and D'Amico have done to date. I love what they've done to, quote unquote, build a team and an organization that's going to be competitive over a long period of time. But it's just we're in a spot where it would be very easy for them to say, look, we understand that we've got a quarterback that we believe is a championship caliber quarterback, and he's making pennies on the dollar that he's going to be making in the next 2 years. We got an opportunity out here to go out and spend, be a little bit more aggressive and spend and build a supporting cast, whether that be with defensive players or offensive players. We can spend money a little bit more freely right now than when we're paying a quarterback $50 to $60 million a year. And I only say that it concerns me because I just feel like the Texans are at that spot where, you know, you're not 3 or 4 or 5 middle of the road to guys you feel like you can work with to good soldier type free agents from winning a Super Bowl. I mean, those caliber guys, sure, you got to have them around, but those caliber guys aren't going to help you. I mean, you know, the Lakin Tomlinsons, yeah, the Jake Andrews, no disrespect, I'd be fine if Jake's your center, but the way in which you acquired Jake, I think speaks volumes about his value. You know, there's just, and I know Ed Ingram worked out, but the way you know, Ed Ingram there was no reason for Minnesota to keep him, much less for you to bring him in and start him. Now, it ended up working out, but like those kind of moves, I don't believe we're going to get the Texans to an AFC championship. I don't believe those kind of moves are going to get the Texans to a Super Bowl.
You think they were scared off after year one of CJ, and then when they go Diggs and they go Mixon and they go Hunter, to me, when we saw it, that was maybe one of the real exciting things is when you figure out who your quarterback is and you see that you've got a young quarterback that has a chance, which they saw after year one. Generally, the thought is, all right, this is the best time that we can really surround him. This is the best time we can spend. And after year one, they did it. Yeah. They went out and they went and did it. And obviously, there were injuries and certain things that occurred that maybe stopped that. But I thought it was really weird the next year, and we'll see what they do this year. But last year, they didn't operate like, all right, we got a young quarterback that we believe in, and this is potentially the best teams that we can put around him.
Yeah.
They didn't operate that in terms of how they spend and what they put around him. They seem to kind of go back to like, let's keep building up, which was interesting, which now for me, as you say, you have a bit of a fear. Like I don't know the route that they're going to go this year. That one is, I don't know. Are they going to go as you said, Lake and Tomlinson route and Cam Robinson? Are they going to go, man, we're going to go get a Joe Mixon. We're going to play for Saquon Barkley. We're going to go get Diggs because we already got Tank and we got Nico, and we're going to add to it. We're going to go get Daniil Hunter even though we got Will. Like, I wonder which route they're going to attack this year.
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of where my concern is coming from. I think this group has already built a team and a roster that's going to be competitive over a long period of time. Like the organization, the organization is ridiculously healthy right now. I would argue. I know. Look, we pick things apart because we cover them every day, and it matters to us. But at the end of the day, this organization is as healthy, I think, as any organization out there. They know who they are defensively. They know who they are really as an organization with D'Amico Ryans at the top, which is a defensive-led football team. And I mean, they got a really good thing going from a chemistry and a culture perspective. So they've done a hell of a job. I think they are absolutely built to sustain that competitiveness for a longer period of time. I just hope that behind the closed doors over there at NRG Stadium, there's a shift in their mind of, again, like you said, more of what happened in free agency 2 years ago versus what happened in free agency last year.
Yep.
And I'll be honest with you, I don't, as I've said before, I don't necessarily need you to go out and get 3 interior offensive linemen and move Titus Howard to tackle. I don't necessarily need you to go out there and sign the best wide receiver that would complement Nico Collins. You know, I mean, you can bolster the defense with a couple of those bigger moves if you want to, and just say, hey, man, we're going to be even better than we were before on defense. I don't care how you do it. I just hope that inside those walls over there, they do realize, hey, we got a championship quarterback that's on a rookie deal. Hey, we are on the doorstep, and we got to create a little bit of money so that we can spend it and take a little bit more risk on the front end of this deal because, man, we are right there. And by the way, the AFC is wide open. I know you got some. There's no doubt about it. I think some teams are going to return to closer to who they were previously versus missing the entire playoffs kind of deal next year in the AFC. But there's still an opportunity there that I don't know how long that door is going to be open.
Yeah, text line coming in. Base power text line 713-572-4610. I'm with Ron. I think after they went all in on offense and it didn't pan out, D'Amico said never again. We'll see. Hopefully that is not the case. And like I bet you Chicago, they went in after it last year. I bet you they're going to continue to try to dive into it right now when Caleb Williams isn't making big money. That's why we continue to hear the Max Crosby potential going to Chicago. I think they're going to jump 2 feet in to try to do what they can while Caleb's not making a huge.
Well, look, I mean, I think if we're being completely honest, now this is a different conversation, but you can look at this and view it as, boy, they are more lost than you thought offensively. D'Amico Ryans and the organization, right? I mean, you've ran one OC off and changed complete scheme. You've had major swings in your quarterback play. You've had major differences in your approach from one off season to the next, and so you really look at it. To your point, Ron, you're right. I don't know what the hell they're going to do. I don't know what the approach is going to be because if you look at what happened this year, I mean, it's easy to lean into, boy, this is the New England Patriots. I mean, 20 years later,
doing
more with less. Yeah, I mean. Their running backs were always veteran. I mean, with the exception of Randy Moss that one year, I mean, it was either guys they drafted that panned out and they kept them, or
Corey Dillon.
Yeah. So I mean, there was always a do more with less, which I would argue that Brady again is the GOAT, but he's the GOAT of multiple categories. Doing more with less is one of them.
And even with Randy and guys like Corey Dillon they didn't pay full price of what you would have had to pay for them. They were coming off of something.
Yeah.
That Antonio Brown, they were coming off of something where it.
So is that D'Amico with a little bit of PTSD after spending money on Joe Mixon and spending money on Diggs and it not working out, or is that the New England Patriot way of doing things coming from Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, and all the New England folks they got in the building over there? Either way it goes, I think that's the big question now in Houston is
it's going to be fascinating.
Do these guys operate? I mean, I hope, look, either way it goes, I'm rooting. I'm here. But I hope these guys operate and make moves that has the whole world talking about, boy, the Texans just got real.
That's what it was, man. When free agency hit 2 years ago, you remember how quick we were on here? Bam, Danielle Hunter. Whoa, okay.
Hell yeah.
And then like Stephon Diggs, and we're like, oh, they have put themselves in the category to be Super Bowl contenders when you start to look at their team.
Yeah.
Then Joe Mixon comes down. You're like, all right, well, they needed an improvement at running back. All right, they've got an improvement there. Now, we didn't know how much Joe had left in the tank. Remember how we were like, damn, they're in here Saquon Barkley. All we hear is this Eagles and Texans. He's just going to choose between the two. Like, that was them feeling it. Where are they at? Where are they at? Because I do think, Clint, it could go either way. They could very well look at last year and say, man, that's the best year we had.
Yeah.
We're 12-5. That was the best year we had the way we did it. We finally got there. That is one that is going to be one to watch. All right, coming up. I thought Nick Caserio had a pretty good day at the press conference when he did kind of one-on-ones or group stuff with the local media, Texans All Access. I thought he had a pretty good day. Everything he said to me, for the most part, made sense, except for one thing. And I think he made comments in discussion about a player that was very much talked about last year in his playing time that I disagreed with. We'll discuss that coming up next.
How good can new starter Tatsuya Imai be this year for the Astros? H-Town postgame, energized by base power on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ fakes the handoff, backs up deeper, now unloads long down the left side, and Jalen Noel inside the 5. He's in the end zone. Another bomb by Stroud. Second touchdown pass of the day.
All you got to do is call for him. Just ask where he is, and he'll show up.
Hopefully we hear more of that with Jalen Noel, because there was a stretch there where he was rolling, and there was a stretch where people were asking about him. Where do you guys rank the playing time and the production, or at least the allowed production and time that Jalen Noel was getting? Where do you think that ranked among fans this season? Just with the offense and questions and things to talk about. Obviously, like CJ and his play was hot, but it felt like week to week that there was some kind of steam of like, what's going on with Jalen Noel? How come they're not using Jalen Noel? That felt like that was something on the minds of a lot of fans, probably towards the middle part of the season on.
Yeah, look, I think once everybody realized that Christian Kirk was not a good sign, or that wasn't going to be the Robin to Nico's Batman, if you will. So look, I don't know exactly the time, but I think it has something to do with Christian Kirk, and then it was. I know we saw it. I know for me personally, it was hell in OTAs. You start because we're looking for Higgins. And every time you look up, the ball was somehow finding Jalen Noel, right? And I think that continued throughout training camp. I'm not saying Higgins didn't have his moments as well, but it seemed like Noel was getting fewer reps and fewer opportunities, but yet was always making big plays. And I don't know how, but it was always on the corner route that I looked up and saw him catching a corner right over the top of somebody. I mean, hell, he did it in training camp all the time. And so it started early for me of like, look out for this kid. This is the kid that in this draft that you better look out for. And then it just never materialized. And I don't think I would have never given it a second thought had Christian Kirk gone out there and been really good. And then Higgins is an outside receiver and Nico's an outside receiver. And obviously you look at it and you just go, hey, man, there's not enough footballs to go around. But when you look up and Christian Kirk is either hurt or just completely non-existent in the game, at some point I would say a month, maybe 5-6 weeks into the season, people started wondering, what about this Jalen Noel kid? And then all of a sudden you see he becomes the full-time returner, which I don't remember at what point in time early season that was.
When he took that from Barrios, yeah.
But he becomes the full-time returner, and it's like, boy, this kid's got he's got some instincts. He is really comfortable in the open field with a bunch of defenders, headhunters bearing down on him to where he can set up and change speed and change direction. He's really good at it, and our offense lacked that kind of playmaker.
Just wasn't seeing no explosions.
Yeah, nothing. Like that. Catch the ball underneath and go get the yak, other than Nico, obviously. And so I think it was a combination of, Christian Kirk really not doing much. It took a little time for everybody to see enough returns to realize, hey, this guy's got a little bit of juice to him. And then it took a little time for him to maybe get a catch or two and have a nice game or two. And then everybody wonders, like, what the hell is holding this guy back? So, yeah, I think by mid-season, I think it was full steam, a topic on a daily, I would say.
Listen, as I said on the other side, I liked a lot of what Nick Caserio said yesterday. This one kind of frustrated me. Here was Nick Caserio kind of talking about the potential of a second year and looking back at what happened in year one for Jalen Noel.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a great attitude. He's actually been in a weight room training. I mean, we've had probably 10 to 12 guys that haven't stopped working out since the season has ended. So Jay Noel's got a great attitude. He's going to be a good player in this league. Our players are going to earn their opportunity with their performance. So the better you are, the more opportunities you get, the more you do with them, the more you're going to receive. So love Jay Noel. Glad he's on the team. Really helped us as a returner. And then when he had opportunities offensively, he was productive with those touches. So I think between him and Hig, and we got another group of young players as well. I mean, going from year one to year two, the investment that you make in your preparation and the work, getting yourself ready for that second season, that's where you can make a lot of gains.
So, like, the part that frustrated me almost to what you were just talking about, and I think a lot of fans were wondering, like, man, as you said, what's holding this cat back? It did not, for me, and maybe we didn't see what's happening in practice, and Clint, you've been there, you know that could mean a lot. Although I don't get the feel that he was a bad practice player. It doesn't seem like – if he didn't earn his way to more playing time on the field there, then I don't know what else he had to do. And then to the other point, as you said, Christian Kirk, did Christian Kirk do a lot of stuff to say to yourself, all right, I'm looking at Kirk and I'm looking at 14. I'm going to tell you what, 13 is the one that is really earning his. Yeah. He's the one. Or was it that 13 made $16, $17 million? Is that what it was? Right? Like, it didn't – when I heard him say that, like I said, like most everything Caserio said and got it. That one there is – no, I like you can't say our guys earn our way on the field. I don't know. That Seattle game where mostly nothing went right for the Texans, and that was all around the 49er game. That was all around the same time. I think he made some big plays against Denver that's in that time frame. If he didn't deserve to get more action – not to mention Christian Kirk was injured at times. If he didn't deserve to get more action on the field, I don't know what else he would have to do.
Well, it's hard to look at the big picture and understand how Jalen Noel wasn't getting more run by midseason. I think this is was clearly last year, and I think it will be this year, a major talking point among the fans of especially with no Christian Kirk back. You're going to look at this thing, and as Nick just said, you got Hig, you got Noel, you got Nico, you got Xavier Hutchinson. I mean, that ain't going to be enough unless you just have some big time confidence that one guy's going to step up. And it wouldn't shock me one bit if they didn't feel like Jay Noel is a guy that they've got a lot of confidence in.
Yeah, I hope he gets more opportunities. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe they bring somebody in where it's like, he's not going to be able to do that. Or Tank Dell comes back and he's playing at a certain – but I still think there is – I'm sorry. They don't have enough weapons, at least as of now. They don't have enough weapons that dude can't be a much bigger part of the offense than he was last year. They just don't have enough over there that stops him.
Well, that's the one thing that has to be at least considered here is in the defense of Nick Caley and the coaching staff. Look, there's a real chance – that they felt like, and I don't think they just randomly feel like. I think they believe that there's a reason, there's a method to the madness. It wouldn't surprise me at all if it was Jay Noel is a rookie. Let's not overload him. Let's let him be the special team, the return specialist, and have a backup role with zero pressure in terms of having to pick this offense up full speed. I just wonder, and I got to give the coaches a little bit of leeway here. Was this something that he showed them early on that maybe he got a little overwhelmed with trying to learn the offense, and they felt that his role was better as a return specialist until he got a little bit longer in the tooth in the league, until he got his rookie year underneath him. So there's a real possibility that's playing into this thing as well. But after a year, he should be fine.
All right, we'll see. That's going to be a big thing to fans because, boy, you show a little something, and they want to see more of it. And I think fans are right. They should have seen more, to me, of Jalen Noel with the lack of playmakers it felt like they had. All right, somebody that Clint really wants to talk about. Amen Thompson. Clint's got a lot in his heart for Amen Thompson. I don't know why. I just want him to start.
If you don't know why, you're hard-headed.
I just want you to start liking him. I don't know why.
It's not a dislike. It's not a dislike. It's an honesty. It's observation.
We'll come back with this thought. Are you starting to get concerned that Amen Thompson is not going to be the guy you thought he was going to be? Is that starting to creep in for you? I think we know where Clint is. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, look, if you need to get that oil change, your significant other, your kiddos, all the vehicles in your family, man, you got to get down to Jiffy Lube. There's 60 locations in and around the city. If you don't know where the near
Brought to you by the Texas Department of Transportation.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
I feel like Kobe.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Seven 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line. This will be something we potentially discuss with B. Scott a little bit later on in our Rockets report. 440, stay tuned for Brandon with us. But I said this, and I'd like to hear from the people. As we said, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Jump on in here. Have you gotten to a point, it's year three, he's 23 years old. Last year, he really kind of stepped into his own, especially defensively. Top 5 finisher for Defensive Player of the Year, first team all-defense. This year, different role with the injury to Fred VanVleet. Have you, at this point, gotten concerned that Amen Thompson potentially may not reach the type of player you thought he would be? I think I know that you at least have concern, Clint. In my mind, first, before you dive into that, when you looked at Amen Thompson coming into this year, what were you expecting from him? Because I think that might be a big thing that answers a lot of questions or forms a lot of people's answers.
Yeah. Look, I think the reason this is interesting to me, by the way, is I just asked the question or made the statement on social media that it's hard to watch for me at times, and I think the banter, the conversation was really good, but it was coming from all different angles. So I thought, hey, Ron, this has got to be a conversation piece, right? But to me, the biggest thing coming into this season, with the move from being such a young team to Kevin Durant coming in, all the talk was about certain guys needed to develop. If this team was going to be competitive, certain guys needed to develop. And I would say the top of that list was Amen Thompson being able to shoot the rock to some degree that showed some level of progression. And when I watch Amen Thompson, I understand. I mean, there's a lot of people that get defensive, and I understand that, the Fred VanVleet deal and Ime Udoka is his schematically may not be playing guys where everybody feels like they need to be played. I'm just talking about basketball things. I'm just talking about the areas where everybody viewed the Rockets needed to get better through Amen Thompson. Those areas. Clearly, he's great on defense. Clearly, he can get to the rim and he's athletic. We all knew that. Everybody knew that. Nobody's debating that. But the developmental piece was handling the ball, handling the offense, initiating the offense, and shooting the basketball. And when I watch the Rockets play, to me, it looks like he's gone backwards. I have zero confidence when he is initiating offense when a ball comes across half court. I have zero confidence when there's a made basket by the opponent or a turnover, the ball immediately gets to Amen Thompson for some reason, as if he is this great ball handler or this great shooter or this great initiator of the offense. And to me, it's a hard watch. It's a hard watch. And clearly I'm not the only one. I mean, it's kind of one of those deals where it's the banter back and forth on social media has been really good over the last 2 or 3 days when I brought this thing up. And it's just like it's not even about Ime Udoka, and it's just about pure easy, what should be easy for these guys if you're going to be a ball handler in this league. The basketball 101 stuff seems to be really hard for him. I mean, the body control of handling the rock when he does attack. The body control is a 50-50. Dribbling the ball off his shin or being out of control and throwing the ball away or an errant pass or something. Like it's a 50-50 shot, and they keep going back to that well. And like I said, for me, it's a hard watch. I don't know how the biggest topic right now with the Rockets, beyond injury, obviously, and you can talk about MA if you want to, but on the floor isn't, golly, man, Thompson on the offensive end of the floor just has not developed the way that I think everybody hoped that he would.
First off, I want to say this. I see a lot of people texting in about having some issues hearing us on the air. When I say a lot, I think people are working on it at this point. So, hey, switch on over. Catch us on YouTube. You can catch us live, and you can see us in all our sexiness. Again, best hair on the station, even if Tyler doesn't show it. The best hair show in all of Houston sports.
It's there, though. It's there.
Speaking of, I need to shave my neck.
Yeah.
Embarrassed.
You go ahead and want to knock it all out. Shave your balls, your neck.
Well, you're not going to see that. Some of that you're not going to see on Twitch and YouTube.
All with the same clippers.
No question.
Knock it all down.
Efficient.
So, listen, again, we're working on that. I see some people texting in. If Amen Thompson does not reach his potential, it is on the current coaching staff. I wouldn't throw it all on them. Listen, I'll just throw out some numbers just to kind of put it out there. Last year, 14 a game, just under 4 assists a game, 8+ rebounds a game, had a steal, 1.4 steals, 1.3 blocks on 55% shooting, 27% from three. You wanted to see improvement on that. This year, he's at 17.5 a game, and I will say that has kind of changed and dropped a bit over the last month. 5.3 assists a game, 7.5 rebounds a game, a steal and a half a game. Blocks are down, field goal percentage is down, but still over 50%. And then the big one for you, he's going from 27% from three down to 19% from three and struggling there. So those are just numbers from last year. So I think in most categories he is up. I think one big part is the expectation that I think you had for him. When I say you, I'm talking about anybody.
Yeah.
The expectation that was had for Amen Thompson coming in, I think may form a lot of what you're thinking. And if your expectation was this dude is going to take the next step and maybe be all NBA, then I can see how you get to a point where you're a bit concerned. I still think with his age, and you're seeing some improvements there. I think he is getting more confident in his spots and getting to his spots this year. All the while, we're kind of understanding a new role that maybe isn't perfect for him. I think the Reed Shepherd thing could help him as much as anybody else, or to make him a wing and more of an attacking thought there. My expectations, or at least not in expectations, I'll say this. My ceiling or thought was he has a chance to be maybe the second best player on a championship team. He has a chance to be kind of further back in the 90s as Scottie Pippen. He has a chance to be in that Draymond role. I think there's an argument without KD that Draymond was the second most important player on their team behind Steph. I think that potential for me is still there. I'm not concerned that is out. But I can hear, I don't think it's bat-ass crazy, those that think he's not progressed this year. I think there are some spaces that he had, but I don't think it's badass crazy.
Well, I think the opportunity has presented itself, whether it's he excels in it or he doesn't. The opportunity has presented itself for him to take control of the offense more than maybe obviously if Fred VanVleet was there. And to me, it's less about. I didn't even look at the stats to know what legitimately, because again, we talk about empty calories with certain players. Like I think you can get fascinated with his stat line. And still, look at what, if you watch the game, it doesn't compute. It doesn't translate. Like my biggest complaint or my biggest concern, if you will, about Amen is when I watch him, he looks like unsure and lacking confidence when he's dribbling the ball, when he's attacking the rim. He is walking around. He is running around out there, sometimes inside the 3-point line. And it is not even, there's not even the confidence to look for a jumper. It is, how quick can I find somebody to pass this thing to? With defenders sagging off of him by 5 feet. Like that's the part that it's more of, not only are they sagging off and aren't afraid of your shot, hell, you're not even presenting that as a possibility.
The 3-point shooting to me is the most disappointing.
I don't know. I don't think I ever expected him to be a good 3-point shooter. Like I even said, I think it's more likely that Barry and Reed Shepherd develop in that category. I'm just shocked that I'm still seeing a guy that appears to lack confidence with the ball in his hand. That's what is most shocking to me.
I don't see him lack confidence as much there. I think he lacks confidence in shooting the ball. And I think people are sagging off of him, and I think that is affecting the offense at some sports too, because nobody has fear to guard him out there, and he doesn't have confidence. I didn't think he would be a great one, but I didn't think we would tank from 27 to 19 to under 20% from three as a guard. I thought he would maybe gradually get better, and maybe year 5, 6, he is somebody that's in the low 30s or somewhere, respectable, that he can have some confidence. That part is shot, which I think, and he's shooting it more because he's trying. That part is the most disappointing.
I just think when you take so many possessions and it's clear that a good chunk of the time it is he is the one that's initiating. Like it's hard. It's a hard watch. Like I don't understand as a team how that's your go-to so often. Given what I'm watching, it's just ooh.
Yeah. All right, I see some people texting in with their thoughts coming up. We heard it was emphatic yesterday, where Nick Caserio, in many ways, where he feels about C.J. Stroud. Is that story dead? We said it was yesterday till we kind of heard a little closer. Is that story dead? We feel like it is from the Texans' perspective. But is it from the other side? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, allergy, sinus, and or sleep problems.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. 1 hour down again, man. Those of you who are riding with us, we hear you. You're texting in. Keep texting in. I think you should. That some people are having trouble hearing us out there, and I get that. Understand. Just talked to Courtney. She said it's just straight static, and so understand we're working on that. And there are options though. As she did tell me, Clint, she was on the Odyssey app and they worked on the Odyssey app. There you go. You can get us on the Odyssey app. You can get us on YouTube and Twitch as well. Hello. So hang out with us there. You can see us there, and you can see Tyler doing some version of the tongue dance.
The people love it.
The White Mamba.
Pretty good. That's good. Is there another snake we could go, or the White Mamba? I mean, that's good.
I saw that shoe commercial.
The white rattlesnake, baby.
For some reason, I don't know what's going on, but there's a lot of Black Mamba conversation going on. Are we around the?
I was going to say,
the time when Kobe passed.
Is
his birthday, or is the time he passed? Or?
Somebody wrote a book. Now, the time he passed, that happened already. I remember that day. When is Kobe's birthday? I have never thought about Kobe that I've been workshopping to myself.
Oh yeah, what is it?
No, January 26th he passed. He was born August 23rd. He is getting really the memory of him in his death, which happens a lot. It is really kind of strong into the positive space where we just completely have almost forgotten some of the or even made ourselves forget what era he played in. Like the comparisons of oh, these guys are soft. Like Kobe played with some of these guys that you talk about are soft.
Well, there's no doubt.
It is like the lure of Kobe Bryant is in his death has been, which deserving. I'm not saying to crush the man or to talk about his negatives, but he is remembered even greater than maybe things actually were with Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's was the last of that breed, if you will, of players that just they beat to a different drum. And obviously not the literal last, but one of the last greatest that we're going to talk about that was wired that way and just full out believed that way, lived it, and got away with it and excelled with it. So. Yeah, but I get your point of because he passed away, it seems like folks think he played that longer than he did ago.
Or he's got 8 championships. Or it does seem like Kobe, when you started to talk about the standing of where certain guys were in basketball, all right, Jordan here, Kareem here, LeBron here, Magic here. I it feels like Kobe has taken 2 or 3 steps up in his death.
Really?
On where people view Kobe. Oh yeah, I do. I think where Kobe was when he was alive, if you were to do how people feel about him where he ranks, I feel like it has moved up in his death. In many's minds. I feel like it has moved up with him in his death. But you're right, seeing a lot of them, and we just saw the White Mamba come out.
White Mamba on YouTube and Twitch. Sports Radio 610.
On YouTube and Twitch, the White Mamba brought things forward. All right. We talked about it yesterday. Well, they're pretty emphatic about where they are right now. C.J. Stroud is the guy. That's what Nick Caserio, he said it multiple times. He said it at the Combine, amongst everyone. He said it at the combine on one-on-ones with the local media. He let it flow about where things stand with C.J. Stroud as the quarterback this year. Even on Texans All Access last night, where he talked about numerous times being asked about C.J. Stroud, and he gave his thoughts last night after we got done on C.J.
Yeah, I mean, he's our quarterback. Glad he's our quarterback. I mean, all of us have areas and things that we can improve on individually, collectively, as a team, and that's what the offseason is about. So CJ's played a lot of good football. He's had a positive influence and impact on the program. There's always things that all of us can do better, and I'm sure when we kind of take a step back, you want to look at what we accomplished during the year. What are some areas that, we did well? What are some of the things that we did well? What are some of the areas that need to improve? And that's what the offseason is about. It's about improvement. You want to reflect on what happened, but you can't spend too much time on what happened because we kind of have to prepare for what's in front of us.
Yeah, that was probably the 18th time he spoke on it, Clint. And yesterday, I think he made it clear. He is the starting quarterback. What was the words he used, Tyler?
Moronic.
Moronic. Moron. All right.
Call
Idiot.
me a moron.
Dumbass.
I don't think he used that.
He felt he might as well. That was the tone and the expression, no question.
Yeah, idiots, dumbasses. Yeah,
I'm comfortable with it. I'll take it. Take it on the chin.
Yeah,
I'm of the moronic group, no question.
You did. Fitzpatrick over there.
Yeah,
he's
man.
on the moronic group. But he also made it very clear, though, as we said yesterday. He said he's going to be the quarterback for 2026, and he is going to be the quarterback there, and beyond that, we'll see. Well, actually, he said, well, that's for you all to figure out, which was odd. And we did talk about it. It's clear. Like, that part of it is dead. He's the quarterback. That's where they view him. But then you kind of brought that thought up of, like, yeah, it's dead to them. But then if you look at the other side, Clint, am I crazy to think, like, this may not be dead to the other side?
Yeah.
And we could as I said yesterday, the drama is dead. They didn't pour gasoline on it. I do wonder what C.J. Stroud and his camp is thinking. 2026, he's the quarterback. But beyond that, I wonder how they took that. I took it as, all right, we let it know, and we're, hey, he's got to prove himself this year. There could be fireworks on the other side getting towards training camp.
Well, look, there's no doubt about it. I say no doubt about it. Probably shouldn't be that that sure in it. But here's the deal: when you listen to what D'Amico has said, you listen to what Nick Caserio has said, and the path of least resistance, if you will, is to not trade C.J. Stroud and to at least see another year. And so it's not surprising that Nick Caley is saying, hey, man, he's our quarterback. Now, I am surprised that he said, we'll see next year kind of deal. I'm surprised that was even –
That he could – yeah, it wouldn't have been as bad if he had just said he's the quarterback.
But I think with C.J. Stroud at this point where we sit today, what is it, February 25, where we sit February the 25th, 2026 with C.J. Stroud, he's going to be the quarterback for the Texans, which moves us to that area of it's either going to get real expensive or real uncomfortable this offseason. And that's coming sooner rather than later. And I don't believe, and if you listen to what Nick just said, I don't believe it's going to be the expensive route yet. I think they want to see another year. And so that puts you in a spot of –
which is fair, which I think is
very
absolutely fair.
I think CJ's played his way into that. I agree with it. I'm sure that the Texans agree with it. I'm sure that a lot of fans out there agree with it. Even the staunchest supporters of CJ Stroud and the fan base would probably agree that that's a smart way to go. There's a couple of people that I'm 99.9% sure don't feel that way, and that's CJ Stroud and David Mulugeta, and that's where the conversation gets uncomfortable. That conversation is because I think both parties are right. I think C.J. Stroud's representation is doing him a disservice if they don't approach this thing as we are the caliber quarterback that gets paid after year 3. We are the caliber quarterback in C.J. Stroud. We are the caliber quarterback that after 3 years in the NFL should be set for life. Family should be set for life. Should have market-setting money one way or another. If not market setting, damn near it. I think that's real. I think that's how they're going to feel. And the Texans, I think, are very justified in feeling their way. It's going to get real uncomfortable, Ron, and I don't know that either party's comfortable feeling uncomfortable in this moment.
I don't know.
Does this get to a point where C.J. Stroud says, I ain't coming to camp?
Oh, I think people don't want to. I said this to Tyler on the way out the door when we were kind of workshopping this thought.
Mm-hmm.
I said, boy, CJ will lose this entire city if he if he came out.
No question.
But I don't think David Mulugeta gives a damn about it, and I don't think they should either. And I think they should either because he'll come back if he wins. But I don't think holdout is not on the table. Is off the table. I damn sure don't. Because I mean, like you said, I understand where the Texans are coming from, saying he's our quarterback this year. We are not committing past this. We're picking up the fifth-year option because, as you said, he's played his way in. I can understand how they get there, but I can also understand, hold on, Jack, 3 years in a row, we got a top 8 MVP finish? I don't give a damn when it happened. We got a top 8 MVP finish? We've won double-digit games every year? I'm the reason why butts are come back in the seats here in Houston. He is. They'd be right about that. He's a number one reason why y'all started to believe again. I've won 3 playoff games. I got more playoff wins than Dak. You know who else got money in their third year when they were eligible? Tua. You think I'm not getting it? You know who else got money? Trevor. Do you think I'm not getting it? No one else got money off 1 year. Jordan Love. I'm not getting it. Herbert, I'm not getting it. Hell no. Like, you can see both sides, and both sides have a point, and you can even say are right. With that, the hell, what you mean? Tua and Trevor got paid?
Well, which one do you believe? Do you believe it gets expensive or uncomfortable for the Texans?
Uncomfortable. I don't think they're paying him.
Yeah. Right, Tyler, you think it gets expensive or uncomfortable this offseason for the Texans?
Uncomfortable. They ain't going to pay him yet.
I agree. I agree. And as this isn't a C.J. Stroud thing either. So if you're sensitive about it, you need to check the history. For me, I'm obviously here for it. I mean, look, very rarely. I mean, hell, I wanted to see another year from Lamar Jackson. I mean, if we're being honest, like I am definitely let me see another year. Kind of guy here with these young quarterbacks. Unless it is like if CJ would have strung 3 rookie years together, then hell no. I mean, hell, I'd have been trying to get him up. I've been trying to get him up
year 2.
The minute that we lost that game in wherever the hell we were when we lost
New England.
New England. But yeah, no, this is where we're at, man. I got to see another one.
Yeah, people texting in, he'd be crazy.
He'd be crazy what?
Like to sit out and the man like. I know where you're coming from, and you're not wrong from where you're coming from of what you have watched. There has been regression, steps back from year 1. And someone texted in, he can walk. Oh, okay. Clearly they don't want him to walk. That's what they said. And they shouldn't want him to walk. He gives them their best chance to win.
Well, look,
what you're thinking.
Here's the thing, though, Ron, is like both parties are justified and have a really good case for whatever action they take.
Yes.
All right. You just got to decide what side you're going to be on as a fan, or if you don't care, you don't care. But you got to decide which side you're going to be on. Right. I personally hope that the organization stands firm no matter what, because as you mentioned, Tua got paid. Yeah, CJ can bring that to the table and say, hey, if that joker got paid, why won't I? Well, let me tell you why. Because did you see what the Dolphins have done since his ass got paid? They ain't done a damn thing. They shouldn't have paid him. So it's one of those where it's a double-edged sword with several of these topics, and you just got to pick what side you want to be on. And I am on the side of the organization. With most quarterbacks wanting to see an extra year, when you got 5, why not see 4? If it costs me an extra $2-3 million a year over 4 years, okay, I'd be willing to risk that if it could potentially save me 60 per. I'd be willing to see that next year. So, yeah, man, I'm just get your popcorn ready because I think
David Mulugeta is not Like you said, he would not be doing his job if he wasn't. We saw what happened with Micah.
That's right.
He would not be doing his job if he wasn't fighting. And he has a case, despite what many of you think. Someone texted in to show all those guys aren't coming off the worst playoff performance by a quarterback the last 20 years. Trevor Lawrence was not in the great graces and coming off a great season when he got his money.
Tua damn sure wasn't.
And Tua ain't never been. Okay, Tua ain't never been. All right, listen. That's
it's a good point, though. I mean, it is part of the conversation.
It's a part of it.
If he's not the reason that you struggle with Pittsburgh for part of the game and the reason you lose in New England, I think he gets a contract issue.
Yeah.
I think
so.
They would have re-upped him. So my point is, Ron, that is a valid point when you're talking about CJ. Now you start comparing.
But you go to the other side, and they're saying, so 2 games is going to change everything?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, fair.
2 of them, you said to hell with them other ones?
Yeah.
Yeah. Text line, Trevor Lawrence wasn't worth the extension at that time. And then now what is he worth?
Yeah, 3rd in MVP. Is he worth it now?
That what you want to do?
And that's what you want. That's for you to decide.
You said you want to show him to it, and they'd say, "Well, hell, let's look at Trevor." All right, that what you want?
Let's look at Love. You're right.
Trade him off. You want to trade him off so he finished 3rd in the MVP?
It is a get your popcorn moment, baby. It is.
I misjudged that. I thought, well, from the Texans end, they did. From that other side, woo, we ain't. Because what they said, Clint, is we ain't even going to talk about it.
Yeah,
we're not even, it's just this year. It's over. We're not even going to meet about even talking about any kind of extension. That's a slap in the face.
Boy.
Hell, at least Jerry met, I think.
Is that the next thing that the Texans are running from the media with? D'Amico's getting mad because the media is asking about how come you didn't re-up C.J. Stroud after 3 years? Last year it was a shoulder injury and Joe Mixon. This year is it CJ's deal? And it really you want to talk about when it's really going to get magnified.
And again, we're just presenting
it's going to go on steroids when WAG gets his.
Now CJ and David Mulligetta, Tyler could be sitting there saying, "Hey man, we sucked the last 2 games. No way we deserve any of this. We're just going to sit here and prove ourselves." That could be the thought. I don't know if it is. That could be the thought. Maybe the more likely one is, "Hey, bruh, you got to get your money. You got a short period of time to get your money. You just saw a concussion you just had. You got to get your money. They ain't gonna pay you. I bet you will about to get paid." Coming up, it is Wednesday. We do this each and every day or every Wednesday. Stock up, stock down. Stock up, stock down. This time, Texans 2026 running back option. Stock up, stock down. You can participate. We'll do that coming up next.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
Payne and Pendergast.
Rock across it comes.
lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We go Jordan Belfort on your ass every Wednesday right around this time. It's Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, myself, producer T-Mill here with you. In today's edition of Stocks, we're looking at the 2026 run game for the Houston Texans. A little running game edition of Stocks today. Getting started with you, Clint Stoerner. You know I like getting the negatives out of the way first. Stock down for you, Clint, for these Houston Texans and the running game heading into next football season as we approach the Combine and the Draft.
Well, T, it doesn't get any easier than this one for me, bub. I'll be honest with you. I had high hopes for Joe Mixon rejoining his team and being the guy that turned this thing around and gave us that 1-2 punch with Woody Marks. And after what Nick Caserio said yesterday, and again, it's not even the fact that he said he had surgery. It's not even the fact that the report from Aaron Wilson was that at some point the Texans are believed to release him due to a failed physical. It's reading between the lines. The fact that the Texans don't know when the surgery happened, the fact that the Texans are still trying to gather information about the surgery, and we're acting as if that's normal is about as stock down as you can get on Joe Mixon. So I got to go with the former Pro Bowl Texan, Pro Bowl running back. Went for over 1,000.
Joe Mixon.
Yes, I did too. There was a time. Yes, there was a time when I did, and but it's the stock along with my dauber is down when it comes to Joe Mixon, boys.
Yeah, I can't blame you there, especially after finding out apparently he had surgery yesterday from Caserio. Stock down for Clint Stoerner is Joe Mixon. You got something wrong?
No.
Oh, okay, cool.
My fault.
Well, as long as we're with you, over to you. Stock down for the Houston Texans in this run game, the running back room heading into next season for you, Ron.
And I'm thinking stock down in terms of options. And I would say I'm going to go Kenneth Walker III is my stock down. And I think he would be a great fit for the Texans. I think he would be a great fit in bringing another weapon in the different ways he can affect the game. We watched the run he had in the playoffs in terms of running the football and catching the football. But now with the injury to their other running back that they drafted last year, and with the importance he showed to be for their team, and they need a run game, I feel like the chances of him getting out of Seattle and moving on somewhere I think he would probably prefer to be, I think that's becoming slim. So I'm going to go Kenneth Walker as an option. I would say that's tough. If that injury had not happened, there's a slim chance because they got some other guys that I think they want to pay. But I feel like that is where he wants to be, and I think they need him even more than they would have if there wasn't an injury.
And Kenneth would have looked good in that battle red, too. I was really hoping that something might happen there.
Well, hit that sounder.
Which one?
Well, our transition to your boys stock up, and I'll make you feel better about it.
Wordy ass over here on the mic. We got the negatives out of the way. You are tuned in to the Drive, Stoerner, Hughley, stock up, stock down, Texans run game, running back room edition ahead of the Combine and the Draft. Back to you, Clint. Stock up for you with this running game for the Texans.
I'm going to go with Kenneth Walker III. I'm going to go with the guy that Ron just sold. He sold his stock. I'm going to buy. Look. I think Ron hit on something really important that is a big part of this is they got a bunch of guys apparently on the defensive side of the football. Look, I don't know the Seattle Seahawks like the back of my hand, but apparently they've got a lot of guys on the defensive side of the football that they're going to have to pay if they're going to keep things together. They got a defensive-minded head coach. They do have other running back options in the fold there already in Charbonnet. And so I don't know that they're going to be in the market to paying a running back, $9-10 million a year for the next 3 or 4. I don't know that they're going to be real anxious to meet what the market's going to demand for Kenneth Walker III. And so that number one. Number two, the stock is up because, hell, I mean, the Texans are an obvious need. And you look around the room, and the other top free agent running backs are either off the market or rumored to be in love with somebody not named the Texans. And so I think just from a sheer options perspective, top options at the running back position, I think the Texans got to feel like, boy, we don't want to drag our feet too much and miss out on another Saquon Barkley type of deal. Not that he's Saquon Barkley, but that type of free agent, the best running back available. And so
I think you could put him at the top potentially.
Yeah,
him or Breece Hall.
Depending on what you're looking for, but yeah, I think he or Breece Hall or I know the Williams kid had a really good year in Dallas. But yeah, I mean, he's obviously one of the top guys, and so I think for a couple of reasons his stock could be up, and the two reasons is I think Seattle's got people they want to pay, and number two, I think the options for running back needy football teams appear to be dwindling, and Kenneth Walker III is still standing. So I would think they got to go get him.
Do you think the Texans would sell out to go get him? That's the other part. You think they would, because they didn't go all the way with Saquon. I wonder if they sell out and go where it needs to go.
I would like for them to personally, but I don't think they do. I don't think they break their mold. Like, I think they get in the conversation and they're very comfortable going, hey, man, this is the number. And if the Philadelphia Eagles are willing to pay you $1 million more a year, or, $1.5 million more a year for the next 3, then we're going to bow out. You know what I mean? I think the Texans are very comfortable. I don't see them breaking their mold. I do believe that there's a chance that they land Kenneth Walker III. I think if you look at this team, there's clearly a need for a workhorse back. I think there's clearly a league-wide understanding that this team is one of the better organizations and on the verge of being where he was this year, which was winning a Super Bowl. And it's a place that I would think that any player would want to play. And so I think there's a really good chance that he ends up a Texan, yeah.
Little up and down action for old Kenneth. All right, put a lid on this thing for us, Ron. Stock up for the Texans running game, that running back room for the Houston Texans. Stock up for you, Ron.
I'm going to go with Jadarian Price, the kid out of Notre Dame. And I just think his stock is climbing because I don't think – the New York Jets seem hell-bent on doing whatever it takes to keep Breece Hall. And I just gave you why I felt Kenneth Walker was stocked down. We'll see what happens. There's Travis Etienne. He's out there. But it looks like there's a potential that the Texans can get to the draft with potentially their backs against the wall with some of these free agents already gone. And I don't think they're going to have enough to go and get Jeremiah Love, and I don't think they would pull the trigger to do what it would take from 28 to go to get Jeremiah Love. But we're starting to see Price sneak up into the back of the first round, and the Texans' priority number one may be getting a running back. And not just priority number one, but when you think about the amount of running backs in this draft that you feel like can come in and start, Jadarian Price seems like a guy that they may have to put themselves in position to have to go and get. So
the Houston Texans are on the clock.
For Jadarian Price, potentially at 28, and we just saw Mel Kiper have him in his latest mock draft, him at 28, and I don't think that's just 100 pulled out of the ass. I think that there may be something to that. So the kid, the rookie from Notre Dame, who many people believe will be the second running back off the board behind his teammate Jeremiah Love, is who could be that guy for the Texans. All right, that's a little stock up, stock down. We do it every single Wednesday at this time. Coming up, the ace, he was on the mound today. We'll tell you what Hunter Brown did in his first outing of spring training, and Tyler wants to have some fun with some of these nights, some of these potential promotional nights coming up for the Astros. they got a cowboy hat on there. I'm just not a fan of. I'm gonna be honest with you. And they got one. I'm just not a fan of. We'll discuss that coming up next.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see in prospects? is by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610.
Houston Astros baseball spring training.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It's a beautiful song. I just kind of want to let it come in now.
I feel you.
You know, just sometimes you just want to let that flow, baby.
Let it hang.
Why did he have to go crazy?
Yeah. A lot of crazies out there these days.
That Kanye pisses me smooth off. Nobody hits. It's like Jim. Kanye's like Jim for me. Like Jim Nance. Like I love Jim Nance. I was a huge Jim Nance fan until he became a Richard.
I just got to the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
And I could. Kanye is one of them rappers, you know, that I could relate to. Like his music, I could relate to. College dropout, late registration, talked about stuff. I used to just rap stuff. I didn't know nothing about cocaine, but I really love Young Jeezy.
You know about the hustle, though.
I really love Young Jeezy. I've talked about a lot of coke, a lot of snow. I didn't relate to that.
Snowman.
But Kanye I could. And then he just went insane.
I hurt my nose.
Sorry, I didn't know that was gonna get me there. I apologize.
Kanye kind of set the standard for how that fall off.
That one.
Hope he's taking care of his mental health, though. Hope he's taking care of it.
He's not. I mean, you can hope he ain't. What you talking about, man?
That's fair.
Hey, do you know how crazy Pete?
Davidson.
You know how crazy Pete Davidson is?
Yeah, he deals with some stuff.
You know how crazy he is? You know what he's been through?
Mm-hmm.
Pete told Kim, man, hey, man, I ain't got it.
He said,
hey, listen, hey, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. This ass is right. I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. This is banging. Like, I know what Ray J, I know what all of them was talking about. This is it. But that crazy son of a bitch, I can't deal with him. Like, Pete's crazy. I mean, Pete dealt with 9/11.
Yeah. But he ain't Kanye crazy.
But Kanye, he said, I'm out on that, man.
Jeez.
He said, hey, bro, you got it? I mean, that boy, yeah, he's something else. He's something else. All right. Hunter Brown. The ace.
Talking about something else.
Yeah, the ace. He was out there tonight. Got it rolling. You know, he's out there just working on some things. Today, got his first outing through 2 scoreless innings. Now, he did give up a leadoff double, but immediately picked the kid off. He immediately picked the kid off from second base, and he gave up that one hit and then struck out 2 batters and mowed through them throughout his 2 innings. So that's a good start for him. Again, though, Tyler and Clint, nobody really gives a damn what his spring training looks like. I mean, who cares? Like, he'll be ready. He's somebody you have confidence in. I'll be honest, Clint. Framber used to be this one for me. Hunter Brown gets me to want to come in the ballpark. Now you know I can be selective.
Sure.
With my
rightfully so.
With my buying tickets. And generally I'm probably on the hunt for free, but I could be selective.
The way that Jim Crane operates isn't going to drive you to buying too many tickets. I mean, if you ain't going to pay superstars, it's going to be hard for old Ryan Hughley to spend money.
But Hunter is I'd say him and Jordan are guys that get me in the building. That'll get me like certain thing coming up. Like I'm like I want to go see them play. Hunter Brown is that dude. I know Framber. Like Framber for me was somebody. Tyler could get me. Hey, want to go down to the game? Framber's pitching. Damn. What else is out there? Framber, because Framber, you just didn't know what the hell was going to happen, right? Like, you ain't lying. He may give you a hell of a performance.
Yeah.
He may go throw no-hitter. He may be drinking in the dugout. He may be doing, like, there could be anything with Framber. Framber was just fun to watch.
All that sweat.
Like, I feel, like, honest to God, I feel like Hunter Brown could throw a no-hitter every time he pitches.
Yeah, you get excited walking in. You get excited walking in the park thinking that Hunter Brown's got a chance to give you something special that isn't done very often. I agree. I agree. I think Hunter Brown gets you there, gets me there. I'll stay with the staff. I tell you, right now. MI will get me there. MIE or
really?
Whatever. There.
Right
yeah,
now, is
right
it the
now?
newness? Is it the newness factor?
It's the newness. It's the coming from the Japanese league. It's Patrick Creighton talking about him definitely being the number 2 starter. Like the expectations that may wear off. So let's stick to guys that it's not going to wear off. I'll stick in the staff. I think we've said this before. I would with certain people starting. Let's be honest. Right now, not Hunter Brown and not how do you say it?
Man, tell you turn over here to me.
How you say it, Tyler?
I need 3 months.
I need to work on it. But
go
I think
find it.
The only thing I know it's not M.A.
I think it's
Udoka. I know it's not Udoka.
See how many pronunciations you can find.
M.I.
I bet you M.I.
If it's not Hunter Brown or the new dude from the Japanese league,
everybody can hear us.
I don't need to be there for the first 3 or 4 innings. So I'll be honest with you. The Abreu to Hader 8-9 can get me in the building. If we're talking pitchers, those 4 guys. If I know it's a night where there's a chance I can see Abreu and Hader back-to-back 8-9 to end the game, that can get me in the building. The Lil Wayne fireman, when he takes the bump, that could get me in the building. The one that none of us have mentioned yet, I think would probably win the lead on any poll that's posted anywhere. I think the city of Houston, the Astros fans will tell you that Altuve gets you in the building every game.
Altuve, I was wondering, is Altuve still a guy that does that?
Yeah,
I know
not
Altuve
so
gets
much.
Tyler in. Hell,
Carlos Correa is there for me.
Very happy to say that.
Ryan King.
Again, it's Los Correa. I'm sorry, Tyler. That's Los. Los is there. Man. Los is there for me.
He was one I was thinking about.
Los, Altuve, as you mentioned, Yordan Alvarez.
I think I need to be reminded of Los's swag. I think I need to be reminded of that.
Yeah.
But you're right.
Know the facts,
Tyler, when he did that against the Red Sox and he hit a home run and he slid that puppy up.
It's an all-time
tapped that wrist.
He tapped that wrist and didn't look. Hey, because he can pimp. I like a good pimping of the home run. I'm telling you.
So
because see, Jose Siri could get me in there real quick for about 6 minutes. But I love the swag when he stood up there and looked at it, and they couldn't do nothing about it. Yeah, I need to be reminded of that swag.
I tell you where Correa
Clint gonna say to me earlier, Jake doesn't get you in there.
Jake ain't getting you in there
in his khakis.
The thing about Correa too for me, boys, is I could give literally 0 rips. There's not one guy defensively outside of Los Correa that I want to see play baseball.
What about center or left fielder Altuve?
No, I could go with Yordan out there, but no. I'll joke. Like part of the appeal for Los to me is, he turns me on in the field when especially now that he's playing third base, where he can pat every ball that he throws across the diamond on a freaking rope. Mm-hmm. Like he is fun to watch play defense just as much as he is at the plate. And so
said he wanted to make history and get that Gold Glove now over at third after getting the one at short.
Yeah. Well, he could do it. He's that good. He's that good defensively. And obviously if range isn't a problem, Father Time's less of a problem defensively. So if he can stay healthy, I think he could do it. It's definitely Los for me. And that guy right there at the plate and defensively.
Yeah. Los, he can.
His defense turns me on, too. That dude is just a machine out there.
Well, he just makes it look so easy, and then
Text line said Jeremy Pena don't get you to the ballpark.
Yeah, I don't know. Pena. I'll be honest.
I know who he gets to the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
Them ladies out there throwing them panties on the field.
And panty wearing kind.
That's a
Ain't
panty
no doubt
dropper
about
right
that.
there, boy. Get them draws off.
Yes. Oh, now he does bring them out. Barbie night will be loaded with single moms.
That's a promotion. You were talking about all those promotions, Tyler. They got down there. They got Faith and Family Night. They got Dog Night.
They should have Victoria's Secrets night.
They should have a night where ladies bring your panties. If you don't feel comfortable with your panties, we'll have some panties at the door.
Lingerie night.
Lingerie panty night. Jeremy Pena comes out. Everybody throw them draws on
the field.
Throw them on.
Like at a concert
Hat
with the
trick.
bras.
Hey, we're not stopping you. If you want to take your own panties
Shimmy
off,
him down and throw
him down. Throw them on the field.
The problem
Panty
is-
night. And then we get them guys coming around. And you know it's some nasty people on the grounds crew smelling some of them. But we can go there and pick them up. You can pick them up. But throw them panties on the field night.
You're on to something.
No,
I'm telling you.
You got 2 sets of clippers and now smelling panties is nasty.
It's a panty dropper.
Hey.
I'm just saying.
You're on to something.
We got some ground. You
know what?
You think all of them grounds crew members would just be scooping them up and nobody would catch a smell?
I think they'd scoop a handful up.
They got into taking care of bushes long before this, you know.
Here's the deal, T. Bad thing about that.
Gloria, don't you throw your panties on that field?
Yeah, ain't no doubt.
Linda, keep them draws on.
Yeah, Granny going there with a ponytail.
There'd be so many different variations, thongs, granny panties.
Bregman's gone, so I think my wife's panties will probably stay on. But
yeah,
Bregman,
there's gonna be some.
I'm gonna tell you,
you're crazy if there ain't gonna be no briefs on the field.
I'm gonna tell you, Bregman would have a whole lot of panties thrown at him with the S on the tag. Oh, Stoerner on the tag. Stoerner women love some Bregman.
They love some Bregman.
Let J.J. Watt throw the first pitch, boy.
Could
I got
you
a couple
imagine
cousins that might throw their whole drawer, panty drawer at him. There's
They have to announce
could
it
you
tonight.
imagine?
Tonight, January 23rd is panty night.
I love how you do this voice.
Panty night at the Daikin. Jeremy Pena, when he comes up for his first at bat, he'll lead off the game, and will also lead off with panties on the field.
You know how many? Every one of them tickets will be bought up by dudes.
There's some pair of thieves on the field.
They'd have panty nights, and it'd be the dudes would be buying the tickets, trying to see what goes down. It'd mess it up for everybody.
There's a ball that's inside 1-0. Looks like a Victoria's Secret. A pink thong over there in the corner over there down by the third base line.
Some nice lace on the field this evening.
Got a short delay in action here while the panties are fetched off the right field.
And they're continuing to come from the Crawford boxes. And look out to the left fielder as the panties are flying all over the field. That's not a beach ball. And how about those big monsters over there?
It's not a beach ball.
That
is a big set of draws.
Look at them bloomers coming out of there.
If the Daikin crowd sounds a little more high-pitched
crazy.
tonight.
That would go off. National Panty Night?
Oh, that'd be a banger.
Coming from the mezzanine level. The old club seats.
I'm rolling here. Before the game, Jeremy Pena is out there taking pictures with a lot of the ladies with their panties. You ever see Chris Brown before concert? Jeremy Pena's taking those nasty-ass Chris Brown photos with all the women with their panties just holding them.
Yeah, holding them up. They haven't thrown them on the field yet.
Is that what
so
Chris
they're just
Brown does?
holding
I
them
ain't
up.
seen that.
You ain't never seen Chris Brown? Chris Brown, go look at Chris Brown photos before his concerts. He gets a lot. He's making like $1,500 a pop. My barber told me, he said, man, they in the line. He said they was here in Houston at $1,500 a pop, and you can take any kind of pose. So he'll have them doggy. He'll have them jumped up, hugged up. I mean, it is. You ain't never seen that?
No, I ain't seen that.
I'm telling you, Jeremy Pena can roll it.
That is great.
What you got coming
Boy,
up?
I don't know. I just hope my daughter doesn't ever end up in one of them pictures. Neither one of them. Goodness gracious sakes alive. Paying money to get in a position with somebody. Whew.
It's crazy.
I'd rather just do it for free, baby.
It's a panty dropper.
One thing the Texans got right day one when they started this franchise, they got it right again today. I'm going to tell you exactly what that is and explain. And then in free agency. Part of getting aggressive, y'all, is they got to restructure some contracts. There's a couple of them now, a couple of contracts that are out there that I imagine they're going to restructure, which means those players are going to be here a little bit longer. I'm going to tell you who that is, and I want to know. You want these guys around a little bit longer? You should. All that's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
All right, before we get
joint mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Nice job by Clint Stoerner. Real nice job.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. And today's Dirty's Daily is it's going to be powered by Pat McAfee today, boys. I don't know if y'all heard, but USA Hockey, men's hockey and women's hockey, but men's hockey won the gold medal, and they eased on back to Miami. I don't know if y'all have heard this story or not yet, boys, but
it's awesome.
They eased on back. They eased on back to Miami, and they chose their spot to celebrate as, I believe it's called 11, is the name of the spot in Miami. But it is apparently, and I've been to one of these before back in the day before it was even legal, I think. But it's a strip joint, but it's a club with a strip joint in the middle of it, kind of deal. So it's a club that I'm assuming that certain scrippers can go in there and they can walk around. They can walk around booty bone naked if they want to, and it's all legal. Yeah, maybe not booty bone. The one I was in was booty bone, by the way.
Girl.
It was the wildest thing I'd ever seen. It was in Dallas as well. But Pantera, you ever heard Pantera, the group? Pantera, they owned it. They were actually upstairs.
That's a rock band, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's a heavy metal band, I believe. Pantera be classified as heavy metal. But yeah, they owned it. It was it was booty bone, but it was a regular club, and then I at a certain time they kicked everybody out and turned it into a shake. But it was
that.
This one the USA hockey team went to was I mean it's a legit establishment. And but it's apparently got a concept of a shake and a concept of a club, script joint and a lounge maybe, and so USA Hockey goes back there, boys, and I thought it was tremendous. I saw some of the footage there, singing the national anthem and singing patriotic songs, and everybody in the crowd's going along with it. Everybody in the crowd's going along with it. And now, I will say this. I don't know what the hell nobody thought he was doing when that big bottle of champagne he had was just pouring it on top of that looked like fans and club goers' heads. I said, I don't know if that's going to fly in the club.
I bet it did.
I mean, it did for that old boy. They were going right along the deal. But anyway, where I'm going with this is the reason Pat McAfee gets Dirty's Daily today is because everybody caught wind. The cat got out of the bag of where they were going to celebrate when they got back to Miami. And Pat McAfee made several calls, ended up getting in touch with somebody that had some connections at that bar, and he picked up that tab. You guys heard what that tab landed around, boys?
I can only imagine.
Word on the street right now on social media is that tab was $150,000.
Sounds like a night in the Heights to me.
Pat McAfee.
It does not sound like a night in the Heights. I may have to walk away from steak night tonight.
Pat McAfee picked up a $150,000 tab.
That's badass. What a guy.
Yeah, when he said that, I was thinking maybe 50. But I mean, because they were at the State of the Union last night. It wasn't but about 16 of them, maybe 18 of them. It looked like an even number.
Probably still hung over, didn't make it.
Oh, you can tell. You a couple of them spoke to the media afterwards. You can tell them boys running on fumes now. They have.
As they should.
They ain't slept much. And the bad thing is, or not the bad thing, but the good thing is, or I don't know if it's good or bad. Cover both ends of it. They got to return to their hockey team, and they got to get back to playing a little hockey. I believe. Is that right?
The guy is drunk.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do. Yeah, the NHL is going to get back going here soon.
I mean, a couple of them old boys said, well, yeah, I need an extra couple of days. I need to soak this in. Well, really, I think they probably need to recover. But big shout-out to Pat McAfee, man. That was Pat McAfee does some things, whether it's the charity stuff that he does on College Game Day or this kind of thing. He's done it before. I think he did it for Notre Dame when they went to Ireland maybe and played in a football game and won. I think he picked up a tab somewhere along the way for them. But big shout out, man. I think he's in a position to do some things that we all wish we could do more often, and I tip my cap to Pat for being able to do those things and making it happen. So big shout out to USA Hockey, men's and women, as well as Pat McAfee for making it happen. Big shout out also, boys. I don't know if y'all saw this, but the Toro District is being unveiled today. In fact, B. Scott, who is coming in, it was 445, 440, 440. B. Scott's coming in, and he was actually there. And I've seen the social media post from the Texans along with a lot of the media. I'm gonna tell you something, boys. One thing that the Texans got right day one, that they continue to get right consistently today, time and time again, they did it again today, is the design of their logo and the decision to go with Toro. I don't know if you guys have seen the two logos. Toro District. First of all, I think it's important to acknowledge that Toro is Spanish for bull. So what we're playing with here is not just a name they came up with. It's Spanish for bull. And the logo itself, the bull, is just the head, just the logo on the side of the helmet does not get the credit it deserves. It's one of the best in the league. When you look at this new Toro District logo, Ron, with the three bulls, I mean, they've got a couple of them. One's just the letters TD, and then the bull head is in the middle of the D. That's all right. It's good. I like it. But the one where it says Toro District with the forward-facing bull, or the more forward-facing bull with a bull that's kind of bucking away from each direction, boys, that is front of T-shirt type stuff.
I think you might see it.
I mean, well,
I'm
talking about the whole thing. Like that that is absolute, I mean, one of the best in the game. When you look at, I mean, the ability to, when I first looked at that logo, I was like, man, that is sick. That is it's powerful. It's strong. Like for a football organization, the physicality that comes with the violent sport, it encapsulates all that, and they do such a good job with the word Toro, the name Toro, the logo. They just knocked it out of the park with that, and they did it again, man. The three-way where the bull is facing a little bit more towards the camera, the one going each way with the word Toro District written above or below it. That is going to be badass on a sign.
That was good. When they were redoing the uniforms, I was hoping that would be something that would go away.
Yeah. Oh, the original. Yeah. No, I mean, all you do there is you change the color if you want to, or maybe you make it bigger to cover over half the helmet, kind of deal. The way teams were doing a couple years back, or about 10 years back. But boy, you don't change that one bit. That is, the Texans knocked it out of the park once again. They knocked it out of the park. Go to the Texans social media pages right now if you want to check out. I mean, renderings always look like $1 million, no pun intended. This may be $1 billion, but that is going to be really cool. I know there's a lot of people out there complaining about the Toro District, the new Texans headquarters is outside of Texas. I mean, damn near outside of Houston.
I didn't go Chicago.
Look, I know a lot of people are complaining about that, but look, I mean, nobody in the game will do it, does do it, probably will ever do it better, unfortunately, than Jerry Jones up there with the Cowboys. And guess what? That ain't a brick one other than Jerry's house ever been in Dallas.
There it was. Glory hole.
No, it had.
I mean, it's Valley Ranch, it's Capel, it's Irving, it's now it's Arlington, and I mean, so I mean, I know it may be a little bit of a headache for some folks that were used to walking down the street, but this is going to be. I mean, I don't know why you'd want to go to practice. You probably don't go to practice as it is now, but this facility, if you ever do want to go up there, it's going to be worth the drive. It's absolutely beautiful. You know, you got to check out all the renderings, if you will, that are out there floating around social media. It's awesome. But tip the cap, man. I don't know who the original designer was of Toro and the bulls and the different statues and images, but man, as a Texans fan, you're proud when you see that sucker. It's an easy purchase, and they knocked it out of the park once again with this Toro district. I like that.
I can't wait to hear what Brandon has to say when he comes in.
Yeah, he was out there, boots on the ground, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and I think one of the other cool things about this is, and now again, it's because I've got 2 daughters now, but there's going to be a flag football. I think apparently a flag football field or 2 out there, which I think has something to do with Hannah, who's leaning heavily into the girls' sports and with the volleyball as well as the flag football stuff. I mean, I think that's you got a daughter, or just because it's a female sport and that's you're a supporter. No, there's just so much more to it when they get involved. So again, tip my cap to Hannah and Cal for doing that as well. That's super cool. But I can't wait to get out there and see it from myself. But again, B. Scott, he laid eyes on it. He'll be here shortly to discuss. Boys, a couple of players on the Tex, staying with the Texans here. You know, if they're going to free up some money, boys, bottom line is they're going to have to renegotiate some contracts, and they've renegotiated some already. Not this year, but they've done some renegotiating.
They've done some before,
they pushed a bunch of Christian Kirk's money into the future, which I wonder how does that work? When he doesn't stick around next year, does that accelerate the cap? Can you just, when it's a bonus like that, can you just pay him out over those years, no matter where he's at or if he's playing or not? But nonetheless, they're going to have to restructure a couple of players. There's 2 guys, and here's the kicker. When you restructure a player, typically that means you're going to add a year or more to the current contract. You're going to spread some money out. Typically, it means a little bit more of a commitment from the team. And I don't know how many players they've got eligible right now to be renegotiated, if you will, that they want to keep around for an extended period of time. But 2 players I hear being mentioned, Ron, I have no problem with. And for one player, I've never had a problem with in terms of him being here. That's Azeez Al-Shaair. I mean, him and D'Amico's relationship is second to none. Clearly, he's the leader of the defense. He's an elite communicator, processes at a high level. This defense just executes and operates at a different level when he's out there. Word on the street is he may be a candidate to be renegotiated. Free up, that's right, free up some cap space. The other one I've done a 180 on. It's Dalton Schultz, boys. It's Dalton Schultz.
You want to re-up to get more years?
I wanted to get out of the business a year ago. Now, right now, with Dalton Schultz, zero chance you can even. He may be, but besides Nico Collins, he's probably the most important offensive player on this team right now.
Right now, yeah.
And you know, with the 180 he did in the willingness to block, both in pass protection and run game. I think that's one positive that this offense did take this year was I think you saw him get a little bit more involved more consistently, which I think is a sign that this offense is being embraced instead of being fought against. Dalton Schultz getting an extension and getting some monies, freeing up some monies here, or at least restructuring and freeing up some money here. It wouldn't hurt my feelings one bit. Even if that, like I said, if that includes adding a year. Or completely extending and just restructuring everything all together, I'd be all right with either one of them cats.
Yeah, you don't want to. The only thing is you don't want to go really too deep. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're committed too long because they are getting on to the edge of their age wise. Like we're looking probably at 30 at Azeez. Gotta be close.
Well, but here's the deal, Ron, is like that to me the Texans are an interesting spot where it's they don't have one guy like a Pat Mahomes they can renegotiate and add $39 million or $49 million or whatever the hell it was to the cap. So they're gonna have to do it restructuring several guys, right? And 3 or 4 guys to get to that level.
Yeah, I mean Stingley is the one who's probably making big money that they could probably do.
Well, I mean, depending on what they want to do in the draft, obviously Daniil Hunter's one of them. With the two that you mentioned, Nico, which I don't know to what extent any of these guys have already been restructured. I mean, if you blink, you miss a restructure every offseason. I didn't realize $6 or $8 or $10 million of Christian Kirk had been pushed into the future the way that it was. So you blink and you miss one. But the reality of it is there's no one big contract here that I think that they're going to be able to move and save drastically. They're going to have to restructure several. And a lot of times that means a little bit more commitment from a year's perspective. Both of those guys I'm extremely comfortable with at this point in time, given what we've seen from them of late. So We'll see who they end up restructuring, how they end up freeing up some money, but they're gonna have to do it, man, because now's the time.
Yeah, they'll figure, and they got stuff there. They'll figure it out. Titus, like, here, I'll restructure. Give me that money right now. I'll do it. I'll restructure for you. All right, coming up as we continue, Rockets report here at 4:40. But there was something that Nick had to say at the Combine yesterday that it's the only thing I really didn't like that he said. The only thing. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Well, you may not like what Nick said, but you're going to love what I'm fixing to say if you are even thinking about selling your home. If you are selling your home, you're ready to put it on the market, you're damn sure going to like it. If you're even flirting with it, here's a little some wise info.
888-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up here, 4:40, bottom of the hour, we'll hear from Brandon Scott. B. Scott's in the building with his his Rockets report. We will get his thoughts on the Toro District. I know he was down there seeing what was going on with that. We'll get his latest and what he saw today. What's up?
Another center hit the market today. Titans releasing big ticket center Lloyd Cushenberry.
Lloyd Cushenberry. Is he still good?
I don't know. I mean, they're releasing him clearly, but says he's a former big ticket free agent from 2024.
Yeah, I remember.
Signed a 4-year, $50 million deal. I mean, that's pretty damn good, unless he just completely fell off since 2024. Now I know the Titans ain't been any good, but I got it. Just another center, boy. I tell you, there's. I don't want to get too far off.
Would you say you think he's better than Jake Andrews?
We got higher ceiling, boys. There's no doubt about that. When you start looking at the centers and the guards that are going to be available this offseason, and the pool continues to grow, Ron, it's going to be. I know I am hell bent on a running back and being aggressive there, but boy, there is more than enough opportunity at that interior offensive line position to make major upgrades. But go ahead, I'm sorry. I know you want to get to.
No, there are, and we'll see if they want to make them.
Well, there's a bunch of good ones out there, boy.
Yeah,
every level. Any kind you want. You want an old veteran that can communicate and has some physicality to him. You want a young dude that's got a high ceiling with some potential that you want to roll the dice on. You want a middle of the pack guy. I mean, they got everything, whatever you fancy.
The scary thing, Clinton Tyler, and Brandon, I see you across there, is the scary thing is, do they think they have one of those good ones?
Center?
Yep, that's the scary thing. We already heard him talk about Jake Andrews. That's the thing is, do they think they have one of those?
They got one they can win with.
Well, then that scares me.
Do they got one you can run the ball with?
Well, that scares me. They got one they can win. If you are saying they got a center that they can win with, then I think they think even higher of him than that. I'm not gonna lie to you. And Jake is cool. Jake was fun. We got a chance to talk to Jake. Just by the visual, obviously dead wrong. Jake looks 245.
Got a real Mark Stepnoski look to him.
Hold on, so
he can communicate though.
He can communicate. And he knows the offense. Listen, he's I ain't lying. He's better than Juice. I know that much.
That bar ain't high.
I'm just saying he is better. He was the best one, but he looks 245, 247. All right, I do have to play this.
Thick
man.
ankles. I'll give him 259.
Wow, jumping up 12. I don't know, man. I'll go 249.
You got them little ankles. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well,
thick ankles.
Yeah, well, I don't think he does. All right, the one thing that I really didn't like from what Nick Caserio had to say, and this is probably going to ruin our chances to go bury the hatchet and get some yogurt together, but in his discussion, I want it to be ice cream, but I don't think he's going for it. But in his
frozen yogurt, right?
I don't think he's going for that either.
Greek.
I think it's just got to
Greek.
be Yeah, it's gonna say Greek,
Damn.
not even vanilla, like whatever.
That's a damn shame.
And I got to meet him where he is. But he was talking about Jalen Noel.
$5 million a year may not be a bad idea.
And he was talking about Jalen Noel and maybe the production that they may see from him in year 2. But he also looked back at year 1 as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a great attitude. He's actually been in a weight room training. I mean, we've had probably 10 to 12 guys that haven't stopped working out since the season has ended. So Jay Noel's got a great attitude. He's going to be a good player in this league. Our players are going to earn their opportunity with their performance. So the better you are, the more opportunities you get, the more you do with them, the more you're going to receive. So love Jay Noel. Glad he's on the team. Really helped us as a returner. And then when he had opportunities offensively, he was productive with those touches. So I think between him and Higg, and we got another group of young players as well. I mean, going from year 1 to year 2, the investment that you make in your preparation and the work, getting yourself ready for that second season, that's where you can make a lot of gains.
So there was a part in there where he said, our players earn what they get. So my question is, Nick, and when I heard that, I'm just like, hold on. So that stretch in the middle of the year, Jalen Noel didn't earn to get some more snaps? Like that game against Seattle, the game around the Denver game, the San Francisco game, he didn't earn to get more snaps? Because everybody saw this team not have a lick of explosive play except for Nico Collins and Woody sometimes. And then we see explosive plays. What'd you say? He's been killing people on that corner route since training camp.
Yeah, it's impressive.
He did it against Seattle. I believe he had a big one against Denver. He had a big game against the Niners.
The arrow's pointed up.
I think we were all thinking, all right, Jalen Noel, there we go, fill the slot. If Jalen Noel didn't earn the right to get more snaps, and I'm just saying that judging by the snaps that Jalen Noel started to get after that, you going to tell me Christian Kirk earned them snaps? You tell me that time when he couldn't shake loose of that interior linebacker against the Tennessee Titans on a two-way go, and he couldn't shake loose of him, did he continue to earn him? The amount of 2 for 20s that he put out there, the amount of Applebee's 2 for 20s, 2 catches, 20 yards, 2 catches, 13 yards. I think he's got a 1 for 6 in there. I think he kept earning his way on the field.
And they say no.
That's the one thing I didn't like, because I felt like they missed an opportunity to get him. The amount of times, Clint, we talked about on here, like, hey, man, this is a game where they've got to get their weapons on the field, whether it's a rookie or not, and they just seem to not do that. I don't agree with what he said there.
Well, I think Jalen Noel and his playing time, or the lack thereof, was one of the biggest topics that was consistently on the table throughout the year for the Texans, at least from the fan base, the folks that pay close attention. And so I think this is a great topic and a great discussion. Here's where I got to land. The stars aligned, in any sense of the phrase, the stars aligned for Jalen Noel to be a bigger part of this offense. Whether you look at the lack of explosivity, you look at Christian Kirk not being anywhere near what they expected him to. Hell, he wasn't even healthy half the time. When he was non-existent. When you look at the large sample size of from OTAs to spring training to the regular season, he proved time and time again physically he could create opportunities for C.J. Stroud and for explosive plays in this offense. You look at his return ability. Once a game, he had a return where he's setting up blocks, he's changing speeds, there's explosion, there's change of direction, there's obviously some great instincts in the open field. Like, everything pointed towards Jalen Noel being a bigger part of the Texans offense. There's only one part that could have held this back. There's only one part that we're not privy to. There's only one part that would allow a coaching staff to minimize how much they use a guy that was as impressive and as often as the opportunity presented itself as it did for Jalen Noel. And that's simply, he was a rookie. He was already had a larger workload than expected, being the return specialist for this football team, and they didn't want to put the added pressure on him to know this offense inside and out sooner than you would expect a rookie to know it, on top of being the return specialist. It's the only thing, Ron, that makes sense, because the writing on the wall, on every wall, says Jalen Noel should get more run, and the fact that he didn't, that just, it's got to be a ability to always use the phrase, listen, retain, and apply. Like, it has to be a rookie retention thing of, they felt like they were just asking him to do too much, in a sense of be the return specialist as well as know the offense inside and out. Got to believe that's why.
Yeah, I apologize to Christian Kirk and his family. Now people are just sending in the other games that he had. Kirk had a -1 yards in the game too. Guys, that's not what I meant.
He bought somebody else's meal.
I'm just saying. You can't tell me, man, our players earned the right on the field. Nah, that man was making $17 million. That's why the hell he got on the field over that third-round pick. He certainly wasn't earning it on the field. He'd earned it at – let me stop before I get it.
Yeah, you made your point.
I got it. You're right. Let me jump out of here. Let's get to our guy. I tend to linger, don't I? Let's get to our guy, B. Scott. Brandon Scott his Rockets report, and we'll hear about what he encountered as he was there, as they're getting things going in the old Toro spot, baby. We'll hear from B. Scott coming up next.
Generator.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
NCAA March Madness is coming to Houston. Attendance is encouraged. Passion mandatory. Get your tickets now at ncaa.com/MBB tickets.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Yeah, don't worry, Shinkun. We'll get to your ass here in just a bit.
Me and B. Scott were just talking about it.
Definitely will.
We got
we absolutely.
I mean,
what is happening?
I know. Amin Thompson, for some reason, just he's that guy for Clint Stoerner. But I mean, but our friend Shingun has become that one. Before we get to the Rockets,
ain't none of them out of the crosshairs, to be clear. I mean,
not so happy.
I mean, I guess Clint Capella's all right, but no,
that's my guy right
there.
there.
Do nothing.
that tell y'all you need to know.
Tell you, man, how Story and Finney Smith get so many minutes, but. Before we get to the Rockets, you were down with the Toro District.
Yeah,
right?
man.
I ain't gonna lie to you, but the first thing you said when you walked in, ooh, it's a little far.
Hey, it's a little
deep.
The way I described it, I just described it in the break to y'all, and I'll bring this to the audience as the end of the earth. Because that's what it felt like. I was like, hey, man, I'm just going to keep going and going.
Every time you leave the big city, you hit the suburbs, and it's not as many high rises, but a lot of neighborhoods, a lot of streets, a lot of cars, and then you keep going, and all of a sudden you get.
Hey, look, if you're not a man of faith, eventually you're gonna have to trust the Lord at some point, because God gonna have to be with you for that journey. That's how long it is, man. But it's beautiful out there.
Yeah.
What they're clearly doing is trying to create a destination to a couple of things, actually. They're trying to get ahead of the curve of what's clearly a growth area in the region, and specifically in our city, in our county, Harris County. So get ahead of that. Like, people are moving out there. I joke about it being the sticks, and it is the sticks. But the Cypress area, and this is Bridgeland, but this is the Cypress area. It's always had people out there, but there's always been more space and land and people. But now that's starting to change a little bit, and people are moving out there in addition to the people that already lived out there to begin with.
Yeah.
And so they're trying to get ahead of the curve on that. And then on top of that, create a destination for themselves, their own space. Just kind of talked about today about how they're going to have to move out for a little bit for the World Cup, right? And that's the World Cup. But we're talking about all kinds of stuff that the county or the rodeo or whatever it is that has going on at NRG that kind of compromises their operation a little bit, where they're going to get to go out there in kind of paradise land, like I call the edge of the earth, out there in Bridgeland, and do their own thing. It's beautiful out there. A couple of the details that we found out that we didn't know going into it was that the headquarters and the practice facility itself is just going to be 175,000 square feet of land, and they're also going to have a field house that's going to house that will hold at least 16,000 people. So I mean, imagine that. That's like an arena. Yeah. Right, that's basically an arena, right? So they could do concerts, they could do. They mentioned graduations, right?
You got high school games, state championship games,
all of that,
all that kind of stuff.
Basically, games. Anything that you could think of that you could put in a 16,000 seat venue is what this is, and so I don't think we realized that before we got there. Mike Toman, the Texans president, mentioned that, and then of course the 175,000 square foot actual facility. They're going to have 3 training fields, NFL fields, which is basically what they have right now at NRG. And so it kind of gave you a picture of really how large of a space this is and how little of it the Texans are actually going to be taking up. This is going to be like an all-out entertainment district because all that other space got to be filled up with something, right?
Yeah, so I'm thinking restaurants, bars.
All of that.
Like, yeah,
all movie theater maybe. I mean, pretty much anything you can think of retail-wise. So So it's pretty cool.
I think another cool part of it is, and again, being a girl dad, it's a little cooler to me than it is to folks that ain't got little girls. But the Hannah McNair girls flag, like the emphasis that they're putting on these different sports, which are female sports, with Hannah's involvement, is pretty cool. I think it's going to be represented out there, isn't it?
You're going to have flag football fields. I think they said you're going to have at least one, maybe a couple of flag football fields out there. But in addition to that, though, to your point about women's sports, girls and women's sports, they're going to have some space for the volleyball team as well. They just bought the volleyball squad as well, several months back. And that's going to be a big part of what they do there as well. So you're talking volleyball, flag football, a bunch of actual football space, their headquarters, retail development, right? Like, and if you go out there right now, man, it's just grass, man. It's just, the weeds out there. But you see all of this land and all of this potential and all of this vision that it can be. So it's an exciting time for them and an exciting time for the people that live out there in that area.
B. Scott, I was talking about this earlier. I think the organization's done an unbelievable job with the logos. Yeah. I think you reposted it when I saw it, but the Toro district with the three bulls, the one facing head on, then one each direction. I mean, that is strong. I mean, just in the big, a lot of people, and it's crazy. A lot of people, and I'm particular of it. I always stop and look at the details. A lot of people screw that up.
Well, the thing about it with the Texans specifically, for me, Clint, kind of to the point you're making, is that they have kind of struggled with, like, style and swag. Like, it's just been a sort of a bland operation for a long time. And now you're looking up and there's excitement, right? They changed the uniforms. They invite and involve the community in that process, right? And so now for better and or worse, whatever the product is something that we all kind of felt like we put in on. And now you're looking at this, right? They're kind of picking an area of the community that they want to make their home and having a whole new logo for that, right? So, yeah, man, I think they're doing a really good job with not just some of the strategic moves that they're doing, but the imagery of it as well.
Let's get to these damn Rockets. They look off, especially against good teams. They beat the brakes off of the Jazz, and I'm certain they will beat the brakes off the Kings, who just broke their 16-game losing streak.
You're certain?
Yeah. They beat the hell out of bad teams. They do that pretty well.
They've also lost to the Kings.
Okay, all right.
They lost to the Pelicans.
But listen, they're third in the West with the strength of themselves being. They may be fourth, depending on what happened yesterday. But they're third with the strength of beating the brakes off of these bad teams. If you had to point the finger, and I don't mean to lead the guest, but if you had to point the finger on the thing that you are most concerned about right now with why this team doesn't look the way that we thought they would be, is it Şengün? Is it Udoka? Where is it? Where does it lie for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's the offense, right? And so that would include everybody that you just mentioned, right? Alperen Şengün is their all-stars. They're two-time all-star.
16 a game.
They're a young star at that, right? Kevin Durant, we understand what that is, but this is their homegrown star, if you will. Ime Udoka is not only the head coach, but the culture setter, the tone setter for the entire organization, at least in my opinion. And then, he's responsible ultimately as the head coach for what the offensive product is, whether he's a defensive-minded coach or not, whether he has his ideal pick at point guard, his veteran point guard, or not. It is still your job to go out there and produce a credible offense or at least show signs of it, right? Show any kind of inclination of a plan, right, or any kind of signs of a plan.
They had 27 turnovers.
And here's what this is exactly what I was going to get to, is the turnovers. You have a season high in turnovers, and you do that against a team in the Utah Jazz.
They are trying to lose.
That are trying to lose, don't pressure the ball, and so they're not even really forcing these turnovers on you, right? It's not like you're going up against the Thunder or the Pacers,
Spurs,
or the Spurs. All right, that's a good one. The Spurs, or somebody that's really gonna. Yeah, you're out there against
Kevin Love,
Ace Bailey.
Love was doing work.
I mean, Kevin Love. I forgot.
K-Love was even.
I forgot until I saw him, and this happens almost every year now. The Jazz come around, or whoever he's on that year, it's like, oh, there's Kevin Love. Yeah. Just kind of dusting away. But like that to me just can't happen. And so to me, it's the turnovers. Like, specifically, we could point to the turnovers in these last two games, right? They win the game against the Jazz because it's the Jazz and they're not trying. But turnovers were the story of Sunday against the Knicks in Madison Square Garden, right? Or the reason why they lost that game, because the offense fell apart. they didn't have a plan, and they started turning the ball over late in that game. And, of course, Jalen Brunson was really good and all of that. But it's a problem night in, night out of the offensive, not just identity, but purpose and what it is that they're even trying to do, from schematically to personnel-wise to execution. All of it is bad.
What do you think? We talked a little earlier about about Jabari obviously appearing to play a bigger role the last handful of games, and I mean, do you think that is that, because I mean I'm picking up what you're saying is like I'm just waiting for something to happen that's different, that whether it works or not is irrelevant, just something that's a little bit different. It looks like, I don't know if it's intentional or just by chance, but it looks like Jabari getting more touches, Jabari getting more aggressive, and Jabari being a bigger part of the offensive production. What do you make of that?
Well, see, Jabari is a bright spot and has been a bright spot in a lot of these games where they've kind of gone out there and laid an egg, right? Yeah. Or in this rough stretch that we're talking about, right? Like Jabari Smith over the last month or so has been playing some of his best basketball. I'd say that the most previous game, or most recent game against the Jazz, was his best two-way game that he's played his entire career. And this is all after he had the worst month of his career right before that. So the fact of the matter is, they're not going to be able to win with him playing poorly. So he has to play well for them to win. But here they are, not even able to take advantage of that, right? You got one of your guys that is tasked with making shots and making plays off of double teams and off of the commotion that you draw between Kevin Durant and Alperen Sengun. He's playing well, but just everything else around it is clunky. Like, shout out to him, right? Like, he basically was carrying them in that first half against the Jazz, and he's been playing well, but you kind of need both things to happen. You can't afford to, like, be whatever it is that you are with Jabari playing poorly, and you can't afford to have Jabari playing his career, the best ball of his career, but everybody else, Alperen Sengun, for example, your all-star who was playing at an all-NBA level to start the season, is anything but that at this point. So it all has to come together, and it has not so far.
Real quick, we got about 30. Have you seen any major adjustments since the all-star break? Have you seen anything from this? Or do they look like they've been doing the same thing they've been doing?
I would say no. Like, some of the major stuff that happens is now that you've had injuries, right? Amin is out now. You lost Tate. So, like, the other night, we saw Josh Okogie hit the court before Reed Sheppard, right? And so, like, to your point, I'm seeing a lot of the same head-scratching stuff, I would say. Like, different stuff, but similarly head-scratching stuff.
All right, that's B. Scott. Shout out to him. Gave us a little Texans and Rockets report today. Good to hear from him. Every single Wednesday, 4:40, that's our guy, Brandon Scott, joins us. Catch him on Fridays as well on In the Loop in the 11 o'clock hour. Coming up, we'll look at the Rockets. They got a game they should win, and what they have done most of the year. They play the Kings tonight as they are heavy favorites in that game. And some news around the NFL, quarterback news in Cleveland, and quarterback news in San Francisco. We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
There's a hot link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Payne and Pendergast.
Rock across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the
610 FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It's the 5 o'clock fire on The Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, your guy right here, T-Mill. Or as people like to call me, Psycho T. It's the 5 o'clock fire on The Drive.
You got to turn B. Scott back up.
Yeah,
it's a 5 o'clock fire.
Muscle memory.
Hope everybody out there is having one hell of a day. And we got a little bit of fire for you. The Rockets, they host the Kings tonight at the Toyota Center, 7 p.m. tip-off. Houston happens to be a 14-point favorite. Houston is a 14-point favorite tonight. The over/under is 222. How we feeling, B. Scott, about the Rockets tonight, big dog?
It's another team that's not trying, so they should be able to win.
They smoke these dudes.
Yeah, they should be able to win even with a lot of the issues that we just talked about in the previous segment with the offense, the lack of identity, the lack of a clear plan. Obviously, the point guard issue. Amen Thompson is not playing. That does mean that Reed Sheppard is going to get more of a look at point guard, and I'm always interested to see what that looked like. The last time Amen Thompson didn't play was when they played against the Thunder a couple of weeks ago, and Reed Sheppard looked really good in that game. So I'm expecting the Rockets to roll tonight, but I also want to see everything else around it look a whole lot better, especially with Reed Sheppard having the ball in his hand.
Yeah, the Kings aren't a good basketball team, and this is they're just as bad as the Jazz. They're
14 pints? 14 pints? You taking the Rockets?
Yeah, they're sending guys to surgery that I don't know if they really need surgery, very similar to the Jazz.
1, 2, 3 Cancun type surgery.
Yep. Russ is the only one out there, and we know Russ is going to play as hard as he possibly can.
Yes.
Just because that's what Russ does, but it's still not good enough now. So they should. And they have. We talked about this in the last segment. They have pummeled teams for the most part that they are a lot better than, and I don't see this being any different. But to what B. Scott said was, like, this, I think tonight potentially will piss off a lot of Rockets fans because I think there's going to be no choice, for the most part, to play a lot of Reed Sheppard. And I feel like that is the number one player that many people are looking at and saying that there should be more of him. There should be more of a change. And he's probably going to have a good night because I feel like if Reed Sheppard plays 25 to 30 minutes, he's probably, especially against a team like this, he's probably going to give teams problems.
Well, look, I think, and you guys may disagree, but I just think if Kevin Durant is going to play off ball, if Reed's going to be a guy that's going to get opportunity, I would expect tonight to be. I expect it to be a little bit more control offensively in what they're doing, and maybe it's not as upbeat, maybe it's not as fast paced, maybe it's not as aggressive at the rim. But if Reed Sheppard's going to succeed, and Reed Sheppard is going to, you want to feel his presence on the floor, and I think where we feel that is obviously the shooting, but the control and the kind of directing of the offense, what you would expect to see from a point guard more so than a point forward handling the ball.
The conflict for the Rockets is that their best offense is when Reed Sheppard, Alperen Sengun, and Kevin Durant are on the floor together on offense. The conflict, though, is on defense, one of their worst combinations is when Reed Sheppard and Alperen Sengun are on the floor together. They have to decide at some point what compromise are they willing to make. Do they feel comfortable enough to trust everything else around them defensively to try to survive whatever liability it might be to have both of those guys on the floor at the same time defensively, so you get the upside of that Sengun, Reed Sheppard two-man game that, by the way, I do want to point out before we move on, was working for them against the Knicks to start the fourth quarter. Ime Udoka talked about that after the game. Oh, the ball stopped moving. Ball was moving plenty when you had Reed Sheppard, Alperen Sengun, pick and rolls. You were finding Sengun for the, dump into the paint. You were finding Jabari Smith Jr. in the corner for threes, and then you took him out the game, didn't put him back in, and the ball never really moved again. That's what you really need to see to kind of fix this offense.
Yeah.
You're going to have to live with whatever the consequences are on the other end of the floor.
CB Scott set me up again.
Did he?
He is. I'm going to go home and watch the Rockets, and I'm going to be looking for all that he just said. When it doesn't happen, I'm going to be disappointed I stayed up.
I love it, man. They playing the doggone Kings, and I got you ready to watch the action. Let's go.
Hey, I don't give a damn who they're playing. I want to see something a little different.
Yep, I'm just saying. I think Reed's probably gonna have 20 to 25, and it's even people who don't just look at the box score and see he's got to play more.
Every game, though, to Clint's point about not caring who they play, every game is an experiment at this point. No matter if it's a good opponent or not so good opponent, every single game that they play is an experiment.
That's a good thing down the stretch, right? B. Scott with the Rockets. I mean, I think they've got one of the more forgiving schedules the rest of the way, so they ought to be able to stack up some wins, regardless of what they roll out there. They ought to be able to stack up some wins and hold their spot in the West, if you will, or at least respectable spot in the West when it comes time. Now, I don't know if that does any good for when you get to the playoffs, whether you're going to be competitive or not. But the schedule, I think, is pretty forgiving, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, these first few games are a perfect example of that. They've played after tonight. They will have played 4 games after the All-Star break. The only good team that they will have played will have been the Knicks. I know the Hornets were hot at the time, but they're still not. Exactly that.
And you had the Knicks, 18 in the fourth.
Exactly.
Yep. 95, 71, whatever that was going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It's
a rough way to live, man. Rough way to live.
9 turnovers in that fourth quarter.
We have a liftoff.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. In Cleveland, Clint, this will be fun all off season, just like it kind of was last year. Todd Monken, the new head coach, he talks about his quarterback situation, and he specifically starts with Shedeur Sanders, saying he thinks that he sees an elite playmaking ability out of him. Sanders is one of 3 quarterbacks under contract in 2026, with the others being fellow 2025 draftee Dylan Gabriel. Deshaun Watson is the other. Monken noted that the Browns will do their due diligence in potentially bringing in another quarterback to compete for the role. But he characterized Cleveland's quarterback situation as an open competition. But he noted that he'd prefer to have a starting role settled by the time training camp starts. And people are saying that not only does Shedeur have an opportunity, but Deshaun Watson has an opportunity. And this is going to be one of the most fascinating things all
he's there. He's getting healthy. You're paying him a boatload of money. You might as well let him compete with 2 rookies or 2 second-year guys. This is one of those where Todd Monken, he may be one of very few coaches that's being honest. I mean, you got a perfect setup to legitimately have a quarterback competition. Most guys try to manufacture a quarterback competition for God knows what reasons. Todd Monken's actually got one. You don't need to sign anybody else to bring him in. You got a true quarterback competition. I'm going to tell you, on the Shedeur Sanders front, Ron, I don't know about the elite playmaking ability at this level. I mean, he's got a knack for making plays. Elite playmaking ability is usually reserved for those guys like Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and stuff like that. But what I've said from day one about Shedeur Sanders, if you go back and watch his high school tape, when you talk about before the ball snapped, processing and having a plan and throwing the quick game effectively, consistently, and having to rely on it, he's one of very few quarterbacks that had to do that. And then you look at the amount of pressure that he had to withstand and know where pressures were coming from and have answers. He was really good, and they were really good at Colorado in those moments. Now, eventually the dam broke and the pressure was too much and they couldn't compete. But he was really good in those moments. I think that's going to bode well for him at the NFL level at some point. We all get stuck on, hey, man, you get thrown in the game at halftime because somebody got hurt, or you get 1 or 2 starts here. You got to go out there and you got to try to wow everybody because you're Shedeur Sanders. If he's ever put in an environment where his processing, that quick game, that ability to get the ball out to the open receiver, and you really lean into that as an offense, I think he's going to excel. And I think he's going to excel more in that area than the other 2 guys are now. The other 2 guys pushing the ball down the field and doing some different things. Even Deshaun Watson at this point, I think, is still probably better than Shedeur. But
I don't know what that guy looks like.
Which one?
Deshaun.
Yeah, well, I don't either. I don't think anybody does. Right, I don't know that anybody does. But they're still. I mean, when you talk about pushing the ball to the second level of a defense, I mean, he at one point he was as good as anybody out there. I don't know if that's still in there or not, but it should be a hell of a competition.
But Clint, you think, because this is what I was going to ask you, I think you already answered it. You think Shedeur is the best processor of that group? Because that's the part that's interesting to me. Like, if I'm a coach, I'm a new coach, And I didn't bring in any of these guys, right? And I know you said they're going to do their due diligence on bringing somebody else in.
I mean, Dylan might, but he sucks.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. I wonder if you're the coach, what do you prefer the most out of what you got? Like a diminished version of somebody who used to could push the ball downfield in Deshaun Watson, or at least a younger guy in Shedeur who might give you the best of both worlds between what those other two quarterbacks can give you.
Yeah, look, I don't think we know who really any of these guys are for one reason or another at this point in time, whether they're capable or not. I just know what we've seen from these players. I think Dylan Gabriel was great in college, but when you look at that floating the ball down the field and that early anticipation and all that kind of stuff, I don't know how much that's going to play at the NFL level. You got to be able to process and find an answer immediately a lot of the times. Even if it's a mid-range game, you got to know where you're going with the football. You got to be able to manipulate the defense. And I think when you look at, again, we don't excluding Deshaun Watson because we don't know exactly what the hell he is or isn't. But you look at who most recently has given you a good sample size of like being able to handle extreme pressure game in, game out from jump to finish and give his team a chance to compete. I think that's Shedeur Sanders. When you look at a guy that didn't have the best roster every game in, game out, didn't have a cush job game in, game out, had to go out there and fight and scratch just to get the ball off a lot of the times. I still think that's Shedeur Sanders. And I think that's going to apply to the pro game for him at some point in time, and I think it'll bode well for him.
I think the major thing for at least Shedeur in this situation is it feels like he has a coach that actually is into his skill set and into him. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that he had a coach last year that believed in him.
Yeah.
I think Todd Monken may potentially believe in him. Wanted him in Baltimore. Has the relationship right off the bat, you could tell that there was. So I think that's a big deal, which you watched last year. That's got to be tough. Like, Shedeur ain't stupid. He knows Kevin Stefanski didn't want him.
Coming to work ought to be fun for him again, at least for a few months until the dust settles. But I mean, don't forget, Todd Monken won a national championship with Stetson Bennett on the offensive side of the football. So it's not like he needs Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson or the Deshaun Watson of the Clemson days to win. I mean, he's very capable of putting a guy that can really lean into having answers and throwing accurate quick game and screen game and doing those things first and foremost. I think he can. I think that experience will bode well for Shedeur Sanders. I don't know if we'll ever see it. I hope we do. I'm rooting for the kid.
5 o'clock fire.
More quarterback news coming out of the NFL, this time out west with San Francisco. John Lynch said it would take a fairly strong offer for them to trade Mac Jones. 49ers coach Kyle Shanahan said last month that he would be very surprised, quote, very surprised if Mac Jones wasn't a part of the 2026 San Francisco 49ers. And then Lynch went on to say he's really good for us, and we value that, Lynch said. Also, somebody would have to come up with something fairly strong for us to consider it, and then I don't know what we do. Obviously, there's always something that would make you do it, but I think we're a better team with him on it, and we just like having him around. Mac Jones was a candidate to be the Sam Darnold, like the next Sam Darnold, the way he played. I think he was 6-2 in the 8 starts that he had, and he played other games with the injuries to Brock Purdy. I think this is one where I think this is kind of gamesmanship. I definitely, Clint, think that Mac Jones can be had.
Well, the only problem with it is that I think the teams that would make a move for him at this point would be the majority of them would be crazy to give San Francisco what even remotely close to what they would want. I mean, Arizona's not in a position to go out and make a huge trade for Mac Jones. I mean, Miami. You look at Miami. That's in the division, right? Probably not. But if the price was right, they would. Miami. That's the same system with Slowick now. I mean, are they in a position to go out and hell, they're going to have to cut. They're going to spend $90 million to cut the one they got. Are they in a position to really go out and make a strong move for Mac Jones? I mean, you look at the system he's in now. Obviously, you'd want to go to that same system somewhere, and there's several teams out there, but the teams that I think would be desperate enough to offer a premium package for Mac Jones, I don't think are in position to offer a premium package for Mac Jones.
But is it straddling the fence to think that both things are true here? That like part of what they're saying is true of like, hey, it would take a lot, because this is the way I look at it. Mac Jones is a high-end backup quarterback. Sure. To borderline starting quarterback, which is a luxury to have, especially if Brock Purdy's had some injury history here
with San Francisco's history way back from Jimmy Garoppolo.
Injuries, period, all across the board in any position. San Francisco has poor injury luck, so you got a high-end backup. To me, it would actually take a lot for me to come off. But also to Ron's point, that doesn't mean that if you come up with something that I like,
now what's a lot?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, because a second, I'm out. I'm in.
That's the question. What is a lot? That's the exact question.
You a second, I'm in. I'm in with that.
Yeah.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, real quick, last one. This one for Tyler. Cavaliers, James Harden, who screwed Tyler over the weekend.
Turn alert.
Tyler finally bet in favor of James Harden doing something good, and he lost by a point.
You'll never see it again.
I know
man, he's supposed to know better.
But Harden is questionable with a fracture in his right thumb. It's a non-displaced fracture in his right thumb. I don't think this is going to be something that potentially keeps him out, like on the postseasons or something, but this is bothersome. And luckily for him, he's a lefty, so that's not his non-shooting hand, but This isn't great news for the Cavs, a team that I think they're favorite to come out of the East right now.
Yeah, it completely flipped
Detroit,
their
odds.
So I think Harden can dribble with 9 fingers. So I mean, I'm not.
You think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think he can. I think he can do it. I think he can do his Euro. I think he can do his little step back with 9 fingers. I think it'll be just fine. Cleveland is just a fascinating watch now because they went from having Darius Garland, who is, even when he plays, not as good as James Harden, but also, by the way, doesn't play as much. Then you got James Harden, who will play through, I'm not going to say anything, but he always plays. I expect him to play. And, man, he is just damn good. Hate him, love him, indifferent, whatever it is, man, he changes things on each team that he goes to. Now, are they going to flame out in the second round? Can they really win a championship? That's the question that still has to be answered. But they are absolutely a must-watch now, the Cleveland Cavaliers, for sure.
All right. Thank you for sitting in while I was on the toilet. B. Scott in the building.
How'd that go for you? Double wide or single wide?
Oh, I'm going double every time.
Hey, that's what friends are for, man.
That's right.
Man, I didn't know. Boy, I thought I had it.
I checked my text to see if you were locked outside or something.
Felt like that came quick. I thought I had a minute to spare. I walked through here just comfortably, too. Like, I got this, man.
We had your back, man.
You left it in good hands in here, man.
Yeah, man, we got you.
All right.
Hold on, show.
What's the fear? What is there a fear on how the Texans are going to handle free agency? Are they gonna really act as if they have a quarterback on a rookie deal and go for it, or are we gonna see them be cautious and cheap like they were last year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Oh no.
What are the things that Texans GM Nick Caserio wants to see in prospects at the Combine?
We're trying to build a strong
favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in about 5 minutes or so stay tuned for that. He was 2 for 4 yesterday.
Right around the corner.
Yep.
I'm going to get in on this one.
Are you? I don't know if he's got room.
Oh, he's got room. Look at him, man. He's 500 yesterday. He's 50%, man.
I got room for you.
You got room for me.
All right, he's got room.
What's that, Reed? Check that Reed Shepard info. I know it ain't still at 14.5.
That's my favorite bet.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Ben Thompson tonight, that should be good. Unless Ime is really just now, then we'll know. We'll know this is a Chaz McCormick type of situation. Then we'll know. But T-Mill's Best Bets, as he said, 2 for 4 last night. We'll get those in here coming up in just a bit. All right, Clint. When we look at the Texans and how they will approach free agency,
yeah.
And you're looking at they still, at least we heard from yesterday, and we'll get into this a little bit more coming up in the next segment, but it appears their plan is C.J. Stroud pick up the 5th-year option. C.J. Stroud's going to still be on the rookie contract that he's on for at least next year or maybe more. And so they are still in a space where they are not paying a quarterback millions of dollars or even have that down the line. I think they will pay Will Anderson big money, but still not a quarterback millions and millions of dollars at this point. Still have a quarterback on a rookie deal. And how do you think that they approach this? Do you think they approach this with aggressiveness, or do you think that they kind of sit back and go about things the way they did more last year? Because I think that is a big conversation piece on how they're going to approach this offseason.
Well, it's interesting because I think you can look at, my first response is look at how New England operated. That's exactly how Nick Caserio is going to operate. They're going to play things tight to vest. They're going to try to do more with less on the offensive side of the football. They're going to be the smartest guy in the room. They're going to be the most calculated guy in the room. And it's going to be, business as usual with the Texans and Nick Caserio and how they operate. But if you look at what they've done since DeMeco Ryans got there, you've seen some different approaches, if you will. Year one was year one. They were trying to get their footing, won 10 games, went to the second round of the playoffs. Great job. Year two, all of a sudden, you've got a hot offensive coordinator that's getting head coach consideration. You got a quarterback that just won Rookie of the Year that had an unbelievable year. All right, boys, buckle up. Let's give him some weapons. And they went out and signed Joe Mixon. They went out and signed Steph Diggs. You already had Nico Collins, Tank Dell. I mean, there were some real pieces there. There was an obvious attempt to be aggressive and give your quarterback some weapons. And then after that year, the weapons are gone. A couple of them still injured. The offensive coordinator's fired. The quarterback went from 20-some-odd on the top 100 to 39 on the top 100. He was regressing. And you decided to play the New England style of offseason and go with a bunch of guys that were mid to subpar type of guys and do more with less. So we've seen – I mean, my immediate response is, oh, hell, here we go with this Bill Belichick.
And they won 12 games doing it.
So I really don't know exactly what to expect if we're being fair. We've seen it all from the Texans. My fear is, though, Ron, is we're in that phase of the New England Patriot way after the moving on from Bobby Slowick and one more year with C.J. Stroud, and now you got Caley, you got a way of doing things offensively, and the inability to say we've got a young quarterback that we feel like is a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. He's on a rookie deal. We can make moves now that we're not going to be able to make in 2 years. Right? The inability to say, hey, man, I don't give a damn where we're at with young players or old players. We are on the doorstep of an AFC championship at a time when the AFC is down. Let's be aggressive and go make moves and be a real contender. Like the inability to do those things, I've respected to this point because you're building a roster, you're building culture, you're trying to sustain a winning culture, if you will, long term. But you're there, and now I just hope like hell they operate like they're on the doorstep and not as, man, we're just trying to be competitive for 20 years. You know, I love and respect the way that they operate. They've operated to date. I just hope they realize, and there's a I know they realize. I just hope that we see something as a fan base of, okay, these guys are serious about going from just the second round and being on a doorstep to seriously kicking this door in. And I think they're going to have to add players in order to do that.
I am very. I don't know how their mindset is. I really don't. Because they've done both. 2 years ago, as we talked.
Yeah.
Hey, coming out the box, Daniil Hunter. They gave that man like $50 million and like over 2 years, almost fully guaranteed. Like they gave big money, and they knew they had Will Anderson Jr. and felt great about Will Anderson Jr. Right? They went out and got Joe Mixon. They were trying to get Saquon Barkley, and were ready to pony up money. Joe Mixon was the fallback plan. They went out and got Stephon Diggs when they already had Tank and they already had Nico Collins. And then this year, they knew Tank was going to be injured, and they knew they weren't re-signing Stephon Diggs, and they just said, let's just start drafting dudes. And then they brought in Christian Kirk. Like, I mean, it is. They could really go either way. Really go either way. All right, T-Mill's best bets. If you do not, I guess maybe remember what he's about to tell you, you can go to at T-Mill Real Deal, or if you need to go check him a little bit later on, you go to at T-Mill Real Deal to find his best bets. And he went 2 for 4 last night, so he's feeling pretty good. Second night, remember, he wasn't here on Monday. I'm telling you, last night I really thought you had it. I thought you had a shot, and
you called that one over under bet I had. You said you didn't like it at all, and it did not come close.
Yeah, I did. I didn't love that one, but I really loved the Celtics and Suns though. That one did not.
Son of a.
I mean, come close. I did not know Devin Booker and Brown was out. I did not have that. I did not have both of them either. And maybe that's what. Maybe we should go in a little bit more because 203 is low as hell in an NBA game. All right, what you got tonight?
I got 4 picks for you again around the NBA. 6 games going around the league tonight, but all 4 of these picks are within 2 games. First, as the Nuggets and Celtics face off in Denver, I got the Nuggets money line. Same thing as we did yesterday with one of our bets. It's kind of the top end of odds that I like. I don't like to go too heavy with bad odds, but I like minus 160 for the Nuggets to win tonight hosting the Celtics. Within that game, I got Jokic over 27.5 points for the big man and the Denver Nuggets. Little player prop action.
I like it. I like it. Nobody's going to slow him down. I like it.
Yeah, the last 2 games for the Nuggets, I mean, I know that's a small sample size, but he has blown that number out of the water.
And he flirts with that every night anyway, but yeah.
MVP. And then your last 2 bets
Not enough games.
Yeah, that's what they say, right? Last 2 bets on a Wednesday here are within the Rockets-Kings game going on tonight at Toyota Center. First, I'm on the under in this one. I don't know if it's moved since I placed my bet, but I'm on under 223 between the Kings and Rockets. And then a player prop for you within this Rockets game. Reed Shepherd, y'all mentioned him. My favorite bet of the evening. I got him at over 14.5 points for the good Shepherd for old Cocaine Curry. I think it's gone up to about 15.5. I honestly still like that, too, and just placed a wager for a Dirty Red. But Reed Shepherd over on points for the Rockets tonight. He's going to have his opportunities. Those are your 4 best bets.
I'm amped about the one I'm in on.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I like the under.
I like the under.
Probably got some Kings players that got in here last night and probably did some things That probably kept him up all night.
Boys try to run with that Harden rep.
Oh yeah, they went out there. They came.
I bet Harden got a runner here that takes them boys in them streets.
Hey, you 13-46, coming off of a 16-game losing streak.
I want to know who Harden's runner is. I bet he's the busiest guy. I bet he's living in a
They probably had a meal at 13, and then
honey buns on the side.
He's got it all. He's got it all laid out for him, man. Who wants in? We got a Sprinter van picking you up. We're gonna go to dinner. We got it. We're gonna take you to all the night joints. We're gonna finish the night up in the shake. We're in the Harden room.
Treasures.
I don't think that's where. I don't think that's where James got it. He may have one there too, but
I just think different guys.
Who am I fooling?
I think different guys around the league just, hey man, we're gonna be in Houston. What, you got something set up?
That's what I'm talking about. He's got
just different teams.
He's got a runner.
Like he has a call every week.
He's got a runner in Houston that is getting straight paid because those guys are breaking him off huge tips.
There's a few guys I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about Malik Monk. Wonder what his evening was like. Is that Nick Clifford? Concerned about him. DeMar DeRozan.
I ain't got Big Clifford, but I got the other two.
DeMar DeRozan, why not? Prince. I'm concerned what they did last evening. I really am.
I mean, Malik's an Arkansas boy, so I know he ain't been through Houston too much.
Yeah, that Reed Shepherd. That I don't even know if I believe that. 14.5 tonight.
Yeah.
He's getting 12 to 15 when he's only getting about 12, 13 minutes. And you know he's going to get him up.
Hell yeah, he is. I'm watch myself make some money through Reed Shepherd while I'm enjoying a steak.
Yeah, I don't believe the Kings are out here running over scouting reports. At least those Kings I named.
They damn sure didn't take a second peek. Hit it on that plane, and when you land, it's off.
Like when you're a 13-46 in the NBA, Clint, and you're traveling like they are, basketball has to be one of the last things you're thinking about. If you're like,
I'm gonna show up tonight and play, boys, but I don't know what kind of shape I'm in.
They probably, man, we got Houston, we got Dallas. Let's go. What a road trip this is gonna be. They hate that Cleveland Detroit one. Oh hell, who am I lying? They probably got a good time happening in Cleveland Detroit. Probably got a few things set up.
There's a runner in every one of them.
Every last one of them. You ain't lying. All right, coming up,
making good money.
Is this I don't know if this C.J. Stroud story is completely put to bed. Maybe it is on the Texans side, but I don't know if it is in C.J.'s camp. We'll discuss that next.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
How good can new starter Tatsuya eat? can switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I do like this from the text line. I don't like it completely. Fellas, why hasn't the crowd at Toyota Center yelled, "Reed!" when he shoots a three? And then he makes it and say, "Three!" I don't like that part, but I do like whenever like it swings and he catches it and it looks like he's about to tee up.
Yeah.
And the whole crowd goes, "Reed!"
Hell yeah.
And then he shoots it. I like that part. I don't need, you don't have to overkill it and go, "Reed!" and then shout three when he makes it.
Yeah.
But like there's because the Royals used to have a player, Mike Moustakas. His nickname was Moose. And anytime a ball was hit, a grounder was hit to third, the whole crowd just starts low with "Moose," and then he throws them out. It's like
I like that a lot. That's
but
clean.
I like that. Anytime the ball gets swung around to Reed, and it looks like he's open for a three, the whole crowd just starts hitting that "Reed."
That'd be good. I like that idea a lot.
I'd like that. You can hear that.
Start it tonight, Rockets fans.
I could go with it. I think I'd probably like to start the rumble with Cole, and then when it goes in, Kane.
Yeah, maybe.
They might
Boy, that fell
want to
flat.
start with cocaine. Yeah,
I thought it was onto something there.
What if for the Good Shepherd, everyone started?
Did it fall flat when you heard yourself say it, or did it fall flat when
No, I thought it sounded really good. Cocaine.
I don't think that one's it, but
Yeah,
we want the kids to be able to jump in on that one too.
Well, you got to explain to them, hey man, cocaine curry means the white version of the guy's shoes you have on.
That's what it means. I guess.
No, we're not talking about sniffing lines.
I hurt my nose.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, read.
It just the thunder, like it starts low and it comes up. Reed.
How does it end? Is the key? There's no like explanation.
Yeah, I think you just let it keep going.
if he makes
and
it,
if he makes it, you cheer. Yeah.
Or Rockets fans, because he's the Good Shepherd, they could be like, meh, like throughout the crowd, and it would like echo throughout Toyota.
Thank you for taking over last place in our discussion from my cocaine take.
That would be kind of cool. I mean, he drains it.
Appreciate you not letting me finish
he
dead
drains
last.
it, and we go read when he's right about to get it. Read.
Yeah, I like it.
And then what's the next part?
He drains it. It goes through the net, and then you hear in the crowd.
As it goes through the net. The Good Shepherd.
The Good. And then the voice guy, the Good Shepherd. Because you probably can't say cocaine curry, family environment.
I think the safe route is the way to go. Read. Yeah.
Yeah. Read. And then you hear the cheering.
And then if
he misses, read. Oh.
Yeah, I like it.
But if he makes it?
That's the safe way.
The Good Shepherd.
You go to the game tonight and you start that man.
Just keeps continuing to say it to try to make it a thing.
He's the Good Shepherd, man. It would be hilarious and awesome. The whole crowd's just scattered with.
I mean, it would be interesting if every time he touched the ball, everybody started bang.
It would be hilarious.
It would not, man. Don't do that.
I mean, don't
do that to Jeff Shepard's
that's a noise to where.
Don't do that to Jeff Shepard's
like
kid,
that's a
man.
noise to where it's distinct enough to where everybody would understand.
Yes. Drains it.
Now you just did, but you did it as you did the read part like on a goat voice or like a.
You're right.
You did read.
I got those a little mixed up.
Yeah, you mixed those.
It'd be
read.
Bang.
Drains it. The Good Shepherd.
Yeah, I tell you, Moose would do it. We go moo, and then he fired over somebody's head. We go
Error. Damn it.
Damn. All right. Listen, we heard yesterday definitively, by the way, coming up behind us. Hey, good episode of Texans All Access tonight. Greg Cosell, if you are really into deep dive quarterback breakdown, and I'm certain there's a potential we may talk about some things that Greg Cosell says tomorrow. And I would assume he is really, really serious about the quarterback breakdowns. And really, really good at them. I would assume we're going to hear a lot about his breakdown of C.J. Stroud.
I've heard him break down CJ since the playoff.
He's talked about a big difference from the last 2 seasons yet.
Yeah, it's fascinating, man. It is really good stuff. So I mean, assuming because he's on Texans radio, he doesn't back down a little bit, which I wouldn't think he would.
I don't think that's how Greg rolls.
No, well, I mean, it's not like he's being critical, yes, but it's all based off of film study, so it's not like it's inaccurate. It's pretty spot on. So, it's good. It's good. I've heard it before. I've heard not this particular audio, but I've heard him on CJ since the playoff deal. So it's interesting if you're a fan.
So him and Vandy together, that sounds like him, Vandy, and John Harris. John Harris specifically with him.
Yeah.
That will be a fun listen. So stay tuned for that. As soon as we get done, we'll hand that off at 6 to them. Greg Cosell will be a special guest. They're live at the Combine coming up after we get done. In Area 45, right after they complete at 7 o'clock. They've got you till 11 o'clock. Patrick Creighton and Sean Bijani coming up after that. All right, but he'll talk about CJ and we'll probably hear some negative things about CJ and why CJ has probably, and you said this earlier, played himself into the position of, I don't think he is going to get the contract right after 3 years the way we thought he would after his rookie year. And I think it was really clear the way that Nick Caserio made it. He is our guy. He said, that's our guy. It's Moronic that we're going to trade him. But what he also said was he is going to be the quarterback, and he made it specific to 2026. He also said beyond this year, basically, it's up to y'all. Basically saying beyond this year, no, ain't nothing past this. But this year, he's our dude. And, we discussed yesterday being like, hey, they nipped that in the bud. They made that very clear. CJ's going to be the guy. No competition, nothing. But what he also made clear, Clint, is, there ain't no extension coming. And it almost seemed like there ain't no talk of no extension coming, the way he just said that he's our guy just this year. And I can understand where the Texans are coming from that camp. We talked about that yesterday. That seems to be the space that I would think they should go in. But I don't know if CJ and his folks, especially David Mulligetta, his agent, Clint, would agree with that being the way they should go about doing things.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting offseason. I mean, I think Nick Caserio got out in front of and spoke on how moronic it is to think they're going to trade C.J. Stroud. I disagree, but I do think him clearing the air from a trade perspective probably made sense. I love the way that Nick Caserio is being pretty transparent. Nick Caley's going to be here. I would expect him to be the OC next year. Now C.J. Stroud is moronic to think that we're going to trade him. He's our quarterback. He's going to be our quarterback. As you said, even went a step further and to say now beyond next year, that's up for y'all to make up stories about. But they cleared the air. The Texans have cleared the air, seemingly cleared the air on any potential trade. Now that doesn't do anything other than kind of change the narrative, if you will, or not the narrative, but kind of change the situation, if you will. I mean, it puts it in a spot where, okay, now you've either got to open the checkbook and things are going to get real expensive, or you've got to have a conversation with the quarterback and his representation and things are going to get real uncomfortable. And I think here's the deal. Yeah, it was a long shot to ever think there was going to be a trade. Clearly, that shot got longer with Nick Caserio's comments. Now, I think it's also a long shot to think that they're going to pay this guy after what we've watched since his rookie year, not just the 2 playoff games, but since his rookie year. I think the threading of the needle here is CJ needs to play in year 4, and if he plays well, they pay him. If they don't, then they'll figure out what they're going to do from there. The problem is that means there's going to be a difficult conversation had, and that difficult conversation is Nick Caserio and David Mulligetta, and then the real part that we've got to watch as fans is do they land in a spot where C.J. Stroud could potentially hold out? I mean, you're talking about there's no way that C.J. Stroud and his representation don't view him as a player that should be set for life after year 3. No way. There's just no way. And he's risking it all, playing year 4 with no extension, no contract, no set for life contract in place. And the Texans are gonna ask him to do that. That's not going to be an easy conversation.
And the hope is that they are all on the same page.
Ain't no way.
I'm just telling you what the hope is. The hope is that they're all on the same page, and that CJ gets in here and they come to whatever decision, which I think the decision for the Texans would be that you come in and we pick up your fifth-year option and you play this year. That's what the hope is, that they come in and nothing happens. The reality is, Clint, anything's on the table. Anything from a holdout is on the table. Anything from not and what is it, mandatory minicamp, those things are going to be the first ones. Because C.J. Stroud has been a guy that has come damn near to everything. And if he's not at OTAs, which he generally has been at OTAs every year for 3 years, he's not at mandatory minicamp and things like that, and we know what time it is.
Yeah.
All of that is on the table.
Well, you want to talk about the recipe for a disaster, unfortunately. As we're unpacking this, it kind of just comes to mind is you've got a defensive-minded head coach that wants a quarterback position to be played a certain way, and it wasn't to end the season. You got a new offensive play caller that's tasked with making his quarterback work.